Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1/4 grade Guiyuan pill. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 years of cultivation. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 million low-grade spirit stones. In a turbid space, a cold, prompt tone echoed from time to time, devoid of any emotion, each utterance identical in pitch. After an unknown length of time, Su Chen's consciousness gradually regained clarity. System, how much time has passed? System, currently 10,000 years have passed. 10,000 years. A myriad of thoughts stampeded through Su Chen's mind. He felt as if countless eons had slipped by, yet the system told him it was only 10,000 years. He was originally an ordinary bricklayer on Blue Star. Though his family was not wealthy, life was passable and days were comfortable. Su Chen had already resigned himself to his fate, but a car accident sent him into transmigration and activated the system. For Su Chen, an internet addict, transmigration plus a system naturally thrilled him. He had fantasized about being the protagonist of online novels. Now that the fantasy had become reality, how could he not be thrilled? But this joy didn't last long before turning into despair. Because he had transmigrated, but not completely. The system was activated, but not fully. He was stuck halfway through the transmigration. The system said that it needed to be fully activated before transmigration could complete, and the activation time was 1 million years. That is, he had to stay in this dark place for 1 million years. Perhaps lacking a concept of a million years, Su Chen initially thought it was nothing, just bear it. But after only 1 year, he almost went mad. If the system hadn't kindly opened a sleep function for him, Su Chen suspected he would have already collapsed in this chaotic space. Here utter stillness reigned. Not a single sound, not even his own voice, could be produced. He could only communicate with the system through thought. If only the system would talk to him, but it only responded to specific queries. Meaningless questions received no reply, so Su Chen had no choice but to sleep. Though he fell into slumber, he could still perceive the passage of time, albeit faintly. This time he felt he had slept for an extremely long period, yet only 10,000 years had passed. Heavens, save me. Just as Su Chen was howling with grief, through his thoughts the system's cold voice rang out. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3,000 first-grade Huiyuan pills. Su Chen was slightly stunned. He opened the system backpack, which was filled with a dazzling array of items in vast quantities. He had obtained nearly 300 billion low-grade spirit stones alone, plus a variety of other treasures. His system function was simple, with only a check-in function allowing 1 check-in every 24 hours for random rewards. However, the more check-ins, the higher the reward tier. What use are all these treasures? I can't even use them. Thinking that he had only spent 1% of his time, his emotions began to grow restless. Su Chen let out a bitter laugh. Taking advantage of a moment of emotional stability, he once again fell into slumber. Only the system's prompts remained in this space. Time flew by rapidly. 300,000 years later. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate human sacred body. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the saint-level cultivation art, the Divine Killing Sutra. 500,000 years later. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient saint weapon, the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 million high-grade spirit stones. 800,000 years later. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient emperor weapon, the chaos seal. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the primordial immortal body. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient emperor level pill, the 9 revolutions panga pill. System, how much time has passed now? A calm voice echoed in the void. Perhaps having stayed here too long, Su Chen had grown accustomed to loneliness. His emotions had stabilized considerably, no longer as desperate and broken as before. System, 819,563 years. 819,000 years. A faint smile appeared on Su Chen's calm face. About 180,000 years left, and I can leave this damn place. Over these hundreds of thousands of years, what kept his spirit from collapsing was the fantasy of life after successful transmigration. Su Chen had obtained so much from check-ins that once he transmigrated, his days would be incomparably comfortable. Just imagining it was thrilling. After envisioning a beautiful future, Chen fell back into slumber with a smile. 900,000 years passed in the void. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 million immortal-grade spirit stones. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the immortal class supreme treasure heaven-slaying talisman. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the immortal class 6th grade formation, the immortal slaying sword array. 950,000 years later. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the myriad realms strong summon card Jatian Bangs, be Emperor Su Shaoke. Strength unknown can exist for 10 breaths, assists host in defeating any enemy. Check-in successful. The system's prompts kept ringing. Another 40,000 years passed like this, and there were only 10 years left before full activation. Chen awoke. At this moment his face was full of exhilaration. Nearly 1,000,000 years. Finally. Unconsciously tears streamed down Chen's face. 1,000,000 years. Do you know how I lived through it? Even his heart, already as calm as an ancient well, could not help but stir again. Only 10 years remained, and he could leave. After a while, Chen calmed down. The first thing he did was check what goodies he had signed in over the years. What is this? He saw a back figure in the first slot of the system backpack, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if an absolute powerhouse. Jatian Bang Su Shaoke. Holy shit. Chen was startled. He could actually sign in such a treasure. If he summoned it directly, wouldn't he just massacre everything? Utterly excited, Chen didn't sleep during the final 10 years. He would frequently ask the system how much time had passed. 10 years is neither long nor short. Normally, given Chen's mentality, enduring 10 years would have been simple. After all, he had endured so many years of solitude. But now that he could see the system's activation on the horizon, Chen grew restless. Time flew, 10 years passed in a blink. A cold voice echoed in the void. System successfully activated. Beginning transmigration. As the cold voice rang, Chen's consciousness vanished instantly. When it returned, he snapped open his eyes. The young master is awake. Go report to the family head. A joyful exclamation rang in Chen's ears. A sound. Chen's face was full of joy. After spending countless millennia in that void, he finally heard a sound. He began to examine the world before him. Ancient buildings, furniture, and decorations, all steeped in antiquity. Combined with the memories flooding into his mind, Chen's face broke into a delighted smile. There was no mistake. This was the legendary world of fantasy. Chen had finally transmigrated. But soon the smile on his face gradually faded. Because from his memories, he sensed many terrible things. Chen was originally a prodigy of the Su family in Mingwe City, born with a supreme spirit root. This spirit root was incredibly powerful. Unless some unexpected calamity occurred, it would allow him to break through to the harmony stage without any bottlenecks, and even have the opportunity to reach the return to origin stage. The current patriarch of the Su family was only a cultivator at the peak of divine transformation. Chen's talent made him highly valued within the clan, and the Su family poured all their resources into nurturing him, viewing him as the future hope of the family. Chen did not disappoint his clan. At the age of 18, he had already broken through to the peak of core formation, his cultivation speed astounding everyone. But not long ago, he was ambushed and gravely wounded, his spirit root destroyed by the attacker, causing him to lose all his cultivation and become a useless cripple. Man, that's really tragic. A genius struck down by disaster. But don't worry, you'll live well in your place. Chen's face was filled with excitement. From now on, it was time for him to show his prowess. He was determined to make the name Chen resound throughout the heavens. But now that the supreme spirit root is destroyed, I must first restore my physical body. That trash constitution of a supreme spirit root. Losing it is a good thing. He directly opened the system backpack and began selecting the best physique he had obtained from check-ins. Immortal physique. He had only drawn 37 types of this level, showing how rare it was. The system backpack was like a game backpack. It automatically sorted items by overall strength. At the very top was the strongest of immortal physiques, the Hongmeng immortal body. This immortal physique possessed unparalleled physical strength, far surpassing the so-called innate sacred bodies of humanity. In later stages, it could even cultivate the Hongmeng Qi, which contained the ultimate power of destruction, capable of annihilating all things. All right, you it is. Just as Chen was about to fuse, a sturdy figure strode quickly into the room. Little Chen, how are you feeling? Any better? Chen immediately exited the system space. He looked at the man and called out somewhat awkwardly, "Third uncle." The man before him was the third elder of the Su family, Su Yuanba. Su Yuanba's face was full of concern. Seeing Su Chen able to speak, he beamed with joy. You almost scared your third uncle to death. You're finally awake. Your father has been running around for your illness these days, spending countless resources seeking medical help, almost draining the family. If you still didn't wake up. Su Yuanba suddenly realized he had misspoken. He quickly changed the subject, forcing a dry laugh and waving his hand. Why talk about all that? Little Chen, you're awake, that's what matters. Looking at his third uncle's caring face, Su Chen felt warmth in his heart. Although the Su family had many members, including collateral branches over 1,000 people, normally in such a large clan, relations among the direct bloodline wouldn't be especially good. But the Su family was completely different. All direct descendants were unprecedentedly united with never any internal strife. Su Chen asked, Third uncle, where's my father? Su Yuanba said, Your father went to Wanyao Mountain a couple of days ago to seek a life-saving method for you. He should be home soon. Hearing these words, another wave of warmth surged in Su Chen's heart, and his sense of belonging to the Su family became overwhelmingly strong. I am no longer alone. Having spent 1,000,000 years in the void, he had been lonely for too long. Su Chen craved this kind of family affection. From now on, the Su family would be under his protection. Su Yuanba didn't linger. After a few words of concern, he told Su Chen to rest well. After he left, Su Chen turned his attention back to the system backpack. Hongming immortal body activate. System, does the host need to suppress the celestial phenomenon? Su Chen immediately recalled the description of the Hongming immortal body at birth. It would be accompanied by the phenomenon of Hongming qi spreading for 1,000,000 li, with all immortals prostrating. Yes, of course, if the phenomenon manifested, the entire world would know. He had just transmigrated and didn't know much about this world. It was better to keep a low profile. Activation successful. Instantly, Su Chen's heartbeat became as thunderous as a drum, its sound deep and powerful. His entire body began to change rapidly. His tendons and veins became as hard as iron. His blood surged like a roaring river, no longer bright red, but tinged with a faint purple. Su Chen's eyes also turned pure purple, eerie and captivating. This was the exclusive ability of the minor achievement of the Hongming immortal body, the Hongming Eye. It could see through illusions, expel malevolent forces, analyze enemy attacks, and observe the origin of things. Truly formidable. Now Su Chen had no cultivation at all, yet relying solely on this physical body, he could rival a nascent soul cultivator. After a moment, the anomalies faded. Feeling the immense power within him, Su Chen smiled. This Hongming immortal body was truly strong, very good. Next, it was time to raise his cultivation. His check-in system had accumulated massive cultivation, nearly 100 billion years. This cultivation was equivalent to what he would gain from normal training. Even if he sat idly cultivating for 100 billion years, his cultivation would reach a terrifyingly high level. Let's start with 100,000 years of cultivation. System, does the host need to suppress cultivation fluctuations? There's such an option. Su Chen chose to suppress them. After a moment, a heart-pounding aura emanated from his body and began to rise steadily. However, this powerful fluctuation vanished without a trace after spreading only 3 meters. Qi condensation. Qi condensation, 9th layer. Foundation establishment. Core formation. Nascent soul. Divine transformation. Void refining. Harmony. Return to origin. Entry into Dao. Early sage. Middle sage. The cultivation finally stopped at the middle sage stage. Su Chen was completely stunned. A sage. As far as he knew, such a figure was a hegemon-level existence throughout the entire Xiantian realm. Those who reached the sage level were invariably founding ancestors of a sacred land ruling over a region. Using only 100,000 years of cultivation, he had reached sage. How powerful would he be if he used all of it? Would he directly become a great emperor as recorded in ancient texts? Or perhaps ascend directly to immortality? This system was a pure cheat. Su Chen had only wanted to test the effect of 10,000 years, never expecting to leap across so many realms. Just as he was immersed in shock, a roar came from afar, echoing throughout the Su family estate. Su Chen, do you dare to fight me? Or are you just going to hide like a coward? Su Chen immediately released his divine sense, and when he saw who it was, his face turned cold. Looking for trouble, he stood up and walked straight toward the door. After being in that void for so long, he could use a little exercise. Outside the Su residence stood a young man with an icy countenance, accompanied by a middle-aged man who vigilantly watched the Su family like a guardian. Although Su Chen was indeed crippled, the Su family was not. Their 2 nascent soul cultivators still lived. Li Haishan, you despicable coward. When our young master still had his cultivation, you didn't dare make a peep. Now that he's fallen, you dare show your face. Exactly, you're no man. A person like you isn't worthy of being our young master's enemy, Pa. The Su family members hurled insults at Li Haishan. Li Haishan stood unmoved, utterly indifferent to their words. The Li family was originally one of the 5 great clans of Bright Moon City, with a nascent soul cultivator among them. When Su Chen was at the foundation establishment stage, he challenged the younger generation of every clan in the city. As the most talented member of the Li family, Li Haishan was naturally singled out. The result was a crushing defeat, utter annihilation. Because of that incident, Li Haishan lost all face and harbored a deep hatred for Su Chen. At the same time, he knew full well that he could never match Su Chen. Thus, Li Haishan could only seek revenge after Su Chen's cultivation was destroyed. Though dishonorable, it was worth it if he could strip Su Chen of all dignity and cement his reputation as a worthless cripple. Li Haishan said coldly, "Your Su family once prided itself on a prodigy, but now he's nothing but a powerless waste. The one unworthy is him. If you have any courage, come out and face me. Is the young master of the Su family truly so cowardly?" His voice was unrestrained, carrying clearly into the Su residence. Many had gathered around the Su residence, and seeing Li Haishan's taunts, they murmured among themselves. This Li Haishan is utterly shameless, challenging Su Chen only after his cultivation was ruined. Where was he before? Not quite. Su Chen's talent was undeniable, but his luck ran short. Can a fallen genius still be called a genius? I agree. Though Li Haishan isn't exactly honorable, Su Chen is indeed a cripple now. Without strength, he deserves the humiliation. Most in the crowd mocked Su Chen with cold sarcasm. As the saying goes, when a wall crumbles, everyone pushes it. A genius who once inspired envy now invited kicks from all sides. Who would have thought that the exalted prodigy of your would now be inferior to even their low-grade spirit roots? Inside the Su residence, apart from the Grand Elder Su Yunxian, who was away, the remaining 4 elders had gathered. Su Yuanbao roared, "Damn it! The Li family goes too far. Why not just kill Li Haishan?" Su Chen was the face of the Su family. By insulting Su Chen, Li Haishan was practically slapping the Su family in the face. Second Elder Su Qingyun sighed bitterly. The family head and Grand Elder have gone to find a cure for Chainer. It's best not to clash with the Li family now. Both the family head and Grand Elder were nascent soul cultivators. Without them, a conflict with the Li family would surely end badly. Fifth Elder Su Yunpeng said gravely to Su Yuanbao, "Fourth brother, the other 3 clans in Bright Moon City are leaning toward the Wang family. We can't act rashly at such a critical time." Bright Moon City had 5 nascent soul clans: Wang, Su, Li Yuan, and He. The Wang family, with 3 nascent soul cultivators, was the strongest and had always been hostile to the Su family. The Li and He families each had 1 nascent soul cultivator, while the Su and Yuan families had 2 each. With Su Chen's rise, the He family had allied with the Su family. But the alliance was built on Su Chen's future promise. Now that he was crippled, it crumbled, pushing the He family closer to the Wang family. Su Yuanbao fumed, "So we just wait to die? The Su family has little wealth. After spending on Chainer's treatment, we have less than 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even frugally itll last only 3 months. What do we do after 3 months? Don't forget, in 10 days is the 10,000 treasures pavilion auction. That treasure will appear. The Wang family already has 3 nascent soul cultivators. If they gain another, the Su family is doomed." The elders' faces grew grim at these words. The Su family situation was dire, even bleak. All of this was a chain reaction from Su Chen's crippling. The Su family was now truly impoverished, beset by internal and external crises. The elders were weighed down with worry, their eyes filled with anxiety. Su Qingyun shook his head helplessly. "Chainer is proud. Losing his cultivation must be devastating. Set up a sound isolation array in his courtyard so he doesn't hear Li Haishan's words. As for our family's crisis..." Su Qingyun's eyes flashed with a fierce, killing intent as he said coldly, "Brothers, don't forget our roots. The Su family started as bandits and became one of the 5 great clans of Bright Moon City through force, not words. If pushed too far, well, fight to the bloody, and even if it means mutual destruction." The other 3 nodded, their expressions turning grim as well. Just then a frantic voice rang out. "Third Elder, disaster. The young master is going to face Li Haishan." "What?" Su Yuanbao shot to his feet. He had just seen Su Chen's condition, barely able to walk. Fighting Li Haishan would be suicide. "Why didn't you stop him?" Faced with Su Yuanbao's fury, the servant knelt in terror, saying in disbelief, "Fourth Elder, I couldn't stop him. He pushed me aside easily." "You're lying through your teeth." Su Yuanbao was livid. He knew Su Chen's state. How could he push aside a Qi condensation 7th layer cultivator? "Enough, fourth brother. Let's go see what's happening. Big brother has been worried sick." We can't let anything happen to Chainer. Su Qingyun hurried outside, followed by the other 3 elders. Outside the Su residence, Li Haishan taunted intermittently, "Su Qin, you coward. Are you going to hide in the Su family forever? Kneel and apologize to me, and he'll let this go. I want trouble the Su family again." Among the crowd, many Li family members joined in. "Master Su Chun is clearly scared. A cripple like him wouldn't dare face you. Master is the strongest." The mocking voices grew increasingly vile, the insults against Su Chen utterly unbearable. Just then a cold, familiar voice rang out from within the Su residence. "How amusing, Li Haishan. A waste like you dares to bark at my family's door." The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence as everyone turned their gazes toward the Su family's gate. Li Haishan's pupils contracted sharply upon recognizing the approaching figure, a primal fear stirring within him. Yet recalling that Su Chun had long been crippled, he sneered. "Isn't this the famed genius of Bright Moon City? I thought you'd be hiding in the Su family for the rest of your life." He emphasized the word genius, with biting sarcasm, his mockery unmistakable. Since Su Chun had emerged, he might as well subject him to a thorough humiliation. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent as he cast a cold glance at Li Haishan. For some reason, a chill ran down Li Haishan's spine, as if he were being watched by a terrifying beast. After a moment, Su Chun spoke calmly. "Trash like you isn't even worthy of being my enemy. But you're far too noisy. Didn't you come to challenge me? I accept." As Su Chen's words rang out, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Did I hear that right? This cripple actually dares to accept young Master Li's challenge. Does he still think he's the genius he once was? One punch from young Master Li now, and Su Chun would be reduced to dust. Maybe he's gone mad from qi deviation and lost all reason. Exclamations of mockery erupted. No one had expected Su Chen to agree. It was simply too absurd. 2 direct descendants of the Su family couldn't help but cry out, "Young patriarch, you must not." Fifth brother, calm down. These were Su Qingyun's eldest son Su Minghu and Su Yunpeng's second son Su Kongshan. Their faces were etched with worry. The Su family knew Su Chen's condition best. Mere clarity and the ability to walk were already a blessing. How could he possibly defeat Li Haishan, who was at the late foundation establishment stage? "Xiao Chen." At that moment, a deep voice sounded as Su Yuanba strode out from the Su residence. His late nascent soul aura exuded an oppressive force, causing everyone present to shudder. They dared to mock Su Chun, but not the Su family. After all, if everyone ridiculed Su Chen, the Su family couldn't possibly kill them all, could they? Su Yuanba hurried to Su Chen's side, his face brimming with joy. "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Su Chen didn't hide it. He nodded with a smile. "Fourth uncle, I've mostly recovered." Su Yuanba's trembling hand gently patted his shoulder. Good. 3 successive goods revealed his genuine concern for Su Chun. But then Su Yuanba sighed helplessly. "Xiao Chen, Li Haishan's only goal is to humiliate you. Don't let him succeed." Su Qingyun also approached, his voice gentle. "Chener, your third uncle, will speak from the heart. Your cultivation may be crippled, but our Su family will never look down on you. We'll do our utmost to resolve your spiritual root issue. There are rare treasures in this world that can mend spiritual roots, and the Su family will seek them for you. Come home with us, all right?" They understood that Su Chen couldn't swallow his pride, but the facts remained. His cultivation was destroyed, and a match with Li Haishan meant certain defeat. There was no chance of victory. Moreover, Su Chun had just recovered from his injuries. He might not even defeat an ordinary person, let alone Li Haishan. Moved by their heartfelt words, a warm current surged through Su Chun. He said with confidence, "Third uncle, fourth uncle, rest assured. I'll be fine." Su Yuanba and Su Qingyun grew anxious, but seeing the resolve in Su Chen's eyes, they knew they couldn't stop him. Even if they forcibly dragged him back to the Su residence, what good would it do? As long as he couldn't let go of the fact that his cultivation was destroyed, living on in the Su family would be no different from death. Su Qingyun sighed helplessly and stepped aside. If that was the case, he could only save Su Chun at the critical moment. The eldest brother had only this one son, who nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Li Haishan looked at Su Chun and sneered. "If you have the guts, follow me to the training grounds." He headed straight for the training grounds, a place where duels and matches were held. Many powerful cultivators often fought there, so the venue was always bustling with spectators. Li Haishan chose this spot solely to humiliate Su Chun. Su Chen said indifferently, "Why bother with such trouble? We'll settle this right here." Li Haishan paused mid-step and turned to sneer at Su Chun. "Su Chun, are you afraid I'll kill you, so you're deliberately choosing to fight in front of the Su residence? Ha ha ha, is this what a genius looks like? So even a genius can be this cowardly." Su Chen's eyes turned icy, and his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already beside Li Haishan. With a wave of his hand, a gruesome wound split open on Li Haishan's abdomen, blood gushing out. His spiritual energy rapidly leaked from the gash. You mocked me as trash, didn't you? Now experience what it feels like to be trash. Su Chen had no intention of killing Li Haishan so easily. He wanted to show everyone that Su Chen had returned. Li Haishan trembled and collapsed to his knees. Staring at the blood pouring from his abdomen and feeling the overwhelming weakness engulf his body, he was utterly dazed. What had just happened? He hadn't even seen Su Chen move, and his cultivation was already destroyed. And wasn't Su Chen supposed to be crippled? How could he still possess such strength? Despair and regret filled Li Haishan's eyes. If only he had known, he would never have come seeking revenge. With his cultivation destroyed, even if he survived, he would be nothing more than a pitiful ant. The nascent soul elder of the Li family's pupils constricted violently, fury blazing on his face. You dare cripple Li Haishan? Die. Li Haishan was the most talented member of their clan, destined to become at least a deity transformation powerhouse. Now that Su Chen had ruined him, how could the elder not be enraged? Su Qingyun snapped out of his shock and roared, Li Qiu, you dare. Li Qiu's eyes burned with madness. He crippled our clan's genius. Su Chen must die. An overwhelmingly powerful force surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that made the onlookers' faces contort in fear. A battle between nascent soul cultivators was no trivial matter. One misstep could easily injure bystanders, and those weaker might even perish in the aftershocks. Su Qingyun's eyes burned with fury. It was too late. Li Qiu was a late nascent soul cultivator on par with himself. Having hesitated for a moment, he was now a step behind in intercepting the attack. Damn it! Chen dodge. Su Qingyun could only shout, hoping Su Chen would evade, though the possibility was slim. Even if Su Chen had recovered his cultivation, he was merely at the core formation stage. How could he possibly evade a nascent soul cultivator's strike? Su Chen sneered, his voice icy as he addressed Li Qiu. Who do you think you are, barking in my presence? A bone-chilling voice rang out as Su Chen moved faster than Su Qingyun, his fist shooting out like a cannonball. Bang! In a single exchange, Li Qiu was sent flying, embedded dozens of meters deep into the ground with cracks spreading like a spiderweb around him. Li Qiu had no breath left. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Li Qiu is dead. Su Chen killed a nascent soul elder of the Li family. Wasn't his cultivation crippled? How does he possess such combat prowess? A terrified voice rang out instantly, stirring a huge uproar. Countless eyes filled with shock and dread. The scene fell into a dead silence, everyone's eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the sight. Li Haishan was crippled in an instant, which alone was enough to shake them. But Li Qiu was also slain by Su Chen in a single strike. Such a thing was too horrifying. One must know that Li Qiu was no mere early nascent soul cultivator. He was at the late nascent soul stage. Even Su Qingyun would find it no easy task to subdue Li Qiu, let alone a junior like Su Chen. Yet this impossibility unfolded before their very eyes. Li Qiu was killed by Su Chen, and it was an instant kill. Even the members of the Su family were stunned, their eyes bulging like copper bells, their mouths agape wide enough to hold an egg. Su Qingyun, Su Yuanba, and the four elders were utterly dumbfounded, the shock in their hearts surging like turbulent tides. After a brief silence, the Su family erupted into cheers. Young master. Young master. So the young master's cultivation was never crippled. He has even advanced further, capable of slaying a nascent soul cultivator like Li Qiu. Truly heaven blesses our Su family. Some clan elders wept tears of joy, their faces brimming with excitement. Among the onlookers hidden in the shadows, many wore grim expressions. Su Chen had not been crippled after all. Several streets away, a man with a scar on his face looked exceedingly grim, his eyes cold as he spoke to the shadows. Quickly report this to the master. Su Chen's cultivation hasn't been crippled. He likely concealed his true strength before, probably already breaking through to the nascent soul stage, and is now most likely at late nascent soul, or even the peak. To reach such a level at this age, he will probably break through to the spirit transformation stage soon. Tell the master to act against the Su family immediately, or it will only become more difficult later. Also send word to the Wang family. Make them take some real action. They won't get to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Soon a reply came from the shadows. Understood. The scarred man turned his gaze towards Su Chen in the distance, his eyes filled with wariness. To have reached such a cultivation level before even 20, Su Chen must harbor other great secrets. No wonder the Su family is the subject of such a high bounty. A sinister smile crept across his face. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. If we seize everything from the Su family, all their secrets will be ours, along with a generous reward. Su Chen, you have 9 lives indeed. 30 core formation dead soldiers couldn't kill you. At the Su family's gate, Su Yuanba and Su Qingyun quickly strode to Su Chen's side. Though filled with endless questions, they shielded him behind them. Su Qingyun declared coldly to the surroundings, Li Qiu attacked a junior of my clan unprovoked, and his death was his own doing. If the Li family is dissatisfied, they are welcome to seek an explanation from us. Before, without Su Chen, they lacked confidence. But now, with Su Chen's cultivation restored and his newfound power to kill a late nascent soul cultivator like Li Qiu, they were filled with renewed strength. Other families had deep roots, but the Su family was different. The Su family had few assets in Bright Moon City. If pushed to the brink, they could simply leave with Su Chen and return for revenge only when their cultivation was sufficient. This was why the Wang family, despite being stronger, had never dared to force a final confrontation. After speaking, Su Qingyun quickly pulled Su Chen back into the Su residence. In the Su family's main hall, only the 4 elders and Su Chen were present. Su Qingyun spoke gravely. Chen, tell your uncle exactly what's going on with you. Su Chen's power had grown too strangely, and Su Qingyun feared he might have been possessed. Su Chen had already prepared an excuse. He raised a fist and struck towards Su Qingyun. The seemingly light blow forced Su Qingyun, a peak nascent soul cultivator, to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. What? Su Qingyun's face was filled with shock. A casual strike from Su Chen had left him unable to even defend himself. Su Chen smiled and said, Uncle, when I was very young, I took a master, an immensely powerful one. But he forbade me from revealing his identity, so I kept it secret. And I don't just have a rare spiritual root, I actually possess a saint-level physique. This physique only fully awakened when I faced the threat of death. So this crippling of my cultivation was actually an opportunity, a rebirth from the flames. Su Qingyun's face trembled at these words, and he swallowed hard. A saint physique. Su Chen possessed such a heaven-defying constitution. And a master. Why had he never heard of this before? His eyes grew wary. On your 7th birthday, what gift did I give you? Su Chen gave a wry smile, but answered properly. You gave me a dagger. I named it Clear Wind, but I accidentally lost it later. You gave it to me in the courtyard next door. Su Qingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Possession was common among cultivators, but a possessed person only retained recent memories. Memories from as far back as age 7 would certainly be lost. So Su Chen was likely not possessed. Su Qingyun's face lit up with joy. You rascal, keeping silent all this time. You nearly scared us to death. The 4 elders of the Su family were overjoyed. Su Chen was their nephew and the young clan leader destined to inherit the Su family's legacy. The stronger Su Chen became, the happier they were. Su Yuanba grumbled. If your strength was restored, why did you pretend to be so pitiful when I came to see you? Su Chen scratched his head helplessly. At that time, I hadn't yet awakened the primordial immortal physique. I couldn't have been energetic even if I wanted to. Report. The clan leader and the grand elder have returned. 2 figures walked slowly into the Su residence. The one in front was tall and imposing, exuding an air of heroism. He was the Su family's clan leader, Su Qingtian. Beside him was a man of more scholarly demeanor, carrying an air of refinement. This was the Su family's grand elder, Su Yunxian. However, both wore gloomy expressions, clearly having returned empty-handed from their latest efforts to find a solution for Su Chen. Su Qingtian sighed. Second brother, perhaps this great calamity is Chener's fate. Don't waste the clan's remaining resources on healing his spiritual root. 2 months of frantic effort had driven Su Qingtian to despair. He had tried every method, spent countless resources, but all to no avail. Su Chen couldn't even wake, and recently his aura had grown increasingly faint. Though Su Qingtian found it hard to accept, Su Chen was nearing his end. At most, half a month remained before it would be truly hopeless. Su Yunxian immediately retorted, Brother, what nonsense. Since sister-in-law left, you have only this one son. Even if his cultivation can't be saved, his life must be preserved. Even if it drains the Su family dry, I will pull him back from the gates of death. Hearing this, Su Qingshan's face was filled with self-reproach. He felt that his own circumstances had burdened the entire family. The Su family was not a native power of Bright Moon City. They had moved there later, which caused the 4 original nascent soul families to resent them deeply, with the Wang family constantly seeking their destruction. The Su family was already in a precarious position, and this new crisis only made things worse. But soon Su Qingtian froze. Several figures in the distance were coming to greet them. When he spotted the young man among them, his pupils contracted sharply. Chener! Chener! Su Qingtian could not help but exclaim, rushing over with eyes brimming with joy. You're awake. His gaze was filled with disbelief as if it were all but a dream. Sensing the concern in Su Qingshan's voice, Su Chen smiled and said, "Father, I am awake." Hearing this, Su Qingtian, a stalwart man, could not suppress the trembling in his body. He took a deep breath and said, "Good, it's good that you're awake." These past days he had been bustling about for Su Chen's sake, nearly worrying himself to the point of graying hair, all in the hope that Su Chen would awaken. Su Qingtian consoled, "As long as you are alive, that's what matters. Losing your cultivation is a trivial matter. Your father will protect you for life." "Wait." Su Yuanba suddenly interrupted Su Qingshan's consolation, then said with a smile, "Big brother, you've just returned. Why not go into the city and inquire about what happened?" Su Qingtian frowned. "What do you mean?" Su Yuanba revealed a mysterious smile, which left Su Yunxian speechless. He scolded, "Old fourth, if you keep putting on airs, it'll give you a thrashing, believe me." Su Yuanba shrank his neck in fear. Among his elder brothers, he feared Su Yunxian the most. "Hey, race, the thing Xiao Chun actually isn't crippled." Su Yuanba recounted the entire incident, including the matter of Su Chen's mysterious master that followed. After hearing this, Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian were instantly petrified. No wonder when they returned to the Su residence, they saw a deep pit on the street and the peculiar looks from the people around. It was all because of Su Chen. Good heavens, he had crippled Li Haishan and directly killed Li Qiu. And crucially, he had a saint-grade constitution. This kind of heaven-defying physique was something they had only read about in ancient texts. The ranking of physiques is lower-grade spiritual root, medium-grade spiritual root, high-grade spiritual root, supreme-grade spiritual root, celestial spiritual root, innate spiritual body, saint body, and beyond that they knew no more. A supreme-grade spiritual root was already terrifying, treasured by their Su family as a precious gem. A saint body 2 grades above that was unimaginably fearsome. Su Qingtian swallowed hard, then raised his palm and said excitedly, "Chainer, strike me with all your might. Let me see your current strength." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" At his current cultivation of midstage, Saint, a sneeze could kill Su Qingtian millions of times over. A full-powered punch would practically send him to meet the Su ancestors. However, Su Chen did not wish to reveal too much of his power now that his affairs had barely been smoothed over. He took a deep breath, feigning a full-strength strike, while in truth using less than a tenth of his power. He thrust his palm towards Su Qingtian, and immense force radiated from the center of Su Qingshan's hand. Su Qingshan's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly as searing pain surged from his palm into his mind. "Hiss! Pain!" Su Qingtian coughed lightly, casually placing his hands behind his back. "Your strength is not bad. You should be at least at the half-step deity transformation stage. It seems our Su family will soon gain another deity transformation cultivator." Su Yunxian glanced discreetly, noticing the faintly trembling hand behind Su Qingshan's back, and his face was filled with astonishment. Was Su Chen this powerful? Su Qingtian was a mid-stage deity transformation cultivator. At that moment he could not help but ask, "Chainer, why is your physical body so formidable?" Su Chen paused, then said calmly, "I have a saint body. It's only natural for my physical form to be strong, isn't it?" Su Qingtian. There was no fault in that answer. A saint body being physically powerful was indeed unremarkable, yet something felt off, though he could not pinpoint what. Seeing Su Chen's issue resolved, Su Qingtian spoke gravely, "Since Chainer's matter is settled, and all the elders are present, let us discuss how to resolve the clan's affairs today." Hearing this, the elders' expressions also turned serious. The Su family's current situation was indeed dire and needed prompt resolution. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingtian said to Su Chen, "Chainer, you should come along too." Given Su Chen's talent and strength, the position of future clan head was almost certainly his. It would be beneficial for him to learn how to handle family affairs now, so he could take over the Su family more swiftly. In the Su family's meeting hall, 7 people sat upright: the 5 great elders, and father and son Su Qingtian and Su Chen. Su Qingtian spoke first. "Third brother, tell us exactly how many spirit stones does the clan have now?" Su Qingtian's expression darkened. For accuracy, he took several ledgers from his spatial ring, and after careful verification said, "Big brother, it's only 930. Give or take no more than 300. 93000. Hearing this, Su Qingshan's face turned grim. This meager amount of spirit stones, even if the Su family tightened their belts, would only last 2 or 3 months. Under such circumstances, the clan members would hardly have access to good cultivation resources. Their cultivation would struggle to advance, and their need for resources was vast, making this pittance nearly negligible. But the younger generation of the clan was different. They were at an age where they needed resources for cultivation. Moreover, there was Su Chun, who possessed a saint body and would undoubtedly require even more resources to break through. Su Qingyun said solemnly, "Although our Su family has many assets, we are living beyond our means. We must devise another plan quickly, or the clan's resources will soon run out." Fourth Elder Su, he said helplessly, "But our Su family has only been in Mingwei City for a little over a decade. Unless we resort to robbery, to rob the rich and aid the poor, it would be truly difficult to obtain spirit stones in a short time." The hall fell into silence, all faces etched with worry, at a loss for a solution to the clan's resource shortage. Su Chen looked left and right, then could not help but speak up. "Our Su family is short on resources." Su Qingyun sighed and said helplessly, "Chainer, you don't know much about the Su family. Our foundation is weak, our savings are thin. The clan spirit stones are nearly depleted, and other resources like pills have long been exhausted." Hearing this, Su Chun raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence! Wasn't he the one with the greatest abundance of heavenly treasures and spirit stone resources? Su Chen opened his system to check the quantity of low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones 6,500 jing, 1,564 trillion. He could not be bothered to read the exact number. It was inexhaustible anyway. After a moment's thought, Su Chun took out a top-tier spatial ring obtained from a daily check-in. The space inside was as large as 3 football fields. He immediately loaded 3 billion low-grade spirit stones into it, then handed it to Su Qingtian and said, "Father, I have some spirit stones here. They should help the clan tide over the crisis." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qingtian said helplessly, "Chainer, keep your own private savings. The spirit stones the clan needs are an immense amount, of what you have would be a drop in the bucket even if you contributed them." As his father, he knew exactly how many spirit stones Su Chun possessed. Even 30,000 low-grade spirit stones would be pushing it. Su Chun consumed vast resources for his daily cultivation, using up whatever he received, so how could he have any spare spirit stones? Nevertheless, Su Qingtian was deeply gratified by Su Chen's heartfelt gesture. Seeing Su Qingshan's refusal, Su Chen added, "Father, this is just a small token of my sincerity. It may not be much, but I'll only feel at ease if you accept it." 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, it was not much, not even a fraction of his wealth. Moved by Su Chen's earnestness, Su Qingtian shook his head with a wry smile and took the spatial ring from his hand. "Very well." Su Qingtian probed into the spatial ring with his divine sense. He let out a soft exclamation, but then his expression shifted dramatically, and he stood frozen, staring at the ring in disbelief. From stupor to bewilderment, shock, and finally exhilaration, Su Qingtian lifted his head, his voice trembling with awe as he asked, "Chainer, where did all these spirit stones come from?" Su Chen replied with a calm smile, "They were all given to me by my master." Observing Su Qingshan's stunned look, Su Yinxian frowned, took the spatial ring, and prepared to examine it. "Let me see what's going on." Instantly, his expression underwent a dramatic change nearly identical to Su Qingshan's. Su Yunqian's eyes widened as he swept his gaze over Su Chun in utter disbelief, almost uttering the 2 sacred words, "Holy crap." His face was a mix of confusion and shock. "Is this real? My heavens." Su Yuanba, seeing their reactions, also snatched the spatial ring. "I need to see what's happening too." But soon his expression mirrored theirs. "This is 3 billion low-grade spirit stones." Su Yuanba, clearly less composed, exclaimed in disbelief, 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. Even the Wang family's entire reserves couldn't exceed 1 billion. We've surpassed their millennium of accumulated wealth by 3 times. What? 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. The second elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder took turns examining the ring, their expressions equally astounded. It truly was 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. Their gazes fixed on Su Chun, filled with bewilderment. This young nephew seemed nothing like the person they once knew. First, he slays Li Qiu with a single strike, then casually produces 3 billion low-grade spirit stones, calling it his small token. "This is your small token. A small token of 3 billion low-grade spirit stones." Yet soon snapping out of their elation, Su Qingtian couldn't help but ask, "Chainer, aren't these the cultivation resources your master gave you?" Su Chen's eyes lit up, an excuse handed to him on a silver platter. He promptly said, "You saw right through me. The Su clan is my home, and with the clan in crisis, it's my duty to help. Take these 3 billion low-grade spirit stones, father. I still have ample resources. Besides, my mysterious master is incredibly powerful. He doesn't care about such a trivial amount." He shifted all the blame onto that non-existent master. Su Chen couldn't reveal the system. It was his greatest trump card. Any other excuse would be riddled with holes, so claiming a powerful master was the simplest solution. Hearing this, Su Qingtian was completely reassured, his face beaming with joy. Good, truly a son of the Su clan. Su Yuanba said ecstatically, Shao Chen's master can casually give him 3 billion spirit stones for cultivation. He must have reached a terrifyingly high realm. Why fear the Wang family? Su Yunxian frowned and said, fourth brother, true strength comes from within. Our relying on others is never a lasting solution. Hearing this, Su Yuanba scratched his head sheepishly. I was just speaking offhand. Why take it so seriously, second brother? Su Qingtian suddenly spoke. Chainer, these are your spirit stones after all. Once we weather this crisis, we'll return the surplus to you. He didn't want to hinder Su Chen's cultivation progress. Su Chen's tone turned slightly firm. Father, I told you use these resources as you see fit, whether for training the clan disciples or for yourselves. I truly don't lack these spirit stones. As if to convince them, Su Chen waved his hand, and 3 spatial rings appeared in his right hand. See these rings. Each contains 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. If you run out, just tell me, I have no shortage of spirit stones. When they're gone, I'll ask my master for another 100 billion or so. Crack. A teacup slipped from Su Yunqian's hand and shattered on the floor with a crisp sound. Having just acquired 3 billion spirit stones, he thought the clan was secure and had reached for a drink, only for Su Chen to drop a bombshell. 9 billion more low-grade spirit stones. And if they ran out, he could just ask his master for another 100 billion. What kind of absurd master was this? Su Chen tossed the rings onto the table. See for yourselves if you don't believe me. Su Yunxian immediately examined each one, and sure enough, every ring held 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. He swallowed hard, glanced at his dumbfounded brothers, and silently nodded. The hall felt utterly silent. Everyone was too stunned to speak. The entire Wang family, after a millennium of accumulation, had barely 10 billion spirit stones in assets, and Su Chen had surpassed them with ease. Was the gap really this vast? Su Chen retrieved the 3 rings and said nonchalantly, 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. Truly not much. Though spoken calmly, the words struck like a critical blow, deeply unsettling them. 3 billion spirit stones, and it's not much. That's 3 billion. Do you even hear what you're saying? Su Chen continued, Father, as the young clan leader, I offer these 3 billion spirit stones for the clan's development. As I said, just tell me when you run out. I truly don't lack spirit stones. He had originally planned to offer some heavenly treasures as well, but on second thought, such things couldn't be rushed. The explanation would be too difficult, so he had only given the 3 billion spirit stones. The Su family treated him with sincerity, and Su Chen also very much enjoyed the environment of this family. Strengthening the Su family was something he aspired to. Moreover, he would inevitably become the head of the Su family in the future, so wanting to make the family stronger was only natural. Not long after, several senior members of the Su family walked out of the main hall, their expressions still dazed. Su Qingtian looked at the space ring in his hand, feeling as if everything that had happened today was unreal, like a dream. This was a staggering 30 billion low-grade spirit stones. Even if the Su family had no income at all, they could sustain themselves for at least 100 years. Su Qingtian directly handed the space ring to Su Qingyun and then said, Third brother, you should distribute the cultivation resources that were lacking last month to the clansmen. Su Qingyun immediately nodded all right. Su Qingtian hesitated for a moment and then continued, for the collateral branches, there's no need to worry for now. The cultivation resources for the direct line will triple starting next month. In his view, resources were meant for cultivation. Rather than letting them gather dust in the warehouse, it was better to directly provide them to the disciples in the clan for their training. Only by enhancing their strength could they gain more influence in this world. Su Qingyan nodded solemnly. All right, no problem. Mingyue City Wang family. This was an old power in the city, once the foremost of the 4 great families, incredibly strong, with 3 transformation stage experts within the clan. Today, the transformation stage experts from the 4 great families gathered at the Wang family. In the Wang family's meeting hall, the head of the Wang family, Wang Ming, sat in the main seat, with elder Wang Shou and the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Hao, to his left. On his right sat the head of the Li family, Li Feiqi, and the head of the He family, He Han Yuan. Aside from the servants serving tea, everyone else in the hall were transformation stage experts. Wang Ming surveyed the room, and then said calmly, Everyone, you have heard about Su Chen's incident, right? The head of the Wang family, Su Chen, that little bastard killed my 3rd brother. I will never rest until the Su family is destroyed. As long as you lead the way, I can immediately join you in annihilating the Su family. The Li family's strength was already weak, with only one transformation stage expert in the clan. The death of a nascent soul expert had a significant impact on them, which naturally infuriated Li Feiqi. If it weren't for the two transformation stage experts in the Su family, he would have rushed into the Su family to kill Su Chen long ago. There's no rush. Wang Ming calmly waved his hand and looked at Yuan Hao and He Hongyuan. What do the two family heads think? Wang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone somewhat cold. Today's meeting was to decide the camp of each party. Would they choose to help the Su family stand with the Wang family or remain neutral? Yuan Hao smiled and said the four great families are united, and the Yuan family is naturally willing to cooperate with the Wang family to eliminate the Su family. When the Yuan family spoke, everyone immediately turned to look at the He family. He Hongyuan was initially somewhat hesitant. The Su family had great potential, and he had allied with them before. But now that the three families had joined forces, if he stood with the Su family again, it was likely that the He family would also suffer in the end. He Hongyuan immediately laughed. What the Yuan family had said is correct. We four great families are one body, and we should naturally face the enemy, that is the Su family, together. The He family's strength was relatively weak, with only one transformation stage expert. Many times they had no choice at all. Wang Ming smiled. Since that's the case, we can consider this an agreement. Li Feiqi hastily asked Wang family head, when shall we go to destroy the Su family? His tone was filled with urgency. Although the Su family only had two nascent soul experts, their potential was immense. The second elder Su Qingyun was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, just a step away from the transformation stage. The third elder Su Yuanba was also in the late nascent soul stage, and it wouldn't take long for him to break through. The key was that there was now a gifted Su Chen emerging. Facing such a family with great potential, he was eager to wipe out the Su family to eliminate any future troubles. Both Yuan and he looked serious, glancing at Wang Ming, hoping he could make a decision. The Su family was indeed developing too rapidly. Since they had formed an alliance, they had to eliminate the Su family as soon as possible. Wang Ming shook his head. As the head of the family, I am at the late transformation stage, and within the clan there is also one at the mid-transformation stage and one at the early transformation stage. If we could destroy the Su family, I could have joined forces with the head of the Li family to eliminate them long ago. I did not take action, not because I did not want to, but because I dared not. Why? Li Feiqi immediately asked, his voice urgent. Everyone looked at Wang Ming with great curiosity. Did the Su family still have some hidden trump card that made the Wang family wary? Or were they concerned that the Su family might escape and return in the future? Wang Ming said with a serious expression, Su Hongyuan is not dead yet. What? How could he still be alive? Li Feiqi was shocked, fear evident on his face. Su Hongyuan, the old head of the Su family, was a half-step refining void expert. If he wasn't dead, then the alliance of the four great families would just be a joke. Yuan Hao also became anxious and quickly asked Wang family head, this matter is not a joke. When Su Hongyuan entered Mingyue City, he had only a breath left. Now over 10 years have passed, how could he still be alive? Back then the Su family only had two transformation stage experts. The four great families united against them, and it was impossible for the two transformation stage experts to establish themselves in Mingyue City. After all, the cake of Mingyue City was only so big, and the four great families had just divided it up. The emergence of a new transformation stage power was something none of the four wanted to see. Ultimately, the Su family did succeed in entering Mingyue City. It was Su Hongyuan, the old patriarch, who forced the four great families to yield. Without Su Hongyuan, the Su family could not have truly settled in Mingyue City. Wang Ming said calmly, rest assured everyone. Although Su Hongyuan is not dead, he is nearly there. I did not summon you to the Wang family to discuss how to destroy the Su family. After all, Su Hongyuan is a half-step refining void expert. Even if he still clings to life, he is not someone we can contend with. You all understand the Su family situation well. Their foundation in Mingyue City is still shallow, and their resources are scarce. As long as we impose sanctions on the Su family and cut off their access to resources, we can win without a fight. They have a complete nascent soul expert, Su Qingyun, while my Wang family also has a peak nascent soul expert, and both the Yuan and Li families do as well. As long as we can hold on, we will surely win. Wang Ming finished speaking in one breath, then stared intently at the others. Li Feiqi pondered for a moment, and then smiled. Wang family head's plan is brilliant. The Su family is just a group of paupers. I heard that last month the Su family only distributed 60% of their resources, so they must be nearing a dead end. As long as we cut off the Su family's resources, Su Qingyun will not be able to break through to the transformation stage, and Su Chen will have no cultivation resources. With this interplay, we will surely be able to easily take down the Su family. The Su family's own clansmen are on the brink of starvation. From a resource standpoint, any one of our four great families can easily toy with the Su family. The four great families quickly reached a consensus. They decided to impose economic sanctions on the Su family. The Su family's largest industry was their shops, which were the core of their business. As long as they could take away the customer flow from these shops, the Su family's income would be reduced by at least 80%. Soon they had a detailed strategy, a price war. With the Su family's weak foundation and low profits from their shops relying mainly on volume, they only needed to lower prices slightly to directly cripple the Su family's operations without shedding blood. Showa Street, Yulin Street, Fenghua Street. These three thoroughfares were the primary hub of the Su family's commercial enterprises. As the Su family members arrived preparing to commence business, they noticed an abundance of unfamiliar shops lining the streets. Initially, they paid little heed, but soon anomalies began to surface. These establishments peddled wares similar to their own, yet with a singular distinction: their prices were uniformly 20% lower than those of the Su family's stores. The goods sold by the Su family were of modest grade, primarily catering to ordinary cultivators. For such clientele, thrift was paramount. The 20% price reduction instantly drew a throng, including the Su family's former loyal patrons. Manager, I have completed my investigation. Within the Su family shop, a middle-aged man's countenance darkened, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Speak. Who dares to oppose the Su family? The reporting servant's expression was troubled, yet tinged with wariness. These shops are all backed by the four great families. The manager's face shifted abruptly. Are you certain all four are involved? I am certain. Nearly 60 new shops have opened, the majority belonging to the Wang family, while even the He family with the fewest has established 7. Upon hearing the servant's report, the manager's visage changed once more. The four great families uniting against the Su family. Their intent was unmistakably clear. Su Yu rose to his feet, then cautioned, "Do not provoke them." With that, he departed the shop and hastened toward the Su family estate. The matter was of grave import, demanding immediate report to the clan. In the Su family's council hall, nearly 30 individuals were seated, all wielding real power within the clan. Apart from the several elders, numerous collateral members were also present. Su Qingtian spoke with a grave countenance. I shall not mince words. Su Yu reports that the four great families have jointly opened shops to compete with us, selling identical goods at nearly 20% lower prices. What? Many in attendance were startled. The implication of this news immense. First, the alliance of the four great families. Did this signify they had all chosen sides? Su Yi frowned deeply. Our shop revenues are the lifeblood of the clan's operations. By this move, the four great families aim to sever our limbs. Without the income from their shops, the Su family could not sustain its 1,000+ members. Even the 3 billion spirit stones Su Chun had provided were not a permanent solution. Their lineage was not meant to endure for mere decades. The hall remained free of clamor or whispered exchanges. All faces were somber, lost in contemplation. A council was for devising solutions. Without a decision, idle words were superfluous. Suddenly, a stalwart, middle-aged man rose. He was Su Zhuang, a collateral member. There is another matter to report to the patriarch. Su Qingtian looked up. Speak. Su Zhuang's expression was troubled. I received news this morning, but have yet to report it. Several nascent soul mercenary bands that previously cooperated with our Su family have chosen to terminate their contracts, vowing to no longer supply us with resources. Upon inquiry, they claimed the Wang family coerced them with higher offers, forbidding any collaboration with us. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan's eyes blazed with terrifying, killing intent. The Wang family had gone too far. Nay, it was no longer just the Wang family. It was now the four great families. The resources sold by the various city clans came partly from their own expeditions for celestial treasures, but the majority were sourced through cooperation with mercenary bands. The mercenaries would seek out the treasures, and the clans would handle sales. With the mercenaries severing ties, the Su family shops were essentially doomed. Su Ye's expression was fraught with worry. Our Su family's foundation is shallow. Our shops rely on thin margins and high volume. If we lower prices by 20%, we will not only fail to earn spirit stones, but also incur losses. Our family is already in dire straits. What are we to do? Many of the Su family members bore anxious looks, though Su Qingtian and the others remained relatively composed. While the inability to earn spirit stones was a significant blow, they still had 30 billion spirit stones on hand, enough to sustain operations for an extended period. They only needed to find a solution within that time. Su Yinxian pondered deeply before speaking. Engaging in a price war with the four great families is a losing battle for us. It is wiser to retreat for now, reduce our investment in shops, and redirect manpower to more profitable ventures. For instance, forming our own mercenary band to seek celestial treasures or hunting demonic beasts in the Haoyue forest. Though this was a last resort, it was one of the few viable paths remaining for the Su family. Greetings, young patriarch. A respectful voice rang out from outside the hall. Moments later, Su Chen's figure entered the chamber. Su Yunxian immediately smiled. Come, Chainer, sit beside me. The onlookers were inwardly stirred. Su Yunxian, the great elder, inviting Su Chen to sit at his side. The implication was unmistakable. Of course, Su Chen's own formidable strength had already qualified him as a high-ranking member of the Su family. Su Chen did not stand on ceremony, taking his seat beside Su Yunxian. He swept his gaze across the hall and declared, there is no need for such complexity. Let the four great families indulge in their petty schemes, we need not pay them any heed. The purpose of opening shops is to sustain the clan, but our Su family does not lack resources. At these words, the assembly was taken aback. Many inwardly shook their heads. The young patriarch was still too young, failing to grasp the clan's dire predicament. Their coffers were nearly empty. How could they claim a lack of resources? Only the direct line high-ranking members knew of Su Chen's gift of 30 billion spirit stones. The rest were kept in the dark. After all, such a vast fortune, if widely known, could attract the covetous eyes of powerful beings. They understood the simple truth: innocence is no defense against the crime of possessing treasure. Su Qingtian, aware that his son was no fool, could not help but ask, Chainer, do you have a plan? Su Chen gave a faint smile, then handed Su Qingtian a spatial ring while transmitting his voice. Father, this contains 500,000 first-grade spirit-gathering pills and 130,000 second-grade rejuvenation pills. I obtained them from my master specifically for this purpose. Use them as you see fit. They will surely suffice to maintain the clan's operations. What? Su Qingtian shot to his feet, his eyes filled with sheer astonishment. 500,000 spirit-gathering pills and 130,000 rejuvenation pills. Was he serious? The entire stockpile of spirit-gathering pills in Bright Moon City was merely 1 to 200,000, while rejuvenation pills were far rarer, with a reserve of 10,000 considered ample. Su Yunxian and the other elders were also jolted. That expression was all too familiar. It mirrored Su Qingshan's reaction when Su Chen had presented the 30 billion spirit stones. Could it be? Su Qingshan's trembling hand took the spatial ring, and his divine sense probed within. What met his gaze were mountains of porcelain vials, each containing 5 round pills. It was real. Su Qingtian never expected that Su Chen could casually produce such a vast quantity of low-grade pills. He cast another glance at Su Chen, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. The son who had grown up by his side had become so utterly unfamiliar. Su Chen naturally understood his thoughts, so he said helplessly, I am a sacred body, and my master is also an immensely powerful cultivator. It's only reasonable for him to casually hand out hundreds of thousands of first-grade pills to his disciple as snacks, isn't it? Su Qingshan's lips twitched involuntarily. This brat was asking for a beating lately. Yet what Su Chen said made sense. He possessed a sacred-level physique, and his master was supremely formidable. In their eyes, 500,000 first-grade pills were precious, but in reality, they were not even as valuable as a single 6th-grade pill. If Su Chen Sr. was that powerful, this amount of pills truly meant nothing. Su Qingtian took a deep breath, then looked at the others in the hall and declared solemnly, from today onward, close all the shops. Everyone should rest for the time being. With the previous 3 billion low-grade spirit stones and all these pills, it was enough to sustain the Su family for a long time. By then, their strength would have surged, allowing them to contend with the 4 great clans. Moreover, Su Chen's talent was so exceptional that he would likely break through to the divine transformation stage within a few years, giving the clan 3 cultivators at that level. With the treasure to be auctioned at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in a few days, the Su family might even gain a 4th divine transformation cultivator in a short time. At these words, many present wore anxious expressions. Patriarch, we cannot do this. Our Su family has yet to establish a firm foothold. If we abandon even these assets, our future will be even more difficult. Su Qingtian waved his hand and said, Enough, I already have a plan for this. You need not worry. Hearing this, though filled with doubts, the crowd had nothing more to say. The Su family was not only united, but also highly obedient to the clan's commands. Even if they struggled to understand the reasoning behind such a decision, they chose to comply. Soon after the council meeting ended, only a few elders and Su Chen remained in the hall, each taking the spatial ring from Su Qingshan's hand to inspect its contents. Their expressions mirrored the earlier shock and disbelief. So many pills. No wonder the patriarch was so confident. Su Yuanba even gave Su Chen a big hug, exclaiming, "Xiao Chen, you are truly a blessing for our Su family." The other elders also smiled, their hearts filled with joy. Su Chen was not only the clan's future, but had also helped resolve such a massive crisis. Su Qingshan's eyes shone with deep gratification. Having Su Chen was the Su family's fortune. In 4 days, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion holds its auction. Su Chen, why not accompany your second uncle? The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's auction. Su Chen immediately caught on. Is it for the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid? The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was not a power within Bright Moon City, it merely conducted business there. In truth, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was more formidable than any faction in the city, with branches spanning the entire eastern domain. The Xintian realm was divided into 4 domains, east, west, south, and north, and Bright Moon City lay in a corner of the eastern domain. That the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion could establish shops across the entire eastern domain spoke volumes about its immense power. Su Yinshin chuckled. Indeed. Normally we wouldn't be able to compete for it, but with those 3 billion spirit stones, the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid is destined to be ours. The Spirit Essence Jade Liquid was a precious celestial treasure containing the essence of heaven and earth. It could aid a nascent soul cultivator in breaking through to the divine transformation stage without any side effects. At this critical juncture, whoever obtained the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid would tip the balance of power. With Su Chen already in the clan acquiring, it would soon grant the Su family 4 divine transformation cultivators. Su Chen naturally did not refuse and agreed to accompany them. After leaving the meeting hall, he returned to his courtyard. Greetings, young master. In the courtyard, a girl of exquisite beauty was sweeping. Seeing Su Chen enter, she promptly bowed respectfully. This girl was named Hanqi. She had been sold into the Su family by her parents as a child. Diligent and meticulous Su Qingtian had assigned her to attend to Su Chen's daily needs. Su Chen nodded faintly and found a spot to sit. Hanqi instinctively moved behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Su Chen's face showed pure contentment. The life of a young master was indeed pleasant. Hanqi, how long have you been with me? After a moment's thought, she replied, Young master, it has been 11 years and 5 months. Her voice was melodious and carried a gentle femininity, who just hearing it hinted at her beauty. Su Chen was surprised. He had asked casually, yet Hanqi remembered so precisely. How do you find living in the Su family? At his question, Hanx's face filled with panic. She knelt and pleaded, Young master, please don't send me away. If I've done something wrong, I can change. Su Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected his simple query to provoke such a reaction. He then realized that as the young heir of the Su family, his status meant that every word and action could have significant consequences and stir up all sorts of thoughts among the servants. Asking her how she felt about living in the Su family could easily be interpreted as dissatisfaction with her. Realizing this, Su Chen shook his head with a wry smile. He stepped forward, lifted Hanx's chin, and looked into her tearful eyes. I have no intention of sending you away. Seeing his gentle smile, Hanx's face showed a dazed expression. The former Su Chen, though not harsh, had always been cold and distant, never so approachable. Standing so close, Hanx's little heart began to race uncontrollably. Snapping back to reality, she realized his words were not what she had feared. Blushing, she said, Young master, I am very happy living in the Su family. I truly love it here. Su Chen nodded and handed her a spatial ring. With a calm expression, he said, Inside are some cultivation resources and techniques. You have a mid-grade spiritual root. Cultivate diligently to improve your strength. As my personal maid, don't bring shame to me. Thank you, young master. Hanx's face lit up with joy as she quickly expressed her gratitude. Taking the spatial ring, she immediately inspected its contents. One look and she was utterly stunned. So many spirit stones. There were nearly 50,000 spirit stones, along with a treasured sword and 2 profound-grade low-level techniques. As a servant of the Su family, her monthly salary was only 70 spirit stones. It would take her ages to save up 50,000 spirit stones, yet Su Chen had just given them to her outright. And there were profound-grade low-level techniques. Such items usually cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, with higher quality ones reaching millions. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hanqi immediately cowed out to Su Chen, her demeanor one of profound thankfulness. Thank you, young master. At that moment, she would willingly face any danger for him. Su Chen inwardly marveled. Was it that these people had never seen much, or was he simply too extravagant? He rose slowly and walked toward the courtyard gate. Come accompany me for a stroll outside. Moonlight City. Su Chen walked slowly along the main street, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Though he had perfectly inherited the original owner's memories, he still wished to witness this world with his own eyes. Watching the bustling crowds on the street, a look of intoxication spread across Chen's face. To be alive, how wonderful. In the blink of an eye, he had roamed Moonlight City for nearly 3 hours, eating and drinking his way through its signature delicacies along the way. 100 fragrances in. Chen halted before a tavern. Though not large in scale, it was exquisitely decorated and drew a steady stream of patrons. Let's take a look inside. Having never visited this place before, he decided to step in. Welcome, esteemed guest. Just the two of you. The attendant at the entrance of 100 fragrances in rushed forward warmly. Chen replied coolly, yes. 2 distinguished guests. The attendant immediately called out loudly, then lowered his head respectfully and said to Chen, please come right this way, sir. Watching the constant flow of people, Chen asked with mild curiosity, what makes this place special? Why so many customers? He had visited many establishments that afternoon, several far more luxurious than 100 fragrances, and yet none drew even half its crowd. The attendant smiled and said, you may not know, sir, but 100 fragrances in is graced by Lady Jing, one of Moonlight City's 10 beauties. Every evening she draws lots, and the table she selects gets to share a meal with her. A look of realization dawned on Chen's face. So it was because of Yang Jingru. He had seen all 10 beauties of Moonlight City. 9 held lofty positions, but Yang Jingru alone came from a humble background with neither power nor influence. Among the 10 beauties, each possessed unparalleled grace. Such drawing power was only natural. How intriguing. Chen wore an expression of detached amusement. He wasn't particularly interested in Yang Jingru herself. He simply wished to partake in the lively atmosphere. Having been trapped in the void of solitude for so long, he yearned for such fervent energy. Chen casually ordered 5 small dishes and a pot of wine, then began to eat quietly, while Hanshi respectfully poured his wine from the side. Before long, a graceful figure ascended the elevated stage of 100 fragrances in. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, her face veiled by a light silk, she exuded an ethereal and striking aura. One glance was enough to captivate the soul. Lady Jingru. Lady Jingru, choose me. I've been coming here for a whole month. I've been coming for half a year. Nonsense. Lady Jingru has only been at 100 fragrances in for 3 months. Keep boasting. 100 fragrances in erupted into a clamor. Men at every table began to cheer, their eyes burning with longing. Yang Jingru's gaze remained calm as she swept her eyes across the room, preparing to select her dining companion for the day. As a woman, she deeply resented having to trade her beauty for resources. Yet she had no other choice. This was the most efficient path. 100 fragrances in would give her 30% of its total profits, and all she had to do was dine with guests twice a day. Suddenly, Yang Jingru's pupils contracted sharply as she stared toward a corner of the inn. There sat a young man with striking features and an extraordinary bearing. Chen, the young master of the Su family. Why was he here? Could it be that he too had come for me? A flicker of joy surged in Yang Jingru's heart, and she unhesitatingly chose Chen's table. Seeing this, her attendant immediately stood and announced loudly, Lady Jingru has selected table 15. Table 15. The crowd began searching quickly, spotting Chen. Some furrowed their brows. Why did that man seem familiar? Chen was a prominent figure in Moonlight City, but not everyone had the chance to see him. Most had only heard his name, and only a few had actually laid eyes on him. When Chen heard that Yang Jingru had chosen him, his brow furrowed slightly. He turned his head to glance at Yang Jingru. Their eyes met, but after a brief look, Chen immediately looked away, gesturing for Hanshi to pour more wine. His demeanor was utterly indifferent. Bang! From another corner of 100 fragrances in, at table 79, sat a young man in his 20s. Dressed in luxurious attire, he clearly came from an extraordinary background. Zhonghin's face was icy with fury. That brat gets to dine with Lady Jingru, yet he dares to act so arrogantly. Without a second word, he rose and strode towards Chen. His attendants followed close behind, their expressions fierce and menacing. Hey you! Zhonghin walked straight up to Chen. Glancing at Hanshi, he let out a lecherous smirk. Not bad, this little beauty. Name your price. They'll buy her. Hanshi shuddered at his words, panic rising in her heart. In powerful circles, buying and selling servants was common. She feared Chen might accept the offer and sell her off. Zhonghin had no real intention of buying Hanshi. His true goal was to stir up trouble and teach this insolent fool a lesson for slighting Lady Jingru. In his mind, anyone honored to dine with Lady Jingru should be overjoyed. Chen's calm demeanor felt like an insult to her, a disrespect to his goddess. Chen lifted his head, his tone icy. Since I'm still in a decent mood, get lost now. Zhongheen froze stunned that Su Chen would dare speak to him like that. His face darkened and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Are you talking to me, boy? The four thugs beside him immediately stepped forward. Each exuded formidable auras. All were Foundation establishment cultivators with the strongest at the early Golden Core stage. This kid is done for. How could he provoke Zhao? The Zhao family has 3 nascent soul elders backing them. Once Zhao sets his sights on you, you're finished. Serves him right. Didn't you see his expression earlier? He looked down on Lady Jingro, biting the hand that feeds him. Teach him a good lesson, Master Zhao. 100 fragrances erupted in jeers. Many were irritated by Su Chen's aloof demeanor. Yang Jingru watched in panic as Zhongheen recklessly charged at Su Chen. Do you even know who he is? He's the young master of the Su family, a peerless genius who killed a late nascent soul cultivator. If he gets angry, the entire Zhao family might be annihilated. Yang Jingru opened her mouth to intervene, but after a moment of thought chose to stay on the sidelines. Zhongheen meant nothing to her, and there was no reason to risk offending Su Chen for his sake. To her, someone of Su Chen's caliber was not someone she could afford to provoke. Zhongheen's voice dripped with venom. You dare tell me to get lost? No one can save you today. Drag him out of 100 fragrances in and break his limbs on the street. The 100 fragrance and also had a nascent soul stage powerhouse backing it, so he naturally dared not cause too much trouble there. The 4 servants immediately grinned viciously as they advanced towards Su Chen, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Su Chen's eyes turned slightly cold, a trace of impatience flickering across his face. The wonderful mood he had today was utterly ruined. He raised his hand and grabbed the very air seeming to compress. The 4 servants were directly crushed, blood gushing forth like a spring. The 4 were slain in an instant. Then Su Chen grabbed a chopstick and shot it out, piercing directly through Zhao throat. Zhao collapsed to his knees, his pupils beginning to dilate as he clutched his throat, disbelief etched on his face. What had just happened? You dare to kill me? The Zhao family won't let you off. Zhao reacted, opening his mouth with difficulty to speak. Su Chen did not reply. Such an insignificant ant did not even deserve his attention. Moments later, Zhao could hold on no longer. He fell straight backward, blood streaming from his neck. His eyes were filled with despair and anguish, and also regret. Why had he provoked this man? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Even if the Zhao family sought vengeance against him, what did that have to do with him? Death meant everything was over. Seeing Zhao killed the 100 fragrance and fell into dead silence, the guests coming and going had looks of utter terror in their eyes. How could he dare to kill Zhao? Was he not afraid of the Zhao family's retaliation? Su Chen's ruthless methods left them not even daring to breathe loudly. Too ferocious. Yang Jingru's heart also trembled. She had not expected Su Chen to directly kill Zhao. At the same time, ripples stirred in her beautiful eyes. If only she could marry Su Chen, even as a concubine, she would accept it. Powerful and high status, what woman wouldn't like that? A formidable aura instantly enveloped the 100 fragrance in. Nascent soul stage. The hearts of everyone present jolted. Had a nascent soul expert appeared so quickly? The newcomer was a slightly plump, middle-aged man, a hint of anxiety on his face. When he spotted Su Chen in the corner, he hurried over and bowed respectfully. I am Dongji, the steward of the 100 fragrance, and paying respects to young Master Su. Dongji's face was filled with fear and unease, worried that Su Chen might annihilate him as well. Others might not recognize Su Chen, but as a nascent soul cultivator, how could he not know the young master of the Su family? A few days ago, the city was abuzz with rumors Su Chen had killed Li Qiu, a latest-stage nascent soul expert of the Li family. Even in an unknown fight, Dongji, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, was no match for Su Chen, let alone the fact that Su Chen had the entire Su family backing him. What? Seeing Dongji bow directly to Su Chen, the crowd in the 100 fragrance and was shocked. What was going on? Young Master Su. No. Could he be so young and able to make a nascent soul cultivator bow? It could only be Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. Oh my goodness, Zhao had kicked a steel plate. Picking a fight with anyone, why did he have to provoke Su Chen and even harass his maidservant? If Su Chen was so indifferent to Miss Jingro, it all made perfect sense. Among the 10 great beauties of Bright Moon City, as long as Su Chen was willing, all 10 would likely marry him. Why would he need just Yang Jingru? Su Chen glanced at him indifferently, slowly stood up, and turned to leave. How utterly dull. Hanshi, let's go home. The two then departed from the 100 fragrance inn. Watching their backs, Dongji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Chen did not vent his anger on him, it was the best outcome. On the high platform of the inn, Yang Jingru bit her red lips, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Damn it, that cursed Zhao Heen. If not for him ruining things, I could have had a meal with him today. The crowd in the 100 fragrance and only dared to breathe heavily after Su Chen had left, yet they remained quiet for a while before resuming their noisy chatter. The Wang family. Reporting to the master the situation is even better than you anticipated. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, asking with some surprise, "What do you mean?" The Wang family steward immediately spoke again. "Master, all the Su family shops have closed. Not a single one remains open." Wang Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. "The Su family trying to compete with me. You're still too green. As soon as I secure the spirit essence jade liquid, the day I destroy your Su family will be within reach." Just then Wang Ming frowned and waved his hand at the steward. "You may leave now." The steward bowed respectfully and turned to depart. However, shortly after he left, a figure leaped in through the window. Dressed in a black robe with a concealed face, it was impossible to discern who it was. The newcomer clasped his hands in salute to Wang Ming and spoke solemnly. Today there was a change in the Su family. Su Chen gave Su Qingtian a spatial ring. I don't know what was inside, but they seem to have found a way to resolve their predicament. Wang Ming's eyes narrowed. "Can you be more specific?" The newcomer continued. "No, Su Qingtian and his son probably communicated telepathically at the time, so I don't know the details. But when Su Qingtian later ordered the shops closed, he seemed quite confident, so you should be careful." With that, he said no more and turned to leave. Wang Ming picked up his teacup, pondered for a long time, and finally let out a contemptuous laugh. Su Qingtian, just putting on a show. I know the Su family better than you, Su Qingtian. If you really have a solution, I'll write my name backward." Wang Ming was extremely confident. He was certain that Su Qingtian could not have found a real solution. At most, it was a temporary fix. Still, a hint of anxiety gnawed at him. Su Chen's talent was too formidable. If he managed to break through to the deity transformation stage, it would surely become a major threat. Once I secure the spirit essence jade liquid, I must act quickly. The Su family. Su Chen had just returned to his courtyard when Su Yuanbao rushed over hastily, his face full of urgency. "Xiao Chen, come with me quickly." Seeing Su Yuanbao's grave expression, Su Chen immediately stood up. "Third uncle, has something happened?" Su Yuanbao said gloomily. "The old master has awakened and insists on seeing you, younger generation." The old master. Su Chen was startled. Could it be that he was still alive? He extended his divine sense and immediately detected a powerful yet feeble aura within the Su residence. Half-step void refinement, Su Hanyuan. As a mid-stage saint-level supreme powerhouse, Su Chen naturally had nothing that could escape his detection. He simply had never pried into the Su family's affairs before. Soon they entered the main courtyard, then made a few turns before entering a hidden underground passage. Logically, a tunnel should be damp and cold. But this passage was warm and dry, exceptionally comfortable to stay in. At the deepest end of the tunnel, an elderly man with a haggard face sat cross-legged on a clean cushion. His expression was feeble, his eyes dim and lifeless, as if he could die at any moment. Before the old man stood all the direct descendants, including the elders and their children. However, the number was not large, only 23 in total. Seeing Su Chen approach, Su Qingtian immediately said, "Chener, come pay respects to your grandfather." Su Chen hurried forward and bowed respectfully. "Grandson pays respects to grandfather." Su Hanyuan struggled to open his eyes, his murky gaze falling upon Su Chen. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as he spoke in a hoarse, low voice. "Qingtian says you're our Su family's great prodigy with an extraordinary spirit root." A violent fit of coughing erupted. Su Chen wanted to step forward, but Su Hanyuan waved a hand. "Don't bother with me, it's an old ailment." Su Hanyuan took a couple of deep breaths and continued, "You are all the future pillars of our clan. I hope you can lead the Su family to greater heights. Your grandfather's time is short. I fear I cannot accompany you much longer." Though it was their first meeting, Su Chen could feel the kindness and affection emanating from Su Hanyuan. Su He's daughter Su Qianqian had tears glistening in her eyes, sobbing softly. A wave of sorrow permeated the underground chamber. A look of grief also clouded Su Qingshan's eyes, along with deep self-reproach. Su Hongyuan's current state was in truth all because of him. If not for that incident back, then his father would never have fallen to such a state. A cultivator at the half-step void refining realm should have a lifespan of at least 5,000 years. That Su Hanyuan had become like this at just 1,500 years old. All of it was his fault. Damn it. Su Qingtian clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resentment. Su Hanyuan turned his head to look at Su Qingtian, a gentle smile on his face. "Child, it's all right. Everything is fated. That matter back then wasn't your fault. Don't be too hard on yourself." Su Qingtian remained silent, his fists clenched and his body trembling as he fought to suppress the grief within. Over a decade had passed since the Su family entered Bright Moon City, and this was the first time Su Hongyuan had summoned them all. This also meant that his life was nearing its end. Su Hongyuan said helplessly, "I heard from Qing Yun that the 4 great families are joining forces against you. It's a pity I can only stay here in the Su estate, unable to use my last remaining strength to clear the path for you." A formation was set up here. He was connected to it, relying on absorbing the earth's power to sustain his life. The moment he left the formation, he would wither away quickly. Even if he wished to use his final strength to help the Su family, he was utterly powerless. Su Qingjian's eyes were filled with grief as he said, "Father, you have already done so much for us. There is no need for this. You have accompanied us this far. We can walk the rest of the way ourselves." A weak smile appeared on Su Hongyuan's face. "Then, I can rest assured." On the other side, Su Chen stared intently at Su Hongyuan. The old man's condition seemed somewhat unusual. He sensed that Su Hongyuan's faint life force was not due to a depleted lifespan, but rather because his physical body and soul were frail. This was usually a result of having burned vital blood essence or used some forbidden technique that caused a backlash, damaging his own body. Su Hongyuan swept his gaze over them once more, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said in a calm tone, "To see you all one last time, I have no regrets in this life. All of you leave now. I wish to be alone in peace for a while." Su Qingtian and the others were all stricken with grief. They knew there would be no next meeting. The aura of life on Su Hongyuan was rapidly fading. He could hold on for at most 2 or 3 more days. Although Su Hongyuan had never left this underground chamber since entering Bright Moon City, he was still the pillar of the Su family. Without him, the Wang family would have long allied with the Yuan and Li families to attack the Su estate. If not for the fear of Su Hongyuan's lingering might, how could the 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Su family have withstood the combined forces of the 3 families? To be precise, it was 4 families, as the He family's initial alliance with the Su family was also largely due to Su Hongyuan. Suddenly, Su Minghu, the eldest son of Su Qingshan, spoke up. "Grandfather, is there really no way to save you? There are plenty of heavenly treasures in Bright Moon City that can extend one's life. They're not particularly hard to obtain." The other younger members also turned to look at Su Hongyuan, their eyes full of doubt. Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, a doting expression on his face. "Grandfather's illness is not a matter of lifespan. It is the withering of my blood and qi. Nothing short of a miraculous substance can save me, and such things are exceedingly rare in this world. The fact that you have this thought in your heart already makes your grandfather very happy." A look of deep dejection filled Su Minghu's eyes. The Su family valued kinship. Even though this was their first meeting with Su Hongyuan, blood was thicker than water. None of them wished to see him die so soon. Although Su Hongyuan appeared resigned, they could all sense a profound helplessness in the old man. No one wished to die, and Su Hongyuan was no different. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly spoke up. "Father, I would like to stay behind and have a private word with grandfather. Is that all right?" Su Qingtian nodded silently, his expression bleak, and turned to leave the underground chamber without a word. The others said nothing more. Su Chen now held a high status within the clan, and they owed him this much respect, so they all filed out of the chamber. Soon only Su Chen and Su Hongyuan remained in the entire underground chamber. Su Hongyuan's face was kind, but his voice was feeble. "Child, what do you wish to say to me?" Su Chen was silent for a moment before asking curiously, "Grandfather, what would it take to save you?" Regardless of the reason, he did not want Su Hongyuan to die like this. Hearing this, Su Hongyuan shook his head with a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Are you thinking of asking your master for help? Qing Tian told me about your situation, but my case is different. If it had been a few years earlier, perhaps there might have been hope. But now, with my vital essence dried up, my meridians shattered, and my physical body collapsing, any treasure capable of saving me would need to be at least of the heaven grade. And it would have to be a miraculous treasure of the highest order, one that can revive the dead and regrow bones." Su Hongyuan's voice was low, urging Su Chen not to waste his efforts on him. Su Qingtian had told him about Su Chen having a master. But in Su Hongyuan's view, his own problems were too severe. It was already beyond hope. Suddenly, a vast wave of life force surged within the underground chamber, so potent that it invigorated Su Hongyuan's faint aura. Su Hongyuan's pupils contracted sharply. He stared in disbelief at the crimson fruit in Su Chen's hand. The fruit was marked with golden veins swirling with Dao rhythm and brimming with life essence. It was clearly no ordinary object. Su Chen said calmly, "Grandfather, it's only heaven grade. This item is called the Earth Treasury Fruit. It can revive the dead and regrow bones." It should be more than sufficient to resolve your condition. Su Hongyuan's eyes widened, his previously feeble face flushed with excitement. Though he did not know what this fruit was, he was certain that consuming it would surely cure his ailment. Heaven grade. Truly heaven grade. This was also given to you by your master. When Su Qingtian told him that Su Chun had a master, he had assumed it was just a cultivator at the Unity realm. So he never imagined Su Chun could produce a treasure of the heaven grade. But Su Chun had given him a tremendous surprise. This suggested that his master was far more powerful than he had realized. Without a flicker of hesitation, Su Chun said, "Of course. Heaven grade isn't exactly a rare treasure." As he spoke, Su Chun opened his system backpack and glanced at it. Earth Treasury Fruits, 3120. Over 3,000 remaining, no big deal. Su Chun handed the Earth Treasury Fruit to Su Hongyuan. "Old man, try this first and see if it works. If not, I'll give you something stronger." Something stronger? Su Hongyuan shuddered. "Do you have a higher grade item than this Earth Treasury Fruit?" He was momentarily stunned. Had the world changed so drastically in the mere decade he had spent in that underground chamber? "Chainer, just what kind of master do you have?" Faced with Su Hongyuan's question, Su Chun replied with a bewildered expression, "I don't know. He never told me about his background. I made it all up myself. If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Sometimes a simple lie works better. A perfectly crafted one is full of holes." In any case, Su Chun pleaded complete ignorance. Even if they were suspicious, they could find no evidence. And without evidence, this became the truth. Su Hongyuan did not dwell on it. His face was filled with intense emotion. "I never imagined that the one to save me would be a junior." The grandfather and grandson had never met before, yet at their first encounter, Su Chun had bestowed such a great gift upon him. Su Chun said with a smile, "We're family." Family. Hearing these words, Su Hongyuan said no more. He took the Earth Treasury Fruit from Su Chun and swallowed it directly. Instantly, an incredibly rich life force flowed through his body. His withered meridians revived rapidly like a dead tree blooming in spring. His aged flesh also quickly grew younger and more elastic. Su Hongyuan's appearance transformed from that of a decrepit old man to a man in his 60s within moments. But this was not the end. The life force of the Earth Treasury Fruit continued to circulate within him. After several dozen more breaths, the life force of the Earth Treasury Fruit was finally exhausted. The aura emanating from Su Hongyuan became immensely powerful, and his appearance returned to that of a middle-aged man, majestic and extraordinary. "I have recovered." Su Hongyuan's face was brimming with excitement. A single Earth Treasury Fruit had healed all his injuries and restored his cultivation to its former peak. Half-step void refining realm. "Chainer, this is all thanks to you." Su Hongyuan looked at Su Chun with eyes full of affection. If not for this young grandson of his, he would likely have died in 2 days. Su Chun smiled. "It's nothing." Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Su Hongyuan was even more astounded. Su Hongyuan calmed his surging emotions and took a deep breath. "I may need to go into seclusion to break through to the void refining realm. I won't be able to come out for a while." The Earth Treasury Fruit had not only restored his body, but also allowed him to touch the bottleneck of the void refining realm. So he intended to seize this opportunity to break through in one go. Su Chun bowed. "Then I will take my leave, grandfather." Su Hongyuan nodded, his eyes following Su Chin's retreating figure, a flicker of thought within them. For some reason, he always felt that this grandson was extraordinary, as if he harbored a great secret. Apart from that mysterious master, there must be other things they didn't know. But Su Hongyuan didn't ask. Everyone has their secrets as long as Su Chun didn't harm the Su family. Chainer has grown up. It seems I need to find an opportunity to tell him about that matter. Su Hongyuan murmured to himself before withdrawing his gaze. His calm heart stirred again. Feeling the power surging through his body, his face was filled with exhilaration. If he could break through to the void refining realm this time, the Su family could directly control the entire Bright Moon City. By monopolizing most of the city's interests, the Su family would become even stronger. When Su Chun emerged from the underground chamber, most people had already left, leaving only Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian. Su Qingtian sighed helplessly. "The formation has been activated. It seems the old man doesn't want us to go back in. Come on, Chainer, let's go home." With that, Su Qingtian turned and left his back, appearing somewhat dejected. Su Chun didn't mention Su Hongyuan's situation. Everyone in the Su family would naturally know when he emerged from seclusion. Su Yunxian was also about to leave. Su Chun asked, "Second uncle, do you know anything about my mother?" Su Yunxian halted abruptly, his expression unnatural. "Isn't your mother dead? Why are you asking about this?" Su Chun shook his head. "Just curious." Su Yunxian said no more and hurried away. Watching his retreating figure, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. It seemed there were things about the Su family he didn't know. From what he understood, the Su family was not originally from Bright Moon City, but from another place in the eastern domain thousands of miles away. At that time, the Su family was not called the Su family, but the Clear Wind Gang, specializing in robbery and plunder. Only after some upheaval did they travel thousands of miles to Bright Moon City, as if they were fleeing from something. Although Su Yunxian had not answered directly, it was clear that it had something to do with his mother. He'll have to find a time to ask about this. Su Chen murmured softly, then turned and left. The next morning, it was the day the family distributed cultivation resources. All direct descendants went to Su He's place to collect them. Su Minghu held a Qianquan pouch in his hand, a look of confusion on his face. In the past, resources were always given directly. Why were they packed in a Qianquan pouch this time? Qianquan pouches were small storage equipment, inexpensive and almost essential for cultivators, while spatial rings were much more precious. After all the direct descendants had received their resources and left Su He's courtyard, they began to inspect them. Why so much? Su Minghu's eyes were full of shock. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 return origin pills. Isn't this too much? Previously, the direct descendants would basically receive 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones as resources with an occasional pill. This month's distribution was almost 10 times the usual amount. I also got 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 return origin pills. I have 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and 30 spirit gathering pills. I only have 15,000 low-grade spirit stones and 20 spirit gathering pills. The group murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with shock. Although the resources differed, they were all 10 times the previous amount. Among the direct descendants, those with different cultivation levels naturally received different amounts. Qi condensation cultivators got only spirit gathering pills, while foundation establishment cultivators received return origin pills. Su Minghu immediately walked back into the courtyard and said to Su He, fourth elder, what's going on? The family is in such difficulty. Why are you giving me so many resources? Su Shanshan, the youngest daughter of fifth elder Su Yunpeng, who was only at the mid-stage of Qi condensation, also chimed in. Yes, fifth uncle. Getting through the family's crisis is most important. We can manage without resources for a few months. A group of direct descendants expressed their desire to return the resources. Su He smiled and said, all right, stop this nonsense. You are the future of the family. What could be more important than you? These resources are by the patriarch's orders. Just take them. Besides, the Su family is not short of resources now. You just need to cultivate well. Why worry about family matters? Su He spoke with authority, leaving no room for rebuttal from the group of juniors, and directly expelled them. Currently, aside from a few elders and the family head, no one knew that the Su family was not lacking in resources, not even the direct descendants. Su Yunqian's eldest son Su Yuza was the strongest among the younger generation, having reached the peak of foundation establishment. Su Yuza said with determination, since the family values us so highly, we should not shirk our responsibilities, but instead focus on our cultivation and give back to the family once we grow stronger. Upon hearing Su Yuza's words, they ceased further discussion. The cultivation resources for the direct line of the Su family had surged, but there was no impact on the collateral branches. They still received what they were entitled to. The direct line was the core of the Su family. They would always be members of the Su family. In contrast, the collateral branches could either be part of the Su family or not. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. This was the largest trading company in Mingyue City, offering treasures of all kinds from low to high, including items of the divine transformation stage. If you had higher demands, as long as you paid a deposit, they could even arrange for items from higher level branches. Su Chen followed Su Yunxian to participate in the auction today. A refining void stage expert. Su Chen's eyes were calm. With just one glance, he knew a powerful refining void stage expert was stationed within the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. As expected of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, they have so many strong experts, even dispatching a refining void stage to oversee the branch. Since today was the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's auction, all major forces in Mingyue City gathered, making the pavilion very lively, an appeal unmatched by other trading companies. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion held its auction once a year each time, featuring countless treasures, far surpassing any other trading company in Mingyue City. This was the fundamental reason it could become the leader in the city. Isn't that the Su family? How dare they come to participate in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's auction? Can they even afford the things here? Li Feiqi stood at a distance, his face expressionless as he spoke mockingly. Although there had been some discord between the Li and Su families in the past, there had been no public conflict. However, ever since Li Qiu was killed by Su Chen, the relationship between the Li and Su families had become extremely hostile. Su Yunqian's expression was indifferent. What does it matter to you? After saying this, he took Su Chen into the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Li Feiqi trembled with rage, his eyes filled with killing intent. Su Yunqian, I wonder how long you can keep this up. The arrival of the Su family immediately attracted the attention of many. The Su family actually came to the 10,000 treasures pavilion auction. Didn't they say they were so poor they couldn't even afford a meal? Yeah, I also heard that the Su family closed down their shops and the resources distributed last month within the clan were halved. How could they still have spirit stones for the auction? I heard this auction features treasures like the spirit essence jade liquid, but based on previous prices, this item should auction for at least 100 million spirit stones. The Su family surely cannot afford it. Voices of discussion suddenly erupted. It was common knowledge that the Su family was lacking in spirit stones. Members of the four great families couldn't help but ridicule the Su family when they saw them attending. The Su family is just a bunch of paupers. How could they hope to compete for the spirit essence jade liquid? It's nothing but a pipe dream. Outsiders might not fully understand the Su family's situation and could only rely on hearsay, but the four great families knew very well that the current Su family was in dire straits. They would be impressive to even scrape together 1 million spirit stones. As the mocking voices continued, Su Yunqian showed no reaction, but Su Chen began to feel irritated. Damn it, do they enjoy mocking us? This time my Su family will take everything home. He had already decided that regardless of what it was, he would buy it outright. Soon nearly everyone was seated. The 10,000 treasures pavilion auction was not open to just anyone who had operated on an invitation basis, so only invited guests could enter. Thus those who attended were mostly cultivators or forces of foundation establishment or above in Minghui City. Those below the foundation establishment stage could only accompany their elders. An elderly man in his 60s slowly walked onto the auction stage, smiling. Everyone, I am Zhu Li, the manager of the 10,000 treasures pavilion. We are all old acquaintances, so I believe you all know me. This auction will be presided over by me, and I ask everyone to behave during the process and not disrupt the order of the auction. As he spoke, an extremely powerful aura emanated from him, causing everyone in the hall to feel a sudden shock. Refining void stage. Zhu Li continued with a smiling face. All right, I won't waste any more time. Let's start the auction immediately. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and 3 round pills appeared on the stone platform beside him. The first item, a 3rd grade pill, the transformation pill, which significantly increases the probability of forming a fetus with a starting bid of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many first-time attendees at the 10,000 treasures pavilion auction were astonished. Starting with a 3rd grade transformation pill, it was truly worthy of being the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Su Yunqian's expression remained calm. Although the transformation pill was precious, it was not considered a rare treasure in Minghui City. As long as one was willing to pay spirit stones, it could generally be bought. 510,000 spirit stones. 530,000 spirit stones. The bidding voices continued, quickly reaching 800,000 spirit stones, which was a normal price for a transformation pill. 800,000 spirit stones. Is anyone going to increase their bid? Zhu Li smiled as he looked around, seeing no one else speaking. He continued, 800,000 once, 800,000 twice. I bid 1 million. Su Chen's calm voice rang out. Su Yunqian immediately turned to look at Su Chen, his eyes filled with confusion. Didn't you already form a fetus? However, thinking of the 100 billion low-grade spirit stones, he had Su Yunqian turned back again, no longer paying attention. Now Su Chen was extravagantly wealthy. Spending 1 million seemed no problem. The auction fell into silence as everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Chen, especially the one who had bid 800,000, whose expression turned a bit speechless. Does your Su family still need this kind of pill? Li Feiqi laughed loudly. The Su family truly deserves their name. They are unique in their own way, even scrambling to buy such trash pills. Perhaps the Su family can only afford this transformation pill. Ha ha. Mocking voices echoed throughout the auction, but those laughing were primarily members of the 4 great families. Others, even if they wanted to laugh, did not dare to do so openly. Though the Su family was poor, their strength was evident, making them not someone they could provoke. Zhu Li continued, 1 million once. Twice. 3 times sold. Congratulations to Su Chen, the young clan leader, for purchasing 3 transformation pills. Next we will auction the second item, a 4th grade pill of all spirits, starting at 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Next up for auction is the second item, a 4th grade myriad spirit pill, starting bid at 3 million low-grade spirit stones. A myriad spirit pill. The members of the 4 great clans all tensed up. Such a pill was actually being offered this time. The effect of the myriad spirit pill was quite simple. It could directly allow a nascent soul cultivator to break through a minor realm effective until the nascent soul stage was perfected. Even in Bright Moon City, this kind of pill was a treasure rarely found on the market. No one expected the auction to present the Myriad Spirit Pill as only the second item. According to the rules of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, 15 items were auctioned each year, each better than the last. If the second item was already a Myriad Spirit Pill, the subsequent ones would surely be even finer. The four great clans withdrew their gazes, deciding to save their spirit stones for later. In particular, the Spirit Essence Jade Liquid was something all four clans desired. 350,000 spirit stones. A nascent soul cultivator spoke up, and immediately bids rose one after another within the hall. 360,000 spirit stones. 390,000 spirit stones. The price gradually climbed, and the number of bids dwindled, finally settling at 600,000 spirit stones. Julie announced 600,000 going once. 650,000. Su Chen's voice rang out calmly, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Many looked on with confusion. What was going on? Hadn't they heard that the Su family had hardly any spirit stones left? How could they still spend 650,000 on a Myriad Spirit Pill? Li Feiqi narrowed his eyes and said mockingly, "This is the Myriad Treasure Pavilion auction. Prices cannot be called recklessly. Can the Su family really come up with 650,000 spirit stones now?" In his view, it was impossible for the Su family to have that many spirit stones. Although the Myriad Treasure Pavilion did not interfere in disputes among major powers, it was well aware of the specific situation in Bright Moon City. Julie said sternly, "Young friend, bidding is no joke. The consequences of frivolous calls are severe." Without a word, Su Chen tossed over a spatial ring. Julie caught it, gave it a brief inspection, and his stern face immediately broke into a smile. 650,000 going once. Twice. Sold. Young Patriarch Su, after the auction ends, the pill will be delivered to you promptly. Merchants valued faced the least, their expressions shifted like chameleons, changing in an instant. Su Chen nodded faintly, then cast a slightly mocking glance at Li Feiqi. He said nothing, but his eyes were filled with disdain. Yet this very demeanor grated on Li Feiqi's nerves. "Su Chen, I will kill you sooner or later to avenge Li Qiu." Li Feiqi's eyes brimmed with confusion. How could the Su family still have so many spirit stones? Afterwards, several more items were auctioned, all at the nascent soul level, but every single one was claimed by Su Chen, who paid on the spot each time. This instantly left everyone bewildered. Weren't they told the Su family was very poor? In just this short while they had spent nearly 40 million spirit stones. Even the Wang family wouldn't dare be so extravagant, would they? Wang Ming's eyes were icy cold. He had a foreboding feeling. What the hell is going on? The Wang family steward beside him immediately said, "Master, it doesn't make sense. The intelligence from our mole in the Su family was very certain. They now have at most 1 million low-grade spirit stones. They couldn't possibly have this many. And those few have been working with us for a while. They wouldn't betray us." Wang Ming's expression darkened. He recalled the information someone had given him recently, that some changes had occurred within the Su family. "Let's keep watching. I don't believe Su Chen can afford everything." Inside the hall, Zhu Li raised his hand and waved. On the stone platform, 4 banners of different colors materialized, radiating immense energy. He announced again, the 13th item, a profound rank mid-grade formation, the 4 symbols array. It can be used for offense or defense. Most importantly, this formation is inscribed within the banners for easy portability, though activating it requires a large amount of spiritual energy. Starting bid, 10 million low-grade spirit stones. The hall fell silent. Although the 4 symbols array was excellent, the price was also steep. Everyone turned their gaze to the 5 great clans. A profound rank mid-grade treasure had emerged. The later items would likely be beyond their reach, leaving them only to watch the show. Li Feiqi spoke calmly, 11 million spirit stones. The Li family's strength fell short of the Wang and Yuan families. The Spirit Essence Jade Liquid was probably out of reach, so it was better to buy something useful. After his bid, the hall fell quiet, and no one else continued. Clearly, the other major clans saw no need to compete for this item. 12 million. Su Chen's languid voice rang out. Li Feiqi immediately turned to glare at him, his eyes blazing with fury. Su Chen. He was deeply puzzled. How could the Su family still have so many spirit stones? "I bid 13 million spirit stones." Su Chen said again, 20 million spirit stones. A collective gasp. At Su Chen's bid, many in the hall drew in a sharp breath. He had directly increased the price by 7 million. Such aggressive bidding had never been seen before. Everyone else tried to save where they could, raising their bids incrementally. Just how many spirit stones did the Su family possess to allow Su Chen to bid like this? Li Feiqi was gnashing his teeth in fury. He wanted nothing more than to cut Su Chen down right there, but this was the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's territory, and he dared not act recklessly. 20 million spirit stones had exceeded his valuation of the 4 symbols array. He snorted coldly and said no more. Let's see how much money the Su family still has. He refused to believe Su Chen could keep up this arrogance and buy everything. Su Chen tossed over another spatial ring. After inspecting it, Julie announced with a hearty laugh, "Congratulations to young Patriarch Su for acquiring the 4 symbols array." Su Yinxian witnessed this and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. "Chainer, even if you have spirit stones, you shouldn't spend them like this." Su Chen replied calmly, "Second uncle, it's just a few spirit stones. I was planning to spend 1 billion, but I haven't even used 1/10 of that. The people of Bright Moon City are far too poor. There's no challenge at all." Su Yunqian's mouth twitched. Truly the well-fed have no sympathy for the starving. Do you have any idea what 1 billion spirit stones means? Based on the Su family's previous operations, with an annual income of 5 million spirit stones, even without spending a single stone, it would take 200 years to save up 1 billion. And with the family's expenses, they could only save 1 to 2 million spirit stones per year, meaning it would take nearly a millennium to amass 1 billion. Zhu Li brought out another item, a delicate porcelain bottle exuding a faint refined aura. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone is familiar with the 14th treasure. The spirit essence jade liquid can help a nascent soul cultivator at the perfected stage break through to the deity transformation stage without any obstacles or side effects. Here it comes. The eyes in the hall blazed with fervor, and even Su Yunxian was no exception. This was precisely what the Su family had come to the auction for. Of course, it was also what the other great clans desired. But if the spirit essence jade liquid was only ranked 14th, then the final treasure must be even more precious, right? Zhu Li said in a steady voice, starting bid 70 million low-grade spirit stones. 80 million spirit stones. Yuan Hao spoke first, his calm voice echoing through the auction hall. Upon hearing this bid, many in the hall gasped, as he had raised the price by 10 million in one go. Su Chen asked, "Uncle, I recall the last time spirit essence jade liquid sold for 270 million low-grade spirit stones, correct?" Su Yinxian was about to bid, but upon hearing this he replied, "Yes, why do you ask?" Having confirmed the price, Su Chen raised his hand, 300 million spirit stones. Boom. At these words, the crowd in the hall was stunned, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. 300 million spirit stones. This price was 30 million more than the last sale of spirit essence jade liquid. Was the Su family truly this wealthy? Who spread the rumor that the Su family was destitute? They should be flogged to death. Could a poor family produce 300 million spirit stones so readily? Wang Ming and Yuan Hao abruptly stood, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Su Chen. The He family head, who was about to bid 90 million, was instantly dumbfounded. What just happened? 300 million spirit stones was simply too absurd. Even Wang Ming hadn't anticipated it. Su Yinxian stood frozen, thinking, well, so this is how you play when you have spirit stones, is it? He was accustomed to a frugal life and was thrifty with spending, but he didn't stop Su Chen's extravagant bidding. Su Chen was spending his own spirit stones so he could do as he pleased. Julie was also slightly stunned, completely taken aback by Su Chen's aggressive bid. But he was a man of vast experience and quickly recovered. Young Patriarch Su bids 300 million spirit stones. Is there any other bidder? Wang Ming's eyes were icy cold. He had never imagined the Su family still possessed so many spirit stones. Damn it. No wonder they had simply closed their shops. They were so confident in their reserves that they could sustain themselves for a long time, even without business. A miscalculation. Wang Ming quickly composed himself and declared 310 million. He snorted coldly. The Wang family's greatest asset was spirit stones. No matter how wealthy the Su family was, they couldn't compete with the Wangs. Today I will show the Su family what true wealth means. Su Chen glanced dismissively at Wang Ming and raised his hand to bid 400 million spirit stones. Wang Ming froze, turning his head stiffly to stare at Su Chen in disbelief. A direct increase of 90 million. 400 million spirit stones was far beyond the intrinsic value of the spirit essence jade liquid. Though it was a rare item with no fixed price, making a slight premium normal, this was excessively high. At Su Chen's bid, the hall fell into dead silence. 400 million. This was utterly terrifying. Su Chen said calmly, while the patriarch of the Wang family continued to bid. Wang Ming's expression darkened. 400 million was clearly too high, but the Wang family still had substantial spiritual energy reserves. After a moment of thought, he said, "Su Chen, don't be so smug. The Wang family spirit stones are not something your Su family can match. 410 million spirit stones. Li Feiqi sneered, putting on airs of wealth. Let's see how long you can hold out. Bidding so high you must be nearing your limit, right? Clearly, in his view, Su Chen's tactic of making large single bids was a sign of inner weakness and attempt to intimidate the Wang family. Hearing this, Wang Ming's face regained its confidence. The Wang family had been established in Mingyue City for so long. Even if the Su family still had some hidden strength, it couldn't surpass the Wang's deep foundations. Su Chen sneered and slowly said, 500 million spirit stones. The smiles on Wang Ming and Li Feiqi's faces instantly froze. The Su family could still raise the bid. Just how many spirit stones did they have? Wang Ming suddenly felt that his economic sanctions against the Su family were a joke. With such formidable financial resources, were they even afraid of his sanctions? Wang Ming persisted, 510. 600 million spirit stones. Before Wang Ming could finish, Su Chen's voice overpowered him. Wang Ming's raised hand hung frozen in midair, unsure whether to lower it or continue bidding. 600 million spirit stones. This was far too much. After speaking, Su Chen added with a contemptuous tone, the Wang family patriarch has plenty of spirit stones. Care to continue? He had an abundance of spirit stones. Half a month ago, he had acquired a sign-in reward of 30 million immortal crystals. According to the hierarchy of spirit stones, they were classified as low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, suprema-grade, holy crystals, and immortal crystals. He knew nothing beyond that. The exchange rate between each grade was 100, meaning one immortal crystal was worth 10 billion low-grade spirit stones, and 30 million immortal crystals. It was almost unimaginable. Moreover, Su Chen's current low-grade spirit stones were measured in jings, truly inexhaustible. As Su Chen's voice rang out, the hall fell into dead silence once more. Wang Ming's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The Wang family steward beside him, his face full of disbelief, roared, "How can your Su family possibly have so many spirit stones? I don't believe it. Steward Zhu, I suspect the Su family is making a false bid." It wasn't just him, everyone present found it impossible to believe the Su family could offer such a fortune. It was too terrifying, wasn't it? An increase of 100 million at a time. 600 million spirit stones could buy 2 portions of spirit essence jade liquid. Su Chen said indifferently, "As long as it's confirmed to be mine, I'll pay the spirit stones on the spot." Hearing this, Zhu Li immediately said coldly to the Wang family steward, "Please do not disrupt the normal order of the auction." As a merchant guild, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion naturally had to protect its most valuable clients. Besides, Su Chen had always been proactive, paying the spirit stones on the spot. The Wang family steward was instantly silenced, but he still couldn't accept that the Su family could produce so many spirit stones. Wang Ming's eyes were filled with cold fury. He didn't stop bidding, but instead transmitted a message to the steward beside him, "Send word to those people to attack the Su family immediately. This time the Wang family will go all out to eradicate them completely." Su Chen clearly still had spirit stones, so continuing to bid was pointless. 600 million far exceeded the value of the spirit essence jade liquid itself. He couldn't accept the Su family growing any stronger. He had to launch the plan to annihilate them at once, or it would become difficult to handle them once they gained another nascent soul cultivator along with Su Chen's breakthrough. The Wang family steward's expression shifted. He nodded respectfully and immediately left the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Wang Ming silently glanced at the heads of the other 3 great families. The 4 exchanged knowing looks, their eyes filled with coldness and murderous intent. After several inquiries from Zhu Li and confirmation that no one else would bid, the spirit essence jade liquid was awarded to the Su family. Su Chen paid the 600 million spirit stones on the spot. Zhu Li looked at the mountain of low-grade spirit stones inside the spatial ring and couldn't help but gasp. His face was full of excitement. This year's performance was bound to skyrocket. As a steward, Zhu Li naturally received a commission. The more he sold, the higher his cut. Zhu Li waved his hand again, and a pill appeared on the stone platform beside him. Next is the grand finale of this auction. A 6th grade pill, the dragon transformation pill. What? Wang Ming shot to his feet, staring in disbelief at the pill covered in dragon patterns on the stone platform. The grand finale was the dragon transformation pill. This pill was similar to the 10,000 spirit pill, but far more potent. It could directly enhance the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator and required at least a 6th grade, high-level alchemist to refine. A look of greed instantly appeared in his eyes. The Su family had spent so many spirit stones on the spirit essence jade liquid, surely they couldn't have any left to buy this dragon transformation pill. With the Wang family's vast assets, they could easily crush the other three great families. If he could obtain this dragon transformation pill, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. Wang Ming's face once again regained its confident smile. Zhu Li announced in a resonant voice, the starting bid is 100 million low-grade spirit stones. As Wang Ming was about to speak, that familiar voice rang out once more. Chen said indifferently, 600 million spirit stones. The smile on Wang Ming's face instantly froze as he stared at Chen with a bewildered and dazed expression. Does the Su family even have that many spirit stones? And to top it off, they added 500 million in one go. Even if they had that much wealth, who bids like that? Not just Wang Ming, but many in the auction hall gasped sharply, their gazes filled with shock as they looked at Chen. Chen glanced at Wang Ming and asked with feigned curiosity, does Patriarch Wang fancy it too? Then he'll add another 100 million spirit stones, making it 700 million. What the hell? Wang Ming's face twisted with fury. It had been so long since he last felt anger after becoming the Patriarch, yet now he had an overwhelming urge to strangle Chen. This was utterly infuriating. Chen's aggressive bidding silenced the other three families who had been poised to act. How could they even bid now, starting at 700 million low-grade spirit stones? Among the four families, only the Yuan and Wang families could afford 700 million spirit stones, but Chen's demeanor suggested he had plenty more. They were baffled. How did the Su family amass such wealth? It was absurd. The crowd in the hall was deeply shaken, as this was undoubtedly the most outrageous auction they had ever witnessed. In the past, everyone bid incrementally, but Chen increased it by hundreds of millions at a time. Some nascent soul cultivators felt utterly disheartened. Their family's total spirit stones barely reached tens of millions, yet this man casually threw around hundreds of millions. There was no comparison. However, some sneered coldly. The Su family's arrogance was nothing short of a death wish. The four families would never let them off so easily. Among the Li family, Li Feiqi had brought his eldest son, Li He, to the auction. Seeing this, Li He's eyes were full of worry. Father, what do we do? The Su family's economic strength was so formidable that their previous financial strategies against them had been rendered completely useless. Now that the Su family had acquired several treasures, it would be even harder for the four families to target them. If the Su family were allowed to grow, it would spell disaster for all four families. Especially since the Li family had already severed ties with the Su family. Li Feiqi's eyes darkened as he said coldly, "Don't worry, the Su family won't survive the day." Hearing this, Li He's face lit up with joy. "Father, are we making a move against the Su family now?" Li Feiqi nodded and sneered. What use are treasures if they don't have the life to use them? Given time, the Su family would indeed skyrocket in power, but for now, they only had 2 void refinement cultivators. On the high platform, Zhu Li wore a genial smile. 700 million spirit stones going once, twice, 3 times sold. Congratulations to the young patriarch of the Su family for acquiring the dragon transformation pill. This auction has concluded. Please leave the hall in an orderly manner. The crowd departed with numb expressions. This auction had been bizarre. Everything was bought by one person, an unprecedented occurrence. Many of the younger generation brought along were brimming with excitement. The spectacle they witnessed today would be enough to boast about for a whole year. In a luxurious private room of the auction house, Zhu Li handed over a spatial ring with a beaming smile. Inside are the items the young patriarch purchased. Please feel free to inspect them. Though he was a void refinement cultivator, he maintained impeccable service etiquette, adopting a humble demeanor. The stewards of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had all risen from the ranks. Adhering to the principle of customer first, Zhu Li treated the wealthy Su family with care, hoping for future lucrative dealings. Chen stepped back and said to Su Yunqian, "Uncle, you have more experience than I do. Please verify the contents." He said this to show respect for Su Yunqian, who had come along to broaden his horizons, yet now seemed like the subordinate. Su Yunqian didn't mind. He stepped forward, took the spatial ring, and examined it carefully. Confirming everything was in order, he said to Zhu Li, "Thank you for your trouble, Steward Zhu." Zhu Li waved his hand dismissively. "It's my duty." However, he spoke with a knowing smile. "It seems the Su family is in trouble. If you have enough spirit stones, I can introduce you to reliable protectors. For the right price, even void refinement cultivators are available." Under normal circumstances, Zhu Li wouldn't offer such help, but the Su family's astonishing wealth prompted him to mention it. Su Yunqian's expression shifted. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion truly had connections, even with void refinement cultivators. "May I ask, Steward Zhu, how many spirit stones would be required?" Zhu Li replied with a smile, Based on past arrangements, 100 million low-grade spirit stones would suffice for a void refinement cultivator's protection for a year. Su Yinxian was taken aback. The price was steep, but the Su family could afford it now. Seeing the interest in Su Yunqian's eyes, Zhu Li handed over a communication jade slip. Senior Su, feel free to contact me whenever you have a need. This was a side business for him. The pavilion's dealings had acquainted him with many powerful cultivators, including void refinement experts short on spirit stones. By arranging jobs for them, he earned hefty commissions with little risk. Su Yinxian clasped his hands and nodded, then led Su Chun out of the pavilion. Such matters required discussion back home. Moreover, the Su family already had a void refinement cultivator, so the need wasn't urgent. After they left, Zhu Li watched their retreating figures, then glanced into the distance with a detached expression. It seems Bright Moon City is about to get lively. After leaving the pavilion, the two hurried toward the Su residence. Su Yinxian was still uneasy. The Su family had purchased too many items and displayed immense wealth, making him genuinely fear that the Wang family would resort to open hostility. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying aura erupted from afar, enveloping them both. Not good. Su Yunqian's face changed color. Speak of the devil. Su Yunqian, stay right there. Wang Ming appeared without any concealment, raising a hand to hurl a massive fireball at Su Yunqian. The fireball burned with intense heat, as if it could incinerate everything. Su Yunqian, only at the early divine transformation stage, barely managed to withstand it before roaring. Wang Ming, is your Wang family declaring war to the death with the Su family? His eyes were filled with dread. Wang Ming's blatant attack meant he had made all preparations for a life-and-death struggle with the Su family. Damn it. If only the Su family had a little more time, would they still fear the Wang family? Su Yunqian, your Su family will be wiped out today. Li Feixi's figure materialized, his expression cold and murderous. And you, Su Chun, I will tear you apart bone and marrow. As Li Feiqi appeared, the heads of the He family and Hong Yuan also arrived, accompanied by the remaining two divine transformation cultivators of the Wang family. Su Chun remained utterly calm, even a hint of sarcasm flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, you won't be killing anyone today. As soon as he said this, he realized it might sound arrogant considering he was still just a nascent soul cultivator on the surface. But if the Su family were truly in danger, he would intervene directly. Of course, even if they weren't, he would personally annihilate the 4 families of Bright Moon City after today. A succession of divine transformation auras erupted across Bright Moon City, spreading panic among the populace. Those from nearby factions and crowds, sensing the unusual gravity of the situation, had already fled far away. A battle of divine transformation cultivators was about to break out. No one dared to spectate such a fierce conflict. Even a nascent soul cultivator could perish in the aftermath. Are you truly determined to fight to the bitter end with my Su family? Su Yunqian's eyes turned icy. Su Qingshan's figure appeared beside him in an instant. He had sensed the situation earlier and rushed over. Su Qingshan's expression was extremely grave. The 4 families of Bright Moon City had a total of 7 divine transformation cultivators, while the Su family had only 2. It seemed they had been deterred by the lingering prestige of the old patriarch all this time, but now they could no longer hold back. What nonsense is the Grand Elder speaking? Yuan Hao's voice rang out as his figure slowly descended from the sky, accompanied by another divine transformation cultivator from the Yuan family. Thus, all the divine transformation cultivators of the 4 families had gathered. Yuan Hao looked at Su Yunqian with contempt. Do you think your Su family is worthy of a fight to the death with us? If not for Su Hongyu and Sake, you wouldn't even be qualified to set foot in Bright Moon City. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian's faces turned extremely grim. Indeed, without Su Hongyuan to hold the fort, they truly had no standing to contend with the 4 great families. Su Qingtian spoke calmly. Chainer, as soon as the fight breaks out, seize the first chance to escape. Your third uncle has made arrangements. You need not worry about anything, just flee. Even if the Su family is annihilated, as long as you live, the family endures. Although Su Qingtian spoke with composure, his solemn expression revealed the gravity of the situation. Barring any unforeseen events, the Su family was surely doomed to extinction. Su Chun, however, was contemplating whether to directly slay the members of the 4 great families. If he did, how would he explain it? That his master had bestowed upon him an enlightenment through a sudden infusion of wisdom. That was too absurd. Even Su Chun found it far-fetched. He was not worried about the safety of Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian. With him present, they could hardly die. The only issue was how to explain his actions. Su Chen quickly devised a plan. He smiled and said, Father, you underestimate me. I am at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and with my strength, I am invincible below the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm. Have you not heard of prodigies who can cross realms to slay their enemies? Su Qingtian was stunned. He asked with a serious expression, is that true? 3 combatants at the divine transformation stage were evidently more resilient than 2, at least increasing their chances of survival if they had to flee. Su Chen chuckled, then transformed into a shooting star as he charged toward Li Feiqi. Li Feiqi's eyes brimmed with disdain. A mere nascent soul cultivator daring to attack him. How utterly ignorant of the heavens and earth. He raised his hand, intending to seize Su Chen. Since you've come to me willingly, don't blame me for being merciless. Li Feiqi aimed to grab Su Chen's fist, but suddenly felt an immense force surging toward him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Boom! Li Feiqi was sent flying horizontally, crashing into the city. What? Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene. Su Chen actually possessed such power, able to blast Li Feiqi away with a single punch. After all, Li Feiqi was at the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm, a full major realm and 1 minor realm above Su Chen. Some geniuses could indeed cross realms to kill, but those were minor realms. Crossing a major realm was highly irregular. Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian stared wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. Was Su Chen truly this powerful? A single punch to send Li Feiqi flying. Even Su Yunxian could not accomplish such a feat. Yet Su Chen did it effortlessly. What terrifying physical prowess. Li Feiqi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. That punch was laden with hidden force. Had he not reacted quickly, he could have been severely injured. You? How do you possess such strength? Li Feiqi lifted his head, his voice filled with disbelief. He could not accept being injured by a single punch. Su Chen said indifferently, there are many things you have yet to witness. Wang Ming then bellowed, enough talk. Kill them now, show no mercy. Su Chen's strength had thoroughly unnerved him. At less than 19 years of age, he could already rival a cultivator at the divine transformation stage. Give him 2 more years, and he might break through to the void refinement stage. Moreover, the Su family had now displayed astonishing wealth, further fueling their anxiety. Wang Ming's aura at the late stage of the divine transformation realm burst forth instantly, his oppressive presence spreading throughout the entire Bright Moon City. The 5 divine transformation cultivators from the Wang and Yuan families charged towards Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian. Li Feiqi and He Hanyuan rushed at Su Chen. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Su Qingshan's eyes were filled with gravity as a wild primal aura emanated from his body, his muscles turning crimson. Kill. 2 against 5. There was hardly any suspense. After only a few exchanges, Su Qingtian and his companion were forced back step by step. Don't get bogged down. Seize any chance to flee. Su Qingtian said in a low voice. Wang Ming sneered, no one can save you today. He raised his hand and hurled several stones ahead. The stones were engraved with mysterious symbols that gleamed brightly. Formation stones. Such stones were typically inscribed with arrays like the 4 symbols formation, which could be deployed instantly when needed. Wang Ming set up the formation swiftly, but by the time Su Qingtian reacted, it had already completely enveloped them. Damn it! Su Qingtian cursed under his breath, his face turning ashen. Wang Ming laughed heartily, ha! This array is a profound rank mid-grade killing formation. I paid a heavy price to destroy you all. As his words fell, he manipulated the formation to activate. A colossal greatsword materialized and slashed towards Su Qingtian. The blade conjured by the formation possessed the power to slay a divine transformation cultivator. Su Qingtian barely dodged, but the greatsword swiftly turned towards Su Yunxian. With his strength at only the early stage of the divine transformation realm, the blade's speed was too great for him to evade. He could only struggle to defend. The greatsword pierced through his defenses, aiming directly for Su Yunxian's forehead. I'm here to help. Su Qingshan's aura surged to its peak as he shattered the blade with a punch, saving Su Yunxian from peril. Seeing this, Wang Ming's eyes turned icy. It's not over yet. Within the great formation, 3 weapons materialized: a greatsword, a longsword, and a spear. At the same time, the divine transformation cultivators from the Yuan and Wang families entered the array, coordinating with it. As they charged at the 2 men, we're done for. Su Qingshan's face was bitter. The 4 great families had come fully prepared, filling him with a sense of helplessness. With 5 divine transformation cultivators joining forces in this formidable array, he feared they would meet their end here today. At that thought, Su Qingtian shouted urgently, Chainer, flee now. Don't worry about us. But then he froze slightly. What am I seeing? In his line of sight, Su Chen was overwhelming both He Hanyuan and Li Feiqi. Was Su Chen's strength truly this outrageous? These two were both at the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm. It was already absurd that a nascent soul cultivator could contend with one, but to take on two at once. He Hongyuan roared, "Patriarch Wang, kill those two quickly. This brat's strength is strange." Seeing that the two together could not subdue Su Chen, Wang Ming instinctively bellowed, "Useless." He Hongyuan was furious. "Why don't you try fighting him yourself?" Su Chen was incredibly fast, his physical body terrifyingly tough. Every time he tried to cast a spell, Su Chen would be right in his face. Engaging in close combat only meant getting beaten. It was truly infuriating. Moreover, He Hongyuan felt that Su Chen was toying with them. Wang Ming withdrew his gaze and turned back to Su Qingtian and his companions, saying coldly, "Get on with it. Kill them." The fact that He Hongyuan and Li Feiqi could not even defeat Su Chen irritated him, and he even began to suspect that the two might be colluding with the Su family. The four great families were only temporary allies. Once the Su family was eliminated, they would revert to their usual infighting. He had initially hoped to kill the two without casualties, but that now seemed unlikely. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone two divine transformation cultivators. If they fought desperately, someone was bound to be injured, potentially giving other families an opening. Even if the people of Bright Moon City did not act, others would. The city was a vast prize coveted by many. A longsword struck towards Su Qingtian. Unable to dodge in time, a massive gash was torn across his arm and blood gushed out. The battle held virtually no suspense, especially once Wang family's nascent soul cultivator shed all restraint. Bang! Su Yunxian was hurled backward, crashing violently onto the ground as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. His aura dwindled to a feeble, flickering whisper. "Kill him." Wang Shou's eyes flared with murderous intent as he lunged towards Su Yunxian. "Damn it!" Su Yunxian tried to resist, but searing agony had paralyzed his limbs. He could not even raise a hand. "Brother two!" Su Qingtian roared, his gaze blazing with frantic urgency. Wang Ming sneered coldly, "Don't worry. I'll send you down to join him shortly." At that very moment, a terrifying fluctuation surged from the distance, so overwhelming it sent chills racing down every spine. What is happening? All eyes snapped toward the source, faces hardening with grave tension. This is the aura of a void refinement cultivator. That direction. A foreboding chill slithered through the hearts of the four great clans. Wang Shou jolted violently. The crushing weight of that dread aura destabilized his spiritual energy, and the attack he'd just gathered detonated harmlessly in his palm. Inside Wanbao Pavilion, Zhu Li sensed the ripple, and his eyes blazed with sudden sharp brilliance, as if savoring a spectacle about to unfold. The four great clans are doomed. In an instant, that formidable aura vanished, just as everyone exhaled in fragile relief. A figure tore through the void itself, tall, imposing, radiating raw tiger-like vigor, his gaze razor-sharp and unyielding. So this is the power of void refinement. At the sight of this unfamiliar figure, members of the great clans recoiled in shock and immediately kowtowed. Respectfully greeting senior cultivator. Su Hongyuan let out a frost-laced chuckle. With a casual sweep of his hand, the void shattered, and Wang Shou was seized midair, clenched like a fledgling bird in his grip. This mid-stage nascent soul cultivator offered no resistance whatsoever, helpless as a chick in the talons of an eagle. Senior cultivator. Wang Shou's face paled with panic. He could not fathom why a void refinement expert would target him. The moment Su Qingtian and Su Yunxian laid eyes on him, their expressions transformed utterly. "Grandfather, you've broken through." This visage, youthful, vigorous, radiant with vitality, was precisely how Su Hongyuan had appeared before that fateful battle. Only afterward, drained of vital qi and blood, had his countenance withered into ancient frailty. Their faces lit with exhilaration and profound joy at Su Hongyuan's ascension. They had never dared hope he might rise again from the brink of oblivion. Now, with a void refinement powerhouse standing guard, the four great clans were nothing more than dust beneath Su family's feet. Su Hongyuan smiled gently. "Of course, I owe you both a debt of gratitude. From now on, leave this to me." With a subtle twist of his wrist, Wang Shou exploded into crimson mist, utterly obliterated in an instant. "You're Su Hongyuan. How could you possibly still be alive?" Wang Ming's voice cracked with terror as realization struck. When Su Hongyuan first entered Mingyue City, he had been on the verge of death, his life force ebbing like a dying ember. Yet decades later, instead of fading, he had grown stronger, surpassing even the threshold of half-step void refinement to achieve true void refinement. Wang Ming simply could not reconcile this reality. Su Hongyuan's lips curled into a chilling smirk, and with one devastating fist he shattered Wang Ming's defensive formation outright. The shockwave rippled outward, forcing Wang and Yuan families' nascent soul cultivators into desperate retreat. And this was merely the afterglow. If struck directly, they would have disintegrated into ash. The higher the cultivation realm, the vaster the gulf between levels. One tier separates nascent soul from void refinement, but the disparity in strength is immeasurable, like heaven and earth. Such overwhelming power instilled sheer dread among the golden core cultivators. Wang Ming's face darkened to obsidian. Wang Shou was dead. Even if they raised Su family to the ground, the Wang family's losses would be catastrophic. Gazing upon Su Hongyuan's towering presence, he bellowed in fury. "Will you continue watching from the shadows?" Su Hongyuan scoffed, a sound dripping with disdain. "Do you have reinforcements?" But almost instantly his expression shifted, sharpening with wary gravity as he turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. There the sky itself split open, and four figures emerged. The foremost staggered forward, battered and broken. His right arm severed, his aura faint and ragged. Wang Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized the maimed man instantly. This was the latest stage nascent soul expert who had secretly allied with him to eradicate Su family. But who were the three behind him? Their auras alone were terrifying, far surpassing nascent soul. All three were void refinement cultivators. What in the world is happening? Terror flooded Wang Ming's heart. How had three void refinement experts become entangled in this affair? Reality had spiraled far beyond his darkest expectations. Among the trio, a gaunt man with an elongated nose let out a sinister hollow laugh. "Ha ha ha, fortune favors us. Who would have guessed the Qingfeng sect, the very organization that posted the bounty through the Anshao network, is none other than the Su family itself?" Anshao. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Every cultivator knew that name. Anshao was the East region's most feared assassination syndicate, its own elite killers and its public bounty board, open to any who dared accept. Wang Ming's face went ashen. Who had placed a bounty on Su family so immense that it stirred three void refinement masters? Su Hongyuan's expression contorted in alarm. After all these years of hiding, had they finally found him? Worse still, the three stood far above him in strength. The speaker exuded an oppressive, suffocating pressure, latest stage void refinement. The other two, mid-stage void refinement. "Esteemed sages, I've delivered you to your quarry. May I now depart?" The one-armed man pleaded, desperation etching deep lines across his face. Lu Ming snorted coldly, and with a flick of his fingers erased him from existence. "Still playing child's games at your age." Then his gaze swept back toward the Su family, locking unerringly onto Su Hongyuan. "You are Su Hongyuan, correct?" Su Hongyuan's features tightened, every muscle coiled, ready to strike or flee at a breath. He had only just broken through to void refinement. Facing three such titans, the pressure was crushing. Void refinement already. That contradicts our intelligence. It seems you've advanced yet again, though reports claimed you lay on death's threshold. To transcend despite such wounds. Truly unexpected, senior cultivator. And you are Su Qingtian. And you, Su Yinxian. Where are the remaining four? Luo Xingye sneered. "Elder brother, why not seize them and perform soul searching? We'll know everything in moments." Lu Ming threw back his head and laughed. A sound suggestion. His eyes then gleamed. Not with fury, but with ravenous, avaricious hunger. "Each head fetches 2 million supreme-grade spirit stones, even for a pack of weaklings. Whoever hired you must command immense power, willing to pay such a staggering price for your annihilation." At those words, the assembled clans reeled inwardly. 2 million supreme-grade spirit stones. That equaled 200 billion base-grade spirit stones. Su family's heads were worth this much on Anshao's ledger. Su Hanyuan bellowed, "Qingtian, take Chen and flee now." Simultaneously, his aura detonated, raging volcanic, surging with terrifying intensity. He was burning his own lifeblood, forcing his power to peak, however briefly. He had to hold off the three void refinement masters, to buy his family time to vanish. He had never imagined, barely past his breakthrough, that he would need to fight to the death once more. Su Qingtian trembled. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. His fists clenched, rooted to the spot. Su Yunxian's voice dropped low and urgent. "Go now. Brother two, what happened back then bears my deepest guilt. It was my failure that left grandfather near death. I will not allow history to repeat itself. You take Chen and run. I stay here." Su Yunxian roared, "No, you must come with me." "No one is leaving." Lu Ming sneered, coldly casting a contemptuous glance at Su Hanyuan. A mere newly broken through Lianshu's stage, too insignificant to behold. As his words fell, his aura exploded forth, shrouding the city like celestial might. Countless felt their scalps tingle, their eyes brimming with terror. In this world, lacking strength meant such a fate. Encountering a powerful one left only prayers for mercy with no other recourse. Here the strong reigned supreme. When a mighty one slew the weak, even if innocent, all deemed it utterly normal. Ill-handle Su Hanyuan, you two kill the remaining 6 targets. Don't let them escape. Luo Xingye laughed savagely. Rest assured, big brother. They won't get away. From afar, Su Chun watched the sudden trio and shook his head helplessly. He had thought the old man's emergence would settle matters, yet this unforeseen twist occurred. I still have to intervene. He raised his hand slightly, and a beam of spiritual light blazed forth, tearing through the void to strike Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye's head exploded instantly, blood scattering everywhere. A gruesome sight. What? Lu Ming and Pan Huan, seasoned fighters who walked the edge of a blade, reacted swiftly, turning to flee without a second word. The ability to slay Luo Xingye undetected proved the hidden assailants' overwhelming power, far beyond their capacity to overcome. 2 more flashes of spiritual light, and their heads burst in succession, their life force extinguished. All 3 were formidable Lianshu stage cultivators, yet before Su Chun, they offered no resistance, slain as easily as crushing ants. The deaths of 3 Lianshu stage experts occurred in less than a breath. Silence fell. All eyes were filled with bewilderment. What had happened? Though none were ordinary, after the 3 Lianshu fell, the clan members began to retreat in panic. Su Hanyuan struck first, a single punch obliterating Wang Ming on the spot. The gap between the late nascent soul and Lianshu stage was too vast. Su Hanyuan bellowed coldly, "Kill them all." The clan members gnashed their teeth, their eyes filled with dread. Regardless of today's outcome, they were doomed. If the Su clan won, the other families would be annihilated. If they lost, the 3 Lianshu experts would silence everyone. He Hanyuan especially regretted boarding Wang's doomed ship. Earlier he thought victory was assured. Victory indeed. Following Wang meant certain death. Soon all nascent soul experts from the other clans were slain, leaving only the Su clan. Su Hanyuan addressed the heavens respectfully. "Thank you, senior, for your aid." Silence reigned with no response. His eyes brimmed with confusion. Who had helped? Su Chen stepped forward and said, "Master, is that you?" Suddenly, a whirlwind of spiritual energy swept through the skies, vanishing moments later. The Su clan members' pupils contracted. Had Su Chen's master intervened? They had heard of Su Chen's master, but never seen him, always feeling a sense of unreality. Yet today's events were starkly real. To effortlessly slay 3 Lianshu experts, including a latest stage 1, was terrifyingly formidable. Su Chen, sensing a reaction, spoke again, "Disciple, thanks, master." This time, however, the heavens offered no response. Su Hanyuan gazed at Su Chen, his expression complex. The savior of the Su clan was but a junior. "Qingtian, perhaps you should step down. Let Chen be the clan head, you can assist him." "Su Qingtian. Old master, have you no decency?" Yet Su Qingtian didn't mind. He looked at Su Chen. "Chen, what do you think? Would you like to be the head of the Su clan? Rest assured, your father and uncles will handle everything. You only need to make major decisions." Su Chen's displayed strength was terrifying. Not just his formidable master, but his own feat of holding his own against 2 mid-stage nascent soul experts as a core formation cultivator was enough to awe. A clan head often served as the family's anchor and symbol of supreme strength, not necessarily handling every detail. Su Chen was undoubtedly qualified. After a moment's thought, Su Chen declined. "Father, keep the position for now. Let's discuss it in a few years." Su Qingtian pondered briefly, then nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll hold it for you. Whenever you want it, just tell me." Having said that, Su Qingtian turned to Su Hongyuan, his expression grave. Su Hongyuan, knowing what he wanted to ask, spoke first. "It's all because of Chainer that I recovered from my injuries and broke through." So it was true. Su Qingshan's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Su Chen. His son's secrets were growing ever deeper. Yet he didn't pry. Su Chen had his own secrets. Su Hongyuan instructed, "Second brother, deal with those who were watching from the shadows. Qingtian, take the clan and handle the 4 families' assets. And leave no root." Su Hongyuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. They were bandits by origin, no saints. The 4 families had to be utterly eradicated to prevent future trouble. Su Qingtian, his eyes fierce with killing intent, cupped his hands. "Understood." Then he turned and left. Bloodshed soon engulfed Moonlight City. The 4 families were annihilated in a single day. Not a soul spared, every nest destroyed, every ant drowned in boiling water. All knew that in the conflict between the 4 families and the Su clan had triumphed. A new king had ascended. The city's various powers cowered in fear, afraid to attract trouble, staying holed up at home. The streets grew nearly empty. At least until the dust settled, they dared not venture out. Especially the former vassals of the four families, terrified that the Su clan would annihilate them too. Now in Moonlight City, aside from the Su clan, not a single nascent soul cultivator remained. That same day, Su Qingyun broke through to the nascent soul stage using spirit essence jade liquid. At the Su residence, Su Qingtian had barely returned when he received a report. His eyes darkened, and he said coldly, "Summon the collateral Elder Su Yi." Soon Su Yi approached and bowed with a respectful demeanor. "Greetings, Patriarch," Su Qingtian said with a dark expression. "Elder Su Yi, do you know why I summoned you?" Su Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a smile and feigned confusion. "I do not." Seeing this, Su Qingshan's gaze grew even colder. "Su Yi, the Su clan despises traitors above all. According to the rules of the Qingfeng gang back, then do you know the consequences of betrayal?" Hearing this, Su Yi realized his deeds had been exposed. His face pale with terror, he knelt and begged, "Patriarch, let me explain. It was the Wang clan who forced me. I beg for your mercy." "Forced?" Su Qingtian sneered. "The Wang clan steward made it clear. You approached them willingly." Su Yi's plea froze on his face, his eyes filled with panic. From the moment he allied with the Wang clan, he had been certain of the Su clan's defeat, investing early to secure his position. But the eventual turn of events was utterly unforeseeable. The four great clans had been defeated, and utterly so, with the Su clan suffering no losses save for minor injuries to Su Qingtian and Su Yunqian. Su Qingtian said coldly, "You are the head of a lineage. According to the rules for betraying the Su clan, your entire lineage shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the clan." Su Yi was horrified and pleaded, "I beg the Patriarch for mercy. I will bear all consequences myself, only spare my lineage." Su Qingshan's eyes were filled with icy resolve. He raised his hand and struck, instantly abolishing Su Yi's cultivation. Guards abolished the cultivation of Su Yi's lineage and expel them all from the clan. He showed no mercy to traitors. Hang Su Yi before the clan gates for 3 days, then behead him as a warning. Su Qingshan's words pierced Su Yi's heart like sharp swords. Knowing begging was futile, Su Yi screamed in fury, "Su Qingtian, you butcher! You would harm your own kin, you beast!" Su Qingtian retorted coldly, "Did you consider this when you betrayed your clan? If not for Chainer, if not for the Patriarch breaking through to the void refinement realm, the entire Su clan would have been annihilated. Did you think of that? To save your own lineage, you dared to collude with the enemy. Su Yi, even 1,000 deaths cannot atone for your crimes." He ignored Su Yi's shouts and turned to leave. The clan guards immediately dragged him out and hung him by the main gate. News of Su Yi's deeds spread quickly through the Su clan. Upon hearing it, countless clan members were filled with righteous indignation and took whips to lash him. The Su clan loathed traitors most of all, and Su Yi's actions were heinous and utterly selfish. He was to be hung for 3 days before execution, but in less than half a day he was flayed and bloody beaten to death by the whips. Yet the clan's fury did not abate. They continued to lash his corpse. Collaborating with the Su clan's enemies was an offense so grave it could have led to the clan's extinction. Thus their anger was extreme. Days later, tranquility returned to Mingyue City. After destroying the 4 great clans, the Su clan made no further moves, relieving many. In the following period, the Su clan remained unusually quiet, leading many to suspect some internal upheaval. In the inner courtyard of the Su clan, Su Hongyuan, Su Qingtian, and Su Chen sat together. Su Hongyuan hesitated, but after a long struggle he spoke slowly. "Chainer, you were young then, so I had Qingtian keep this from you. But now that your strength is sufficient, it is time you knew the truth." Su Chen narrowed his eyes. So there were indeed hidden aspects to the events of the past. Su Hongyuan sighed, a look of reminiscence on his face. "You know, our clan was once called the Qingfeng gang. All of it began with Yi Qingling, your mother." At the name Yi Qingling, Su Qingshan's eyes dimmed with sorrow, and his heart grew heavy. Su Hongyuan continued, "Your mother and father met by chance, and within 3 years were married, and you were born. But less than a month after your birth, the forces behind Qingling arrived. They were immensely powerful beyond imagination. I was then at the half-step void refinement realm, yet even the weakest among them exuded a suffocating pressure." As if recalling something terrible, fear flickered across Su Hongyuan's face. "They took Qingling away and intended to annihilate our clan, believing we had defiled their bloodline. Had a mysterious expert not intervened, the Su clan would have been destroyed. Still, I sustained an indelible injury. To this day, we do not know if Qingling is alive or dead, nor who exactly took her." After hearing this, Su Chen fell silent. As a veteran web surfer in his past life, this plot seemed somewhat familiar. Su Qingtian looked at him with hope. I've heard that a saint-grade constitution can one day break the shackles of heaven and earth, becoming a legendary saint. Chainer, if you ever reach that level, you must bring your mother back. His voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. As a man failing to protect his woman is the deepest pain. Without Su Qin's help, Su Qingtian might have lived in regret forever. Everything stemmed from him. If not for him, the Qingfeng gang would not have disbanded, the patriarch would not have been gravely wounded, and Qingling would not have been taken away, her fate unknown. All of it was tied to him. Yet he knew he could never bring Qingling back. His talent was limited, and the void refinement realm was his ceiling. Only Su Chun in the clan had the potential. His talent was formidable, and he had a powerful master as his guardian. Su Chen said firmly, "Rest assured, I will bring mother back." Though he had never known his mother for his own sake, and Su Qingshan's, he had to bring her back. Hearing Su Chen's assurance, Su Qingtian nodded with relief. Su Hanyuan sighed. "This may be the only thing you didn't know, but I hope you won't act rashly. Never seek them out until you have sufficient strength." Su Chen smiled and nodded without a direct reply. Back in his own courtyard, starlight swirled in his eyes, and a profound Dao rhyme emanated. The next moment his body appeared high above in the sky, looking down to see Mingyue City as a tiny speck. Rescuing his mother was not a mere verbal promise. With his advantage, he didn't need to endure countless hardships like the protagonists in those novels before finally saving her. At the Sage Realm, the great Dao was perfected. All things were imperishable, and boundless might was possessed. Su Chun directly probed the Heavenly Dao, seeking to investigate his bloodline kin. But soon he furrowed his brow. He could find nothing at all. How could this be? There were only two possibilities. Either his mother had passed away, or a cultivator more powerful than him was concealing her. Su Chun narrowed his eyes. Whether she was alive or dead, he had to confirm it. Yet as he continued his investigation, he discovered nothing. However, he was certain that a powerful cultivator was blocking his search. When he probed for his mother, he found absolutely nothing. Under normal circumstances, even if she were dead, he should have been able to detect something. Use cultivation 100,000 years. Since his current power was insufficient, he would increase it. Does the host wish to suppress the fluctuation of cultivation? The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, and Su Chun unhesitatingly chose to suppress it. The aura around him immediately began to surge, breaking through to late Sage Realm, perfected Sage Realm, early Saint King Realm, mid Saint King Realm, late Saint King Realm. This 100,000 years of cultivation only allowed him to break through one major realm. Su Chun frowned slightly and spoke again. Use 2 million years of cultivation. His aura began to rise once more at an astonishing speed, as if he were cultivating on his own, completely free of any side effects. Peak Saint King Realm, early Saint Emperor Realm, mid Saint Emperor Realm, peak Saint Emperor Realm, early postnatal Ancient Saint Realm, peak postnatal Ancient Saint Realm, early innate Ancient Saint Realm. These 2 million years of cultivation allowed Su Chun to break through 2 major realms. At this moment, Su Chun felt as though he could do anything, as if heaven and earth were under his control. His divine sense extended outward instantly, enveloping the entire eastern domain. All matters great and small flowed into his mind. Nothing in the eastern domain was hidden from him. If he wished, he could raise his hand and annihilate the entire eastern domain. Was this the power of an innate ancient saint? He probed again, and this time he finally sensed a faint ripple of bloodline connection. Found it. Having reached this realm, he naturally understood many things about heaven and earth. Above the innate ancient saint was another realm, the supreme Saint Sage. Beyond that lay the Emperor realm, which was divided into 3 stages: quasi-emperor, emperor, and ancient emperor. However, the last cultivator to reach the emperor level in this world had vanished hundreds of thousands of years ago. Just as Su Chun prepared to search with all his might, the void around him suddenly began to collapse, and the destruction continued to spread. It seemed that heaven and earth could no longer withstand Su Chen's power. If he forced his search, millions of miles around would likely be reduced to nothingness. What was happening? Su Chun frowned deeply. Was the Heavenly Dao of this world so feeble? But he soon withdrew his focus and began to ponder how to find his mother. Exerting his full power would cause the void to shatter, countless lives would perish, and most of the eastern domain would fall. Yet if he did not search with all his might, he could not locate his mother. After much deliberation, Su Chun decided to give up. Since his mother was still alive and a powerful cultivator was shielding her, it seemed she would not be in danger in the short term. Although Su Chun had not pinpointed his mother's exact location, he was certain she was within the Xiantian realm. As long as she remained there, they would eventually meet. Moreover, whoever blocked his probe was clearly at least an early innate ancient saint or above. With such formidable strength, they would not be hard to find in the Xiantian realm. It would only take some time. But what was wrong with the Heavenly Dao? Su Chen concentrated, sensing the Heavenly Dao's power in the Xiantian realm. He felt it was faint, as if on the verge of death. Wu! A strange sound suddenly entered Su Chen's mind, and the power of the Heavenly Dao around him surged violently. What is? Su Chen shuddered, his eyes filled with gravity. The Heavenly Dao seemed to be communicating with him like a beast pleading for help from a human. The sound carried a wealth of emotion, pleading despair, agony. When he tried to probe further, the Heavenly Dao's power around him vanished without a trace, and he could sense nothing more. What in the world was happening? Su Chen's brow furrowed deeply. A cataclysmic change seemed to be unfolding within the Xiantian realm. Even the Su Chen of before had been oblivious to this. Had he not tried to use the Heavenly Dao's power to find his bloodkin, he too would have remained unaware of the problem. Strange, unspeakably strange. He felt that this world harbored some secret. Even his former sage self had detected nothing. Only after breaking through to the innate ancient saint realm and deeply probing the Heavenly Dao did he get a faint sense of it. Afterwards, Su Chen investigated again seriously, but still found nothing. Bizarre. Unable to obtain any answers, Su Chen had no choice but to give up. As for his mother, he did not need to search at all. Those people had posted a mission in the dark outposts. As soon as they learned where the Su family was, they would surely come to destroy it immediately. Interesting. Su Chen smiled. If everything were calm and uneventful, it would be boring. After all, he had many trump cards. If necessary, he could use all his cultivation, tens of billions of years, to break through to an unimaginably terrifying level. If that still wasn't enough, he still had Su Xiao's summoning card. After the four great families were destroyed, the Su family entered a phase of rapid development. Having inherited the legacies of the four families, the Su family was now incredibly wealthy. The accumulated spirit stones from the four families alone amounted to 3 billion. In addition, there were countless rare treasures and heavenly materials. Most importantly, their industries would provide a steady stream of resources for the Su family. Among the four former families, the He family was the smallest, but it still had nearly 10,000 members. The Wang family was even more terrifying, with close to 70,000 people. Despite maintaining the family's operations, they had managed to accumulate so many spirit stones, which showed just how enormous their profits were. With the Su family's smaller population, each member received more resources. The cultivation resources for the direct line had already increased tenfold. After destroying the four families, they were tripled again on that base. Even the cultivation resources for the collateral branches had increased by about 3 times. Half a month after the four families were destroyed, the 4 major cities around them came to congratulate the Su family. In this corner of the eastern domain, there were 5 major cities: Mingwei City, Gusu City, Wanli City, Pingyang City, and Fengshua City. The 5 cities were roughly equal in strength and had always been allies, somewhat like a confederation. Each managed its own affairs, but they supported and helped each other when foreign enemies invaded. The forces of the other 4 major cities even willingly offered to pay an annual protection fee to the Su family. The amount was not substantial. Each nascent soul-level force contributed only 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Annually, this meant the Su family essentially gained nearly 10 million spirit stones without effort. Among the other 4 major cities, there were nearly 20 nascent soul-level forces. Over the long term, this amounted to 100 million low-grade spirit stones in a decade, a truly considerable sum. Nevertheless, their maneuvers displayed shrewd foresight. The Su family's current strength far surpassed that of the other 4 cities, with 4 nascent soul cultivators and 1 soul refining cultivator openly, and Su Chen lurking in the shadows as a hidden powerhouse. The actions of the 4 cities were essentially no different from voluntarily becoming vassals of the Su family. If they did not take the initiative, Su Qingtian would inevitably unify them sooner or later. In the Xiantian realm, forces were classified into distinct tiers: king level, emperor level, saint level, and divine level. A king level force was exemplified by the Jinghong dynasty, which neighbored Bright Moon City, or any faction with a soul fusion cultivator at its helm. An emperor level force housed cultivators who had attained the Dao. A saint level force, such as the sacred lands or ancient clans of the Xiantian realm, was guarded by saint level experts. A divine level force, in simple terms, was a faction or family with a great emperor. Yet in the current Xiantian realm, no such power existed. Nevertheless, some families that had once produced a great emperor still styled themselves as divine clans. The Su family was no stranger to ambition. Su Qingtian harbored his own ideals and aspirations, dreaming of elevating the Su family to a king-level force. To achieve this, immense resources were indispensable. Subjugating the other four cities would bring countless benefits to the Su family. Even though the major forces now curried favor, Su Qingtian would eventually compel their submission. It would be total and absolute submission. Chainer, keep this dragon transformation pill for your own use. Within the Su family's inner courtyard, Su Qingtian handed over the pill he had won at the auction. In his view, this elixir would be most effective for Su Chen. A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Chen's face. Father, I've told you I lack no resources. Keep it for yourself. What I give to the Su family should accept. Stop being so courteous with me from now on. Su Qingtian always worried about him, which was kind, but the truth was Su Chen had no shortage of resources. Su Chen simply raised his hand and waved it. Instantly, the hall was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance, each emanating pill radiating energy surpassing that of the dragon transformation pill in Su Qingshan's hand. 6th grade elixirs are something I have in abundance. Su Qingtian was about to speak, but when he saw the 7 or 8 6th grade pills appear in Su Chen's hand, his pupils contracted sharply. He was utterly stunned. 6th grade pills were rare treasures in Bright Moon City. A dragon transformation pill like this had last appeared a decade ago. Yet Su Chen casually produced several 6th grade pills, each of a higher grade than the dragon transformation pill. This left Su Qingtian speechless with shock. I have been living in a well. This was utterly beyond belief. With some embarrassment, Su Qingtian put the pill away. Seeing this, Su Chen said, keep this pill for yourself and break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. They'll get you a soul transformation pill later. Su Qingshan's expression trembled. You can even get a soul transformation pill. Compared to the dragon transformation pill, the soul transformation pill was a true treasure capable of allowing a nascent soul cultivator to directly break through to the soul refining stage. However, such a pill required a 7th grade alchemist to refine, making it a rare treasure throughout the Eastern domain. Su Chen said calmly, a mere 7th grade pill is nothing. I can get 8th grade and 9th grade pills too. You probably don't have a clear understanding of my master's capabilities. Since that master was a fabricated figure, he could boast freely. Su Qingtian was left speechless with awe. Could he really get 8th and 9th grade pills? Was there an 8th grade alchemist in the Eastern domain? While he was lost in thought, Su Chen stood up and left the hall. I'm going out for a while. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Su Qingtian remained silent for a long time. Finally, he lifted his head with a smile, his eyes brimming with pride. Qingling, our child, has made something of himself. Leaving the Su family, Su Chen headed straight for the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Though the Su family now lacked no cultivation resources, a problem remained. Their resources were too homogeneous, their selection of techniques too limited, and they had no alchemists or artifact refiners at all. A vast family composed entirely of combat-focused cultivators was clearly unbalanced. Moreover, Su Chen faced another issue. He had an excess of low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were cumbersome to absorb and less effective than natural treasures. Thus, Su Chen planned to spend some of them to acquire more heavenly materials and earthly treasures, bolstering the Su family's strength. At the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, the moment Su Chen entered, the receptionist's eyes lit up. Greetings, young Patriarch Su. Now that the Su family ruled Bright Moon City, and with Su Chen's lavish bidding at the previous auction, everyone saw him as a veritable treasure trove. What would you like to purchase, young Patriarch Su? They'll take you to see it right away. The receptionist's face was full of flattery, his fawning demeanor unmistakable. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, call Manager Zhu out. I have quite a few things to buy. The receptionist's smile remained fixed as he replied respectfully, please wait a moment, young Patriarch. He'll fetch the manager immediately. With that, he departed. For anyone else, even Wang Ming in his prime, he would not have dared to directly summon Zhu Li. However, since the auction, Zhu Li had specifically instructed that Su Chen be notified the moment he arrived. In less than 10 breaths, Zhu Li approached with an ingratiating smile. Young friend Su Chen, I was occupied just now and failed to greet our honored guest personally. My apologies. Truly, the people of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion were adept at diplomacy. Even as a soul-refining cultivator, Zhu Li maintained a low posture before Su Chen. But this was only natural. After all, the visitor came bearing spirit stones. For merchants, a thick skin was their most powerful weapon. Zhu Li said with a smile, this way, please, young friend. Soon they entered a luxurious private room where the two sat facing each other. On the table were pastries and freshly poured tea. Su Chen picked up a light red pastry and said with a grin, Manager Zhu, you're really going all out. You served this level of spirit pastry to guests. The pastries on the table were infused with immense spiritual energy. If sold individually, each would cost at most 30,000 spirit stones. Julie laughed. Young friend, you flatter me. You are our most honored guest. If you like these little things, I'll have some packed and sent to the Su residence immediately. True to a merchant's nature, a few words put Su Chen completely at ease. Changing the subject, Julie inquired. Young friend Su Chen, what do you wish to purchase this time? They'll have it brought right away. Su Chen asked curiously, how many spirit stones worth of goods does your 10,000 treasures pavilion usually stock? Julie didn't quite grasp what Su Chen was driving at, but he feigned a contemplative expression before offering a rough estimate. The branch pavilions of the 10,000 treasures pavilion typically decide the grade and quantity of their stock based on the region they're in. For instance, our Moonbright City branch keeps at least 4 billion spirit stones worth of goods. As he finished, Zhu Li's face brimmed with pride. As a steward of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, he bore an innate arrogance toward the local powers of Moonbright City. After all, their capital and strength utterly dwarfed the city's native factions. He expected Su Chen to show surprise, but that wasn't the case. For billion. Su Chen's brow furrowed instantly. That little, he said flatly. Trouble yourself, steward Zhu, to calculate the exact amount. Pack it up for me. I'm buying everything in the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Right. Julie abruptly turned to Su Chen, asking in a confirming tone, young friend Su Chen, what did you just say? Su Chen replied calmly, I said I'm buying everything in the 10,000 treasures pavilion, no matter what it is. Julie sharply drew in a cold breath, his eyes filled with gravity and doubt. 4 billion spirit stones. Are you sure, young friend Su Chen? This is no joke. Buying out the entire 10,000 treasures pavilion was a terrifying prospect, something that had never happened before. Moreover, Zhu Li seriously doubted the Su family's financial strength. After all, they had already expended so many spirit stones. Even if the Su family had wiped out the 4 great clans, they could at most scrape together 4 billion spirit stones. Yet he couldn't believe the Su family would buy so many useless items. At least a third of those 4 billion spirit stones worth of goods were items of little help to cultivation, things that would only gather dust in storage. Su Chen wasted no more words, directly tossing out a spatial ring containing 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Consider this a deposit. Julie took it and looked, then sharply inhaled. 1 billion spirit stones as a deposit. At this moment, no matter how skeptical he was, he had to believe. When someone puts down 1 billion as a deposit, how could it be false? Zhu Li's eyes blazed with fervor. The commission from a 4 billion spirit stone deal would be terrifying. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare everything immediately. Fearing that Su Chen might grow impatient, Zhu Li rushed out to arrange for the goods to be packed, and then began tallying their value. In just half an hour, Zhu Li brought everything before Su Chen. Young Patriarch Su, this is everything in the 10,000 treasures pavilion, valued at a total of 4,357,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, since this is the pavilion's first encounter with such a generous customer, we've waived 7 million spirit stones. Zhu Li held 11 top-tier spatial rings, each vast in space and packed with heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. He had thoughtfully categorized the various treasures for clarity. After Su Chen verified everything was in order, he paid the remaining spirit stones. Yet still somewhat unsatisfied, he asked, is this all the 10,000 treasures pavilion has? Isn't there anything better? Zhu Li couldn't help but swallow hard. Wasn't this good enough? Among the items Su Chen had bought, several treasures were meant for cultivators at the void refinement stage. Didn't the Su family only have one void refinement cultivator? Yet Su Chen's tone dripped with disdain, as if to say the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Is this it? Zhu Li had always taken pride in the 10,000 treasures pavilion, but Su Chen buying them out made him suddenly lose confidence. What do you mean by better? Su Chen didn't answer. Instead, he asked, can the 10,000 treasures pavilion place orders? Zhu Li's heart jolted. Su Chen wanted to order more. Did that mean the Su family still had spirit stones? Good heavens. Zhu Li quickly said, of course. Whatever you want I can transfer from other branches or even headquarters, but a partial deposit is required. Su Chen nodded and began 100,000 pills, each of 3rd grade to 5th grade cultivation pills, and 100,000 healing pills. After speaking, Su Chen fell into deep thought. Zhu Li's smile instantly froze his face, a mask of bewilderment. What are you talking about? 100,000 pills, each of 3rd grade to 5th grade cultivation pills. Are you sure it's 100,000? Wait, young Patriarch Su, are you certain you didn't misspeak? A single 3rd grade cultivation pill costs at least 50,000 spirit stones. 100,000 of them would be 50 billion spirit stones. 4th-grade cultivation pills start at 500,000 spirit stones each, and 5th-grade pills start at 2 million. Are you sure you want to buy so many? If Chen hadn't just bought out the 10,000 treasures pavilion, coming to him saying he wanted to buy 100,000 3rd to 5th-grade pills would have made Zhu Li think he was a fool. But now he instinctively felt that Chen could afford it. Chen pondered briefly. Everything he had bought so far probably totaled a little over 200 billion, not even a trillion. Yet his low-grade spirit stone balance still stood at 6,500 quintillion, 1,563 trillion. Make it 100,000 more, 200,000 each. Seeing Chen's serious expression, Zhu Li couldn't hold himself together. He thought Chen's contemplative look was him reorganizing his words. Instead, he was finding it too little. After speaking, Chen looked at Zhu Li with a doubtful gaze. Steward Zhu, can the 10,000 treasures pavilion handle this? Handle? My foot. Zhu Li's mouth twitched as he said this. Is rather difficult. 3rd and 4th grade pills are no problem, but 200,000 5th grade pills are too many. Even headquarters can't gather them in a short time. Perhaps you could look at other items. As he spoke, Zhu Li hastily handed over a catalog listing all items for sale in the 10,000 treasures pavilion. In truth, he had been a bit stubborn earlier. Forget 5th grade pills. They couldn't even gather 200,000 4th grade pills. Only 3rd grade cultivation pills could be scraped together. Chen eyed him suspiciously, guessing the 10,000 treasures pavilion didn't have that many pills. Pointing to the dragon transformation pill he had bought at the auction, he asked, do you have many pills like this? Zhu Li's expression turned awkward. He replied, this kind of pill is extremely troublesome to refine. The 10,000 treasures pavilion doesn't stock much. Chen waved his hand, not wanting to hear more. He said in exasperation, your 10,000 treasures pavilion is too pathetic, no pills at all. Zhu Li's smile stiffened, but he couldn't argue. When someone asks for 200,000 5th grade pills, what ground do you have to refute him? To be honest, Zhu Li also felt a pang of worry. Even if the 10,000 treasures pavilion could produce 200,000 5th grade pills, they would be worth at least 200 billion low-grade spirit stones. Could he really afford that? After browsing for a while, Chen said calmly, all right, go back and have your superiors calculate the total worth of the 10,000 treasures pavilion. I intend to purchase everything. With an abundance of low-grade spirit stones, Chen planned to convert them all into treasures, which would be far more beneficial to him. Besides, he still had countless medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones left unused. Zhu Li frowned, utterly exasperated. Young Patriarch Su, this. Our 10,000 treasures pavilion holds countless treasures. A rough estimate would be worth at least a quadrillion. This is no joke. If Chen had said he wanted to buy 100,000 pills, Zhu Li might have believed him. But emptying the entire pavilion, that was practically impossible. It was absurd. Who in the entire eastern domain could buy out their pavilion? Only a holy rank force might manage it. A quadrillion. Chen silently calculated. A trillion equaled 1 tera, and a quadrillion equaled 1 peta. His low-grade spirit stone balance, 6,500 peta, 1,563 tera. Holy crap. Even Chen couldn't help but utter a two-word exclamation. Had he worked so hard only to spend 1/6,000th of his wealth? After careful thought, he abandoned the idea of converting everything. It was simply too difficult, and would indeed be too shocking to the world. Chen shook his head and spoke again, forget it. Let's do it differently. Your 10,000 treasures pavilion will deliver resources worth 3 billion low-grade spirit stones to my Su family every month. Select popular techniques, formations, and pills. Avoid niche ones. Keep the levels balanced from qi condensation to void refining. If the quality is good, I'll continue buying. If not, I'll stop. With that, Chen produced a spatial ring and handed it over. Here are 200 million low-grade spirit stones as a deposit. As a primal ancient sage, he had no fear of Zhu Li absconding with the stones. Finding a void refining cultivator was simple enough. Zhu Li, observing Chen's composed expression, was deeply shaken. Years of business told him that this young patriarch was far from ordinary. There must be a great secret hidden within him. Yet Zhu Li dared not harbor any greed. Chen's boldness in handing over the stones and his confident purchases showed he was unafraid of any avarice. Moreover, the myriad gold chamber had never attacked a customer. Zhu Li spoke with newfound respect. Rest assured, young Patriarch Su. I will report this to headquarters immediately and ensure delivery to the Su family as soon as possible. Without further words, Chen nodded and turned to leave the 10,000 treasures pavilion, his departure swift and decisive. Watching his retreating figure, Zhu Li felt dazed, as if today's events were a dream. Slap. He suddenly struck his own cheek, the sting jolting his mind. Zhu Li realized. It was all real. Zhu Li gazed at the now empty pavilion and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The 10,000 treasures pavilion no longer held treasures, only spirit stones. After a long days, he left Moonlight City to report to the pavilion's headquarters. They were solely merchants, and even if Su Chen possessed unimaginable wealth, they harbored no ill intentions. It was for this reason that the 10,000 treasures pavilion had thrived in the Xintian realm, growing to its current scale. But Su Chen, he was truly extraordinary. How could one person have so many spirit stones? At the very least, such a figure should not have appeared in Moonlight City. On his way back, Su Chen examined the treasures he had obtained from the system's daily check-in and asked curiously, "System, can I give those spiritual roots and physiques to others?" He had acquired far too many constitutions through the check-ins. Even ordinary ones like supreme-grade spiritual roots and heavenly spiritual roots numbered in the hundreds. Better ones such as sacred bodies and immortal bodies were also plentiful. Yet a person could only possess one physique, more would cause conflict. The rest would be wasted. The system replied they can be given to others, but without the system's protection, outsiders will endure unbearable pain when integrating a spiritual root or special physique. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. This meant he could bestow the excess physiques upon the Su family's direct descendants. With this, how could the Su family fail to rise? Su Chen now regarded the Su family as his own and naturally wished to see it grow stronger. After returning to the Su residence, Su Chen did not hand over all the purchases from the myriad gold chamber. Instead, he selected only treasures worth 1 billion spirit stones that were beneficial for cultivation, keeping the rest for himself. With the vast resources Su Chen had previously provided, Su Qingtian was now far more composed. Holding the spatial ring Su Chen had given him, his heart was filled with mixed emotions and deep confusion. Everything about Su Chen was too strange, giving him an unreal feeling. Shaking his head, Su Qingshan's gaze regained its calm. "Whatever secrets you hold, you are still my son and the young patriarch of the Su family. That is enough." He chose not to delve into Su Chen's secrets. Returning to his courtyard, Su Chen reclined in his chair, a look of pure contentment on his face. How comfortable. This life after transmigration was well worth the million years spent in the void. Seeing Su Chen home, Han, she promptly approached and began massaging him. The Su family's servants were well-trained, their skills rivaling those of professionals. Su Chen smiled. "Not bad, you've reached the 8th level of qi condensation." Hearing his praise, Han Zai's face lit up with excitement. "It's all thanks to the young patriarch's guidance that I managed to break through," she said gratefully. Su Chen smiled faintly and said no more, closing his eyes to savor the moment. In truth, nurturing the Su family was partly because he genuinely liked it here, but there was another crucial reason. Su Chen disliked solitude. He preferred being surrounded by others. In his past life reading web novels, many protagonists spent their lives alone, devoted solely to cultivation. But Su Chen found such a life dreadfully dull. Whether human or animal, few could truly detach from social connections. Besides, Su Chen had no need for cultivation. The check-in system arranged everything for him. Resources, cultivation, treasures, all obtainable through daily sign-ins. He could completely coast through life. A single bowl of rice tasted ordinary when eaten alone, but became delicious when 3 people fought over it. If the path of cultivation was meant to be walked alone, how was it any different from being trapped in the void? Yet the Su family's members were too weak in cultivation and talent. Among the younger generation, aside from himself, the best spiritual root was merely a medium-grade one. Their cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage, respectable within Moonlight City, but still far from adequate. After some thought, Su Chen decided to first elevate the Su family members to heavenly spiritual roots, then gradually improve them to spiritual and sacred bodies. Jumping straight to spiritual or sacred bodies would be too hard to explain. Su Chen had no desire to forcibly elevate the Su family's strength too quickly. Gradual progress was the best approach. Su Chen opened his system backpack to check how many heavenly spirit roots he possessed. Heavenly spirit root, 1798, so many. This amount was nearly enough to elevate the entire Su family's talent, but he certainly wouldn't do that. Among the collateral branches and servants, he would only select those who were loyal and reliable. Su Chen said to Roashi beside him, "Go and inform me, have all the direct descendants of the Su family come to me, including the family head and the elders." The direct descendants of the Su family were not many, at most just over 30. After receiving the order, Roashi immediately trotted away. She deeply understood that Su Chen's status within the Su family was now very high, and she must perform her duties well to earn more of his favor in the future. Soon, all the direct descendants of the Su family gathered together. Even the elders showed great respect, rushing over immediately upon Su Chen's summons. Su Chen rarely had matters to call upon them. Gathering all the direct descendants this time surely meant something significant. Su Yuanba laughed. Xiao Chun, do you have something? Su Chen glanced around, seeing the confusion in their eyes, and said, indeed, there is a small matter. Fourth uncle, since you spoke first, let you experience it first. Me. Su Yuanba was startled, but still stepped forward, and under Su Chen's guidance, sat down on a stone stool. The Su family members watched curiously, their faces full of doubt, completely unaware of what Su Chen intended to do. Su Chan said with a smile, fourth uncle, it will hurt a bit. You'll have to bear with it. Hurt? Su Yuanba laughed heartily. Xiao Chen, you underestimate your fourth uncle. The thing I fear least is pain. But what exactly are you trying to do? Su Chen smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon enough. Use Heavenly Spirit Root. A beam of spiritual light gathered in Su Chen's hand, then entered Su Yuanba's body through the top of his head. The next moment, Su Yuanba, who had been so nonchalant, changed expression. He only felt a ball of fire inside him, burning ever more fiercely, as if someone were frantically stabbing him with needles. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth and endured. Though it was painful, it was still within his tolerance. Trusting Su Chen, he did not resist the pain. Only 10 breaths passed. The pain intensified until it felt like someone was stirring his internal organs with a stick. Su Yuanba's face contorted hideously. The agony made his whole body tremble, veins bulging on his forehead. Su Qingtian, seeing his state, couldn't help asking, Chainer, will your fourth uncle be all right? Su Chen shook his head. Don't worry, it's just a little pain. Hearing this, Su Qingtian relaxed somewhat, though he was still puzzled about what Su Chen was doing. Not only him, but the rest of the Su family was also bewildered. A sharp scream rang out. Su Yuanba lay on the ground, drenched in sweat. Even visible to the naked eye, the surface of his body was writhing. As if a giant worm were inside him, it looked terrifying. Father! Su He's bright eyes were full of worry. Soon the screams grew more piercing, as if Su Yuanba were enduring infinite torment. The faces of the Su family members changed. This was called a little pain. Father, are you all right? Su He was about to rush over to check, but Su Chen stopped her. Sister Su He, rest assured. Could your brother Chen harm his own family? Su Chen's face held a calm smile. Hearing this, Su He's tense heart eased a little. Just then, Su Yuanba's screams ceased. He lay on the ground, panting heavily. Xiao Chun, is this what you call a little pain? Su Yuanba said weakly, clearly tormented. But soon his expression changed. This is... Su Yuanba felt the spiritual energy constantly surging around him, and the incredibly wide meridians within his body, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Why is my absorption speed so much faster? At least 5 times what it was. 5 times. Su Qingtian was startled. Feeling the spiritual energy around Su Yuanba, he said with some uncertainty, Fourth brother, try not absorbing spiritual energy. Stop cultivating. Though puzzled, Su Yuanba complied. But soon an astonishing scene unfolded. Even without cultivating, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to flow into his body. Harmony with heaven and earth, automatic cultivation. These are the signs of a heavenly spirit root. What? The Su family members were all shocked. Su Chen stepped forward and said, that's right, this is a heavenly spirit root. I have a way to elevate your talent to a heavenly spirit root with no side effects, perfectly matching your physique. You only need to endure the pain. However, the younger and lower in cultivation, the less the pain. The reason Su Yuanba hurt so much was that his foundation was already deeply rooted. Elevating the spirit root was a forced transformation. It would be strange if it didn't hurt. Fortunately, the process wasn't too long, usually ending in about 30 breaths. Otherwise, Su Yuanba might have truly collapsed. Able to elevate to heavenly spirit root. Su Qingtian couldn't help swallowing. The best talent in the Su family was merely a superior grade spirit root. If all direct descendants could be elevated to heavenly spirit roots, it would bring immense benefits to the entire Su family. Elevating the spirit root after birth was something thought impossible, but Su Chen had done it. If not for the evidence before his eyes, Su Qingtian would have found it hard to believe. Su Chen announced, who's next? Thinking of becoming a heavenly spirit root, Su Qingyun immediately stepped forward. He'll go. Su Qingjian's face was full of arrogance. He looked at Su Yuanba with some disdain and said, Old fourth, your pain tolerance is still too poor. It won't kill you. I really don't know why you were screaming. Su Yuanba felt a bit ashamed. He had boasted to Su Chen about not fearing pain, but then couldn't help screaming. It was indeed embarrassing. Su Chen began the same process with Su Qingyun. Soon the courtyard echoed with even sharper screams than Su Yuanba's nearly heard throughout the entire Su residence. Many collateral members and servants were puzzled. What was happening in the inner courtyard? Su Qingyun was at the nascent soul stage, so transforming his talent was naturally more painful. The screams soon stopped. Su Qingyun was drenched in sweat, looking utterly drained. Such pain. But soon he burst into laughter. Such fast absorption. I, Su Qingyun, am no longer merely a medium-grade spirit root. I am a heavenly spirit root too. Su Yuanba sneered. Who was it that said they wouldn't scream? Su Qingyun's smile froze, embarrassment spreading across his face. Su Chen paid no attention and continued, next. Within the inner courtyard of the Su family, cries of agony echoed, intermittently persisting for nearly an hour. All members of the Su family sat weakly on the ground, every direct descendant having been elevated to the heavenly spirit root by Su Chen. Of course, this was merely the first step. Su Chen would continue to enhance their talents later. A wave of ecstasy swept across the faces of the Su family's direct descendants. A heavenly spirit root. I actually have a heavenly spirit root too. Such a level of talent is unheard of in the 5 great cities. I've heard that even within the Jinghong Empire, only 2 or 3 possess this quality. Heavens, slap me for this, all feels like a dream. Slap. Su Kongshan, you actually struck me. Do you think I don't know if it's real? I merely wished to express my astonishment, and you had to hit so hard. Tell me, was it intentional? Su Kongshan looked utterly aggrieved. Was it not you who asked me to slap you? Su Qingyun was also overjoyed. With such a batch of heavenly spirit roots, how could the family's prosperity not be ensured? He suddenly spoke. The young patriarch has enhanced your talents. Why not offer your thanks immediately? Though no one understood how Su Chen could achieve such a miraculous feat, it no longer mattered. The future of the Su family undoubtedly belonged to Su Chen. At this moment, fostering good relations between the younger generation and Su Chen would greatly benefit them in the days to come. The younger generation quickly caught on, rising to bow in unison. Thank you, young patriarch. In that instant, the way they gazed at Su Chen shifted, mingled with reverence and gratitude. Su Chen did not decline, he merely nodded with a faint smile. Su Qingtian suddenly spoke with gravity. No one is to leave. All of you go to the Grand Elder's quarters. The other elders immediately grasped Su Qingshan's intent. Today's events must not be leaked, or it would spell utter doom for the Su family. The ability to enhance one's talent was something unheard of even after poring over countless ancient texts. Only some heaven-defying treasures could fortify the body and elevate one's potential. Yet what Su Chen had bestowed upon them was entirely different. He had fundamentally altered their talent, a distinction of 2 wholly different concepts. Thus, Su Qingtian resolved to impose the Soul Seal curse on all direct descendants, forcibly binding their spirits to ensure that today's events would never be divulged. Su Yinxian also spoke, follow me. Among the direct descendants, some were bewildered, unsure of what was to come, while the astute understood the reason, yet none showed any sign of resistance. In their eyes, today's events must never be allowed to spread. After they had all departed, Su Chen glanced at Ruashi beside him and said calmly, Ruashi, you come as well. Ruashi was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped the meaning, her face lighting up with ecstasy. Thank you, young patriarch. Soon Ruashi was writhing on the ground, screaming in agony. Elevating Ruaxi's cultivation was a simple matter for Su Chen. This young girl was loyal to him and reasonably competent. Raising her power would enable her to assist him in more tasks. Only Su Chen and Ruashi remained in the courtyard. Before long, the pain on Ruaxi's face faded, and as she felt the spiritual energy surging into her body, her delicate features brimmed with excitement. From now on, I too possess a heavenly spirit root. Ruashi promptly knelt before Su Chen, her voice filled with reverence. Ruashi, thanks the young patriarch for this gift. Su Chen said indifferently, I grant you the heavenly spirit root so that you may serve diligently. Do not disappoint me. Ruaxi's heart tightened, and she spoke with solemnity. Rest assured, young patriarch. Ruashi will belong to you for life and never betray. She understood well that what the young patriarch valued was not ability, but loyalty. Given Su Chen's status, he could easily find someone more efficient to handle tasks. Yet he chose to elevate her talent, proving that he prized her devotion. Ruaxi's heart swelled with elation. This meant that as long as she remained loyal to Su Chen, she would be valued. From the moment she had begun serving Su Chen, she was his, and loyalty was the most fundamental duty. Besides, she would willingly die for him now. What difficulty was there in remaining faithful? Su Chen said flatly, I hope your words are not mere lip service. He turned and returned to his room. Ruashi watched his retreating figure, bit her lip lightly, and spoke with a flushed face. Young patriarch, do you require your servant to warm your bed? Besides attending to their master's daily needs, maids were also expected to serve in the bedchamber when necessary, a common practice within the Su family. Su-chun raised an eyebrow and turned back into the room. Ruashi was overjoyed. The young patriarch had not closed the door, a sign for her to enter. Ruaxi's face was alight with excitement and fervor. She quickly followed him and saw Su-chun lying on the bed, walked to its edge, gently shed her garments, and climbed in. Recalling the instructions of the Su family steward, Ruaxi's cheeks burned crimson. She softly undid Su-chen's clothes, and then, a night of springtime bliss. At dawn, the world was shrouded in a misty rain, carrying a cool, refreshing aura. Su-chen stepped out of the room, feeling invigorated, while Ruashi followed behind with an unsteady gait. Clearly, she had suffered defeat the previous night. Su-chun felt an immense sense of ease. He was no saint. Having been reborn, why not enjoy life to the fullest? Was he to live in solitude like a monk? The most alluring things to a man were power, wealth, and women. Children make choices. I want it all. So when Ruashi offered to share his bed, he did not refuse. However, there was one member of the Su family whose spirit root had yet to be elevated, Su Hanyuan. The old patriarch had just broken through to the void refinement realm, and his foundation was unstable, so he had gone into seclusion upon returning to the Su residence. Su-chen would have to find a special time to enhance his talent. A few days later, Su Hanyuan stabilized his cultivation and emerged from the tunnel. The Su family held a grand feast to celebrate, albeit only within the clan and not publicly. Seizing the opportunity, Su-chun elevated the old patriarch's spirit root to the heavenly spirit root. In Bright Moon City, Su-chen lay on the bed clad in a thin white robe, while Ruashi gently massaged him at his side. Reporting to the young master, someone outside is looking for Ruashi. She says her name is Li Qingqing. Ruaxi's hands paused momentarily, but she soon resumed the massage as if nothing had happened. Go and see her. It's fine, Su-chen said. Ruashi hesitated, her expression conflicted, but then she rose and said, Thank you, young master. Su-chun waved his hand, and Ruashi turned and left the courtyard. At the front gate of the Su residence, a woman in her early 20s paced back and forth, her face etched with anxiety. Before long, Ruashi emerged. At the sight of her, Li Qingqing rushed forward as if seeing a lifeline. Little sister, I beg you for help. Something terrible has happened at home. Ruaxi's expression was icy, ignoring Li Qingqing's words as she said coldly, Since the day you abandoned me at the Su family's doorstep, I've had nothing to do with you. Don't come looking for me again. She had been left at the Su residence when she was barely 2 years old. If not for the kindness of a steward there, she might have died. With that, Ruashi turned to leave. Seeing this, Li Qingqing's face was filled with pleading. Little sister, mother and father didn't want to do it either. Back then, our family couldn't even afford food, and that winter was especially harsh. You were too young to survive. They had no choice but to send you to the Su family. Please just help us. As she spoke, Li Qingqing knelt before Ruashi, almost kowtowing. Ruashi paused mid-step, taking a deep breath, her face showing reluctance. She knew the family's situation back then had indeed been dire. When she was young, her family would occasionally visit her, and during festivals they'd ask if she wanted to come home. Yet Ruashi harbored deep resentment toward that family. Why had they abandoned her at the Su residence? She had 3 older sisters, why was she the one cast aside? But despite her harsh words, Ruashi didn't want her family to come to harm or shed regret it forever. She turned back, her tone still cold. Tell me, what is it? Seeing Ruashi stop, Li Qingqing's face lit up with gratitude. She hurriedly said, 2 days ago the Longya gang captured Ingjia and Shoujia and injured mother and father, though not seriously. But the gang wants to force them into the Longhong court as courtesans. Only you can save them now. Li Qingqing's voice trembled with tears, her face a mask of despair and helplessness. The Longya gang was a notorious force in Mingwei City, boasting 2 nascent soul experts ranking among the top powers besides the Su family. They were mere mortals. How could they stand against a formidable cultivation force like the Longya gang? Ruaxi's eyes narrowed and fury surged across her face. Where are Ingjia and Shoujia now? These were her biological sisters. Though she had only met them 2 or 3 times in her life, blood ran thicker than water. Hearing they were forced into prostitution ignited an uncontrollable rage within her. They're both at the Longhong court. It's been 2 days, I don't know how they're faring. Li Qingqing scrambled to her feet, weeping as she led the way. Soon they arrived before a bustling grand pavilion adorned with red banners where a flock of painted ladies enthusiastically solicited customers. The Longhong court. Ruashi stepped forward, and a woman at the entrance smirked. Oh, a little beauty here. But this is a place for men, not women. Many of the court's women couldn't help but laugh. Ruaxi's face darkened. I am from the Su family. Call your manager out. The Su family. The woman startled, then scrutinized Ruashi with suspicion. Please wait a moment. Though she doubted Ruaxi's claim, she decided to report it to avoid any missteps. The Su family's reputation was too formidable to take lightly. Moreover, Ruashi had the air of someone seeking trouble, and in Mingyue City few dared to provoke the Longya gang. Soon 5 men emerged from the court. The middle-aged leader frowned at Ruashi. I am Hu Huan, deputy leader of the Longya gang. And you are? The Su family. Ruashi produced a token, a symbol of identity for all Su family members. Once as a mere servant, Ruashi had only a wooden token. But thanks to Su Chun, she had been elevated and her token was replaced with a silver one reserved for stewards. A silver token. Hu Huan's expression shifted. Whoever held this token should be at least a core formation realm cultivator. Though skeptical of Ruaxi's youth and cultivation level, the token compelled him to bow respectfully. So you're a steward of the Su family. My apologies for not recognizing you. What business brings you to our Longhong court? Hu Huan spoke politely, but kept appraising Ruashi. When had the Su family gained such a young female steward, and why had he never heard of her? Despite 100 questions swirling in his mind, no one in Mingyue City dared to forge the Su family's identity, so he could only half believe her. Ruashi said coldly, I'm here to ask for 2 people from you, leader Hu. Ask for people. Hu Huan was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Gao Qiu standing beside, Hu Huan suddenly looked at Li Qingqing, his expression faltering. Then narrowing his eyes, he whispered a few words into Hu Huan's ear. Deputy leader, that girl beside her. Hu Huan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Li Qingqing, then back at Ruashi. He roared, How dare you forge the Su family's identity? Seize them both. The men beside him lunged forward, ready to surround them. Ruaxi's beautiful eyes flashed with fury. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of offending the Su family? Offend the Su family? Gao Qiu sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. You overestimate yourselves. Addicted to pretending to be the Su family, are you? And you, Li Qingqing, daring to use the Su family's name to save your sisters. If the Su family finds out, your entire family will die. Want to save your sisters? Simple. Bring me 1,000 spirit stones. Return what you owe, and you can take them back. Hearing this, Li Qingqing's eyes burned with hatred. She screamed, Gao Qiu, my sister only borrowed 50 taels of silver from you to treat our parents, yet you demand 1,000 spirit stones. Where would we ever get that? Around Mingyue City, many mortals still used silver and gold as currency. These commoners made up the majority, nearly 7/10 of the population. 1 spirit stone could be exchanged for about 500 taels of silver, showing just how exorbitant Gao Qiu's demand was. It was usury of the highest order. The women in the Longhong court heard Li Qingqing's words, their eyes dimming with sorrow. Almost all of them had been victimized by the Longya gang, forced into this life to please men. The area around the court was bustling, and the commotion drew a crowd. This Longya gang is utterly shameless, turning 50 taels of silver into 1,000 spirit stones. Isn't that their usual trick? I've heard all the women here were forced into it. Too bad. Those 2 girls look so young. But isn't she holding a Su family steward token? Aren't they afraid of offending the Su family? The Su family. Huh. Have you ever seen such a young steward? And she's only at the chi condensation stage. Hey Race, what happened? That girl's sisters were taken to the court. Desperate to save them, she faked a Su family identity. How stupid. If you're going to fake an identity, at least match the strength. A chi condensation cultivator pretending to be a Su family steward. That's just ridiculous. The murmurs continued. No one believed Ruashi was a genuine Su family steward. After hearing Li Qingqing's outburst, Gao Qiu sneered. If you couldn't repay the debt, why borrow in the first place? Or did I force you to take the silver? A debt must be repaid. It's only natural. Since you have no spirit stones, isn't it only human to bring you here to work off the debt? Gao Qiu spoke with an air of righteous indignation, as if they were the ones at fault. Ruashi trembled with rage, her eyes filled with icy coldness. Don't you just want spirit stones? I'll give them to you. Release them now. With that, she tossed over 1,000 spirit stones. It was clearly disadvantageous for her to clash with the Longya gang. Although she was a member of the Su family, she held no real power. Even if she wanted to take action against the Longya gang, she lacked the ability. Moreover, the Longya gang had 2 nascent soul cultivators. The Su family would likely not antagonize them over a mere servant. Unless she went to Su Chun for help, but she was a servant and he was the master. It was always the servant who served the master, never the other way around. Seeing Ruashi produce 1,000 spirit stones, Gao Qiu's eyes lit up. He turned to exchange a glance with Hu Huan. After receiving a confirming look, Gao Qiu let out a cold sneer and spoke disdainfully. That 1,000 spirit stones was what Li Ying and Li Xiu owed me. We took them to Changhan court for training and instruction, teaching them how to be courtesans. So you'll need to pay another 100,000 spirit stones as a training fee to take them away. Ruox's face was filled with fury. How outrageous. Her expression was grim. Jacking up the price to 100,000 spirit stones in one go made it clear they had no intention of releasing anyone. Passers-by witnessing this scene couldn't help but shake their heads. The Longya gang's methods are utterly despicable. There's no help for it. They're powerful. Even if they're vile, what can you do? Those two girls are done for. They've lost everything. With Changhan court's methods, they'll likely end up as courtesans here. Speaking of which, that tender-looking girl is quite attractive. If she becomes a courtesan here, they'll definitely request her. Some sneered while others felt a pang of pity. But the Longya gang's influence was too great. Even those who felt sympathy dared not step forward to intervene. Gao Qiu said coldly, "Enough talk. If you can produce 100,000 spirit stones, you can take them away. If not, both of you stay here in Changhan court." With that, he licked his lips, a lecherous glint in his eyes. Ruoxi was not unattractive. Even in all of Bright Moon City, she was considered quite rare. With a little grooming, she would surely become a top courtesan. And given his position, he could enjoy any girl in Changhan court as he pleased. He would definitely savor her thoroughly. Gao Qiu acted as if he had already secured them. Even if Ruoxi truly produced 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could still find another excuse, such as accusing them of forging a Su family identity. Li Qingqing's face was a mask of panic. Hiding behind Ruoxi, she said in a trembling voice, "Little sister, what do we do now?" Ruox's face was ashen. "I am a member of the Su family. If you dare touch me, aren't you afraid of their retaliation?" The Su family. Gao Qiu looked as if he was stifling a laugh, his face full of contempt. If Li Qingqing and her family truly had a Su family steward backing them, how could they have lived so miserably, having to borrow money just for medical treatment? He simply didn't believe Ruoxi was from the Su family. Never mind the Su family. If you can't produce the spirit stones today, not even the Heavenly King himself can save you. Gao Qiu knew Li Qingqing's family all too well. They had no background. They were ordinary people from a small mountain village with not a single cultivator in 3 generations. People like that were easy for him to manipulate with absolutely no risk. Seeing the crowd gathering, Hu Huan suddenly spoke. "Don't worry, the Longya gang is not unreasonable. If you can earn 100,000 spirit stones for Changhan court, I will naturally let you go." Hu Huan didn't want his reputation to be completely ruined, so he played the good cop. Ruoxi trembled with rage. She hadn't expected Hu Huan to be so shameless, putting on such a sanctimonious front. Hu Huan's tone then turned harsh. "Of course you have another choice. We can tie you up and take you to the Su family. But the consequences would be severe. You and your family will die. Forging a Su family identity is a grave crime. The fact that I am giving you a chance to live is already a great mercy." Hu Huan swept his gaze across the crowd and gave Gao Qiu a meaningful look. Gao Qiu immediately understood, seized them. Ruox's heart jolted. She drew her long sword and shouted, her powerful aura spreading outward. "Who dares? Such a strong sword aura." Gao Qiu's eyes showed surprise. Ruoxi was only at the qi condensation stage, but he sensed a dangerous aura from her. "Just a mere qi condensation perfection, putting on airs in front of me." Gao Qiu sneered. Although Ruoxi, as a qi condensation cultivator, displayed a somewhat formidable aura that approached that of a foundation establishment cultivator, qi condensation was still qi condensation. He lunged at Ruoxi, releasing the aura of a core formation cultivator instantly, putting her on edge. Ruox's heart was filled with anxiety. She hadn't expected these people to be unafraid of the Su family. Since joining the Su family, she had never encountered such a situation, nor ever considered matters of survival. Her daily thoughts were solely on how to serve her master well. But today, having left the Su family, she realized how dangerous the outside world truly was. "Stop!" A loud shout rang out, and a robust figure stepped out from the crowd, dressed simply. Seeing Gao Qiu attacking Ruoxi, he was furious. "What are you doing? Don't you know she's from the Su family?" Gao Qiu was momentarily stunned, then threw his head back and laughed heartily. "You're really going all out to save them, even bringing in an actor to put on a show." "An actor?" Hearing this, the robust man immediately cursed. "They'll show you an actor." He then pulled out a wooden token with a large Su character engraved on it. However, this wooden token had a silver border, and the back was engraved with the character branch. It was distinctly different from ordinary servant tokens. "I am Su Li, 7th son of Su Si, steward of the 3rd branch of the Su family. How dare you say I'm pretending to be from the Su family? Do you have a death wish?" An ordinary branch member wouldn't dare to challenge a nascent soul faction, but the 3rd branch was a core part of the Su family. and the steward was the leader of the third branch, holding considerable power within the Su family, and was himself an early nascent soul cultivator. He naturally had no fear of the Longya gang. Su Li then berated them. "You bastards. This is Miss Ruashi, a close aide to the young master. How dare you think of making her a courtesan at Changhong Court? If the young master finds out your entire Longya gang will be annihilated." Clearly being accused of faking a Su family identity enraged him. Gao Qiu was momentarily intimidated, but after a moment's thought he recovered. "Bastard, how dare you curse me?" He was absolutely certain that Li Qingqing had no connection to the Su family. Her family had lived in hardship for years. If they truly had Su family backing, even as a mere servant, they could never have been this miserable. Gao Qiu's eyes blazed with fury. "You dare insult the Longya sect? Today you'll cut off your limbs as a warning to others." With that, a fierce aura erupted from his body. His hand turned as hard as iron as he viciously grabbed at Su Li, aiming to kill. Su Li was startled. He was only at the early foundation establishment stage. How could he withstand a core formation cultivator? He was dumbfounded. Are you people not even afraid of the Su family? Had the world of Bright Moon City changed so much? My father is a steward of the third branch. If you kill me, the Longya gang will be destroyed. Su Li roared, his eyes blazing with anger. He didn't believe Gao Qiu would actually dare to strike. Gao Qiu snorted, his eyes full of mockery, still pretending. "Let's see how the Longya sect gets destroyed. If you're from the Su family, then I'm the Heavenly King himself." "Stop right there." A furious shout rang out, followed by a sword light streaking in from afar. The sword light, imbued with a profound sword intent, instantly severed Gao Qiu's arm. "Ah!" Gao Qiu's agonizing scream suddenly erupted, piercing and shrill. Su Qian appeared from afar, his eyes brimming with icy, murderous intent. He was Su Yuanba's eldest son, and thus Su He's elder brother. Su Qian spoke with a frigid tone. "Well, I have witnessed it now. The Long-Tooth sect dares to lay hands on my Su family." He had been drinking here with Su Li, never expecting to encounter such an incident. He thought Su Li could handle it, but never imagined the Long-Tooth sect would dare to kill someone from the Su family. Han Shi felt a wave of relief upon seeing Su Qian. With the direct lineage of the Su family appearing, it seemed today's troubles would be resolved. Su Qian coldly glared at Hu Huan. "Chief, you had better give me an explanation, or else today's matter will not end peacefully." Before Hu Huan could speak, Gao Qiu roared, "Brat, you seek death." Having his hands severed filled him with rage, especially since Su Qian was only at the peak of foundation establishment, while he was at the early golden core stage. Being disarmed by a foundation establishment cultivator was a sheer humiliation. Hu Huan quickly pulled Gao Qiu back, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Su Qian's demeanor was extraordinary, and with his foundation establishment cultivation, if Li Qingqing truly had a foundation establishment cultivator backing her, they would not need to borrow silver from Gao Qiu. Could they really be members of the Su family? At that moment, a flicker of panic seized Hu Huan. He cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask the young master's name?" Su Qian replied indifferently, "Su family, Su Qian." Su Qian. Hu Huan frowned, having never heard this name before. The Su family had only arrived in Bright Moon City less than 20 years ago, and neither the direct nor collateral juniors had appeared often, so Hu Huan found the name Su Qian unfamiliar. However, seeing Su Qian's confident and composed demeanor still stirred some unease within him. After careful deliberation, Hu Huan said, "Young master Su Qian, if you can prove you are from the Su family, I will immediately release Li Ying and Li Xiu." Upon hearing this, Su Qian laughed in anger. "Ha!" Watching Su Qian laugh recklessly without restraint, Hu Huan's face darkened. Gao Qiu said coldly from the side, "Vice Chief, they are definitely putting on an act. I have investigated Li Qingqing. She has absolutely no connection to the Su family." Hearing this, Hu Huan's remaining caution waned. After laughing until he tired, Su Qian looked at Hu Huan with derision. "Chief, who are all of you in the Long-Tooth gang such fools?" Su Li could not help but add, "Indeed, I have never seen such fools in Bright Moon City. How dare you?" Hu Huan could no longer contain himself. Fury drove him to the brink of irrationality. Coupled with Gao Qiu's assurance that these people could not be from the Su family, he struck, directly charging at Su Qian with lightning speed. An overwhelming aura spread, and Hu Huan's attack manifested as two powerful strikes imbued with lightning force, causing Su Qian's expression to shift drastically, for the gap in their cultivation levels was immense. Before a nascent soul cultivator, Su Qian at the late foundation establishment stage was no different from an ant. What baffled Su Qian was that Hu Huan dared to attack a Su family direct descendant in Bright Moon City. Was he not afraid of death? Was he mad? "Hu Huan, you seek death!" Su Qian roared. As a Su family direct descendant, he naturally possessed life-saving trump cards, but just as he was about to use one, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Hu Huan was sent flying back like an arrow shot from a bow, crashing into the ground before Changhong Courtyard, leaving a crater several meters deep with blood streaming from his body. Before Su Qian stood a figure, his face clean and handsome with a tall, slender build exuding striking charm. "Young master!" A cry of surprise rang out Rua's eyes, face brimming with joy. Su Qian also snapped back to reality, his face lighting up. Fifth brother. He was a few months younger than Su Qian, so calling him fifth brother was fitting. Su Qian nodded at him, then turned his gaze to Hu Huan, speaking in a detached tone. "A mere early nascent soul dares to lay hands on a Su family direct descendant, truly ignorant of life and death." Upon seeing Su Qian, many onlookers were startled. "That man looks familiar. Stop speculating. He is Su Qian, the young patriarch of the Su family." My heavens, could these people really be from the Su family? It seems the Long-Tooth Gang is doomed. If that Su Qian is truly a direct descendant, they are certainly finished. Daring to attack the Su family, Hu Huan has truly reached the end of his rope. No, the entire Long-Tooth Gang has. Few recognized Su Qian, but a number knew Su Qian. Witnessing Hu Huan's downfall, the crowd wore expressions of schadenfreude. Hu Huan's chest had caved in, an ordinary person would have perished. However, the nascent soul stage granted remarkable vitality, allowing him to survive, albeit gravely wounded. Gritting through the searing pain, Hu Huan scrambled to his knees, his face twisted with terror as he pleaded, "Young Master Su, spare me. I was misled by slander and nearly harmed the Su family." He had never imagined that these people truly were from the Su family. And as for Li Qingqing, how could she summon so many Su family members while living in such destitution at home? Now, even if he doubted Su Qian's identity, it was futile. The earlier exchange had confirmed he was no match for Su Qian. "Enough," Su Qian said flatly. "I dislike such useless chatter." With those words, his form flickered like a phantom beside Hu Huan, and he raised his foot to stomp down. A seemingly ordinary step directly crushed Hu Huan's dantian and nascent soul. With his cultivation base shattered, Hu Huan plummeted to the level of a mere mortal. The onlookers could not help but sigh at the sight. A nascent soul cultivator reduced to nothing, his cultivation stripped away like a beast's. Su Qian's tone turned sharp. "If anyone dares to touch a Su family direct descendant, what prestige will the Su family hold in Bright Moon City? Su Qian, take this man back to the Su residence. In 3 days he will be beheaded at the training ground." He did not kill Hu Huan immediately, not out of mercy, but to make an example, to instill fear of the Su family in all who heard of it, lest such incidents recur. Today's events were absurd. After the Su family members had revealed their identities, someone still dared to attack them, and in Bright Moon City no less. Su Qian nodded promptly. "Yes, young patriarch." Though they were both direct descendants, Su Qian held a higher status. He stepped forward, seized Hu Huan, and tossed him to Su Li. "Take him back." At this moment, Hu Huan's eyes were filled with despair. He knew he was finished, having stumbled into the Su family's crosshairs. At the same time, his hatred for Gao Qiu burned fiercely. Had it not been for Gao Qiu's misdirection, he would have cautiously verified their identities before acting. As the vice chief of the Long-Tooth Gang, having reached the nascent soul stage, he was no fool. Yet he had been tripped up by his own man. Li Qingqing was an ordinary person, she would never dare to impersonate the Su family. On that point alone, caution was warranted. But her lowly status made it hard for him to connect her with a colossus like the Su family, and combined with Gao Qiu's deception, he concluded that these people were not from the Su family. Hu Huan suddenly roared at Gao Qiu, "Gao Qiu, you bastard." Harsh words poured from his mouth, but Gao Qiu was already paralyzed with fear, utterly disoriented. With a light grasp, Su Qian unleashed a terrifying force that swept through the Long-Tooth Gang members, killing them all, including Gao Qiu. The annihilation of the Long-Tooth Gang filled the onlookers with dread. Was this the Su family? A nascent soul-level force seemed so fragile before them. And Su Qian himself appeared far more formidable than the rumors suggested. At the same moment, 2 auras erupted within Bright Moon City, carrying a suffocating pressure, with one clearly overpowering the other. A nascent soul cultivator and a soul formation cultivator. "Elder Su Qingyun, why did you attack my Longfang sect? I have never offended the Su family." Following a furious roar, in less than a moment, the nascent soul aura was completely extinguished. Everyone's hearts trembled, especially those outside the Longhong courtyard who knew exactly what had transpired. To many, a nascent soul cultivator was a mighty figure, yet before the Su family, even such a being was so feeble, utterly powerless to resist. Thus easily slaughtered. Yet many felt the Longfang sect leader died, too unjustly slain without knowing anything. But such events occurred too often in Bright Moon City, in a world where the strong prey on the weak. Where is there any room for reason? Meanwhile, elsewhere, after killing Hu Huan, Su Chen vanished from the spot. Ruashi gazed at where Su Chen had disappeared and bowed respectfully once more. Thank you, young master. With the Longfang sect destroyed, some brave girls in the Longhong courtyard began to flee. One led, and soon all the girls scattered in a rush. Two figures dashed out of the Longhong courtyard, garishly dressed and panic-stricken. They were Li Ying and Li Xiu, forced by the Longfang sect to receive guests in the brothel under threat to their parents. Both had already despaired, resigned to their miserable fate. Today was their first day receiving guests, yet before any arrived, this upheaval occurred. Initially afraid to flee, they hesitated, but seeing many girls run away with no one stopping them, they joined the escape. Sister Xiu, Sister Ying. Li Qingqing shouted upon seeing them. Li Ying and Li Xiu startled, looking toward the voice, their eyes falling on a familiar figure and a stranger. But both recognized who it was. Years ago, the whole family had visited the Su residence to see Ruashi. Though only a brief encounter, they clearly remembered their younger sister Ruashi. They immediately ran up, grabbed her, and fled. Hurry! Ruashi did not resist. After running far, they stopped by the roadside, panting heavily. Li Ying and Li Xiu were overjoyed to see Ruashi again. Learning that their younger sister had saved them left them utterly astonished. They had thought Ruashi was just a servant in the Su household, never expecting she served the young master of the Su family. Seeing Ruaxi's fortune, envy shone in their eyes. In the end, the three elder sisters earnestly urged Ruashi to return home for a visit, but she refused, still unsure how to face her parents. I will find you a house. Move to Bright Moon City as soon as possible, and then come to the Su residence to find me. With these words, Ruashi turned and left. Li Qingqing could not help but smile bitterly. It seems our little sister still harbors resentment. Li Ying and Li Xiu could only sigh. What they had done back then was indeed wrong. Ruashi, alone and helpless in the Su family, without family care, had endured countless grievances. It was only natural she bore resentment. Yet compared to starving together, it was still better. At that time, a natural disaster struck. Temperatures plummeted. No effect on cultivators, but mortals suffered greatly. If not for sending Ruashi away, she would have faced starvation. Her three elder sisters were older and could work, but Ruashi was too young, so they had no choice but to send her to the Su family. In truth, when they abandoned Ruashi at the Su residence, her parents were deeply worried, waiting in the distance for half a day until she was taken inside before leaving. But judging by Ruaxi's current attitude, there was still hope for reconciliation. At the Su residence, Su Chen continued lounging in his chair, a look of contentment on his face. There was truly no place like home. After dozing for half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes again. The Su family now boasted 3 soul formation cultivators, Su Qingtian, Su Yunqian, and Su Qingyun. The remaining 3 elders had all reached the peak of nascent soul. It seemed they would soon break through to soul formation. Though this progress was decent, it was still far from enough. A powerful force required more than just cultivation. It needed formidable techniques and mastery of auxiliary arts like alchemy, artifact forging, and array formations. Su Chen retrieved an array formation called the Soul Summoning Array, a heaven-grade mid-tier formation that accelerated the generation of surrounding spiritual energy. Centered on the Su residence, within 500 meters, spiritual energy generation doubled. Within 3 kilometers, it increased by 1-fold, and within 10 kilometers, it rose by 50%. Bright Moon City's cultivation environment was ultimately mediocre, making it extremely difficult for a void refinement cultivator to emerge, let alone a harmony stage 1. To address this, one could either enhance the environment, which required considerable effort, or simply move the Su family out of Bright Moon City. Relocation. Clearly, Su Chen favored the latter. Bright Moon City was truly not worth staying in. The Xiantian realm abounded with blessed lands and celestial caves. Wouldn't it be better to settle the Su family in such a place? Even if he wanted to improve the environment, he could choose a better location. The main issue was that the 5 great cities were too remote, hindering the Su family's development. But that was a matter for later. There was no rush for now. Su Chen turned his thoughts to himself. Due to his earlier use of cultivation, his primordial chaos immortal body had reached perfection, and his body now contained the fearsome, offensive power of primordial chaos purple chi. Yet he still felt something was missing. His attack methods were too monotonous, lacking a sense of flair. Su Chen glanced at his technique list, which contained countless methods ranging from yellow-grade to immortal-grade. Grand Fireball Technique, Xian-grade high-tier technique capable of spewing scorching waves of immense power. Activate. Su Chen chose to use it without hesitation. In an instant, the circulation path of the Grand Fireball Technique was etched deeply into his mind, as if he had cultivated it himself. Then Su Chen began selecting other techniques. Illusion God, Art Heaven-grade high-tier technique. Cultivate. Sky-rending sword, Art Emperor-grade mid-tier technique. Cultivate. Soul-devouring 9 slashes immortal-grade third-rank technique. Cultivate. Su Chen selected nearly 100 techniques to cultivate a small portion below Heaven-grade, but the majority were Saint-grade and immortal-grade. Only then did he close the system space with satisfaction. From now on, when killing, he no longer needed to rely solely on his physical body. He could use these techniques. Though the effect remained the same, the style was elevated countless notches. His primordial chaos immortal body was immensely powerful. A single casual punch rivaled an immortal-grade technique, but it was too straightforward and lacked elegance. Since he was already invincible, shouldn't he pursue a bit of flair? In the following period, Su Chen guided the younger generation of the clan in their cultivation. The Su family gradually became aware of Su Chen's terrifying and mysterious nature. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, 3 overwhelming auras erupted within the Su family, filled with a sense of oppression, causing many in Mingwest City to look up in astonishment. That's the direction of the Su family. They have broken through to 3 formidable transformation stage experts. Does that mean the Su family now possesses 5 transformation stage cultivators? Wait, have you forgotten about Su Chen? Didn't he have peak nascent soul strength? How could he have also broken through to the transformation stage now? If that's the case, the Su family has 6 transformation stage cultivators, 1 refinement stage cultivator, and it seems the family head is also at the peak of the transformation stage. It won't be long before he breaks through to the refinement stage. Refining the void is incredibly difficult. It isn't something one can easily break through to. Discussions continued to resonate throughout the city, and every time the Su family was mentioned, it was filled with reverence. The current Su family was indeed terrifying. With the addition of 3 transformation stage experts, their position among the 5 major cities had become unshakable. Su Chen provided the Su family with numerous powerful cultivation techniques, enhancing their combat strength. He also introduced some ancillary practices like alchemy and artifact forging. Previously, the Su family had only 1 third-grade alchemist. Now the number of third-grade alchemists had increased to 7, with an additional 4th-grade alchemist. With the support of spiritual roots, the younger generation of the Su family grew rapidly. For instance, Su Yuza had already broken through to the peak of the Golden Core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In Minghua City, everyone's eyes sharpened, feeling a sense of breathlessness, as if the air in the world had been drawn away, creating an oppressive discomfort. What is going on? Everyone looked toward the source of the aura, their eyes filled with fear. Soon after, a formidable aura erupted from within the Su family, under which everyone felt like ants only able to crawl on the ground. The aura of the refinement stage. The people of Minghua City were filled with dread. Facing such a powerful being, they felt utterly powerless. In no time, the aura completely blossomed as a figure soared into the sky, ripples forming in the void around him. Ha ha, I Su Qingtian have finally broken through to the refinement stage. Su Qingtian laughed heartily. At this moment, he resembled a towering powerhouse radiating a sense of oppression. This is the head of the Su family, Su Qingtian. My heavens, another person from the Su family has broken through to the refinement stage. So strong is this the pressure brought by the refinement stage. Countless people showed expressions of shock, filled with fear. The Su family now had 2 refinement stage cultivators, making their strength even more unshakable. Especially when the other 4 major cities learned of this, they all came bearing gifts to express their loyalty, and Su Qingtian directly demanded that the other 4 major cities submit to the Su family. Naturally, all forces in the 4 major cities agreed and were willing to supply the Su family annually. Thus, the 5 major cities became the Su family's territory. In that year, 5 members of the younger generation from the Su family's direct line broke through to the nascent soul stage, and 2 members from the collateral line also advanced to the transformation stage. Currently, the Su family had a total of 8 transformation stage cultivators. When combined, there were nearly 30 nascent soul practitioners from both the direct and collateral lines, an exceedingly terrifying number. Another 6 months passed, and Su Hongyuan broke through again to become a mid-refinement stage cultivator, which left the other 4 cities who had been somewhat dissatisfied with no further thoughts. The direct line of the Su family all possessed spiritual roots, and with the monthly resources sent by the Wanbao Pavilion, they could quickly break through and advance. In no time at all, the Su family reached an unprecedented peak, and news of the 5 major cities even spread to the Jinghong Empire, drawing the attention of many. The Jinghong Empire was currently unstable, Emperor Jinghong, was preparing to retreat to break through to the return to Origin Realm. However, the imperial reign must continue, so the 9 princes began to contend for the position of heir. The Jinghong Empire had produced 3 emperors in total, but during each succession struggle, nearly all participating princes ended up dead, leaving only the final victor. This meant that among the 9, only one would ultimately survive, making it a highly bloody and brutal affair. Thus, during this time, the Jinghong Empire was in tremendous turmoil. Each of the 9 princes had numerous powerful allies, with the strongest, the eldest prince, having already reached mid-refinement stage. He had the most followers among all the princes and was the one with the greatest chance of seizing the throne. Currently, the battle for the throne among the 9 princes had reached a fever pitch, with nearly all forces in the Jinghong Empire that approached the refinement stage already taking sides. However, at this moment, the sudden emergence of 2 refinement stage cultivators from the 5 major cities, including 1 mid-refinement stage, immediately led the 9 princes to entertain similar thoughts. They had to win over the Su family. Although the Jinghong Empire was very powerful, the number of refinement stage cultivators was limited, representing high-end combat strength. 2 refinement stage cultivators could often play a crucial role. Just a few days after the Su family's achievements were made known, the princes of the Jinghong Empire sent people to express their desire to win them over. However, the Su family had just stabilized, so Su Qingtian declined almost all of them. In the Su family's reception hall, a richly dressed man sat there looking rather displeased because Su Qingtian had just rejected the eldest prince's offer. Huang Qi said with an unhappy expression, "Family head Su, the eldest prince has shown sincere intentions. Refusing will not benefit you at all. Moreover, the eldest prince has the strongest power. If he gains the support of the 2 refinement stage cultivators from the Su family, his chances of success will significantly increase. Once the eldest prince secures the throne, he will be the king of the Jinghong Empire. At that time, will your Su family still need to reside in such a remote place as the 5 major cities? The eldest prince can select a spiritually rich location for you within the Jinghong Empire." Su Qingtian smiled and replied, "Lord Huang, our Su family has no desire for conflict. We only wish to preserve ourselves." The battle for the throne was too terrifying. A slight misstep could lead to the destruction of the Su family, and he had no reason to get involved. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's expression grew even darker. With the conversation reaching this point, you would still refuse. Huang Qi stood up, releasing the aura of a mid-refinement stage cultivator, his entire being resembling an enraged lion. "Family head Su, I hope you understand that the 5 major cities are ungoverned, merely a pact from the previous emperor of the Jinghong Empire with the lords of the 5 major cities. But now that the lords of the 5 major cities have vanished and you refuse, all princes, whoever takes the throne, will have no place for your Su family. Do you really think you can safeguard yourselves, family head Su?" Su Qingshan's expression changed instantly. Although the Su family had 2 refinement stage cultivators, now they still lacked the strength to contend with a behemoth like the Jinghong Empire. If the princes truly set their sights on them, then regardless of who ascended, the Su family would be subjected to purging. Huang Qi lost interest in further words and scoffed, turning to leave. "Family head Su, take care of yourself." In the room, only Su Qingtian remained, his expression filled with worry. Did the Su family merely wish to develop in peace? Was such a simple request so hard to achieve? Shaking his head, Su Qingtian sighed helplessly. This world was such that lacking strength was the fundamental issue. 2 more days passed. "Family head, someone is requesting an audience outside, claiming to be an old acquaintance of yours." In the reception hall, upon seeing the person standing inside, Su Qingtian exclaimed with delight, "Brother Lin Jin, is it really you?" Standing in the reception hall was a man with a genial countenance, appearing steady and mature, exuding a faint aura of authority. Lin Jin smiled and said, "Brother Su, it's been a long time." Su Qingtian immediately laughed heartily. "Brother Lin, we haven't seen each other for ages. You must not leave so soon. This time we must drink and chat to our heart's content." Lin Jin was someone Su Qingtian had known since his days in the Qingfeng gang. In fact, even the Su family's great migration to Bright Moon City had been made possible with Lin Jin's assistance behind the scenes. Hearing this, Lin Jin's smile faded, and he gave a bitter laugh. "Brother Su, do you really think I'm in the mood to drink right now?" Su Qingtian was stunned. He had momentarily forgotten Lin Jin's identity, the 7th prince of the Jinghong Empire. Su Qingtian also understood Lin Jin's purpose for visiting, and his expression turned grave. "In the struggle for the crown prince, is there no way to withdraw?" Lin Jin said calmly. "Withdraw? How? No matter who wins in the end, everyone will be purged. If I become the crown prince, I won't spare the other princes either." The Jinghong Empire was suppressed by an ancestor at the Harmony Unity stage. Who sat on the throne didn't matter as long as you were of the imperial clan. Even if you became the king of Jinghong, others could still drag you down. In this world, strength reigned supreme. There was no such thing as popular support. As long as you had the power to kill the king of Jinghong, you would become the king of this empire. Thus, the first thing anyone who ascended the throne did was eliminate future threats, slaughtering all other royal brothers. Su Qingtian fell silent. He had long heard of the bloody and brutal nature of such succession struggles. This had one advantage: the one who became emperor was never lacking in merit, whether in talent or tactics. They were almost always top-notch. Such a person controlling the empire could ensure its better survival. But the downside was the loss of kinship. Even close brothers would stab you in the back. The atmosphere in the hall grew stifling, and both men remained silent. Finally, Lin Jin let out a helpless sigh. Among the 9 princes, my faction is the weakest. All my other royal brothers have at least 3 void refinement cultivators assisting them, while I have only 2. Judging by the movements of the other princes, they all seem intent on dealing with me, the weakest, first. Hearing this, Su Qingshan's eyes were filled with conflict. Lin Jin was a very good friend of his, and back when he helped the Su family relocate, he had expended considerable resources and connections. Without Lin Jin, their move to Bright Moon City would certainly not have been so simple. Thus, the Su family owed Lin Jin a great debt of gratitude. But concerning the life or death of the Su family, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Lin Jin's strength among the princes was below average, which meant he would likely lose. If the Su family sided with him, they would naturally face doom. Though he was the head of the Su family, the family belonged to everyone, not just him alone. Lin Jin's words had made his intention quite clear. He hoped Su Qingtian would take his side. Suddenly, Su Qingtian asked, "Brother Lin, before you came to Bright Moon City, you said your child was about to be born. So was it a boy or a girl?" Lin Jin smiled and replied, "That was so long ago. I had a daughter. She's already 18 now. If I get the chance, I'll bring her to meet you." As he spoke, a trace of bitterness crept onto his lips. If he failed in the struggle for the throne, his family would surely be wiped out root and branch. Perhaps there would be no such opportunity. Lin Jin also saw Su Qingshan's predicament. He stood up and said, "In that case, Brother Su, I won't disturb you further. There are many matters in the Jinghong Empire awaiting my attention." He was well aware that asking Su Qingtian to side with him was a very risky proposition. So Lin Jin's visit to the Su family today was merely an attempt. He did not want to use the debt the Su family owed him as leverage. After all, even with the Su family's help, his chances of winning this succession struggle were not particularly high. There was no need to drag the Su family into certain death with him. Seeing Lin Jin about to leave, Su Qingtian quickly said, "Brother Lin, please wait. My Su family is not one to forget favors for profit. Among the 9 princes, the other 8 have all sent envoys to our door. It won't be easy for us to avoid them even if we wanted to. But this is a matter of great importance. I must discuss it with my clan before making a decision." Lin Jin was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Su." Su Qingtian nodded, then began to summon all the high-ranking members of the Su family, the 5 elders of the direct line, and the 13 leading stewards of the collateral branches. Of course, Su Chen was also included. In the council hall, Su Qingtian recounted the entire proceedings from start to finish. After listening, Su Qingyun said, without hesitation, "The 7th prince helped us in the past. If we now aid another prince, wouldn't that be equivalent to becoming his enemy?" These words plunged the hall into silence. Choosing sides among the many princes seemed like a multiple-choice question, but in reality, there was only one option: the 7th prince. Either choose the 7th prince or choose none. Their Su family had always valued loyalty and righteousness. Choosing another prince would be tantamount to sending the 7th prince to his death, an act that went against the family's principles. Sui frowned deeply. "I've investigated the situation in the Jinghong Empire. The 7th prince's strength is meager, with only 2 void refinement cultivators by his side, while the 1st prince has 9, 3 of whom are at the peak of void refinement. The gap in strength is too great." At these words, those who had initially wanted to help the 7th prince immediately fell silent. With such a vast disparity in strength, how could they possibly fight? The hall buzzed with discussion, but no one gave a clear indication of whether to side with the 7th prince or to remain neutral. Some felt that the best course was to simply flee, siding with no one. If they escaped now, even if the victor of the succession struggle wanted to retaliate against the Su family, it wouldn't be easy to find them. After an hour of debate, no good conclusion was reached. Finally, Su Qingtian looked towards Su Chen. "Chainer, do you have any ideas?" The clan members immediately turned their gazes to Su Chen, their eyes filled with hope. In the past, whenever the family faced problems, Su Chen had always helped them resolve them. Would it be the same this time? Su Chen said calmly, "There's nothing to agonize over. Since our Su family owes Lin Jin a great favor, we can choose to help. If father chooses to help no one afterward, no one will dare to settle scores." His words were filled with confidence, and the people in the hall felt their emotions stabilize somewhat upon hearing them. In Su Chen's view, if the Jing Empire truly dared to settle accounts, he wouldn't mind replacing its king or simply obliterating the Jing Empire altogether. To him, a king-level force with only a harmony unity stage cultivator was no different from an ant. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Qingtian made up his mind. Help Lin Jin. The debt of gratitude must be repaid. Moreover, Su Qingtian couldn't bear to watch Lin Jin die. Aside from the few elders of the direct line, in the early Su family, the stewards of the collateral branches didn't know Su Chen very well, but they all knew that the Su family's current transformation was all thanks to him. Thus, they had complete faith in Su Chen. Su Chen spoke again. "In that case, he'll go to the Jing Empire alone. I was planning to go there for a visit anyway." "You're going alone." Su Qingshan's expression tightened slightly. Those assembled in the grand hall exchanged glances, their faces clouded with uncertainty. Su Chen's stated cultivation realm was merely nascent soul initial establishment, though none truly believed it. Even if his combat prowess rivaled that of a nascent soul peak expert, or even a Dao forging cultivator, it seemed utterly meaningless. The seventh prince did not lack a single Dao forging level warrior. Su Chen spoke calmly, "Rest assured, I guarantee his ascension to heirship. No one shall wrest it from him." Hearing these words, the others' hearts leapt once more. The Nine Dragons heirship contest unfolded upon a battlefield where Dao forging cultivators clashed. Could Su Chen truly sweep aside all rivals? After a moment's contemplation, Su Qingtian nodded. Very well. He now placed immense trust in this son. Su Chen was profoundly enigmatic and formidable, undoubtedly far surpassing mere nascent soul cultivation. Yet he had never divulged the truth, and Su Qingtian chose not to press. Moreover, Su Chen possessed a mysterious, overwhelmingly powerful master. So even if the seventh prince's ultimate succession remained uncertain, Su Chen himself would certainly face no peril. The Su family swiftly reached consensus. Only Su Chen would accompany Lin Jin. All else within the clan would proceed as usual. Beyond Moonlight City, 3 dragon horse imperial carriages stood motionless. Passers-by recoiled in terror. The unique insignia emblazoned upon them unmistakably marked them as royal conveyances of the Jing Empire. Su Chen and Lin Jin emerged from the city gates. Lin Jin glanced sideways at the youth beside him, calm, unruffled, and felt a surge of bewilderment. Could this man truly aid him in seizing the throne? Recalling Su Qingtian's unwavering tone at parting, Lin Jin faltered inwardly. Had the elder been toying with him? Su Chen's aura registered only nascent soul cultivation. What conceivable impact could such a figure wield upon the heirship contest? Succession was not mere slaughter among princes, but unfolded in 2 distinct phases. In the first phase, preceding the formal contest, princes sought to diminish their rivals' strength through attrition and elimination. Only when the official heirship contest commenced would true warfare erupt, presided over by Emperor Jing himself, pitting each prince's elite warriors against one another in brutal, decisive combat. The victor would be named Crown Prince, not solely by martial might, but also by mastery of strategy, statecraft, and political acumen. Among the 9 princes, though the eldest prince held supreme strength, the second and third princes each commanded forces nearly matching his, lacking only 2 Dao forging cultivators. Should they forge a temporary alliance, their threat to the eldest prince would become grave indeed. Now, with only 7 days remaining until the contest, Lin Jin possessed merely 2 reliable warriors. His chances of victory were vanishingly slim. Lin Jin had not even factored Su Chen into his calculations. In his view, the Su family's dispatch of Su Chen was likely little more than a gesture to preserve diplomatic decorum. Yet he harbored no resentment. His odds were already abysmal. Even with the Su family's support, the outcome would remain unchanged. He refused to let his own plight drag the Su family into annihilation. A quiet sigh escaped Lin Jin. He had not seen Su Qingtian in over a decade, yet the man had grown unrecognizably distant, steeped in worldly calculation. If unwilling to assist, why not simply refuse? Why send Su Chen to certain death? "Your Highness." Beside the dragon horse carriage stood a middle-aged man who immediately stepped forward in deep reverence, his gaze lingering on Su Chen's brows subtly furrowing. "Nascent soul cultivation," Lin Jin remarked coolly. "This is Su Chen, heir of the Su family. He will accompany us to the Jing Empire." He offered no further explanation, clearly holding Su Chen in scant regard. Zhang Yin's brows knotted sharply, a weary sigh escaped him. So the prince had failed to secure any additional Dao forging cultivators. He was one of Lin Jin's 2 Dao forging initial establishment experts, assigned specifically to safeguard the prince. Your Highness. Zhang Yin's face darkened with concern. Without reinforcements, Lin Jin would enter the contest with only 2 Dao forging cultivators. Lin Jin waved dismissively. Let us depart. We'll discuss matters upon our return. Neither gave Su Chen serious attention. A nascent soul cultivator, however prodigious, could scarcely pose any meaningful threat. Instantly, the dragon horses reared hooves, cleaving the void as they soared skyward, vanishing beyond the horizon. These hybrid dragon horses had been tamed by the founding emperor of the Jing Empire, reserved exclusively for imperial use. Capable of riding the wind, they moved with breathtaking speed, matching even a nascent soul peak cultivator. Inside the carriage, Su Chen watched the landscape blur past at blinding velocity and began contemplating whether he too ought to acquire a suitably awe-inspiring mount. Ordinary spirit beasts held no appeal for him, only divine beasts would suffice, and those he knew must await discovery in time. At that moment he gazed into the distance, and a faint chilling smile curved his lips. Trouble arrived sooner than expected. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the void before the carriage trembled violently. Then, a colossal rift tore open in space itself. From its depths erupted 4 overwhelming attacks, streaking toward Lin Jin's carriage with lethal precision. Clouds churned overhead, roiling under the sheer pressure of those terrifying strikes. Your Highness, watch out. Zhang Yin's pupils contracted sharply as he threw himself into defense. But the 4 assaults were too ferocious and delivered as a surprise. How could a Dao forging initial establishment cultivator possibly block them all? Ugh! A spray of crimson blood burst from his lips, his aura instantly withered. An ambush. Lin Jin's eyes blazed with murderous fury. Had they grown so impatient, they would strike now. His gaze snapped toward the second dragon horse carriage, the one occupied by Su Chen, but it lay shattered, reduced to splinters. Su Chen's demise extinguished every last ember of hope within him. When departing the Su family, Su Qingtian had sworn emphatically that Su Chen possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet now, words failed him. Lin Jin could never have imagined his closest friend would so brazenly deceive him. Ha ha ha, Your Highness the 7th Prince. Today you shall not escape. A masked figure clad in black robes strode forth, radiating a sword chi so fierce it seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Merely gazing upon him seared pain into the eyes. 3 more figures emerged from the rift, each emanating an aura of staggering power. For cultivators, each at Dao forging midstage. And Lin Jin sighed. Only Zhang and at Dao forging initial establishment. The outcome was already grimly apparent. Lin Jin tilted his head skyward, voice ice cold. Who sent you? My eldest brother. Or my second? The sword-wielding man sneered coldly, truly worthy of the 7th Prince, to retain such composure amid doom. A rare talent, pity it ends here. Without pause he raised his hand and lunged toward Zhang Yan. Lin Jin himself stood at nascent soul final establishment. Eliminate Zhang Yan and slaying Lin Jin would be effortless. Zhang Yan roared, Your Highness, flee. Do you truly believe you can escape today? A voice frigid beyond mortal endurance echoed, and within dozens of li the world froze solid. Temperatures plummeted. Even Zhang and a Dao forging cultivator shuddered violently. In that instant of action, Lin Jin recognized him. Duan Wuhong, the lord of the Frostbound Valley, under the eldest prince's banner. Elsewhere, Zhang Yan screamed as one arm was severed clean. His face contorted in savage agony. Yet such wounds posed no fatal threat to a Dao forging cultivator. Regeneration of lost limbs was well within their grasp. 7th Prince, your death awaits. Duan Wuhong's voice dripped with glacial malice like a specter risen from the 9th netherworld. A massive ice spear coalesced and hurtled toward Lin Jin. This struggle for the throne was not merely about imperial succession, it was about destiny. Should their chosen prince ascend, boundless advancement awaited them and their factions. Should he fall, however, they would plunge irrevocably into the abyss, making them hungrier for victory than the princes themselves. You wish to kill me? Not so easily. Lin Jin's eyes turned glacial. His aura surged, shattering invisible shackles, as he broke through from nascent soul final establishment to Dao forging initial establishment. Instantly, he seized Zhang Yan, preparing to rend the void and flee. Unbelievable. You're a Dao forging cultivator. Duan Wuhong's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. Where do you think you're going? The blade-wielding assassin at the Lianshu stage slashed across the void, the blade aura tearing through the air and severing the spatial rift Lin Jin had torn open. At that moment, the eyes of the four Liangsustage cultivators blazed with murderous intent. Lin Jin was actually at the early Lianshu stage, and the dense spiritual energy radiating from him indicated he had broken through long ago. Among the 9 princes, only 4 had reached the Lianshu stage, and now another had joined their ranks. The key difference was that the other 4 were openly known while Lin Jin alone had been concealing his true strength. Such restraint suggested he might have many more tricks hidden up his sleeve. Thus they resolved to kill him today without fail. At the same moment, all 4 of them were set on this deadly decision. The battle for the crown prince had not yet begun, but someone like Lin Jin who feigned weakness while secretly amassing power posed a potential threat they could not tolerate. They would not allow such a hidden danger to exist. Kill him. The 4 charged at Lin Jin simultaneously. The heavens and earth began to tremble, and the ground, unable to bear the oppressive force, cracked inch by inch in a terrifying display. Countless low-level spirit beasts in the mountains fled in panic, their faces etched with fear. Zhang An's eyes were also filled with shock as he too had only just learned that Lin Jin was at the early Lianshu stage. Yet he still roared, "Your Highness, don't worry about me. Flee quickly." Lin Jin paid him no heed. He removed the jade pendant from his waist and hurled it toward the 4 assailants. In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupted, engulfing them all. The energy seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth itself. The surrounding void trembled violently, and massive spatial rifts appeared one after another. With a thunderous explosion, a massive crater appeared in the earth, stretching for dozens of li. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jin tore through the void and fled with Zhang An. He knew that this attack would not kill the 4. As for Zhang An's plea for him to escape alone, that was never an option. Even if he could flee today, how could he escape the battle for the crown prince? Lin Jin's expression darkened to the extreme. Among the 8 princes, he was the least influential. From birth, he had almost no one to support him. The other princes all had support from their maternal families, making their paths far smoother. Thus Lin Jin had learned from a young age to conceal his abilities, hoping to accumulate enough strength before contending for the position of crown prince. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. The sudden abdication of the Jinghan king caught him off guard. Though he had many tricks, he only had 2 Liangsustage experts under his command, a stark reality. If he abandoned Zhang An, he would have only 1 Liangsustage expert left. On the day of the battle for the crown prince, he would undoubtedly lose. And what awaited him was liquidation by the new king. Damn it! Resentment burned in Lin Jin's eyes. If only he had more time. 100 years, even 100 years would have made him far less vulnerable. In 100 years, he could accomplish so much, breakthrough to the mid or even late Lianshu stage and recruit more Liangsustage experts. By then, his chances of contending for the crown prince would be greatly increased. But just as he teleported a few dozen li away, 4 powerful auras rapidly closed in on him, though they were no longer as formidable as before. The 7th prince has quite the skills. As the voice rang out, a spatial rift dozens of zhang wide was torn open. Moments later, a blade light shot toward Lin Jin. This strike was even more fearsome than before. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed inch by inch in a terrifying spectacle. Simultaneously, 3 other fierce attacks hurtled toward Lin Jin. Lin Jin's anxious expression suddenly turned calm. He halted abruptly, his gaze icy as he stared at the 4 behind him. The 4 attacks were all blocked 10 meters away from Lin Jin, as if an invisible barrier stood in their way. Seeing this, the 4 were shaken to the core. Not good. At the same moment, flames began to flicker across the heavens and earth. Massive pillars rose instantly within the surrounding space, inscribed with mysterious, sinister red runes. Within the area encircled by the pillars, the temperature soared abruptly, becoming unbearable even for Liangsustage cultivators. The 4 tried to break out, but the overwhelming pressure radiating from the pillars rendered them unable to move. Lin Jin's eyes were frigid. This blazing heaven infernal array was meant for the crown prince battle to trap and kill a Liangsustage grand completion cultivator. I never expected to waste it on you. You deserve death. The blazing heaven infernal array, a high-grade, Earth-level formation renowned for its devastating killing power. Feeling themselves being refined and consumed, the 4 wore expressions of terror. The 7th prince still had a hidden card, and his cunning was terrifying. He had calculated everything from the very beginning. He exposed his cultivation to provoke their fear, used the explosion to buy time, and set the trap here to lure them in. Every step had been planned by Lin Jin from the start. Die all of you. Lin Jin roared, his eyes sharp and fierce. This formation was one of his trump cards, and using it meant his chances of winning the Crown Prince battle, originally at 20%, had now diminished significantly. The four cried out in agony. The blistering heat was unbearable, and within 30 breaths they would be completely melted. "Aren't you going to act?" Duan Wuhan could no longer hold back. As a cultivator of ice attribute techniques, this scorching heat was sheer torment. As his words fell, a sharp sword light slashed down from the void, cutting a gash in the blazing heaven infernal array. The temperature inside plummeted, and the formation began to collapse. Breaking the blazing heaven infernal array from within was extremely difficult, even for a Liang Zustage Grand Completion cultivator, but from the outside, it was simple, a fatal flaw. At the same time, a shadowy figure lunged at Lin Jin, a short dagger in hand. His eyes were cold and emotionless, like a machine devoid of feeling. Lin Jin's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flashing in his eyes. To kill him, they had dispatched 2 late Liang Zustage and 4 mid-Liang Zustage cultivators. Damn it! Lin Jin's face twisted with fury. To be honest, he still had one more card, but if he used it here, what would happen during the Crown Prince battle? Rage boiled within him. Damn it! In the weakest, so why do they have to come after me first? Among these attackers, at least 3 factions, representing 3 princes, were targeting him simultaneously. From their perspective, he was the weakest with virtually no chance of becoming Crown Prince. He was essentially just a spectator. So this was like killing the bystander before the fight to avoid any opportunists, wasn't it? A cold gleam filled Lin Jin's eyes. "Since you all want me dead, none of you will have an easy time." He was about to act when he found himself completely immobilized. What's happening? Shock flooded Lin Jin's gaze. But soon he realized that everyone around him had frozen, as if the entire world had been suspended in time. What a show, what a show. A slightly lazy voice rang out as Su Chen slowly emerged from the void. The moment Lin Jin saw Su Chen, astonishment overwhelmed him. It's him. At this moment, Lin Jin's eyes were filled with sheer astonishment. It was actually Su Chen. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? From Su Chen, Lin Jin sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if the spiritual energy within him had encountered its natural predator, shrinking back and freezing motionless. How terrifying! Could this young master Su Chen possess such formidable strength? Lin Jin had initially thought Su Qingtian was jesting with him, never expecting it to be real. To exude such a powerful aura, he must undoubtedly be a mighty cultivator at the Unity stage. If I could secure the support of a Unity stage expert, who could possibly rival me for the Crown Prince position? The Jinghong Empire boasted 3 Unity stage cultivators, the Jinghong King, the Grand Guardian General, and the Grand Tutor. However, the latter 2 had not appeared for a century, having secluded themselves in cultivation. The Jinghong King's decree regarding the succession struggle did not prohibit the involvement of Unity stage cultivators. He believed that if a prince could enlist their aid, it was a testament to his own capability. Su Chen trod upon the void, radiating an aura that sent chills through the hearts of all present, instilling utmost dread. Though faint, this aura was infinitely more terrifying than that of a void refining stage cultivator. Enveloped by this aura, they felt as if needles were piercing them with intense pain, racking their bodies, and even their souls, driving their minds to the brink of collapse. The void refining stage cultivators who had come to ambush Lin Jin were now filled with panic. They vaguely guessed that Su Chen was the ally Lin Jin had summoned. If Lin Jin could enlist a Unity stage grand cultivator, didn't that mean he was destined to win the succession struggle? In that moment, they were consumed by regret, realizing that the weakest 7th prince actually possessed the greatest power. Yet they had targeted the strongest from the start. Wasn't that courting death? Su Chen's figure fully emerged from the void, and he raised a long sword that appeared simple and devoid of power. With a swing of his sword, an invisible sword aura burst forth, streaking toward the distance, without any violent fluctuations or peculiar phenomena. It all seemed utterly ordinary. Yet with this ordinary strike, the late void refining stage cultivator before Lin Jin was slain. Then Su Chen swung his sword again and again, each stroke claiming another life. Before Su Chen, they were nothing but ants. Most crucially, none could move. They could only watch helplessly as death approached, powerless, a despair that tormented them most. In the end, all 6 were dispatched by Su Chen as easily as chopping vegetables. With that, the oppressive pressure that had blanketed heaven and earth dissipated, and Lin Jin regained his freedom of movement. He hurried towards Su Chen, speaking with a reverent tone. "Thank you, young Master Su, for rescuing me." Though Su Chen was his junior in age, Lin Jin dared not presume upon his status or act arrogantly before him. After all, this was a Unity stage cultivator. Recalling how Su Chen had slain the 6 void refining experts, he still felt a chill run down his spine. If Su Chen had intended to kill him, it would have been just as effortless. Lin Jin was utterly astounded. Su Qingshan's son possessed such monstrous talent, being a unity stage cultivator. To break through to the unity stage at such a young age, surely it was exceedingly rare even in the entire Xintian realm. Perhaps only the peerless prodigies of the sacred clans could boast such aptitude. Lin Jin was filled with envy. Su Qingtian had indeed fathered a remarkable son. Su Chen nodded faintly and said calmly, "It was nothing. Let's go." With the dragon horse carriage slain, the three had to travel on foot, and Lin Jin once again suppressed his cultivation to the nascent soul stage. As for Su Chen, his aura remained at the nascent soul stage. Zhang glanced at the two and couldn't help swallowing nervously. How devious. A void refining stage cultivator pretending to be nascent soul was one thing, but a unity stage grand cultivator also masquerading as nascent soul. Everything that had happened today left him with mixed emotions. He had originally owed Lin Jin a great favor, which was why he had agreed to help. He had even prepared himself for certain death, given Lin Jin's slim chances of success. But now his perspective had undergone a radical transformation. Lin Jin was far more complex than he had appeared. Moreover, with the support of a unity stage cultivator, his odds of winning the succession were at least 90%. At this thought, Zhang An's spirits soared, feeling as if he had been granted a new lease on life. He wouldn't die. If Lin Jin became the new king, he could look forward to a bright future, just like the current Grand Tutor and Grand Guardian General. These two had assisted the Jinghong king in ascending the throne. Lin Jin and Su Chen did not hurry, while Zhang An took the initiative to tear through the void and lead them toward the Jinghong Empire. The 5 great cities were merely 1,000 miles from the Jinghong Empire, and they had already entered its territory. Their destination, however, was the imperial capital, Jinghong City. As a king-level power, the Jinghong Empire boasted vast territories encompassing 27 prefectures, each spanning tens of thousands of miles. Su Chen observed his surroundings with keen interest. Indeed, the spiritual energy in the Jinghong Empire was far denser than in the 5 great cities, making it more likely to yield rare treasures and spirit stone veins. Moreover, the population was larger here. Even an ordinary city was twice the size of Moonlight City. Within less than 2 hours, a colossal city came into view. Jinghong City had arrived. In terms of scale, this city was about 30 times larger than Moonlight City, truly awe-inspiring. Su Chen was lodged in a side chamber of the prince's residence with 3 exquisitely beautiful maids assigned to attend to him. Lin Jin spoke with deference. "Young Master Su, if you have any needs, please let me know, and I will do my utmost to satisfy them." Su Chen smiled faintly, much obliged. Seeing that Su Chen seemed disinclined to converse further, Lin Jin withdrew from the courtyard. Meanwhile, news of Lin Jin's return to Jinghong City quickly reached the other princes. Some remained composed, but 3 wore grave expressions. At the Prince Mu's residence, the estate of the eldest prince, Lin Mu's face was dark with fury as he asked coldly, still no word from them. Beside him stood an elderly man who nodded with a grim expression. The eldest prince took a deep breath, his eyes regaining their calm. The 3rd and 5th princes also made their move this time. If the 3 of us together couldn't take down the 7th, it seems he's quite adept at hiding his strength, even managing to eliminate 6 void refining stage experts. Though his tone was even, anyone could sense the raging fury beneath the surface. He had dispatched a late void refining and a mid-void refining cultivator, and both had perished, an irreparable loss. He had originally commanded 9 void refining experts, but now only 7 remained, narrowing the gap between him and the 2nd and 3rd princes, a fact that deeply irritated him. The old man pondered briefly before speaking. "Your Highness, I suspect this is not the doing of the 7th prince." Lin Mu frowned. "You mean another prince intervened?" The old man nodded, and Lin Mu fell into deep thought. Lin Jin's strength was notoriously poor. Even if he was hiding his true abilities, the fact that he commanded only 2 void refining experts was difficult to change. Moreover, he himself was only at the nascent soul stage. Impossible for him to have slain 6 void refining cultivators. The only explanation was that another prince had intervened covertly to protect Lin Jin, preventing his death. At this realization, Lin Mu's expression turned icy as he snorted, trying to fish in troubled waters. "Do they even think they're worthy?" Lin Mu inquired once more, "Did the Su family of Bright Moon City aid the 7th prince?" The old man promptly replied with reverence. "According to our spies, Bright Moon City did appear to assist the 7th prince, yet their 2 transcending cultivators did not intervene. They merely dispatched the young clan leader Su Chen." "Oh." Lin Mu furrowed his brow. "What is the background of this Su Chen?" The elder paused to organize his thoughts before continuing. "There is much information about this man. The most peculiar detail is that only a few years ago he was merely at the golden core stage, yet his cultivation was crippled in a sudden ambush. When he reappeared before the world, he effortlessly slew a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. Later rumors within the Su family suggested that Su Chen had already broken through to the divine transformation stage. Many within the Su family hold him in great reverence, and his status often surpasses even that of Su Qingtian. He recounted Su Chen's deeds in Bright Moon City in meticulous detail. After listening, Lin Mu sank into deep contemplation. Though he believed the throne was destined to be his, he would not underestimate anyone for the sake of caution. Divine transformation stage, you say? Ultimately, Lin Mu snorted coldly. The intelligence indicated that for unknown reasons, Su Chen had advanced from the golden core stage to the divine transformation stage in a remarkably short time. Yet that was inconsequential. What was a mere divine transformation cultivator? Even if he possessed some peculiarities, could he possibly contend with a transcending cultivator? Lin Mu's expression turned icy. This Su family knows not their place. Once I seize the position of crown prince, I will have their entire clan executed. Elsewhere, since entering the Jing manor, Su Chen had been treated to the finest hospitality, drawing the attention of many within the residence. In this critical hour, Lin Jing had brought someone back. The manor's inhabitants initially believed Su Chen to be their savior, but upon discovering his mere divine transformation stage cultivation, despair gripped them once more. They were all loyal to Lin Jing. Should their master fall, they as his servants would surely meet the same fate. Su Chen, however, remained utterly at ease, his days filled with leisure as servants brought him delicacies. And these were almost always items rich in spiritual energy. Jinghong City was indeed a place of unparalleled prosperity. Once he had resolved Lin Jing's affairs, he intended to explore it thoroughly. Su Chen reclined in comfort as a maidservant massaged his shoulders, his expression one of pure indulgence. "Miss, this is the place," a servant's voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. Then a soft voice drifted into the yard. "Young Master Su, I am Lin Yiming. I have heard that you are from the Su family of Bright Moon City and have come specially to pay my respects." Su Chen frowned. The name seemed familiar. He had occasionally heard the servants of the Jing manor mention it. Ah yes, she was the commandery princess Lin Jing's daughter. What business did she have with him? "Enter," Su Chen said indifferently, continuing to recline in his armchair, savoring the gentle comfort provided by the three maids. Soon 2 figures stepped into the courtyard. The one in front was a woman of slender grace. Her eyes were bright, her teeth white as jade, her flawless face adorned with a touch of light makeup that added a hint of mature allure to her already breathtaking beauty. She wore a light green gown and ink-white embroidered shoes. In terms of pure looks and temperament, she was utterly incomparable to Ruoshi. The gap between them was vast. On a scale of 100, Ruoshi might score an 80, but Lin Yiming deserved at least 95. Though the difference was merely 15 points, it was glaringly obvious to the eye. Behind her stood an elderly man in his 60s. Though he concealed his cultivation, Su Chen could discern that he was a mid-stage transcending cultivator. This must be the second transcending cultivator of the Jing manor. Upon entering, Lin Yiming saw Su Chen lying back with his eyes closed, indulging in comfort. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of displeasure passed through her eyes. "I have come to pay my respects, and you cannot even be bothered to sit up properly. You remain reclining, not even rising. How utterly disrespectful." Lin Yiming had initially believed that her father must have had a reason for bringing a divine transformation cultivator at such a critical time. But now it seemed Su Chen was nothing more than a spoiled, dissolute youth. He must have deceived her father. The 3 maids, sensing the commandery princess' displeasure, wore expressions of panic. Yet bound by the prince's orders, they could only steel themselves and continue serving Su Chen. Su Chen popped a grape rich in spiritual energy into his mouth and said languidly, "Sister Yiming, I've heard of you. Is there something you need from me?" Hearing the address Sister Yiming, Lin Yiming felt a shiver run down her spine. "You?" Anger flared on Lin Yiming's face. She was about to rebuke him, but forcefully swallowed her rage. "Young Master Su, my father has declared that you will represent the Jing manor as the 3rd participant in the struggle for the throne. Thus I wish to see for myself what kind of extraordinary being has earned my father's such favor." Lin Yiming forced a smile, her tone gentle and composed. Her purpose in coming was simple: to test Su Chen. Though she felt it was no longer necessary, caution compelled her to follow the proper procedure. Lin Jing had not disclosed Su Chen's true strength. Only Zhang En and Lin Jing himself knew the truth. Even Lin Yiming, his own daughter, had not been told. Nevertheless, upon seeing Su Chen, Lin Yiming was profoundly disappointed. Before this, after the Su family had produced two transcending cultivators, she had investigated them and naturally knew much about Su Chen. After sifting through the irrelevant details, she had reached one conclusion: the Su family's meteoric rise from a minor force, with two divine transformation cultivators, to their current stature, in less than 2 years, was most likely due to Su Chen. Based on this conclusion and the fact that her father had personally brought Su Chen back, she was even more convinced that Su Chen was not as simple as he appeared. But now seeing him, although Lin Yiming knew better than to judge by appearances, Su Chen's demeanor exuded not a trace of a true expert's bearing. Su Chen opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Yiming, then closed them again. "So you've seen me now?" Lin Yiming waited quietly, expecting him to continue. But after a long silence, he said nothing more. She could barely contain her rising fury. Despicable. Su Chen. Su Chen's indifferent attitude nearly made Lin Yiming turn and leave on the spot. How infuriating. Under normal circumstances, any man would be eager to please her at the mere sight of her, yet Su Chen seemed utterly uninterested. She took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within her before steering the conversation back to the main point, and asked again, "Young master, Su, may I ask if you have confidence in the battle for the throne?" That was her true purpose in coming here, to test Su Chen. Though Su Chen's demeanor was somewhat exasperating, Lin Yiming still refused to believe her father would bring back a useless person. Others might perceive Lin Jing as weak and insignificant, but Lin Yiming knew well that her father was an ambitious and strategic man. He would never do anything meaningless. Su Chen spoke in a calm tone. "As a nascent soul cultivator, where would I find such confidence?" Lin Yiming frowned, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. However, she managed to restrain herself, unlike the elderly man beside her, who could no longer hold back. "How dare you?" Su Chen's attitude was truly infuriating. A mere nascent soul cultivator, yet so arrogant. With a sharp rebuke, Gongsun Yang unleashed the pressure of a mid-stage void refining cultivator, instantly enveloping Su Chen. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator would have collapsed to the ground under such circumstances, but Su Chen remained completely unfazed. What was going on? Gongsun Yang frowned, confusion flickering in his eyes. But then Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and an invisible oppressive force instantly descended upon Gongsun Yang. In that moment, Gongsun Yang felt as though he had been plunged into the deepest abyss, surrounded by countless vengeful spirits. His eyes were filled with terror, and his entire body turned ice cold. Despair and helplessness surged within him. When Gongsun Yang looked at Su Chen again, he saw him as a lofty, inviolable deity. Gongsun Yang swallowed hard, his fear causing him to instinctively step back. Lin Yiming noticed his abnormality and asked with confusion, "Master?" Gongsun Yang had been Lin Yiming's master since her childhood. Due to the crisis at Prince Jin's mansion, he had chosen to risk his life to help his disciple. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, and the oppressive force over Gongsun Yang vanished abruptly. Gongsun Yang felt as if he had come back to life. He hurriedly stepped forward with a fearful expression and bowed respectfully. "I was rude, please forgive me, Your Excellency." Though he did not know Su Chen's exact cultivation level, the oppressive aura alone indicated at least a half-step unity cultivator. He never imagined that Prince Jin could have recruited such a figure. Seeing Gongsun Yang's deference, Lin Yiming couldn't help but show surprise. Her master was a mid-stage void refining cultivator, and if he had to treat Su Chen with such respect, it meant Su Chen was extraordinarily remarkable. As expected, her guess was correct. But what had just happened? Noticing Su Chen's lack of interest, Lin Yiming quickly put on a charming smile and said, "Young master Su Chen, we won't disturb you any longer. Please continue to rest." At that moment, she suddenly found Su Chen quite handsome. Su Chen nodded and closed his eyes again, savoring his time of leisure. After they had left Su Chen's courtyard far behind, Lin Yiming stopped and asked with a grave expression, "Master, what is the situation with Su Chen?" Gongsun Yang swallowed hard, still with fear and lingering dread in his eyes, and said in a low voice, "I don't know." "Don't know?" Lin Yiming's eyes were full of confusion, finding it hard to understand. Why didn't he know? Gongsun Yang's expression was extremely serious. "This person must never be offended. His strength is terrifying, and I know nothing else." Hearing this, Lin Yiming had a rough idea about Su Chen, yet she was intensely curious. From the information gathered, he was merely a top-grade spirit root cultivator who had only reached the core formation stage 2 years ago. How had he changed so drastically in just 2 years? Moreover, he had now grown to such a terrifying level. Su Chen was probably no more than 21 years old. At that age, even with a top-grade spirit root and rapid cultivation, reaching the nascent soul stage was already the limit. Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with doubt. She couldn't pinpoint when it started, but even before meeting Su Chen, she had been filled with curiosity about this mysterious person. She turned her head to look back at Su Chen's courtyard, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. I hope he can help my father win the throne, or else. The struggle for the dragon throne would have only one victor, so they had to emerge victorious. A step back meant utter ruin. They could only press forward. Time flew by, and soon the day of the battle for the throne arrived. The Royal Martial Arts Arena was the largest in Jinghong City, capable of accommodating millions. Many people from the Jinghong Empire had come to witness this grand event. The entire arena was buzzing with noise, packed with a dense crowd. The Nine-Dragon Throne Struggle. Such a thing had never been heard of before. Similarly, having 9 princes openly compete for the throne was a first since the founding of the Jinghong Empire. In the previous 2 succession struggles, the princes had secretly built their strength and used various schemes to frame each other before seizing the throne. This time, however, it was completely different. Of course, it might also be because the Jinghong king's strength was too formidable. Half-step return to origin was truly terrifying. As long as the Jinghong king lived, the Jinghong Empire would never fall. Even if the princes caused havoc, it would be harmless. Once one became the Jinghong king, they would enjoy the entire empire's resources, making breakthrough to the unity stage effortless along with supreme authority. Who wouldn't covet that? The root cause of this battle for the throne was likely the Jinghong king's urgent need to go into seclusion for a breakthrough, leaving him unable to wait for the princes' gradual competition. Having them compete directly was simple and straightforward. The Nine-Dragon Throne struggle is so thrilling. I didn't travel all the way from Qingyang County for nothing. Who do you think will win? I think the first prince is a sure win, right? I'm not so sure. I heard a few days ago that one of the first prince's men had an accident. He originally had 9 void refining cultivators, but now only 7 remain. 1 early stage and 1 mid-stage seem to have fallen. So what? The first prince still has 3 later-stage void refining cultivators following him, which is enough to dominate anyone else. The second and third princes only have 1 later-stage void refining each. In the Royal Martial Arts Arena, the crowd was lively and bustling, with countless people discussing who would win the throne. Most were betting on the first prince, given his overwhelming strength. You're all discussing who will win, but I think the 7th prince definitely can't. Agreed. It's hilarious. Looking at the list for the battle, the 7th prince actually has a nascent soul cultivator fighting. Is he that desperate? In a battle where everyone is a void refining cultivator, only the 7th prince brings a nascent soul cultivator. How ridiculous. Does he think such a fool deserves to be the king of our Jinghong Empire? Don't make me laugh. There was no shortage of mockery aimed at the 7th prince, and no one believed he could win. When talking about the 7th prince, their tone was as if they were ridiculing a clown. It seemed that keyboard warriors were everywhere. At the Imperial Martial Arena in the preparation hall stood numerous figures, each exuding an immensely powerful aura. Among them, the 9 at the forefront were the 9 great princes of the Jinghong Empire. Some wore cold expressions, some bore faint smiles, while others appeared tense. Among the 9, the figures behind the eldest prince exuded the most formidable presence, causing the other princes to look upon them with grave solemnity. 7th brother, you even brought a nascent soul stage cultivator. Are you that desperate to win? Remarked the 3rd Prince Lin Yu calmly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of contempt despite his composed demeanor. Hearing this, the others also turned their gaze towards the 7th prince. Within the entire preparation hall, aside from a few princes who were at the nascent soul stage perfection, the rest were cultivators at the void refining stage, making Su Chen's presence particularly conspicuous. The crowd looked at Lin Jin with undisguised disdain. Lin Mu had initially suspected that Lin Jin, bringing a nascent soul stage cultivator, might be a calculated move, perhaps to conceal their true cultivation as a trump card. But now, upon meeting face to face, he was almost certain that Su Chen had not concealed his cultivation level. To secure victory this time, Lin Mu had even specially borrowed a detection-type treasure, an earth-grade mid-tier artifact under which almost anyone would be laid bare before his eyes. Lin Mu stared coldly at Lin Jin, a faint golden glint flashing in his eyes as he sneered contemptuously. Early void refining stage. What use was hiding his cultivation? In the end, he only had 2 void refining stage cultivators at his disposal. The rules of the succession war were simple. Much like a normal competition, each prince would select one of their subordinates to step onto the platform and challenge another prince's subordinate. The challenge party could not refuse, even if there was a disparity in cultivation levels. For instance, if the eldest prince sent a void refining stage perfection cultivator to challenge an early void refining stage cultivator, the latter could not decline, an exceedingly unfair arrangement. This meant that 2 princes could jointly target a single person, specifically challenging their subordinate. If a prince had no subordinates left, they could either take the field themselves or choose to concede. Ultimately, whoever emerged victorious would become the king of the Jinghong Empire. The rules were thus arbitrary, but the more arbitrary they were, the fewer loopholes existed, making the contest more about raw strength and strategic acumen. Lin Jin said calmly, "It remains to be seen who will win and who will lose." Tisk tisk tsk. Lin Yu clicked his tongue and said with undisguised disdain, "So seventh brother is still quite confident he can best us. It seems you still have some trump card up your sleeve." The crowd immediately turned to look at Lin Jin, then scrutinized the three figures behind him before letting out cold laughs. One nascent soul stage, one early void refining stage, one mid-void refining stage. What kind of trump card could such a combination possibly wield? Though this logic held, a few among them still cast changed glances at Lin Jin, deciding that once the succession war began they would eliminate him first, lest everyone fought fiercely among themselves only for him to swoop in and claim the spoils. Seeing this, Lin Yu curled his lips slightly, having successfully turned everyone's hostility toward Lin Jin, thus eliminating one competitor and reducing the pool. Though the difference between 9 and 8 was but one person, it significantly increased each person's chances in the succession struggle, so everyone's thoughts converged. The fifth Prince Lin Hong suddenly spoke, a faint smile on his lips. "Eldest brother, since your strength is paramount, and seventh brother seems out of his league in this succession war, why don't you take care of him first? That way seventh brother can rest early, and you can showcase your might." Given Lin Jin's strength, he could almost completely overpower Lin Jin on the surface, requiring only a late void refining stage subordinate. If Lin Jin truly had a hidden card, it would at least drain Lin Mu's strength. Lin Mu did not refuse. He replied with an unfathomable smile, "No problem." Hearing this, Lin Hong's eyes narrowed and his smile grew even brighter. Su Chen watched from the sidelines as this group schemed against each other. 9 people, 900 hidden agendas. Faced with their overt and covert attacks, Lin Jin showed no strong emotions, but remained extraordinarily quiet. In his view, as long as Su Chen was there, his chances of victory were very high. A great cultivator, at least at the half-step unity stage, would be more than a match for Lin Mu's 3 void refining stage perfection cultivators. However, a hint of gravity flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. The succession war this time had too much freedom, erased talismans, and even many powerful magical artifacts could be used. Such high freedom meant it was entirely a contest of family wealth. And the eldest prince's family background was the deepest. His maternal family was another king-level force within the Jinghong Empire, the Du family. The Du family was merely a vassal of the Jinghong Empire. If they fully supported Lin Mu, even the Du family's ancestor, a unity stage cultivator, could directly come to his aid. Fortunately, the participants had been confirmed 3 days prior, and the Du family's ancestor was not among them. Perhaps fearing the Jinghong king's suspicion, the Du family dared not openly assist Lin Mu. Currently, among Lin Mu's 7 subordinates, there were 3 at the void refining stage perfection, 3 at the late void refining stage, and 1 at the mid-void refining stage, a force that far surpassed all other princes. And this was merely the surface strength. Given Lin Mu's resources, he could surely procure many treasures, further enhancing his power. Lin Jin felt somewhat speechless. Were Lin Yu and Lin Hong fools? Among the 9 present, each had their own hidden cards. Why target the weakest first when they could go after the strongest Lin Mu? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate the strongest first, and then have the weaklings fight among themselves? Of course, his thinking did not account for Su Chen's presence. Nevertheless, Lin Hong's goal was indeed achieved. Under normal circumstances, Lin Mu would move to eliminate him first, effectively using him to probe Lin Mu's strength and deplete his resources. After a round of verbal sparring and psychological maneuvering, silence fell upon the preparation hall. About half an hour later, a sharp voice rang out, echoing throughout the entire martial arena. "Silence. His Majesty arrives." The first to step out was a eunuch clad in white cloud-patterned silk, his aura immensely powerful. Half-step unity stage. The entire imperial martial arena instantly fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Countless people looked up toward the direction of the voice, their eyes filled with awe. Soon a middle-aged man in light purple robes emerged. His face was resolute, exuding authority without anger, like an emperor descending from the 9 heavens, imposing an overwhelming pressure upon all. From him one could vaguely sense a suffocatingly terrifying aura. The Jinghong Emperor, Jinghong King. A cultivator at the half-step returned to origin stage. Countless people stared at the Jinghong King in terror, not daring to breathe too loudly. He was the pillar of the Jinghong Empire. As long as he existed, the empire could never fall. On the preparation platform, the 9 princes gazed at the stunning king, their eyes blazing with fervor, each one dreaming of the day they would achieve such glory. A peerless sovereign exalted above all. The stunning king ascended to the highest point of the arena, surveyed the crowd, and his calm voice echoed forth. Today marks the battle for succession in the stunning empire. I thank you all for gracing this occasion. The identity of the next stunning king shall be decided here today. As his words resonated, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers, and countless eyes shimmered with excitement. After a brief moment, the stunning king raised his hand slightly, and the clamor ceased abruptly, plunging the arena back into absolute silence. Such was the influence of a king. Every word and gesture could command the submission of the masses. The stunning king settled onto his throne and said indifferently, "The rules of the succession battle are clear. Let each rely on their own abilities and employ whatever means they possess. In that case, let the battle begin." As the words fell, a figure shot forth from the preparation platform, wielding a long blade and radiating an overwhelming battle intent. Boom! A heavy thud echoed across the massive arena as a figure landed on the central stage, the sound reverberating in the ears of the audience like a violent blow. It had begun. Countless eyes burned with fervor and excitement, for this was a battle between void refining cultivators. Though the stunning empire was mighty, cultivators below the nascent soul stage still comprised 80% of its populace. Nascent soul cultivators were relatively common, but those beyond grew scarce. Yet today's succession battle featured almost exclusively void refining experts. How could the spectators not be thrilled to witness such a clash of titans? As their gazes fell upon the stage, they instantly recognized the figure Ji Wuchang, the sect leader of Mingtai sect, and a latest-stage void refining cultivator. He was a subordinate of the first prince, as expected of the first prince, sending someone up right from the start, brimming with confidence. Victory to the first prince! Victory to the first prince! Cheers erupted. On the high platform of the arena, Ji Wuchang's eyes were icy as he turned to look at the preparation platform. "I represent the first prince and challenge Gong Sun Yang of the seventh prince's faction. I await your instruction." On the preparation platform, Gong Sun Yang's expression was grave. Ji Wuchang far surpassed him in strength and was a blade cultivator. This battle was nearly hopeless for Gong Sun Yang. Lin Jin sent a voice transmission. "Master Gong Sun, if you cannot prevail, concede immediately. This succession battle is ostensibly a sparring match, and with the emperor watching, he dares not kill you. Just do your best." Gong Sun Yang nodded solemnly, then tore through the void to appear on the arena stage. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited once more. A void refining battle. Never in my life did I think I'd witness one so close. Pity Gong Sun Yang is likely to lose. I won't say more, but the seventh prince's chance in this succession is certainly over. The seventh prince has no capable followers. Having a mid-stage void refining cultivator like Gong Sun Yang is already notable. Don't speak so hastily. Isn't it because the seventh prince himself lacks strength that he has few followers? If he were powerful, even with just one void refining cultivator, he'd have more than 2 followers. In a corner of the spectators stands a stunningly beautiful woman, watched with deep concern. Lin Yimin clutched her clothes, her heart tight with anxiety. "Master, please don't let anything happen." Ji Wuchang is a latest-stage void refining prodigy, reaching his current cultivation in less than 2,000 years, while her master Gong Sun Yang had little lifespan left. The contrast was stark. The eunuch beside the stunning king announced, "Begin." The next moment, 2 formidable auras swept across the arena, and a razor-sharp blade beam tore through the sky, striking at Gong Sun Yang like a lightning bolt. Gong Sun Yang formed hand seals, his internal energy surging wildly. Mountain-splitting seal. A massive dark green seal hurtled toward the blade aura. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, tearing the air with howling winds. Had the arena not been protected by formations, countless spectators would have perished in the shockwave. Such was the might of a void refining cultivator. Gong Sun Yang was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his aura in disarray. The two had engaged with no probing, only ultimate techniques from the start. But clearly Gong Sun Yang was losing. Ji Wuchang sneered, his eyes cold and merciless. He raised his hand again, and his blade intent soared to the heavens, piercing the clouds, making him seem like a blade incarnate. The next instant, Ji Wuchang vanished, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward Gong Sun Yang. "Master!" Lin Yiming stood up, her eyes filled with dread. It seems Gong Sun Yang is about to lose. The gap in their strength is too vast. Ji Wuchang is a true genius, having once fought a void refining perfection cultivator. His power is naturally beyond what a mid-stage void refining cultivator like Gong Sun Yang can match. Everyone found Gong Sun Yang's impending defeat quite ordinary, a matter of course. Gong Sun Yang watched Ji Wuchang charging at him with deadly speed, his eyes cold and fearless as he rushed forward to meet the attack. Seeing this, many shook their heads. When one's strength is inferior, why not avoid the enemy's edge? Wasn't this simply courting death? A fool. Ji Wuchang sneered, his blade growing even more ferocious. Even the spectators felt a stinging pain in their eyes just from watching. Die. Just as the two were about to clash, a golden light suddenly emerged in Gong Sun Yang's hand. The void began to churn violently, and a vast sword intent spread outward. What was this? Ji Wuchang's eyes flickered with caution. The sword intent sent chills down his spine, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. The next moment, the golden light flashed before his eyes, instantly piercing through Ji Wuchang's neck and severing his head. He didn't even have time to react before he was slain. But it didn't end there. The golden light continued tearing through the arena's formation and leaving a massive gap before finally stopping. How is this possible? Ji Wuchang's pupils dilated as his life force rapidly faded, his voice filled with disbelief. How could he have lost? Thud, thud. His head hit the ground with a crisp sound, and the arena fell into stunned silence. Ji Wuchang had lost. No one had anticipated this. They had expected Gong Sun Yang's blood to stain the arena in the next strike, but the outcome was reversed. Ji Wuchang's head was severed. The sudden twist caught everyone off guard, their eyes clouded with confusion. What had just happened? On the throne, the stunning king narrowed his eyes, glancing at the breach in the formation with keen interest. The sword intent of the Sword King from Heaven's Sword Mountain. This seventh prince is not simple. At the preparation platform, the princes wore expressions of astonishment. Ji Wuchang had been slain outright, a turn of events none of them had anticipated. Several princes narrowed their eyes at Lin Jin, grateful that their initial plan was to eliminate him first, otherwise he might have seized an opportunity. From the overwhelming sword intent moments ago, they roughly deduced the origin of Lin Jin's treasure, the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a formidable king-level force whose Sword King was a powerful mid-stage harmony cultivator. In the days before the Shock King had broken through to the half-step return to Origin Realm, the Sword King could even contend with him. Of course, that was no longer possible. Within the Shock Empire, only the Sword King possessed such formidable sword intent. The golden light from earlier must have contained a strike from the Sword King, which was how Ji Wuchang was killed. The eldest prince's expression turned grim, his gaze icy. Another latest-stage void refining cultivator had been lost. These individuals were not merely representatives in the succession war, they were future ministers once he ascended the throne. The death of any one of them was a tremendous loss. Lin Mu cast a cold glance at Lin Jin and said flatly, "Seventh brother, quite the skill." Lin Jin stood with his hands behind his back, paying him no heed. Lin Mu sneered in response. "Let's see how many trump cards you still have. Wei Zhou, you go." Behind him, a man of ordinary appearance stepped forward. His aura was not weak, also a latest-stage void refining cultivator. However, his presence was slightly inferior to Ji Wuchang's. This man was Wei Zhou, the leader of the 10,000 Talisman sect. He was also a 7th-rank advanced talisman master, carrying countless treasures and possessing exceptional survival abilities. Even if Gong Sun Yang had other hidden cards, as long as he was cautious, killing Wei Zhou would be exceedingly difficult. Wei Zhou cupped his hands toward Lin Mu and then vanished from the preparation platform. When he reappeared, he was already on the arena stage. The rules of the succession war allowed one to challenge anyone, and anyone could challenge you. There was no option to refuse. Of course, one could also choose to surrender. However, surrendering meant elimination, and one could no longer issue or accept challenges. The victor, however, had the freedom to either continue or rest and recover. At that moment, the crowd gazed at the two figures on the arena with solemn expressions. After witnessing Ji Wuchang's death, they no longer underestimated Gong Sun Yang. Indeed, none of the 9 princes are simple figures. Isn't that obvious? But surely such trump cards can't be infinite, right? Of course not. That sword intent earlier clearly came from a harmony-level powerhouse. If the 7th prince had many such treasures, he might as well be given the throne directly. Although Gong Sun Yang had killed Ji Wuchang, most still believed the 7th prince was finished. Could he win? Absolutely impossible. Eunuch Gao's voice rang out again, "Begin." As the sound faded, Wei Zhou raised his hand and cast a talisman that shot toward Gong Sun Yang, exploding in midair and transforming into a torrential flood. This talisman possessed the power to kill a void refining cultivator, and even Gong Sun Yang's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes were filled with gravity. This time defeat was certain, and his only goal was to wound Wei Zhou and weaken his strength. With that thought, Gong Sun Yang's aura surged to its peak, and with bloodshot eyes he charged at Wei Zhou. "Die!" Wei Zhou sneered. Do you think you can withstand my heavenly sea talisman? How utterly foolish. The raging flood instantly engulfed Gong Sun Yang, its immense pull nearly tearing him apart. He barely managed to escape using every means at his disposal. Bam! Gong Sun Yang collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood, his aura withered to the extreme. A single talisman had rendered him powerless. Such was the might of a latest-stage void refining cultivator. For most ordinary cultivators, they lack the ability to overcome higher realms. Even facing someone just one minor realm above meant being completely suppressed. Moreover, to probe Gong Sun Yang's other hidden cards, Wei Zhou had unleashed his strongest talisman from the start, the Heavenly Sea Talisman. Even for latest-stage void refining cultivators, it posed a grave threat, let alone for Gong Sun Yang, a mid-stage void refining cultivator. To have escaped with his life was already a feat. Wei Zhou sneered, "What, no more tricks?" As he spoke, a fiery red talisman appeared in his hand, radiating terrifying power that caused the temperature on the entire arena to soar. Just as Wei Zhou was about to use it, Gong Sun Yang gritted his teeth and said, "I surrender." At those words, a wave of scornful murmurs swept through the arena. Wei Zhou narrowed his eyes, put away the talisman, and wore a cold smile. Not surrendering meant death, surrendering also meant death. Once the seventh prince was defeated and the eldest prince ascended the throne, they would surely be shown no mercy. Gong Sun Yang struggled to his feet, vanished from the arena, and reappeared on the preparation platform. He approached Lin Jin and said apologetically, "Your Highness, I'm sorry." Lin Jin shook his head, indicating it was fine. "Master Gongsun, please rest first." At that moment, Wei Zhou's voice rang out again from the arena. "I challenge Zhang Yang under the seventh prince." Lin Jin had only one early-stage void refining and one nascent soul cultivator left. Eliminating the void refining one would render the nascent soul cultivator completely harmless. Zhang Yang was about to step onto the arena, but Lin Jin stopped him. "Surrender." Zhang An's injuries had not fully healed. Fighting Wei Zhou would be suicide, and he might not even get the chance to surrender. Zhang glanced at Lin Jin and immediately announced loudly, "I surrender." As the voice echoed from the preparation platform, the expressions of everyone in the arena turned strange. What's going on? Is the seventh prince giving up so soon? With only a nascent soul cultivator left, isn't it a foregone conclusion? Even if he had hidden trump cards like before, the gap between void refining and nascent soul is immense. Even with powerful artifacts, he might not be able to use them. It seems the seventh prince will be the first to leave. Why did he even bring a nascent soul cultivator? Is this a joke? I bet the nascent soul cultivator will be killed instantly. On the arena, Wei Zhou's eyes also flickered with mockery. "I challenge Su Chun under the seventh prince." On the preparation platform, Lin Jin turned to Su Chun behind him and cupped his hands respectfully. "I'm counting on you." Witnessing this, the other princes sneered. Has the seventh prince lost his mind? Showing such deference to a nascent soul cultivator. Does he think one can win? It seems the seventh prince is too desperate to win and has begun to act irrationally. Su Chen nodded, then lifted his foot and slowly left the preparation platform. His figure drifted lightly, landing gently on the arena stage. His aura remained at the nascent soul stage. For him, only by suppressing his cultivation could he savor the true pleasure of battle. Otherwise, it would be a one-strike kill. Seeing Su Chen's youthful appearance, many in the arena showed contempt. He truly was a nascent soul cultivator. The seventh prince was surely doomed. Ha 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 ha, this is truly a nascent soul cultivator. Is the seventh prince joking? Don't laugh, or perhaps he's concealing his cultivation level. Impossible. If he were concealing his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, wouldn't others see through it? If Su Chen's true cultivation level were anything beyond the void refinement late stage, do you think the first prince would let Wei Zhou challenge him? This Su Chun, a mere nascent soul cultivator, is truly lowering the standard of the succession battle. How is he even qualified to participate? Ridicule and sarcasm rang out incessantly. They all found it utterly absurd that the only nascent soul cultivator in the succession battle was present. This was too ridiculous. They couldn't fathom what the seventh prince was thinking, inserting a nascent soul cultivator into the mix. Wasn't this a joke? Or had the seventh prince truly run out of options? On the arena stage, Wei Zhou's lips curled into a faint sneer, his expression mocking, clearly looking down on Su Chun. Su Chun, ignoring the jeers, calmly drew a long sword. The long sword was unremarkable, merely a low-grade, earth-rank weapon. The eunuch Gao cast a glance at the prince of surprising splendor beside him. Barring any accidents, the seventh prince was about to be eliminated, so he naturally sought his master's instructions. The prince of surprising splendor nodded indifferently. For him, as long as nothing too outrageous occurred during the process, he would not intervene. The eunuch Gao immediately declared, "Begin." with the sharp voice ringing out. A blood-red light erupted at the center of the arena. Su Chen had vanished from his spot without a trace, and Wei Zhou was cleaved in two from head to tail, the scene gruesome beyond measure. Su Chen murmured, "Still can't control my strength. Even suppressing it to the nascent soul stage isn't enough. I need to suppress the primordial immortal body as well." The fully realized primordial immortal body was far too powerful, granting an immense boost in speed. Even though he had held back, just now he still instantly killed Wei Zhou. The entire training ground fell into a dead silence following Wei Zhou's death. Even the Prince of Surprising Splendor wore a stunned expression, clearly not expecting the situation to unfold this way. After a long while, everyone snapped out of their shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. What had just happened? Wei Zhou had been instantly killed. Wasn't he a nascent soul cultivator? How could he instantly kill Wei Zhou, who was at the void refinement late stage? My God, is this the seventh prince? I get it now. We should never underestimate any prince. Su Chen is clearly suppressing his cultivation level. To instantly kill a void refinement latest stage cultivator, he must at least be at the void refinement perfection stage, right? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, unable to recover for a long time. Clearly, Su Chen's strength had utterly astonished them. In the waiting area, the first prince's face was ashen and his eyes blazed with terrifying killing intent. Su Chen had concealed his cultivation level, and he hadn't seen through it. This gnawed at him. From this, there were only two possibilities regarding Su Chen. Either he possessed a treasure that could block perception, or he was a supreme powerhouse, likely at least a half-step unity stage great cultivator. Lin Mu's gaze was icy cold. He refused to believe Su Chen was a unity stage cultivator. The strongest person in the Su family of Bright Moon City was merely at the void refinement mid-stage, and Su Chen, as a younger member, could at best be at the nascent soul stage. He turned his gaze toward Lin Jin, his expression dark and grim. He hadn't expected Lin Jin to possess such a trick, using his relaxed guard then killing with a special treasure like Gongsun Ming's. This was his scheme. It was clear in Lin Mu's view that Su Chen himself had no ability to kill Wei Zhou. It must have been Lin Jin who gave Su Chen some treasure, allowing him to instantly kill Wei Zhou. Lin Mu took a deep breath and bowed to the middle-aged man behind him, saying, "Master Ban Xing, this time, you will take the stage." This man was the strongest under his command. Having already lost 2 men in dealing with Lin Jin, he could not afford to lose any more or his prestige would be utterly shattered. Ban Xing's expression tightened. He nodded, then vanished on the spot. On the arena stage, when the crowd saw Ban Xing, confusion flickered in their eyes. They had clearly never seen him before. Could he be from outside the startling Swan Empire? Though unknown, the aura Ban Xing exuded struck terror into countless hearts. Void refinement perfection. A cultivator of this level with one more step would become a unity stage great cultivator. Even a void refinement perfection cultivator has stepped in. Even if Su Chen has some hidden card, can he possibly defeat such a powerhouse? After all, he's just a nascent soul cultivator. Someone spoke gravely. But clearly the fact that the 7th Prince's men had twice achieved the impossible made many people uncertain. Thus they all reserved judgment, waiting until the matter was truly concluded before commenting. Many wore excited expressions. If every prince had so many tricks up their sleeves, this succession battle would be quite a spectacle. At the edge of the arena, Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with anticipation and her palms were unconsciously slick with sweat. "Su Chen, you must win." Ban Xing stared at Su Chen, his voice cold. "You were lucky to kill Wei Zhou, but it all ends here. You cannot defeat me today. I will make you understand the vast gap between the nascent soul and void refinement stages." The previous two had relied on their own skills, but he was different. He also carried other treasures given by Lin Mu. For Su Chen to kill him was nothing short of a fantasy. Su Chen's expression remained calm. He simply looked at Ban Xing in silence, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. A moment later, the eunuch Gao's voice resounded across the training ground. "Begin." Instantly, 2 figures collided, and a fiercely sharp sword intent spread across the entire arena. What? Lin Mu's eyes flashed with disbelief. Su Chen could actually keep up with Ban Xing's speed. Was he also a void refinement perfection cultivator? If he truly was at void refinement perfection, why couldn't he see through his cultivation level? On the arena stage, Su Chen's expression was calm and carefree, his long sword in hand, his figure moving like a ghost. On the surface, the two seemed evenly matched, but in reality, Su Chen's every attack left wounds on Ban Xing. In contrast, Ban Xing couldn't even touch Su Chen. That was the difference. Damn it. Ban Xing's eyes were filled with gravity. He knew Su Chen was far from what he appeared. He must be hiding his cultivation level. Could it be half-step unity stage? As he pondered, a sword beam suddenly slashed toward him. Unable to dodge in time, Ban Xing's chest was instantly carved open with a hideous wound. This sight made everyone in the training ground clench their hearts. What was going on? Was a nascent soul cultivator this formidable? With Ban Xing's injury, everyone's mindset toward this battle shifted once more. Upon the arena stage, Su Chen and Ban Xing clashed swiftly, their fierce ripples spreading outward. The arena seemed unable to withstand their formidable assaults, cracks gradually appearing. Gradually, Su Chen lost interest in the game. It was too simple. Even suppressed to the divine transformation stage, he could still contend with Ban Xing effortlessly. If he wished, he could slay Ban Xing in a single strike. The gap between them was simply too vast. The disparity in strength between the divine transformation and void refinement stages was indeed immense, but only for ordinary individuals. In the eyes of the top prodigies in the Xiantian realm, the chasm between these stages was not insurmountable. In the end, Su Chen struck lightly. A sword light streaked through the air as if alive, carrying a roaring sound that swept Ban Xing into its midst. Crack! A crisp, clear sound rang out, as if something shattered on Ban Xing. He retreated at lightning speed. Ban Xing's expression was now extremely grave. That single simple sword strike had destroyed his protective treasure. If the blade had struck his body, he dared not imagine what would have happened. Their duel captivated the onlookers, countless people marveling in awe. From the start, few believed in Su Chen's strength, but gradually they began to accept it. Su Chen was truly powerful, astonishingly so. So the seventh prince is the biggest dark horse. My heavens, who is this person? How can he be so formidable? I've heard he's the young patriarch of the Su family from Bright Moon City, but this level of power is simply absurd. Isn't that the clan that recently broke through to the void refinement stage twice? Exclamations of astonishment continued to ring out, clearly stunned by Su Chen's overwhelming strength. Ban Xing's gaze towards Su Chen was extremely serious. But gradually that seriousness turned into calm indifference. He said coldly, "Your strength is formidable, at least half-step unity. But it's still lacking." As he spoke, his aura surged, becoming immensely powerful. He seemed like a beast breaking free from its chains, exuding an overwhelming presence. At that moment, Ban Xing's aura was countless times stronger than before, a stark difference like clouds above mud. He's at the unity stage. From the viewing stands, a chorus of gasps erupted. Everyone stared at Ban Xing in shock. The Grand Prince actually invited a unity stage cultivator. Doesn't that mean he's sure to win the succession battle? Exactly. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he can't surpass a unity stage expert, right? This unity stage cultivator seems extraordinary. I'd estimate he's at least mid-unity. A divine transformation cultivator in the stands said gravely. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "Mid-unity." Lin Yiming watched, her eyes filled with despair. Not because she doubted Su Chen, but because mid-unity was simply too powerful. She could see that while Su Chen's combat prowess was formidable, his aura remained at the divine transformation stage. His extraordinary combat ability could only be explained by two possibilities. Either he possessed an incredibly powerful treasure, or he was a peerless genius capable of crossing cultivation levels. Though such individuals were exceedingly rare, the world was vast, and such figures did exist. Occasionally news of them would emerge from the Jinghong Empire. For instance, a Holy Land heir defeating enemies across levels, a void refinement cultivator overcoming a unity stage opponent, or even a unity stage defeating a return to origin expert. Lin Yiming found it hard to believe that Su Chen was such a prodigy, as that seemed too far removed from their reality. Although his current display of strength was impressive, rivaling some top geniuses, the Su family was merely a minor clan. Even if Su Chen possessed extraordinary talent, he would ultimately face great limitations. Though she instinctively felt defeat was inevitable, she still held on to a glimmer of hope for Su Chen's victory. After Ban Xing revealed his aura, King Jinghong narrowed his eyes. He did not seem pleased that Lin Mu had a mid-unity cultivator under his command. Instead, his expression darkened. At that moment, upon the arena stage, after elevating his strength to its peak, Ban Xing raised his hand and summoned a crescent moon long blade. This was his true strength, mid-unity. Originally, Ban Xing believed that suppressing himself to the peak of void refinement would be sufficient to secure victory in the succession battle, relying on his experience and techniques. But he never expected such a turn of events, forcing him to use his full power. Ban Xing said coldly, "To make me use my complete strength, you can be proud. But this is the end." As he spoke, his aura burst forth, instantly causing the surrounding void to crack. An overwhelming pressure radiated from the arena. Even with the protective formation, it suffocated the spectators in the martial field. How terrifying! Is this the power of a unity stage cultivator? Just looking at him makes my heart race. It seems Chen cannot win. Indeed, he only had a slight advantage earlier. Now defeating Ban Xing at the unity stage seems nearly impossible. The strength Ban Xing displayed caused everyone to lean entirely toward him, no longer believing Chen could win. Initially, most thought Chen would triumph, but now the outcome was uncertain again. The succession battle had only just begun, yet it was already so thrilling, instantly igniting the entire crowd. Twist after twist. At first, everyone believed the seventh prince was doomed, but he repeatedly defied expectations. Meanwhile, the Grand Prince's foundation was formidable, with a unity stage Grand Cultivator under his command sweeping all before him. The princes in the preparation area watched the scene, their carefree expressions gone replaced by panic and alarm. Though they had made some preparations, none had the means to counter a unity stage cultivator. This meant Lin Mu was undoubtedly the strongest contender, leaving them no chance to compete. On the arena, Chen looked at Ban Xing, whose face showed disdain, and said calmly, "Are you so certain you can kill me?" As he spoke, Chen raised his sword, a hint of contempt in his expression. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll show you a few moves and teach you that there's always someone stronger." Hearing Chen's words, Ban Xing's heart inexplicably tightened, as if he were about to face some immense terror. Ban Xing's expression turned extremely solemn. His figure vanished instantly, and his aura soared to its peak. He attacked with full force, aiming to kill Chen as quickly as possible to avoid further complications. Chen smirked coldly. The next moment, he moved as well. Chen raised the sword in his hand and suddenly swung it forward. Heavenly slash. In an instant, a scene that filled countless people with terror unfolded. A massive rift appeared in the heavens, shimmering with starlight, exceptionally radiant, captivating all who gazed upon it. This enormous rift stretched nearly thousands of zhang, reflecting above the city of Jinghong, visible to almost everyone. Countless faces changed dramatically, although the starlight within the rift was dazzling, it was filled with a violent force of destruction. They could hardly imagine the sheer terrifying power that would be unleashed if all the starlight were to cascade down. Is there anyone in this world who could withstand it? Among them, the most terrified was Ban Xing, who was struck directly by this sword, enveloped by the starlight, his physical form rapidly dissipating. In less than a breath's time, he would likely perish completely. Such was the horror. For an ordinary person, a breath might be fleeting, but for a mid-stage harmonization expert, it felt agonizingly long. Ban Xing was wrapped in starlight and completely immobilized. His gaze was first filled with confusion, unable to react to such a sudden change. But soon despair and regret filled his eyes. Why? Why was such a powerful figure participating in the battle for the throne? Moreover, he had to assist that useless seventh prince. Ban Xing truly could not comprehend. The power Chen displayed was simply too terrifying, leaving even him, a mid-stage harmonization cultivator, without any means of resistance. This clearly indicated that Chen's strength was at least at the returning origin realm. He could not believe that a genius could slay a mid-stage harmonization expert in the transformation realm. Even if someone could rely on treasures and special physiques to barely contend with harmonization, it would be impossible to kill him so easily. Surely there should be at least a couple of exchanges, right? Yet here with Chen, all he felt was despair with no means to resist. Forget about exchanging blows, he couldn't even withstand this one strike. The gap was simply too vast. The entire martial arts arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen, having lost the ability to organize their feelings. What transpired before their eyes brought them deep shock, shattering all their perceptions and common sense. A mid-stage harmonization expert was about to fall, and they were to witness the fall of a mid-stage harmonization expert. It had been many years since any such event occurred in the Jinghong Empire, yet today they were witnessing it. Watching Ban Xing struggle, their hearts felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving them frozen in place, even at a loss for words to express their current emotions. The key was that the one who killed him was merely a transformation realm cultivator, though he might be a fraud. Yet Chen's aura merely exuded that of a transformation realm, leading them to instinctively believe that a mid-stage harmonization expert had been slain by a transformation realm. He killed a mid-stage harmonization expert. From this moment on, the name Chen, the young master of the Su family, will resonate throughout the entire Jinghong Empire. Not only the Jinghong Empire, but even the entire eastern region, the entire Xiantian realm will know this name. Do you understand what it means for a transformation realm cultivator to slay a harmonization expert? Even in ancient texts, only the legendary sons of emperors could achieve such feats. The sons of emperors, are they the descendants of those great emperors? Of course, Thus you can understand how terrifying Chen truly is. He is already comparable to the legendary sons of emperors. Chen had only ever displayed the strength of a transformation realm cultivator. Even that final strike was executed solely with transformation realm prowess. If he had used the same technique at the harmonization realm, the entire city of Jinghong would likely have been enveloped by that starlight domain. A breath's time passes in the blink of an eye. Soon Banxing completely lost all vitality. Meanwhile, the king of Jinghong, seated upon the throne, suddenly stood up, disbelief and panic flooding his eyes. It was unimaginable that this king of the Jinghong Empire would display such a look of panic. Given Banxing's strength, it would be impossible for him to be killed so easily, yet Chen had done it, and he seemed to have ample strength left, appearing quite nonchalant. This indicated that the individual before him was unquestionably more powerful than he was. Returning origin. The king of Jinghong had never expected that his seventh son Lin Jin could enlist such a powerful ally. However, he was somewhat perplexed. Why would a returning origin expert take an interest in the meager assets of the Jinghong Empire? If he wished, he could simply absorb the Jinghong Empire under his command without needing to assist Lin Jin in ascending the throne. Regardless of the reason, he understood that he must treat Lin Jin with greater respect in the future. This lad was not only able to gain the Sword King's assistance, but could now also draw a returning origin expert to his side. He was simply terrifying. He didn't care who the king of Jinghong was, as long as the strength he displayed could control this empire and lead the Jinghong Empire to greater heights. That was sufficient. Though it seemed somewhat cold-blooded, survival in this world requires such detachment. And at this moment, on the battlefield, Lin Mu shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! How could Banxing possibly be the inferior? He is a mid-stage harmonization cultivator." Not only was he unable to believe it, but Lin Jin felt the same. Recalling what Su Qingtian had said when leaving the Su family, he felt it was absurd. This was simply outrageous. Could Su Qingtian's son truly be so extraordinary? Surely the Su family's strength could not have increased so drastically. It must have been due to Su Chen. Although Lin Jin had not interacted much with the Su family, he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about them. They could sweep aside other forces upon entering Minghua City and then grow rapidly. This clearly exceeded the capabilities of the Su family themselves. Initially, Lin Jin thought that the Su family must have obtained some fortuitous opportunity allowing them to rapidly advance in a short time, but now he realized that this opportunity was none other than Su Chen. With such a strong figure, how could the Su family not progress? In the battlefield, all the princes were filled with immense fear. If Su Chen were merely a mid-stage harmonization expert, they would have the resolve to fight to the death, but he was a returning origin expert. How could they possibly battle him to the death? It was akin to a mantis trying to stop a car or an egg hitting a stone. If they possessed the strength to slay Su Chen, they would have long since kicked the king of Jinghong off the throne. Why would they need to engage in this battle for supremacy? The ninth prince Lin Feng spoke first, respectfully addressing Lin Jin. "Seventh brother, it seems the throne belongs to you. Your younger brother congratulates you in advance." The eighth prince Lin Bu also chimed in, "Congratulations, seventh brother." Though historically those who ascended the throne would eliminate their brothers, they still held onto hope. No one wished to die. Other princes also congratulated Lin Jin, but his expression remained unchanged. He took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions before smiling and saying, "Things are not over yet. Don't rush to congratulate me." To be honest, he had already made a decision regarding his brothers. Those who needed to be killed would definitely be killed, while those who should not be killed were unnecessary. Among the 9 princes, not everyone wished to vie for the throne. For instance, the 9th prince Lin Feng had never contemplated such matters. He simply desired to live freely, yet was forced into the battle for supremacy. Moreover, he posed no threat to Lin Jin, so there was no need to kill him. However, individuals like Lin Mu harbored a mindset of certain death. But he couldn't coldly declare, "Once I ascend, I will kill you all." At the very least, he had to pretend to be somewhat amiable and give them a glimmer of hope for survival. Once the throne was secured, he would swiftly turn against them. After all, a cornered rabbit will bite. If they were truly pushed to desperation, they could resort to anything, and that would undoubtedly lead to a heap of trouble. Shortly thereafter, he glanced back at Su Chen. Returning origin. Su Chen was truly terrifying. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged in his mind. Su Chen. Is he still unmarried? My sister Yiming is quite the beauty in Jinghong City, but with Su Chen's formidable strength, wouldn't he be able to have any woman he desires? If all else fails, perhaps Yiming could become a concubine or a maid. Lin Jin's mind was racing. Lin Yiming likely had no idea she had almost been offered to her beloved father. Killing a nascent soul stage cultivator was effortless for Chen, so his expression barely shifted. To save time, it would be better if all the prince's subordinates attacked together. His faint voice echoed throughout the arena, stunning everyone into silence. One man challenging dozens of void refining stage experts. Such terrifying strength. The crowd turned their gaze to the preparation platform, eager to see the prince's reactions and anticipating even more formidable tactics from them. Yet it was clear that the other princes had no stronger cards to play. In the end, Chen emerged victorious with ease, and the eldest prince departed the platform in dejection. Chen represented the seventh prince, meaning Lin Jin was destined to become the future king of Jinghong. The king of Jinghong showed no aversion to Lin Jin having a return to origin stage supporter. Such a powerhouse aiding him was a blessing for the Jinghong Empire. At his level, he no longer placed great importance on factions, only on gains and losses. Lin Jin's reliance on a return to origin stage cultivator could only benefit the Jinghong Empire. 3 days later, news of Lin Jin's coronation spread across the entire Jinghong Empire in astonishingly swift efficiency. The Jinghong Empire boasted immense power. Besides the void refining stage cultivators who participated in the succession battle for the princes, there were dozens more who remained neutral, each backed by some nascent soul stage background, thus avoiding entanglement. Yet with Lin Jin's ascension, they all came to offer congratulations and goodwill. Within the palace, the Hall of Grandeur now served as Lin Jin's residence, a stark contrast to the Prince Jin mansion. Lin Jin, clad in a blue robe, said with a smile, "This time I must thank young Master Su." Chen nodded. "A trivial matter. You once aided the Su family, and now I repay that debt." Lin Jin gave an awkward smile, having long wished to draw closer to Chen, but Chen remained aloof, showing little interest. Yet it was only natural. He shared no bond with Chen. The only reason he could enlist this formidable figure was Su Qingtian. Had the Su family not owed him a favor, Chen would likely have ignored him entirely. "Greetings, father." "Greetings, young Master Su." Lin Yiming entered gracefully, offering a bow with the poise of a refined lady, a most pleasing sight. Her bright eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration as she studied Chen. Everywhere women revered the powerful, and in the mundane world that power meant status, wealth, and authority. But in this world where strength reigned supreme, women naturally revered power itself. Lin Jin suddenly spoke. "Young Master Su, I have already ordered a search for a place rich in spiritual energy, and we have found a promising site. The Su family can soon relocate to the Jinghong Empire." Chen had mentioned this earlier, and upon taking the throne, Lin Jin immediately mobilized the royal resources to locate such a place. The royal family's power was immense, so finding a land with a spirit vein was no challenge. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Chen's lips. "Then I appreciate the trouble." Seeing Chen's reaction, Lin Jin showed a flicker of joy. Judging by Chen's demeanor, winning him over directly seemed difficult, but by showing kindness to the Su family, he might earn Chen's goodwill. They chatted for a while longer, but Chen remained indifferent, showing little desire to converse. In the end, Lin Jin had to suppress the idea of having Lin Yiming accompany him, burying it deep in his heart. Moreover, from Chen's attitude, he seemed to have little enthusiasm for Lin Yiming. Helpless Lin Jin could only say, "Young Master Su hasn't had a chance to explore Jinghong City properly. Why not let Yiming accompany you? She has lived in Jinghong City for quite some time and is familiar with the places for food and entertainment. She can serve as your guide." This was a fallback plan. Chen had shown no intention of leaving the Jinghong Empire anytime soon, so letting him spend time with Lin Yiming might foster a connection. Who knew what could happen? Hearing this, Lin Yiming looked at Chen with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. At some point, she had begun to feel strange emotions towards Chen, indescribable yet compelling her to draw closer to him. Chen nodded. All right. He had intended to explore Jinghong City anyway, and a guide would be convenient. After all, Chen was a transmigrator, and with his overwhelming power, he could afford to take it easy, viewing this world with a carefree, game-like mentality. At Chen's agreement, Lin Yiming felt both nervous and excited, a blush rising to her cheeks. Would guiding him mean they would be alone together? Lin Yiming's heart swelled with joy, recalling Chen's heroic figure in the royal arena. The initial unfavorable impression from the Prince Jin mansion had long since vanished. After a little more conversation, Lin Yiming, with a shy expression, led Chen out to wander through Jinghong City. She took him to various places, sampling foods, drinks, and amusements. Jinghong City was indeed far more prosperous. The ingredients were far superior to those in Bright Moon City, with meat from nascent soul stage beasts, and even void refining stage beasts could be found, albeit rarely. Such things were unimaginable in Bright Moon City. 3 months passed in a flash. Much time had elapsed since Lin Jin's coronation, and the Jing Empire had fully accepted him as their new king. Half a month earlier, the eldest Prince Lin Mu had been killed in a scheme by Lin Jin. The Du family, which backed Lin Mu, remained silent, and the Grand General of the realm publicly offered his congratulations, a clear gesture of support. Thus, Lin Jin had firmly secured his position within the Jing Empire. Wanyan Mountain, towering into the clouds surrounded by an unbroken chain of peaks, it was a magnificent sight. At its base lay a river dozens of zhang wide. This place was brimming with spiritual energy, harboring a supreme-grade spirit vein within the mountain. Spirit veins were generally classified as low, medium, high, and supreme. A low-grade vein contained tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, a medium-grade held billions, while a high-grade tens of billions. A supreme-grade vein was even more staggering, containing at least hundreds of billions of low-grade spirit stones. Of course, low-grade spirit stones were merely a unit of measurement. Supreme-grade veins mostly contained medium and high-grade stones with a small amount of supreme-grade stones, while low-grade ones were rare. Most importantly, a supreme-grade vein contained a dragon vein. As long as the dragon vein remained undisturbed, it would continuously generate more spiritual energy, enriching the area over time. Wanyan Mountain was now the Su family's new home. Located in the heart of Qinghu County within the Jing Empire, it was a rare paradise. At the summit of Wanyan Mountain, Su Chen gazed downward and nodded. This place was far superior to Mingwei City. However, the Su family had not completely abandoned the 5 great cities. Su Chen made some modifications to that place, setting up several spirit summoning arrays to enrich the spiritual energy, and then left 3rd Elder Su Yuanba and 4th Elder Su He to take turns guarding it. In addition, there were several collateral branches. The Su family planned to let one of these branches take over guarding once they grew stronger, a common practice among major clans. Many large families, due to their vast spheres of influence, needed their own people to oversee various locations, eventually leaving a small branch in control. The 5 great cities still yielded substantial profits, and the Su family was unwilling to simply abandon them. The main city of Qinghao Prefecture, Qingfeng City, though not as vast as Jinghong City, was at least 3/5 its size and relatively prosperous. With the royal family's support, the Su family successfully entered the city and launched many businesses. Although other factions resented the Su family's arrival, Lin Jin had just ascended to power, and no one wished to be caught in the crossfire, so none dared to object. Of course, even without Lin Jin, they would not dare provoke the Su family. After all, the Su family possessed a return-to-origin realm cultivator. With established properties in Qingfeng City, the Su family had firmly secured their foothold within Jinghong City. Wanyan Mountain was divided into 3 parts. The uppermost area housed the Su family's direct lineage, while the lower sections were for the collateral branches and servants. Due to the mountain's immense size, the summit could accommodate at least 10,000 people, yet the Su family's direct line numbered only a few dozen. Thus, Su Chen's residence was exceptionally luxurious. It was nearly 5 times larger than his dwelling in Mingwei City, lavishly decorated with specialized guards stationed at the entrance, arranged personally by Su Qingtian. Throughout the entire Su estate, except for Su Chen and his maidservant Ruoshi, anyone, even Su Qingtian himself, had to seek Su Chen's permission before entering. Of course, this rule was not set by Su Chen, but by Su Qingtian. Su Chen's formidable strength made him the family's guardian deity. No one was to disturb him, and all Su family members were to hold him in awe. Su Qingtian did this to make the entire Su family aware of Su Chen's exalted status. It also paved the way for Su Chen to become the future patriarch, though it was somewhat redundant. Su Chen's strength alone ensured no one in the family would dare oppose his leadership. Wanyan Courtyard. That was the name of Su Chen's residence. He sat in the courtyard, while Ruoshi stood obediently beside him, massaging his shoulders. Though Wanyan Mountain is rich in spiritual energy, it still lacks many things. After a moment's thought, Su Chen began to make arrangements on the mountain. He set up a heaven-grade advanced spirit summoning array along with 2 defensive formations that would activate automatically in case of an enemy attack. These were the Sky Plundering Array and the Demon Subduing Array. The Demon Subduing Array was particularly intelligent. It could automatically record the aura of everyone on Wanyan Mountain. If anyone exuded hostility and had never appeared before, the array would directly annihilate them. The Sky Plundering Array, a supplementary formation, drained energy from specific individuals and served as an energy replenishment station for the Demon Subduing Array. Combined with the Dragon Vein beneath Wanyan Mountain, it achieved a self-sustaining effect. With the spirit summoning array in place, the dragon vein below became more active, and the rate of spiritual energy generation on Wanyan Mountain increased by at least threefold. Continuing at this pace, the Su family would soon have their own body integration realm cultivator. Only then would the Su family truly possess the capital to stand firm in the Jing Empire on their own. For now, they merely relied on Su Chen's prestige. Zixiao Mountain Range. Adjacent to Wanyan Mountain, this range stretched nearly 10,000 li and featured a peculiar natural phenomenon. Elsewhere, the sunset glow was golden, but in the Zixiao Mountain range it took on a faint purple hue. Many once believed it to be a sign of treasure, and numerous experts had explored the area. However, after discovering nothing extraordinary, it was regarded as a mere scenic wonder. Though there were no void refinement level demonic beasts within the Zixiao Mountain range, there were many at the spirit transformation stage. Su Yuza, along with 3 other direct line members, was sprinting through the Zixiao Mountain range. Now Su Yuza's aura was not to be underestimated. He had just broken through to the nascent soul stage a few days ago, becoming the first cultivator in the Su family, aside from Su Chen, to reach this level. He had come out today to hunt demonic beasts in the Zixiao Mountain range in order to consolidate his strength. The group soon found a suitable beast, a third-order peak crimson-horned lizard. This beast exuded a powerful aura close to that of a fourth-order beast with strength comparable to the early nascent soul stage, an ideal opponent for training. Kill it. Su Yuza charged ahead, engaging the crimson-horned lizard in fierce combat, accompanied by Su Minghu, Su Qian, and Su Kongshan. After considerable effort, the 4 managed to slay the crimson-horned lizard without mishap. Su Mingza bore several wounds, though none were severe. He stepped forward slowly, severing the lizard's fiery red horn with a single stroke of his blade, a joyful smile spreading across his face. From this day forth, I, Su Mingza, am also a nascent soul cultivator. Seeing this, Su Ming's face was filled with envy. Big brother, your breakthrough speed is incredible. Su Yuza chuckled. What nonsense is that? I merely started cultivating half a year earlier than you. All 3 of you are at the peak of the core formation stage. Breaking through to nascent soul is just a matter of a month or 2. Hearing this, the 3 broke into smiles. The Su family's growth was astonishingly rapid. The younger generation were nearly all at the core formation stage, with only Su Yunpeng's 4th daughter, Su Qingran, still at the foundation establishment stage. But that was only due to her youth. Several stewards from the collateral branches were on the verge of breaking through to the spirit transformation stage, while the direct line elder Su Yunxian was already at the peak of spirit transformation, not far from the void refinement stage. Su Qian suddenly spoke up. Look over there. Everyone followed his gaze to where the crimson-horned lizard had been dwelling. There was a small nest containing nearly a dozen crimson-red eggs. Crimson-horned lizard eggs. Su Minghu exclaimed in surprise. They had never expected to stumble upon such a fortunate find. The crimson-horned lizard was a unique, demonic beast. It secreted a substance called crimson blood crystal, which helped cultivators cleanse their marrow and meridians. It was exceptionally gentle and non-irritating, even more effective than some pills. If they could properly nurture a crimson-horned lizard to the nascent soul, or even spirit transformation stage, it would be immensely beneficial for the younger members of the Su family. From childhood, they could use crimson blood crystal to purify their marrow and meridians. Due to the extreme difficulty of obtaining crimson-horned lizard eggs, a single lizard might never produce offspring in its lifetime. Their rarity, combined with the benefits of crimson blood crystal, meant that a single egg could sell for around 500 million low-grade spirit stones on the market. With 10 eggs here, it was as if they had found 50 billion low-grade spirit stones. Excitement lit up the faces of the 4. Truly, the Jing Empire was a land of treasures everywhere. The Zixiao Mountain Range had now become a private hunting ground for the Su family. Ever since the Su family occupied Wanyan Mountain, few people ventured near this area. It was akin to wild beasts, each possessing a sense of territoriality. None wished to offend the Su family, so they kept their distance. Moreover, influenced by the dragon vein of Wanyan Mountain, the entire Zixiao Mountain range was rich in spiritual energy, serving perfectly as a resource supply base for the Su family. In recent times alone, the treasures obtained by the Su family within the Zixiao Mountain range amounted to nearly 10 billion low-grade spirit stones, something previously unimaginable. Time passed swiftly, and before long the Su family had been settled on Wanyan Mountain for half a year. Old Master Su Qingtian had just broken through to the perfection of the void refining stage 2 days ago, while Su Qingyun had also reached the void refining stage a month prior. The Su family now truly boasted 3 void refining stage powerhouses. Over these 6 months, the Su family had undergone tremendous changes. 13 nascent soul stage experts had emerged from the collateral branches. Though the family still lacked a unity stage cultivator, it had become a formidable force within the Jinghong Empire. Throughout the entire Jinghong Empire, aside from a few unity stage royal level powers, those at the perfection of the void refining stage were among the strongest. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the Su family had mostly set out to gain experience. Su Yuza had even founded a faction called the Falling Cloud Sect. Though it was a modest endeavor, he poured great earnestness into its development, and perhaps one day it might grow into a formidable power. At Wangyan Courtyard, reporting to the young Master Princess Lin Yimeng has sent a letter. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Bring it in." During this period, Lin Yimeng frequently sent him letters and gifts or treats and trinkets to amuse him. The guard entered the courtyard and respectfully handed over the letter. Su Chen tore it open to reveal 3 yellowed pages densely covered with delicate tiny characters that flowed like a work of art. "Su Chen, are you still staying at Wangyan Mountain? When will you come to Jinghong City for a visit? I recently discovered a tavern with exceptionally delicious food." The letter rambled on for nearly 100 words, with the first 2 pages detailing recent amusing events in Jinghong City and happenings around her. Then Su Chen picked up the final page. "I heard that Qianshan Prefecture boasts the most beautiful scenery in the Jinghong Empire. You'll need to go there soon to handle some matters. Since you enjoy traveling, Su Chen, would you like to accompany me?" Upon reading the end, Su Chen furrowed his brows, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Was this an invitation? A graceful figure emerged in his mind, always tinged with shyness in his presence. Qianshan Prefecture. He had heard of it from servants before. A rumor had it that the scenery was indeed splendid. However, he had no current plans to visit. Perhaps later, perhaps never. Ruashi said with a smile, "Young master, it seems the princess has taken a liking to you." Su Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. Though his past life was ordinary, he had experienced a few romances and understood Lin Yimeng's intentions well. Seeing this, Ruashi stepped forward again to massage Su Chen. In her heart, she felt little threat from Lin Yimeng's presence. She knew her place well and would not covet what was not hers. Su Chen addressed the guard outside the courtyard. "Send someone to reply that I won't be going to Qianshan Prefecture anytime soon." "As you command." The guard's respectful voice sounded once more. Su Chen gazed into the distance, his eyes lost in thought. "Fifth brother, are you here?" Suddenly, a delicate voice came from outside the courtyard. Su Chen immediately recognized the speaker and said, "Come in." Soon a young girl in a pale pink long dress entered, her eyes sparkling with an adorable doll-like charm. She was Su Shanshan, the daughter of Su Yunping, now just 15 or 16 years old. Though young, she had already reached the core formation stage, far surpassing even the original Su Chen. This demonstrated how greatly resources could aid a cultivator. Su Chen sat up straight and asked with a smile, "Ninth sister, is there something you need?" Su Shanshan looked a bit embarrassed. "Fifth brother, the family doesn't have a suitable cultivation technique for me. Father told me to ask you so." "A cultivation technique?" Su Chen paused briefly, then inquired, "Which aspect do you practice?" Su Shanshan immediately produced a delicate red fan, and Su Chen understood at once. Indeed, the Su family lacked powerful fan-based techniques, as such esoteric paths were rarely pursued. In the Xintian realm, the most common cultivators were sword and blade practitioners, comprising nearly half of all cultivators. Su Chen began searching his system space, and soon found a heaven-grade advanced technique also of the fan category. The Blazing Fire Azure Cloud Fan. This technique, with both fire and wind attributes, suited Su Shanshan well. "Take a look." Su Chen handed over the memory jade containing the technique. Seeing that he truly had won, Su Shanshan's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, fifth brother." Su Shanshan activated the memory jade, and the cultivation path of the Blazing Fire Azure Cloud Fan flooded her mind. But in the next moment, she stood frozen in place. Heaven grade advanced. Su Shanshan's eyes brimmed with disbelief. The technique was actually heaven grade advanced. The Su family's most advanced technique was the earth grade advanced one. Su Chen had previously provided sufficient to cultivate to the unity stage. She had thought that was the limit, yet Su Chen had directly given her a heaven grade advanced technique. Su Chen said with a gentle smile, "I've never given you a gift since you were little. Consider this technique a belated present." Hearing this, the emotional Su Shanshan's eyes instantly welled with tears. "Thank you, fifth brother." They chatted a while longer, and soon Su Shanshan left the courtyard to practice the technique. The memory jade contained an extremely detailed record of the technique. Following it step by step would ensure no errors, requiring no guidance. At Qingfeng City, Su He and Su Qianshan strolled arm in arm through the city. Qingfeng City was not far from their Wangyan Mountain, only about 300 li away. With their current nascent soul stage cultivation, they could reach it in roughly 10 minutes. Moreover, they didn't need to travel on foot, as the Su family had set up teleportation arrays between Wanyan Mountain and Qingfeng City for convenience. For such a short distance, the teleportation array could get them there in 10 breaths. Both were strikingly beautiful, drawing sparkling glances from many young men around them. Qingfeng City was vast. As they strolled down a sparsely populated street, two hands suddenly seized them, and they vanished from the street in an instant. Terror filled their eyes as muffled sounds arose. Ultimately, they were dragged into a nearby courtyard. Since few people walked this street, their disappearance went almost unnoticed. "Who are you?" Sui's eyes were filled with terror as she stared at the three men before her, their attire somewhat flamboyant, tinged with a lecherous and sinister air. From the moment they entered, her cultivation was sealed and a formation was set up around them, preventing any sound from escaping. "Haha, what a pair of beauties." Among the three, a man with single-fold eyelids sneered, "Why don't you guess who we are?" Su Chen caught sight of the insignia on their sleeves and suddenly exclaimed in horror, "You are from the Essence Refining Sect." Upon hearing the sect's name, Sui's face twisted into an expression of sheer dread. The Essence Refining Sect was a demonic faction within the Jinghong Empire specializing in refining women for cultivation. Their methods were no different from the Blissful Union sect, draining a woman's essence and cultivation through carnal acts. Yet compared to the Blissful Union sect, the Essence Refining Sect was infinitely more vile. The Blissful Union sect was a dual cultivation school, but the Essence Refining Sect was a bona fide demonic force infamous throughout the Jinghong Empire. How could they have encountered this demonic sect? Sui's eyes glistened with tears of anxiety and fear. The single-eyelid man smirked wickedly, licking his lips as he said, "Not bad you recognize our sect. Then you must know what we do, right?" With that, he stared intently at Su Chen, his gaze filled with sinister coldness. His greatest pleasure was watching the terror on these young maidens' faces before their deaths, which brought him immense satisfaction. True to his words, Su He and Su Chen expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. If these men were truly from the Essence Refining Sect, then their fate was sealed, utterly miserable. The two women felt a chill run down their spines, their skin crawling with goosebumps. They wanted to flee, but a burly man had them firmly in his grasp, leaving them unable to move. Moreover, their cultivation was sealed, and they couldn't summon a shred of spiritual energy. At that moment, despair consumed them. How could they be so unlucky as to encounter demonic cultivators from the Essence Refining Sect within Qingfeng City? The single-eyelid man flashed a sinister smile and stepped forward slowly. He reached out to pinch Su Chen chin, examining her before praising such delicate skin. No sooner had he spoken than his expression abruptly changed. "Why is your spiritual energy so dense? Something's off. You have a heavenly spirit root." Overjoyed, he channeled his own spiritual energy into Su Chen to probe further. Moments later, the single-eyelid man's delight deepened. It really is a heavenly spirit root. The Essence Refining Sect could devour a woman's essence, blood, and meridians. If the target had high cultivation talent, it could also enhance their own physical constitution and spirit root to some extent. Though the improvement was limited as a nascent soul peak cultivator, even a slight upgrade to his spirit root could mean breaking through to the deity transformation stage or even going further. He then probed Su He and discovered both women possessed heavenly spirit roots. "Ha, I grabbed two random people to satisfy my cravings and ended up with heavenly spirit roots. What a stroke of luck." His face radiated wild ecstasy. Such talent was rare even within the Jinghong dynasty. Even among void refining stage powers, they were considered precious gems. He might have desired such prey, but he lacked the strength to capture them. And now the two he had casually seized today were both heavenly spirit roots, like finding a million high-grade spirit stones on the main road, a gift from heaven. Little girls, didn't your family warn you? The world outside is dangerous. Don't wander around for no reason. The single-eyelid man's face was a mask of evil glee as he eagerly ordered, "Send these two to my room. I want to savor them thoroughly." Upon learning that Su He and her companion had heavenly spirit roots, the other two Essence Refining Sect members' eyes burned with fervor. But they were merely early nascent soul cultivators. Though they harbored some designs on the women, they dared not defy him, so they could only respond, "As you command." With that, they hoisted Su He and Su Chen and carried them toward the room. The two women's expressions were already of utter despair. They had no strength to resist, not even to end their own lives. Once inside that room, they knew all too well what awaited them. Su Chen suddenly shouted, "We are members of the Su family. If you dare kill us, the Su family will never let you go, and the Essence Refining Sect will be annihilated." The Su family. The single-eyelid man paused mid-step, turning to eye them with a grave expression before a sneer curled at his lips. No wonder you heavenly spirit root prodigies have no guards. You rely on the Su family's protection and think you're invincible. This formation is a high-grade earth rank barrier personally bestowed by the sect master. As long as that return to origin stage expert of the Su family isn't nearby, no one will know what's happening inside. Once I kill you two, who will know it was me? How can they trace it back to the essence refining sect? At these words, the two women were completely crushed. They knew he spoke the truth. Not only was the formation a high-grade earth rank barrier, but even a mystic rank formation could block the detection of a return to origin cultivator if the distance was sufficient. Su Chen usually stayed on Wanyan Mountain and rarely ventured out. Only a few deity transformation stage experts from the Su family were stationed in Qingshui City, making it impossible for them to discover what had happened. Just then a blinding flash of cold light erupted. Who? The single-eyelid man turned sharply and bellowed as a sword beam pierced through the outermost barrier formation, hurtling toward him with murderous intent. Though the courtyard's barrier formation isolated them, its defensive capabilities were poor. While it blocked outsiders, it also blinded those within. Lu Yin prepared to die. A sharp cry accompanied the sudden appearance of a woman in white outside the formation. Her face was cold, brimming with killing intent. Lu Yin's expression shifted abruptly. Half-step deity transformation. A powerful aura burst from within him as he struck out with his palm to block the sword beam's force, but to no avail. Su He and the other woman saw the newcomer, and hope flickered once more in their eyes. Yuan Ming held nothing back, instantly severing one of Lu Yin's arms. A piercing scream echoed through the courtyard. Who the hell are you? Lu Yin's eyes darkened to their depths. This woman knew they were here, which meant she had followed them all along. How else could a nascent soul peak cultivator have detected what was happening inside the formation? She had come specifically to kill him. Yuan Ming sneered. You murdered my two sisters, and now you don't even recognize me. Lu Yin studied Yuan Ming closely, then his pupils contracted sharply. You're that little girl from the Yuan family. Yuan Ming let out a cold laugh, her face twisted with resentment as she spoke. Lu Yin, the essence refining sect annihilated my Yuan family, and you drained the life from my two elder sisters. Today I will surely kill you to appease the spirits of my clan in heaven. As she spoke, her hands shifted through techniques, unleashing an even more ferocious assault toward Lu Yin. A flicker of fear appeared on Lu Yin's face. He never imagined that Yuan Ming could have broken through to the half-step nascent soul stage. When the essence refining sect destroyed the Yuan family, she was merely at the core formation stage. In less than a decade, she had reached half-step nascent soul. During these 10 years, Lu Yin had only advanced from the early nascent soul stage to the nascent soul perfection stage. Such speed was nearly comparable to those with supreme spirit roots, yet Yuan Ming had surpassed him. Lu Yin raised his hand and waved it, conjuring a small flag that he hurled directly at Yuan Ming. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. Yuan Ming, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. This artifact, given to him by an elder of the essence refining sect, contained the force of a nascent soul stage attack. It was his last resort for survival, but today he was forced to use it. Lu Yin sneered coldly. Since you've come to me willingly, I'll devour you as well today. Greed flickered in his eyes. Two female cultivators with heavenly spirit roots along with Yuan Ming at half-step nascent soul. If he could devour all three, he would surely break through to the nascent soul stage. Crucially, he remembered that Yuan Ming's aptitude was merely that of a superior spirit root. For her to reach half-step nascent soul in such a short time, she must have obtained some great fortune. If he could seize that fortune as well, he would undoubtedly advance further, perhaps even becoming an inner sect elder. The essence refining sect was a demonic sect, and the techniques practiced by disciples below the rank of inner sect elder all had inherent flaws. Only by reaching the half-step void refinement stage and becoming an inner sect elder could the sect master personally remove these flaws. Breaking through to half-step void refinement was the dream of nearly every disciple in the essence refining sect. Yuan Ming's eyes were icy cold. Rest assured you won't have that chance. She rose to her feet and charged at Lu Yin once more. Impossible. Why are you unharmed? Panic spread across Lu Yin's face as he saw Yuan Ming's momentum undiminished. That earlier attack, though not enough to kill her, should have severely injured her. How could she, a half-step nascent soul cultivator, be completely unaffected? Yuan Ming sneered. That strike had indeed wounded her. But most of its power had been absorbed by the protective talisman she wore, leaving her with less than 20% of the force. Yuan Ming's attack was blindingly fast, reaching Lu Yin in an instant. Seeing this, Su He's face lit up with joy. If Lu Yin died, they would be saved. A sense of relief washed over both women. Thankfully, luck was on their side today, encountering someone seeking revenge against the essence refining sect. Otherwise, their fate would have been dire. Yet, just as Yuan Ming was about to slay Lu Yin, an unexpected change occurred. How dare you? A deep, stern voice rang out, exploding in everyone's minds. Yuan Ming was the most affected as she collapsed to her knees, her face contorted in agony. From the main chamber of the courtyard, an elderly man in his 60s slowly emerged. His expression was cold and grim. Though he appeared aged, his eyes were sharp and piercing. Lu Yin quickly composed himself and bowed to the man. Greetings, Elder Wang. Wang Jing glared at him darkly. Lu Yin, this is the fine place you found. You didn't even notice someone followed you. If she disrupts the sect master's plans, 10,000 deaths won't atone for your mistake. Hearing this, Lu Yin's face drained of color and terror. He immediately knelt. Elder Wang, it was a moment of negligence on my part. Please punish me. There was no point in making excuses. With Yuan Ming now subdued, his best course of action was to sincerely admit his error. Wang Jing said coldly, if it were any other elder, you'd be dead by now. But I'll let it slide this time. Don't make such a foolish mistake again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yin had been cultivated by Wang Jing's own hands, handling many tasks for him and capturing numerous women each year. Naturally, Wang Jing wouldn't kill him so easily. Sensing the iciness in Wang Jing's tone, Lu Yin's heart trembled. He knew that if such a problem arose again, his life would truly be at stake. Thank you, Elder Wang. Wang Jing said no more and turned his gaze to Yuan Ming. In the next instant, he waved his hand abruptly, and Yuan Ming was hurled against the wall like a rag doll, her aura withering into weakness. Half-step nascent soul, a decent little treat. They'll take this one, the other two are yours. Wang Jing's tone brooked no argument. Though reluctant, Lu Yin could only nod in agreement. At least he still had the two with heavenly spirit roots. In truth, a half-step nascent soul cultivator offered little benefit to Wang Jing, who was at nascent soul perfection. His interest in Yuan Ming suggested she possessed something that intrigued him. It seemed Yuan Ming indeed carried a great fortune. What a pity. Rage simmered in Lu Yin's heart, but he dared not vent it on Wang Jing. Instead, he turned his gaze to Su He and the other woman. My little beauties, soon you'll experience what it means to be lost in ecstasy. A sinister smile crept across his face, making him seem like a demon, filling Su He and the other with utter terror. They had thought they were saved today, only for another nascent soul cultivator to appear. Su Qianqian, younger than Su He, was already in tears. Sister Su He, what do we do? She was only 17, still a young girl. How could she not be frightened by such a situation? Fear and despair spread through both of them. Watching this scene, Yuan Ming was reminded of her Yuan family kin who had suffered the same fate at the hands of the essence refining sect before her eyes. Let them go. Fury blazed in Yuan Ming's heart as she let out a roar. Though Su He and Su Qianqian were strangers to her, she could not bear to witness the tragedy of the Yuan family repeat itself. At that moment, a suffocating pressure enveloped her, and Wang Jing's cold voice rang out. You can't even save yourself, yet you worry about others. Yuan Ming's anger did not wane. She quickly channeled her spiritual energy into the ring on her finger, her voice frantic. Master, are you awake? Suddenly, a helpless sigh echoed. You reckless girl, I've only been asleep for 3 months, and you've already stirred up such trouble. Truly, you give your master no peace. With strength insufficient, why must you provoke the essence refining sect? The voice carried a mix of affection and exasperation. She had fallen asleep because Yuan Ming, while still at the core formation stage, had sought revenge against the sect. That had led to a pursuit by a void refinement cultivator, forcing her to intervene. That battle had severely damaged her spiritual energy, plunging her into a deep slumber. And now, just as she awoke, she faced this again. This foolish disciple truly didn't want her to recover. A sage like herself, awake for 10 years, was now weaker than when she first woke. Very well, relax your mind, and let me handle the aftermath. But I'm not confident I can kill this nascent soul perfection cultivator. At best, I can escape with you and those 2 girls. However, my spiritual energy has just recovered and is weak. I may not be able to protect all 3 of you. If there's no other way, I'll have to abandon them. Just as she was about to take control of Yuan Ming's body, a presence that made her heart tremble spread through the courtyard. Then a gentle, magnetic young voice echoed in the yard. Don't be afraid, little sister Su He. Your 5th brother has come to save you. Upon hearing these words, Su He's expression first froze, then a surge of excitement and grievance welled up on her face. 5th brother, is that you? She turned her head toward the direction of the voice and saw a young man with a gentle countenance standing there like a caring elder brother whose mere presence brought a spring breeze. The moment she saw him, Su Qianqian also cried out excitedly, "Fifth brother." Now that everyone in the Su family knew of Su Chen's immense power, his arrival meant the Hua Jing sect posed no threat. Tears glistened in their eyes, whether from fright or overwhelming joy. Wang Jin's gaze was heavy with caution as he faced Su Chen's sudden appearance. In the next instant, his aura erupted like an enraged lion as he charged ferociously at Su Chen. Though Su Chen exuded no visible aura, Wang Jin still felt an immense pressure. Against such an opponent, he had to either unleash his full strength to kill him or flee. But with the Clear Wind City just outside, escape was impossible. Only a risky attempt to slay Su Chen remained. Su Chen turned to look at him, his gaze calm and indifferent. "Aunt." His voice resonated like divine decree, instantly spreading outward. Bang! Wang Jin was crushed to the ground as if a mountain pressed upon him. His bones, unable to bear the strain, began grinding against each other, emitting a chilling, grating sound. "You?" Wang Jin struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with terror. "Who exactly are you?" Such suffocating oppression drove him to despair. He had never felt this even before the Hua Jing sect's nascent soul unity sect master. In truth, Wang Jin already knew the answer. Earlier, he had mentioned they were from the Su family, leaving only one possibility for this man. Su Chun of the Su family, a return to origin cultivator. At this moment, fear consumed him utterly. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the crushing pressure robbed him of speech. Wang Jin clenched his molars so hard they nearly shattered. He wished he could kill Lu Yin. Of all people to capture, why did he have to choose members of the Su family? Lu Yin, witnessing this, felt a chill of terror. In desperation, he prepared to threaten Su He and the others with their lives. But the moment he reached for them, his body began to twist unnaturally. Agonizing pain shot through him as his limbs contorted, eventually coiling around his waist like a twisted rope, leaving him lifeless. His eyes bulged the grimace of terror and agony, revealing the torment he had endured. The other two from the Hua Jing sect met the same fate, their silent screams unheard. On the other side, Wang Jin could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and was crushed into a pulp. The disparity in their power was simply too vast beyond comparison. Su Chen had not even used a tenth of his strength. Killing a peak nascent soul cultivator was trivial to him. "It's all right now." Su Chen turned to Su He and the others, his tone gentle. "Next time, remember to bring the family token. It contains a formation that can protect you in critical moments and alert the rest of the Su family." But now neither of them cared about that. With tearful voices, they rushed over and embraced Su Chen. "Fifth brother." Though they had held back tears earlier, seeing Su Chen made their emotions impossible to suppress any longer. Su Chen raised a hand to gently stroke their heads, speaking softly. "It's all right. With your fifth brother here, no one in this world can harm you." They did not weep for long. After venting their emotions, they calmed down. Su Chen comforted them a while longer before turning his gaze to Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng's heart tightened. She knew this man was far from ordinary, so she quickly bowed. "Greetings, senior." Su Chen glanced at her, then at the ring on her finger. An old man in a ring. But hers seemed different. From the aura, it felt female. A faint saintly aura clung to her, though her energy was weak. Even at her peak, she might only have been a saint. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Are you willing to serve the Su family?" For the Su family's future growth, powerful subordinates were essential. Both Yuan Meng and the saint in her ring would greatly aid their development. Yuan Meng's expression shifted. The Su family. This man was from the Su family. So young yet possessing such overwhelming power. Could he be none other than Su Chun, the return to origin cultivator? But soon hesitation clouded her face. Joining the Su family meant living under another's roof. She still had a great vengeance to fulfill. Could she still pursue it after joining? Yuan Meng spoke cautiously. "Senior, this humble woman has yet to avenge her clan. I fear." She wanted to refuse, but worried that outright rejection might displease Su Chen. "Vengeance? You mean the Hua Jing sect?" Su Chen's tone was flat. "That sect will vanish from this world today, so you need not worry about that." He naturally had no intention of sparing the Hua Jing sect. Once matters here were settled, he would go and annihilate it. Yuan Meng was startled, joy spreading across her face. "Senior, is that true?" After speaking, she realized her impertinence. A powerhouse like him had no reason to deceive an insignificant ant at the half-nascent soul stage. Yuan Meng declared immediately, "Senior, if you are willing to destroy the Hua Jing sect, then this humble woman will henceforth be a member of the Su family, ready to serve with utmost loyalty." Su Chen nodded, then turned to Su He and the others with a smile. I'll take my leave now. Be more careful when you go out next time. They nodded solemnly. After this ordeal, they had come to realize that the world was far more dangerous than they had imagined. The next moment, Chen vanished from the spot, taking Yuan Ming with him. Such was Chen's speed that Yuan Ming's vision blurred completely, as she could not discern what was happening, feeling as though the world spun around her. After a few breaths, her vision cleared, and before her eyes stood an immense sect. At its forefront hung a signboard bearing 3 grandly inscribed characters. Jing sect. Though this sect was a demonic force, its formidable power earned it a place within the Jinghong dynasty. In the eyes of the Jinghong Empire's royal family, despite being a demonic sect, as long as it did not go too far, it remained a force within the empire. Thus the royal family merely suppressed it without eradicating it. At the sight of this sect, Yuan Ming's eyes blazed with hatred. Jing sect. She gritted her teeth. This was the sect she had dreamed of destroying every moment, the cause of her clan's annihilation, forcing her to wander the world in solitude. Without the Jing sect, she would still be the young mistress of the Yuan family, basking in the care of her parents and sister. But now all that was gone. Chen looked down, and a powerful ripple emanated from his body, like an awakened primordial beast, sending chills through all who sensed it. He raised his hand and pointed downward. With that single gesture, the heavens and earth began to shatter, void fissures emerged, and the ground trembled as if in fear of the power. Which senior has arrived? A terrified voice rang out from within the Jing sect. The next instant, a figure shot out, his face etched with indescribable horror. This was the Jing sect's sectmaster. Before he could react, a colossal force crashed down from the sky. A thunderous explosion echoed, and nearly every cultivator above the nascent soul stage across the Jinghong Empire sensed the aura. Countless gazes turned toward the source of the eruption, panic glinting in their eyes. Such a terrifying presence. Who could it be? Under this force, the sect leader of the art transformation sect was like a mortal facing a natural disaster, utterly powerless. Without even a scream, he was directly dissolved between heaven and earth, his soul extinguished. In the place where the art transformation sect once stood, a pit hundreds of meters deep was left behind. This chasm stretched for dozens of li, a sight that alone filled onlookers with awe. Almost all the experts of the art transformation sect perished in this single strike. Yuan Ming, witnessing this scene, was stunned into speechlessness. This is a cultivator of the return to origin realm. To be so formidable. The most powerful cultivator she had ever seen was in the void refinement realm, but before Chen, she felt there was simply no comparison. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Previously, she thought the void refinement realm was the pinnacle of strength, but after witnessing Chen's power today, her entire perception had been utterly transformed. On the other side, Chen's expression was utterly calm, as if he had done something quite ordinary. After finishing this, he directly brought Yuan Ming to the foot of Wanyan Mountain, handed her over to Su He, and departed. A person like Yuan Ming could not, of course, be treated as an ordinary servant. She had to be assigned to work exclusively for the direct lineage. Thus, although Yuan Ming joined the Su family as a servant, her status would not be low. Having witnessed Chen's strength, Yuan Ming was naturally very willing to join the Su family. After Su He registered her identity and assigned her a residence, she became a true member of the Su family. In a room halfway up the mountain, Yuan Ming couldn't help but whisper, "Master, are you still there?" Ever since Chen emerged, her master had been completely unresponsive. After a long while, a wisp of green smoke drifted out from Yuan Ming's ring, eventually materializing into a woman. She was dressed in a cyan long gown, her features like those of a celestial maiden, her figure exquisitely graceful, as if she were a work of art. And Qinglian looked toward the summit of Wanyan Mountain with a complex expression. "That one must know of my presence. There is no need to hide any longer." Her tone carried a hint of reverence and respect, which immediately startled Yuan Ming. "Master, that one? What do you mean?" She knew very well that her master was once a sage-level powerhouse. For someone to earn even her respect, how extraordinary must they be? Could it be that young Master Su is not merely a return to origin realm cultivator, or is there something else? And Qinglian was silent for a moment, recalling the overwhelming sage aura radiating from Chen. She took a deep breath and said, "It is the Su family's young master, Chen. Your joining the Su family is no problem. With Chen guarding the Su family, it will inevitably become one of the most powerful forces in the entire Xiantian realm." Although she had only briefly interacted with him, and Qinglian had already discerned that Chen's cultivation base far surpassed her own at its peak. He was at least a saint emperor. A cultivator of this level was throughout the Xiantian realm almost always a regional hegemon or an ancestral elder guarding a sacred land. She could never have imagined that the Su family harbored such a cultivator. Yuan Ming couldn't help but ask, who exactly is he? And Qinglian shook her head indicating she did not know, but she still explained, I am not entirely certain, but this young master Su Chun is definitely more powerful than I was at my peak. What? Yuan Ming was shocked, a look of awe appearing in her eyes. The Su family actually possessed a sage-level powerhouse. The next moment excitement surged across her face. To join a force guarded by such a formidable figure, wasn't that a tremendous stroke of fortune for her? A sage. Yuan Ming couldn't help but swallow. The outside world believed Su Chun to be merely a return-to-origin realm cultivator, yet who knew he was actually a sage-level powerhouse? And Qinglian said gravely, Minger, without the permission of that young master, Su, you must never spread such matters, or the consequences will be dire. She knew that a powerhouse of this level had his own reasons for his actions. Perhaps Su Chun was planning something, and if Yuan Ming spread this news, disaster might befall her. Yuan Ming's heart tightened. Rest assured, master, I will never mention this to anyone. To be safe, she even cast a silent spell on herself to avoid any accidental slips. Before long, Yuan Ming gradually calmed down. She looked into the distance. From the mountainside of Wangyun, the view was extremely open. Feeling the breeze on her face, Yuan Ming couldn't help but sigh deeply. The art transformation sect had been destroyed, yet she felt no joy. Instead, her heart was immensely heavy. What good was destroying the art transformation sect? Her sister and her clansmen could not return. Seeing this, and Qinglian patted her shoulder and said gently, Child, the Yuan family now has only you left. For the sake of your family, you must live well. Only then can their spirits rest in peace. Yuan Ming nodded. Master, I understand. Her heart was not so fragile. She was merely overcome with a touch of sorrow. Soon Yuan Ming recomposed herself and said with determination, Since the Su family has such a powerhouse, your disciple can rebuild your physical body even faster. Moreover, Master, didn't you say there were people hunting you? With the protection of young Master Su Chun, they wouldn't dare trouble you again, would they? And Qinglian nodded with a smile. Indeed, none of those people can match a Saint Emperor, so they naturally would not dare to trouble me. Saint Emperor? Yuan Ming's head was full of question marks. Clearly, she had never heard of such a term. And Qinglian shook her head. Once you grow stronger, you will naturally understand. For now, the priority is to awaken your Kongming saint body. Yuan Ming immediately nodded. I will follow Master's advice. Soft murmurs continued from within the room. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the site of the art transformation sect, numerous cultivators cautiously arrived to investigate. When they discovered that the sect had vanished without a trace, leaving only a massive crater, everyone was shocked. The art transformation sect has been destroyed. Who could have done this? This was a power at the body integration stage. Could the old emperor have done it? Impossible. The old emperor has long been in seclusion to break through to the return to origin realm. This place is so close to Wangyun Mountain, and the one capable of slaying a body integration grandmaster is most likely that person from the Su family. I think it's most likely that person from the Su family. The aura we sensed earlier was too formidable. Even the old emperor pales in comparison. This art transformation sect actually provoked that one, truly seeking death. Clearly, they all believed the destruction of the art transformation sect was Su Chen's doing. This demonic force was immensely powerful, and its sect leader was a mid-stage body integration cultivator. Within the entire Jinghong Empire, only the royal family could have annihilated it. Unfortunately, the royal family had never taken action. Now that the art transformation sect had been destroyed by the Su family, countless people applauded. In an instant, the Su family's reputation soared once more, becoming the most sought-after power in the Jinghong Empire. Numerous prodigies even took the initiative to pledge allegiance to the Su family. Of course, Su Qingtian only selected a portion of the exceptional ones to keep rejecting most of the others. The Su family needed loyal and reliable individuals, not those who sought to curry favor. With more people pledging their allegiance, the Su family grew rapidly, its influence expanding ever larger. However, Su Chen paid no heed to these matters, choosing instead to remain idle and reclining in the Wangyun courtyard. He relished this state of existence, free from worries, occasionally venturing out when boredom struck. He even took to setting up a barbecue grill in the courtyard, roasting meat from time to time, living a life of utmost comfort. This tranquil and leisurely life was exactly what he sought. Reporting to the young master, the respectful voice of a guard sounded from outside the courtyard. The investigation into a beast king suitable as a mount as you previously ordered has yielded progress. In the Mei Sea east of Wanhai Prefecture, there is said to be a nascent soul stage beast king whose true form is a flood dragon. The guard's voice carried a hint of excitement and reverence. The young master was truly formidable, seeking to capture a nascent soul stage beast king as his mount. Wanhai Prefecture. Chen nodded. I understand. With that, he extended his divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire Wanhai Prefecture, and quickly located the flood dragon. Yet Chen also sensed that the creature's aura was somewhat weak, its life force steadily dissipating. Clearly, this flood dragon's lifespan was nearing its end. Beasts generally have longer lifespans than humans. A nascent soul stage cultivator can live up to 10,000 years, while a flood dragon of such mighty bloodline could endure at least 20 to 30,000 years. But its lifespan was waning, revealing just how ancient it truly was. A flood dragon, alas, not a true dragon. Still, with a bit of bloodline refinement, it will suffice as a mount. Chen murmured, then vanished from Wanyan Mountain. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the Maze Sea in Wanhai Prefecture. The Maze Sea was vast and boundless, its depths riddled with hidden currents and teeming with beasts, including many at the void refinement stage, a sixth-tier threat. It was a forbidden zone for humans, hence its name. At the heart of the Maze Sea, a colossal creature coiled, its body stretching nearly 1,000 zhang. Within a 100-li radius, not a single beast dared approach. This behemoth bore a pair of claws, a horse's head, and a serpent's tail, clad in dark glossy scales with horns and whiskers on its head, exuding an air of extraordinary majesty. Upon its head sprouted a small horn, emitting a verdant glow. This was the overlord of the Maze Sea, the Ink Sea Azure Flood Dragon, a descendant of the Azure Dragon, though its bloodline was somewhat diluted. Suddenly, the Ink Sea Azure Flood Dragon's eyes snapped open. Within its massive pupils, like a galaxy, a faint green light shimmered. A human. The flood dragon's voice thundered, causing the surrounding waters to boil and the sea surface to churn with mighty waves. Its gaze was filled with gravity. Beasts possess keener senses than humans, but this person's ability to arrive silently before it indicated a strength beyond compare. As a nascent soul stage beast king, it was not as foolish as lower-tier beasts, so it refrained from a rash attack. Nevertheless, the Ink Sea Azure Flood Dragon remained exceedingly cautious. Tensions between humans and beasts were constant. Humans preyed on beasts, and beast parts aided humans in alchemy and artifact forging. Could this unfamiliar human be here to slay it? Chen did not answer, but gave it a thorough once-over, then nodded. Not bad, the appearance is passable. He then looked up at the flood dragon and spoke calmly. They'll give you a chance, become my mount. The Ink Sea Azure Flood Dragon's enormous eyes widened, its voice booming. Human, do you know what you're saying? A fierce aura erupted from its body, stirring the entire Maze Sea into turmoil as countless beasts fled toward the edges. The Beast King had awakened, it was beginning its hunt. Some intelligent beasts gazed in terror toward the source of the emanating energy. The flood dragon's eyes blazed with murderous intent to subdue it as a mount. Even the Jinghong King lacked that qualification. As a flood dragon, its combat prowess was formidable. Though only at the 7th-tier midstage equivalent to a human's nascent soul midstage, its battle strength rivaled a half-step Guiyuan realm cultivator. The Ink Sea Azure Flood Dragon's eyes flickered with caution. It spoke coldly. Human, my lifespan is nearly spent. There is no hope for breakthrough. I will die within a century at most. Let me spend my final days in peace, and I shall gift you my body then. Otherwise, I will fight to the death and ensure you do not fare well. Nearing its end, all it desired was to behold this world a little longer. Otherwise, it would not hesitate to clash with Chen, for death was inevitable anyway. Chen said nothing, but a drop of crimson blood coalesced in his palm. Within it, a true dragon seemed to roar, deafening and exuding a terrifying aura. The Ink Sea Azure Flood Dragon shuddered, its pupils contracting sharply. It gasped, this is... Chen spoke flatly. A drop of true dragon blood. As a descendant of the dragon clan, you should know how beneficial this is for you. The flood dragon trembled, its aura growing restless. In that moment, it was overwhelmed with excitement. True dragon blood. Once absorbed, it could not only evolve its bloodline, but also elevate its cultivation. The Ink Sea Azure Flood Dragon fixed its gaze on Chen, its expression solemn. Arriving with true dragon blood meant this human had not come to kill it. A mount. The flood dragon's eyes were filled with inner turmoil. As a descendant of the true dragon, though its bloodline was diluted, its pride remained immense. Submitting to become a human's mount was truly hard to accept. Seeing its hesitation, Chen did not press. In Chen's view, forcing the Ink Sea Azure Flood Dragon held no meaning. If it was to be his mount, it would be no different from a companion. If the flood dragon ultimately refused, he would not insist. After a long while, the Ink Sea Azure Flood Dragon raised its head and spoke in a resonant voice. Very well, I accept. Since it was already nearing death, this true dragon blood could not only advance it further, but also offer a chance for bloodline atavism. Such a transcendent boon was irresistible. Most crucially, it did not wish to die. The true dragon blood could grant it continued life. Chen nodded, raised his hand, and a seal was imprinted directly onto the flood dragon's brow. This was a master-servant contract. Impossible. The ink sea azure flood dragon's pupils shrank violently, staring at Chen with utter terror. Forging a master-servant contract with a beast required its willing consent, or it was exceedingly difficult to achieve. Yet without any awareness, it had been forcibly bound. This meant that the power of this human before it surpassed all imagination. In that instant, its pride was utterly set aside, replaced by profound reverence. Beasts revere the strong. If you are mightier, you are the king. The strength Chen displayed was terrifying, and submitting to such a powerhouse was no dishonor. Moreover, his ability to casually produce such a divine item as true dragon blood underscored his extraordinary nature. Chen handed over the true dragon blood and said calmly, "Refine it quickly." The ink sea azure flood dragon shuddered and quickly replied, "Yes, master." The blood of the true dragon was swallowed by the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, and the immense power of its bloodline immediately began to circulate throughout its body, as if rejuvenating its entire being. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out, enveloping the entire misty sea. A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed, and the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, which originally had only one small horn on its forehead, now sprouted another larger and more prominent. Accompanied by this dragon's roar, all the demon beasts in the misty sea prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling all over, clearly terrified. Immediately after, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao continued to roar, its face filled with pain. The true dragon's blood was too domineering, frantically transforming the Mo Hai Qing Jiao's flesh and bloodline, an experience that was naturally excruciating. Though it was extremely uncomfortable, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao reveled in it. It felt the power of its bloodline strengthening within, causing its entire being to become exceedingly exhilarated. Soon its body began to change. The originally dark scales started to shed wildly, turning into a bloody mess. But before long, vibrant green scales grew back, radiating an unusual glow that, combined with the rolling waves, appeared extremely mysterious. The aura of the Mo Hai Qing Jiao also continuously ascended, breaking through from the midstage of the combined body realm to half-step Gui Yuan realm. In terms of demon clan ranking, that translated to half-step 8th tier, half-step demon emperor. The Mo Hai Qing Jiao suddenly burst forth from the misty sea, its aura erupting recklessly as it darted through the heavens and earth like a swimming dragon. I have transformed into a dragon. This is the true dragon. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming excitement within his heart. Although he could not compare to those powerful bloodline dragons, he had indeed transcended the category of a Jiao, becoming a true dragon. His body was nearly 3 times larger than before. Once only 1,000 zhong, it now reached a full 3,000 zhong, resembling a colossal being, instilling fear in those who merely gazed upon it. Within the Jing Empire, countless people felt this terrifying aura and were left with expressions of horror. That direction is one high county with such a powerful demonic aura. Could it be that the demon king of the misty sea has broken through again? Wasn't the Mo Hai Qing Jiao supposed to be near the end of its lifespan? To be able to break through at this time, it must have been extraordinarily lucky. This aura is too powerful, vastly different from the Mo Hai Qing Jiao. Could it be something else? Is a new demon king being born in the misty sea? Almost simultaneously, the powerful beings within the Jing Empire looked gravely towards the direction of the misty sea. The Mo Hai Qing Jiao was already formidable. With this additional breakthrough, wouldn't it be able to rival the Jing Empire? After a hearty laugh, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao returned to Chen's side, no longer speaking, but quietly lowering its head. As a mount, it needed no unnecessary words, merely following its master's commands. Chen jumped onto its head, gazing into the distance. The view was splendid, and after the Mo Hai Qing Jiao's bloodline enhancement, its appearance was strikingly impressive. Its prestige was absolutely elevated. Let's go back to Wanyan Mountain. With the sound of dragons' roars, a massive being turned and soared through the sea of clouds, heading into the distance. As it passed over the territories of some human cultivators, countless human cultivators looked up at the giant dragon overhead, their eyes filled with shock and fear. What a terrifying aura! Where did this demonic creature come from? Is there truly such a powerful demon king within our Jing dynasty? Could it be that a demon king from elsewhere has come to attack our Jing Empire? This beast seems somewhat off. It looks like a dragon. Are you joking? There haven't been any dragons in the eastern region for a long time. Only the Misty Sea has a Jiao dragon. Discussions erupted at first when they saw the Mo Hai Qing Jiao. They were somewhat panicked, but upon noticing that it appeared to have no killing intent, they relaxed once more. As they passed by Qingfeng City, the city lord's expression changed abruptly. He immediately dashed out from the city lord's mansion, respectfully saying, "Which demon clan elder has come here?" Though humans and demons have traditionally been at odds, both seek the path of cultivation and longevity. Moreover, having reached the level of a demon king, their intelligence is no different from that of humans. Addressing one as elder is not an issue. The Mo Hai Qing Jiao remained silent, only coldly regarding the tiny insect before it. The Qingfeng City lord finally saw the colossal being ahead. A true dragon. His eyes reflected disbelief. The demon before him closely resembled that of the dragon clan. Its horns resemble a deer, its head like a camel, its eyes like a rabbit, its neck like a snake, its belly like a shun, its scales like fish, its claws like an eagle, its paws like a tiger, and its ears like an ox. Aside from minor differences in a few areas, it was indistinguishable from a dragon. Could there really be a true dragon in the Xiantian realm? True dragons of this caliber were once present, but following the disappearance of the Xiantian emperor, many divine beasts faded into obscurity, among them true dragons. After so many years of evolution, divine beasts in the Xiantian realm had become exceedingly rare. The key was the aura emanating from the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, which was terrifyingly powerful and vastly different from that of demon beasts filled with divinity. Could it truly be a divine beast? But soon he noticed a handsome young man sitting cross-legged atop the dragon's head. A human. The Qingfeng City lord's pupils contracted sharply. Could this dragon be its mount? To tame such a powerful dragon, what level of power must its master possess? The Qingfeng City lord quickly bowed, saying, "Greetings, elder." He dared not look too long at Su Chen, but he felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Su Chen casually remarked, "Ah, it's you, City Lord Zhou. I trust you are well." Huh. The Qingfeng City lord's head shot up, and when he clearly recognized the figure atop the giant dragon, he was utterly shaken. Su Chen. The Su family resided near Wanyan Mountain, very close to Qingfeng City. He had once met Su Chen during a visit to the Su family. Cultivators possess remarkable memory. He instantly recognized Su Chen. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded, astonished at how extraordinarily powerful Su Chen had become. To be able to tame a true dragon. From the aura emanating from the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, he must be at least half-step Gui Yuan realm, exuding a pressure far greater than the former powerful Jing Hong King. Zhou Yuan hurriedly bowed to Su Chen, saying, "Greetings, young Master Su. This is just a mount." A mount? My goodness. Zhou Yuan was filled with shock. It truly was his mount. To tame such a fearsome demon beast as a mount who could challenge the Su family's status in the future. Su Chen did not engage in further conversation, heading directly towards Wanyan Mountain on the Mo Hai Qing Jiao. When Su Chen returned riding the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, everyone in the Su family was plunged into deep astonishment, especially at the sight of Su Chen sitting atop the dragon's head, an image that was simply remarkable. The news of Su Chen subduing a true dragon soon spread throughout the Jinghong Empire, instantly causing an uproar, and even the surrounding great empires prepared to investigate its veracity. A true dragon. How long had it been since the Xiantian realm had seen one? Not to mention the dragon race, the pinnacle of divine beasts. Even other divine beasts were nowhere to be found, their existence only heard of within certain ancient clans and holy lands. A living divine beast. Who could resist such curiosity? And so around the Zixia mountain range, crowds gathered daily to gaze upon the colossal creature above. It truly does look like a dragon, and its aura is so formidable. I reckon it's at least at the late harmony stage, or even half-step to the return to origin stage. For such a terrifying divine beast to actually be subdued by the Su family. But is it really a divine beast? I strongly suspect it's a fake. I think so too. Divine beasts vanished long ago, especially the dragon race. The incessant chatter naturally reached King Shi's ears. He felt somewhat exasperated. In his former temperament, he would have slaughtered them all. But now, as Su Chen's steed, he could not kill without his master's command. So he could only summon clouds to shroud himself completely, rendering himself invisible to those who came to the Zixia mountain range. This dampened their enthusiasm, and the daily visitors dwindled sharply. Yet having never seen its true form, many refused to believe it was a dragon, and gradually the topic faded away. At the Wangyun courtyard, Su Chen lay listlessly on a chair watching the distant clouds drift by. With nothing else to do, he checked his system backpack to see what new items he had recently signed in. The system automatically marked items acquired within the past 6 months. Su Chen noted that his item grade had likely reached the 8th rank of immortal grade, though he wasn't entirely sure what cultivation level that corresponded to. Su Chen glanced at the cultivation he had gained from Sinance. Having previously used over 2 million years worth, he still had tens of billions of years remaining. Let's use a bit first. Use 1 million years of cultivation. With Su Chen's command, a surge of immense power flooded into his body. In just a moment, Su Chen broke through from his previous innate ancient saint realm to the supreme saint realm. The Dao principles within him became incredibly dense, and his life force seemed inexhaustible, gushing forth like a spring. Upon reaching the saint realm, one's lifespan extended to at least 100,000 years. Further breakthroughs within the saint realm could grant up to 200,000 or 300,000 years. Now at the supreme saint realm, he possessed a lifespan of over 1 million years. The cultivation from system Sinance followed normal cultivation rules, but his primordial chaos immortal body was inherently formidable, requiring far more energy to break through. Without resource assistance, and under normal cultivation, breakthroughs were exceedingly slow. Even after reaching the supreme saint realm, Su Chen's cultivation continued to rise. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Warning: the host is about to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. This world cannot withstand an emperor-level powerhouse. Once you break through to quasi-emperor, this world will collapse. Do you wish to halt the breakthrough? 10, 9, 8. A prompt box appeared before Su Chen. Halt. Su Chen chose to stop without hesitation, but his brow furrowed deeply. Halt successful. Returning 5,000 years of unused cultivation to the host. Su Chen gazed at the sky. His perception of the Xiantian realm's Heavenly Dao was now exceptionally acute. The Xiantian realm was very weak, very insignificant. With his current strength, a single punch could probably collapse the entire eastern domain. That was how fragile this world was. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The weakening of the Heavenly Dao and the inability to break through to the Emperor realm were surely connected to the disappearance of Emperor-level powerhouses hundreds of thousands of years ago. With much idle time at the Wanyan courtyard, he often perused various texts. According to records hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Xiantian realm had 3 emperor-level powerhouses presiding over it. Yet for unknown reasons, these 3 had vanished without a trace. At the same time, the spiritual energy within the entire Xiantian realm had sharply declined by nearly 2/3. It's only been a few 100,000 years. There should be saint-level powerhouses from that era still alive. I can ask them when the time comes. Su Chen did not dwell on it further. He disliked fretting over such matters, knowing the answers would come in time. After a moment's thought, he sent a voice transmission summoning Su Qingtian, Su Hongyuan, and Su Yunxian. He had previously elevated them to heavenly spirit roots, and now it was time to enhance them further. However, he planned to do it in batches rather than elevating everyone at once. Soon the 3 arrived at the Wanyan courtyard. "Chen, what did you call us for?" Su Hongyuan looked at Su Chen with kindness. He was very fond of his young grandson. Su Chen smiled and said, "To enhance your talents." The 3 were taken aback. Enhance their talents. Su Chen nodded and continued, "I've already elevated you all to heavenly spirit roots. Now that everyone seems fully adapted, I plan to elevate the entire direct lineage of the Su family to saint-grade physiques, and elevate some core members of the collateral branches to heavenly spirit roots." The 3's pupils constricted, stunned by Su Chen's words. Elevated to saint-grade physiques. Su Yunqian's lips trembled as he stammered, "Saint-grade physique Chainer, are you sure?" Heavenly spirit roots were already top-tier talents within the Jinghong Empire. Spirit bodies above heavenly spirit roots were even rarer, and as for the legendary saint bodies, only one had appeared in the entire Jinghong Empire 3,000 years ago. That person had eventually joined a holy land in the eastern domain called the Xiantian Holy Land. Su Chen smiled gently and said, "Would I lie about this? Great Elder, what cultivation technique do you practice? I can match you with a suitable saint body." He had signed in many saint bodies covering all types. Su Yunxian swallowed hard. "I practice the path of the sword." Sword. Su Chen nodded and began searching through his system backpack. Moon-grasping sword body, starry sword body, yin-yang sword body. One saint-grade physique after another passed before his eyes. Soon Su Chen selected a suitable one. Thunderclap, sword body. Su Yunqian's sword style was domineering, emphasizing raw power, and the Thunderclap sword body, among saint bodies, boasted formidable explosive force, a fitting match. Su Chen smiled. "Great Elder, please have a seat." Su Yunqian's heart raced with excitement. He could hardly believe he might become a saint body. Had it been anyone else, he wouldn't have believed such an operation possible. But Su Chen had brought them too many surprises, compelling Su Yunxian to believe. He sat on the stool, and Su Chen placed his hand on his head. Moments later, a surge of lightning-infused power flowed into Su Yunqian's body. Instantly, a violent force of thunder and lightning erupted from Su Yunqian as if it could annihilate everything. Su Chen immediately contained the power, confining it around Su Yunqian. Had he let all that lightning energy loose, even the Wanyan courtyard would not have survived. Soon the Wanyan courtyard was filled with agonizing screams that made one's scalp tingle and hair stand on end. The shrieks continued for a long time, nearly 3 times longer than when the celestial roots were modified. Yet the pain was not merely threefold. Of course, Su Chen had no way of knowing that this was just his speculation, as Su Yunqian indeed appeared to be in great agony. Su Yunqian lay on the ground, screaming in torment, his whole body convulsing uncontrollably, his face twisted in agony, yet the aura emanating from him grew increasingly powerful with each shriek. The 2 guards at the entrance of Wanyan courtyard exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. What on earth was happening inside? The screams persisted for quite a while before finally tapering off. Inside Wanyan courtyard, Su Yunqian felt utterly exhausted, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. I feel like I'm about to die. However, Su Qingtian was too lazy to concern himself with that. He hurried over and asked, "Second brother, what's going on?" Su Yunqian took a deep breath, feeling the tremendous power of lightning within him, and his expression became extremely excited. This power of lightning was overwhelmingly strong, even more so than the lightning power condensed by many high-level earth-grade techniques, and this was only the early stage of his thunderclap sword body. He could hardly imagine how terrifying it would be once he reached perfection. The key was that this thunderclap sword body resonated with the sword path, allowing the lightning power to merge perfectly into his sword technique. Su Yunqian exclaimed excitedly, "Elder brother, this truly is the sacred body. I feel that my physical body has at least quadrupled in strength, and there is a surge of lightning power within me." As he spoke, he stood up, a long sword appearing in his hand. Slash! Su Yunqian shouted as he swung towards the sky. In an instant, a fierce beam of sword light cut through the air, accompanied by immense lightning power, creating an incredibly terrifying void fissure above Wanyan Mountain. Heavens! Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan were dumbfounded, astonished by such terrifying power. Su Yunqian laughed heartily. "Is this the sacred body? I feel that the same technique has at least increased in potency by 10-fold. No wonder those geniuses can kill enemies across realms." Although he was currently only at the early stage of void refinement, this sword could already rival those at the late stage. If he could reach the small perfection of the thunderclap sword body, he could even contend with those at the half-step integration stage. Su Qingshan's eyes were filled with envy as he impatiently said, "Chainer, hurry, give me one as well." Su Chen smiled and nodded, knowing Su Qingtian also practiced the sword. However, his sword style differed from Su Yunqian's. Su Yunqian pursued dominance, while Su Qingshan's sword was like ocean waves, growing stronger with each battle. Indestructible sword body. Although this sword body did not possess the destructive power of the thunderclap sword body, it greatly enhanced the physical body and was fundamentally a sword physique. This physique allowed Su Qingtian to quickly grasp any technique he trained in the future, and when unleashed, it would carry the essence of the sword, making it equally formidable. Soon the screams echoed once more. After half an hour, Su Chen had elevated all 3 of them to the sacred body. Since Su Hongyuan trained in physical enhancement, he was directly given the choice of the ancient sacred body, a top-tier physique among sacred bodies, incredibly powerful, with blood rebirth being a basic operation upon reaching perfection. The sacred body. From today onwards, they were all sacred bodies. All 3 wore expressions of excitement. Previously, when enhancing their celestial roots, aside from a faster training speed and slight physical enhancement, there hadn't been any significant improvement. However, the sacred body made them feel an immense increase in strength. It was akin to a child suddenly growing into an adult. Their overall combat power was no longer comparable to before. The critical point was that this was just their initial fusion with the sacred body. They had yet to reach the small perfection stage. Once they fully adapted to their physical bodies, their combat power would be truly terrifying. Killing enemies across a major realm would become a basic operation. Of course, this applied to ordinary cultivators. If the opponents were also geniuses with robust physiques, it would be quite challenging. In the following period, Su Chen would occasionally summon some direct descendants to him and assist them in attaining the sacred body. Within half a month, all the direct descendants of the Su family had reached the sacred body level. The enhancement of the physical body undoubtedly increased the consumption tremendously, especially with so many sacred bodies. Thus, Su Chen directly provided Su Qingtian with nearly 300 billion high-grade spirit stones and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After handling matters concerning the direct descendants, Chen began enhancing the qualifications of the collateral branch. From a bloodline perspective, they were also members of the Su family, so he could not ignore them. He selected nearly 30 individuals from the collateral branch and elevated them to celestial roots. With that, the Su family could be said to be the strongest force in the East region regarding talented qualifications. All direct descendants were sacred bodies. Even this alone was something that even sacred lands could not achieve. The power of the Su family began to thrive once again. It wouldn't be long before the members of the Su family became renowned powerhouses within the Jing Empire. The 5 great cities. As the Su family departed, Chen took the time to modify the environment here, increasing the abundance of spiritual energy. While still far inferior to the Jing Empire, there was nonetheless a significant improvement. Currently, the 5 great cities had little significant impact on the Su family, but it still brought some benefits, which is why the Su family had not abandoned this place. After all, which power would scorn its own territory being vast? Mingwe City Su family. Now the Su family here was no longer as lively as before. The number of people coming and going had decreased significantly, with only 3 collateral branch stewards and Su Yuanba stationed here. The Su family was now very powerful, but if Su Yuanba were not in Mingwe City, the people of the 5 great cities would certainly behave less orderly. It was like being at work without a boss supervising a one would surely slack off. Initially, Su Yuanba and Su he would take turns guarding, but later Su Yuanba simply remained here. Although the spiritual energy in the 5 great cities was indeed lacking compared to Wanyan Mountain, Su Yuanba could cultivate using spirit stones, achieving similar results. Suddenly, Su Yuanba opened his eyes wide, his expression serious. Who? As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremendous aura instantly spread throughout Mingwe City, causing countless people to feel alarmed and terrified. Following that, 2 figures appeared in the Su family. The one in front looked relatively young, appearing to be in his 20s, with a middle-aged man behind him. Both had immensely powerful auras, one at the late stage of void refinement and the other at half-step integration. Su Yuanba stood up abruptly, stepping out of the door. Upon seeing the 2, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurried forward with a smile. "May I ask what brings you 2 esteemed guests here?" The young man in front spoke coldly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "I am Zhang Bu of the 4 Symbols sect. From today onwards, the 5 great cities will be under the jurisdiction of my 4 Symbols sect. Do you have any objections?" As Zhang Bu spoke, the aura within his body erupted once more, enveloping Su Yuanba entirely. Though Su Yuanba had reached the peak of the nascent soul realm and possessed a sacred body, the vast gap in cultivation realms weighed upon him relentlessly. It felt as though a colossal mountain pressed down upon his skull. His internal chi and blood even began to congeal faintly. This display brooked no refusal. Su Yuanba had no choice but to submit. The Xiang sect resided in a direction opposite the 5 great cities and ranked among the weaker royal-level sects, boasting only a single early-stage integration ascension cultivator as its strongest pillar, far inferior to powers such as the Jing Empire. Originally, they had deemed the 5 great cities unworthy of their attention, until disciples under their banner reported recent prosperity flourishing across the region. A single city might hold little significance, yet the combined strength and resources of 5 cities rivaled those of several mid-tier cities under the Xiang sect's jurisdiction and promised considerable returns. Upon arriving in Mingwe City, Zhang Bu and his companions confirmed their disciples' reports by sensing the unusually high concentration of spiritual energy permeating the surroundings. Across the eastern region, nearly every territory had already been claimed by major powers. Lacking the vast dominion of the Jing Empire, the Xiang sect saw the 5 great cities as a rare opportunity to bolster its foundation and prestige. Su Yuanba's face contorted with strain. Beneath that crushing pressure, he struggled to draw breath. Yet he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Senior, the 5 great cities belong to the Su family. Do you truly dare provoke us?" The Su family was no longer what it once had been, and he now possessed the confidence, even against a royal-level sect like the Xiang sect. "How dare you?" Zhang Bu roared in fury and instantly vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage. With a thunderous boom, Su Yuanba was hurled backward, shattering countless courtyard walls before being flung violently beyond the Su family compound. "A mere Su family, what is there to fear?" Zhang Bu sneered coldly. "Fools from backwater lands. The Xiang sect is a royal-level sect. Why should we tremble before a nascent soul cultivator?" They had conducted preliminary reconnaissance before arriving. The Su family's strongest cultivator appeared to be merely at the latest stage Dao refinement realm. What threat could such a sect possibly pose? Was not the Xiong sect poised to subdue them effortlessly? Su Yuanba crashed onto the ground and spat a mouthful of blood, but thanks to his enhanced sacred body, focused on physical fortification, his injuries remained superficial. Still, his internal qi and blood churned violently, leaving him dazed and flushed with agony. The Su family residence stood at the heart of Mingyue City's most prosperous thoroughfare. Onlookers nearby gasped in shock. That is Su Yuanba, the fourth elder of the Su family. Who dares strike a member of the Su family? Do they wish to die? Shu, lower your voice. Did you not sense those two overwhelming auras just now? Such power can only belong to a Dao refinement cultivator, perhaps even one of exceptional mastery. Could the Su family have provoked some formidable sect? I've noticed their estate has grown eerily quiet. Perhaps they've already fled, abandoning this place in terror. Likely so. Otherwise, why would the Su family compound stand so barren? Where are their core elders? None remain visible. Though the upheaval in the Jinghong Empire had sent shockwaves far and wide, the 5 great cities lay too remote. Information trickled in slowly, making it nearly impossible for locals to connect the colossal Su family of the Jinghong Empire with this diminished branch in Mingyue City. Moreover, the Su family had entered the Jinghong Empire only a few years prior. Their renown had yet to spread widely. Fourth Elder. Those Su family members remaining in Mingyue City swiftly grasped the severity of the situation. A steward from the 7th branch rushed to retrieve a spirit communication jade token and dispatched an urgent message to Wanyan Mountain, the Su family's ancestral seat. Others hurried to lift Su Yuanba to his feet. Fourth Elder, are you unharmed? He rose with great difficulty, his eyes blazing with icy fury. Yet he knew full well he stood no chance against Zhongbu, and so suppressing his wrath he demanded, so, you insist the Su family surrender the 5 great cities? Zhongbu replied coolly, indeed. Not only the 5 great cities but the Su family itself must swear fealty to me. Otherwise, the Su family shall cease to exist. As he spoke, murderous intent blazed forth from his gaze. Having subdued the 5 great cities, the Xiong sect would still require local administrators, and retaining the Su family for this role was eminently practical. They need only demand annual tributes, a common practice among dominant sects and empires. Hearing these words, Su Yuanba's face flushed with indignation. Another elder might have feigned compliance, biding time until reinforcements arrived from the Su family stronghold, before turning the tide against the Xiong sect. But Su Yuanba's temperament burned fiercely. He could not stomach such humiliation. To swallow the Su family whole, you must first prove you possess the strength. At that moment, his entire body flared crimson, radiating waves of searing heat as ambient temperatures soared. This was his sacred body, the Vermilion Sun's sacred body. In the next instant, he launched himself at Zhongbu, fists blazing as he delivered a devastating downward strike. Seeing Su Yuanba dare attack first, Zhongbu's eyes narrowed, cold, contemptuous. You seek death. He met the blow head-on, unleashing raw force in a cataclysmic collision. Su Yuanba was hurled backward again, shockwaves pulverizing nearby buildings into rubble. Zhongbu staggered 10 paces backward, wincing at the sharp, burning pain throbbing in his fist, his expression one of stunned disbelief. Impossible. Su Yuanba's aura unmistakably belonged to a nascent soul cultivator, recently ascended, his foundation still unstable. Zhongbu himself had long since attained latest stage Dao refinement. Their power disparity was immense. How could a nascent soul cultivator possibly wound him? Yet, however unwilling he was to admit it, Su Yuanba had indeed damaged his physical form. Damn it! Zhongbu's face darkened, veins pulsing at his temples, humiliation boiling in his chest. How could he, a Dao refinement expert, be injured by a mere nascent soul cultivator? Zhongbu vanished once more, reappearing instantly beside Su Yuanba. Despite the brutal clash, Su Yuanba had sustained no mortal wound. Only his arm screamed with agony, as if shattered. He struggled to rise, but before he could straighten fully, a crushing impact struck his abdomen. Thud! Su Yuanba flew backward once more. Zhongbu pursued without pause, his voice glacial. Since you beg for death, I shall grant it. Blow after blow rained down upon Su Yuanba. The gulf in cultivation realms proved insurmountable. Even his sacred body could not withstand such relentless assault. Soon he lay drenched in blood, breathing shallowly, his vitality ebbing rapidly. Zhongbu approached slowly, his expression grim, then planted his foot squarely atop Su Yuanba's head. A petty nascent soul cultivator, you dare defy me? Even battered to this degree, Su Yuanba's fury burned undimmed. He had never endured such degradation. Then kill me. No need for empty words. Even in death, I will never kneel to you. In my grandfather's lexicon, the words fear and death do not coexist. Slay me, and the Xiong sect shall be erased by the Su family. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth and spoke, his nature being such that he would rather die standing than live kneeling. Submitting to the Four Symbols sect was an impossibility. He refused even to pretend. Many in Bright Moon City witnessing Su Yuanba's wretched state couldn't help but shake their heads. It's over. I reckon Su Yuanba will die here today. Those jade pendants on those two men seemed to be elder tokens of the Four Symbols sect. How did the Su family provoke a royal-level force? The Four Symbols sect. No wonder the Su family fled Bright Moon City. They've incurred the wrath of a royal-level power. Provoking such a behemoth, it was wise for the Su family to leave Bright Moon City. Somehow, ever since one person suggested the Su family might be fleeing, everyone assumed it to be true. It was mainly due to the Su family's recent anomalies. As a major clan in Bright Moon City with thousands of members, they had become exceedingly quiet over this period with no one seen at all. The arrival of the Four Symbols sect now only reinforced their conjectures. Zhang Bu's expression turned icy. He truly wished to crush Su Yuanba underfoot, yet seeing the man's mocking sneer, he knew this was no coward who feared death. Zhang Bu let out a cold laugh. Killing such a man outright held no meaning. He had to make him suffer unbearably. Since you seek death, I'll deny you that privilege. With that, he produced a talisman, his eyes gleaming with derision. This is called the soul-controlling talisman, containing a sliver of a dog's soul. Once affixed to you, it will make you behave like a dog. It'll make you, this lowly ant, taste every humiliation under heaven. Su Yuanba roared in fury. You bastard! Have the guts to kill me. In response to his howls, Zhang Bu merely sneered. Just as he was about to press the talisman onto Su Yuanba, the spiritual energy in Bright Moon City suddenly surged. What's happening? Zhang Bu started, then turned to gaze at the sky above Bright Moon City. For beams of light blazed into existence, and at the center spatial fluctuations emanated. A teleportation array. Zhang Bu frowned, deeply puzzled. In the next instant, a massive spatial rift appeared, and two figures stepped forth. Leading them was Su Hongyuan, his aura like a primordial beast exuding immense pressure. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and golden patterns emerged on his body, mysterious and formidable. Behind him stood Su Qingtian, his sword intent piercing the heavens, his entire being like a sharp blade that could sever all things. Many who looked up were stunned by this keen sword aura. Those of lower cultivation even felt a stabbing pain as if pricked by needles. Seeing Su Yuanba lying on the ground, Su Qingshan's eyes blazed with murderous coldness. He unsheathed his sword and struck directly at Zhang Bu. This strike carried overwhelming power. Sword intent. Zhang Bu's face drained of color in shock. Though Su Qingshan's aura was only at the early void refinement stage, a sword cultivator with sword intent and one without were worlds apart. Moreover, Su Qingshan's sword intent was exceptionally potent, threatening even him at the late void refinement stage. But soon Zhang Bu's expression hardened. You're asking for death. Though the sword intent was formidable, early void refinement was still early void refinement, a realm gap between them. He unleashed his full aura to counter Su Qingshan's sword light. Yet in an instant a sudden change occurred. Zhang Bu's hand was severed, blood gushing from the wound, a gruesome sight. What? The middle-aged man who had come with Zhang Bu, watching from a distance, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Su Qingtian merely at early void refinement, how could he so effortlessly break through Zhang Bu's attack? Su Qingshan's eyes were glacial. Dare to touch my Su family. You seek death. He had been elevated to a sacred body from the start. Through recent cultivation, he had reached the minor achievement of the sacred body, and coupled with his early void refinement cultivation, facing an ordinary late void refinement opponent posed no challenge. He could even seize the chance to slay him outright. Such was the might of the sacred body. Su Qingshan's figure vanished instantly, his sword descending like a startling phoenix upon Zhang Bu's head, its terrifying force making all tremble. Before this dreadful sword intent, Zhang Bu felt as if facing some abominable horror, his entire being unable to muster strength to resist. Or perhaps he lacked the courage to resist at all. Why? He was merely at early void refinement. How could he possess such immense power? Faced with Su Qingshan's strike, all he felt was despair and helplessness. No wonder the Su family member had said that killing him would bring the Su family's vengeance. They indeed had such a formidable expert. Zhang Bu's heart was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have acted more gently, leaving room for negotiation. Zhang Bu. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, and he moved to rescue him, but it was too late. A crisp sound rang out. Under this sword strike, Zhang Bu was not cleaved in two as expected. Instead, his flesh could not withstand the sword intent, collapsing into powder. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply. He was at the half-step unity stage, far stronger than Zhang Bu. Yet even he could not have slain Zhang Bu so easily. What kind of background does this Su family have? The middle-aged man was also filled with regret. Had he investigated thoroughly, he would not have come to Bright Moon City. Clearly, the Su family's terror far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, whether the Su family's collateral members or the onlookers in Bright Moon City, seeing Su Qingtian slay that late void refinement cultivator with a single sword stroke, their faces were etched with shock and awe. Such formidable strength. Is this Su Qingtian, the Su family's patriarch? Has his power grown this immense? Who said the Su family was fleeing? Slap them twice. Perhaps the Su family simply outgrew Bright Moon City and moved elsewhere. Terrifying. He killed a late void refinement expert with one strike. If Su Qingtian is this strong, how fearsome must Su Hongyuan be? After all, he was the first in the Su family to break through to void refinement. How did the Su family's strength advance so rapidly? It's only been a few years, hasn't it? Have they changed this much? Exclamations rose ceaselessly. Su Qingshan's power left them utterly bewildered. Too strong. It completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Over these years, the Su family had all but vanished, with few tales of their deeds circulating among the 5 cities. Thus, everyone's perception of the Su family's strength remained in the past. But now, with Su Qingshan's display of overwhelming might, they realized the Su family was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The middle-aged man who came with Zhang Bu did not have any thoughts of counterattacking. He only had one thought in his mind: to leave this place. Especially the strength displayed by Su Qingtian made him feel an immense sense of dread. Moreover, he was not the only one who returned with Su Qingtian through the teleportation array. Another person's aura was even more terrifying than his. Even he, a half-step in the integration stage, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the next moment, the middle-aged man transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. Su Hongyuan's eyes narrowed, and he coldly said, trying to escape. He raised his hand, and the void suddenly exploded, unleashing a torrent of brutal physical power. Su Hongyuan stepped forward, instantly appearing beside the middle-aged man, and directly raised his hand to strike down on the man's head. This punch seemed to possess the power to annihilate the world. The middle-aged man looked at the suddenly appearing Su Hongyuan, his eyes betraying his shock. Especially after sensing the earth-shattering power contained within Su Hongyuan's fist, the middle-aged man's expression turned to one of fear. He instinctively knew that if he could not dodge this punch, he would surely suffer serious injuries. Damn it! What kind of background does this Su family have? A mere early-stage refining void practitioner can easily overpower a late-stage one. Now this perfected refining void cultivator could easily toy with him, as if the realms of the two were reversed. The two had not even exchanged blows before he knew he was definitely no match for Su Hongyuan. Boom. In the end, he could not evade Su Hongyuan's punch. The middle-aged man flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily to the ground. The violent tremor made the entire Mingwei city aware, causing many weaker cultivators to turn pale with fear. What on earth happened? Yet he was not embedded in the ground due to the immense force Su Hongyuan had exerted on him. The spot where he crashed created a deep pit several dozen meters in diameter and nearly 10 meters deep. In the deep pit, intricate cracks appeared. This scene alone was enough to reveal just how terrifying the power of Su Hongyuan's punch was. Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with coldness, golden stripes appearing on his surface. He resembled a war god as he charged directly toward the middle-aged man. Su Yuanba was nearly killed, which filled him with rage. Anyone who dared to attack the Su family must pay the price. The middle-aged man could only watch in fear as Su Hongyuan approached. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react in time. Stop! Suddenly a furious shout echoed, and the distant void erupted. Immediately after, a figure rushed towards Su Hongyuan, knocking him away and causing a large number of houses to collapse. Su Hongyuan was sent flying against the outer wall of Mingwei City. The newcomer was tall, dressed in a black robe, and his expression was incredibly grim. His aura was also immensely powerful, far exceeding the range of a refining void cultivator. Integration stage. Su family side branch Su Lin helped Su Yuanba up, then turned to look into the distance, his eyes filled with panic. What a terrifying aura! Oh, what kind of powerhouse is this? Su Yuanba's expression was also grave. Integration stage. What? Su Lin's expression darkened. He was unaware that the Su family's direct bloodline had already reached the holy body level. Could the family head and the old family head defeat a cultivator in the integration stage? Should we send a message to the young branch leader instead? Su Lin's face was filled with worry. He believed that only Su Chen could deal with a powerhouse of the integration stage. Su Yuanba shook his head. Don't worry, the old man will be fine. Although he was also somewhat concerned, he still chose to trust Su Hongyuan. An early integration stage should be able to win, right? However, to be safe, Su Yuanba added, send another message to the Su family, tell them the situation here, and if necessary, have Xiaoqin come over. Even though I have confidence in the old man, I am still worried that something might go wrong. On the other side, the leader of the Four Symbols sect, Zhao Jian, said with a grim expression, you injured my Four Symbols sect's great elder and killed our sect's fifth elder, Zhongbu. If you cannot provide an explanation today, you might not be able to leave. The moment Zhongbu was attacked, he rushed to Mingwei City as quickly as possible. If he had been a moment slower, even the great elder might not have survived. In his perception, although Su Hongyuan's aura was somewhat powerful, he was still merely at the refining void stage. The gap between refining void and integration stage was like a chasm. Even the strongest refining void cultivator was no different from an ant in front of someone at the integration stage. Before Zhao Jian had even arrived, many people in Mingwei City were watching the drama unfold. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Jian, many could no longer sit still and hurriedly fled. The aftermath of such a powerful battle could easily lead to their deaths 1,000 times over. How did the Su family provoke such a formidable enemy? From this aura, it is definitely above the refining void stage. The Su family is doomed. Oh, how could they have offended a powerhouse in the integration stage? If a king-level powerhouse targets the Su family, then Su Hongyuan, as a mere refining void cultivator, would basically have no chance of resisting. Hardly anyone had a favorable view of the Su family in the conflict between the Su family and the Four Symbols sect. Mainly because the Four Symbols sect was far too powerful, they were a king-level force. And what about the Su family? Although Su Qingtian and Su Hongyuan had shown tremendous strength previously, he was still just a refining void practitioner. The gap between the integration stage and refining void was simply immense. Su Hongyuan stood up from the ground, calming the turbulent blood and energy within him. He sneered, I was already planning to personally visit the Four Symbols sect. Since you've come knocking at my door, it saves me the trouble. After saying this, his figure instantly vanished from the spot, like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly toward Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian felt a jolt. As a cultivator in the integration stage, his divine sense became even more acute, and he detected the terrifying power within Su Hongyuan. A mere refining void practitioner dares to be so arrogant. Although Zhao Jian was somewhat wary, he was not afraid. After all, he was an integration stage cultivator. How could he fear a refining void practitioner? Zhao Jian unleashed his power, and the pressure enveloped the entire Mingwei City. In the next moment, he also charged towards Su Hongyuan. The two instantly clashed, and the violent force radiated outward from them, causing buildings and roads to collapse. Almost all structures within a mile radius were obliterated. Zhao Jian was directly sent flying 100 meters away, barely stabilizing himself. Feeling the intense pain from his arm, he suddenly felt unwell. How could this be possible? A refining void practitioner could actually injure him. Zhao Jian raised his head to look at Su Hongyuan, his pupils contracting sharply, for Su Hongyuan had only slightly stepped back a few paces. His physical body was completely no match for Su Hongyuan. The gap between refining void and integration stage was akin to that between a primary school student and an adult. For an adult, one punch might be enough to defeat a child. But now it was Su Hongyuan who had defeated him. Zhao Jian's expression shifted slightly, gradually calming from initial anger. He fixed his gaze on Su Hongyuan. Holy power! Zhao Jian finally understood why Su Hongyuan possessed such formidable strength. It was because he had a holy body constitution. Upon realizing this, a greedy look suddenly emerged in his eyes. A holy body constitution is undoubtedly a well-known genius in the Xiantian realm, each backed by terrifying forces, yet the person before him did not seem to belong to any of those holy grounds. Zhao Jian revealed a sinister smile. His gaze turned strange, his eyes as dark as ink, and an extremely oppressive aura emanated from him. What if his combat power is formidable? He is still just a refining void practitioner. Today, no one can save you. As Zhao Jian's voice echoed, his aura began to grow even stronger. In just a few short breaths, he reached the returning origin stage, his face appearing with strange black markings, and an evil aura enveloped him, making people uncomfortable. A holy body is enough for me to take the risk of exposing my identity. If it were anywhere else, I would not dare to expose myself, but here in the 5 great cities there are no strong cultivators. Unfortunately, everyone in Mingyue City will pay the price with you. Sensing the aura emanating from Zhao Jian's body, Su Hongyuan's pupils abruptly contracted and his expression turned to one of terror. Of course, it was not because of Zhao Jian's Guiyuan realm cultivation, but rather the malevolent aura that surrounded him. You are of the demon clan. Su Hongyuan could not help but shriek, his face becoming gravely solemn. The demon clan and demon cultivators, though both bearing the character demon, were in fact vastly different. The Xiantian realm was divided into the yin and yang sides. The yang side was primarily dominated by humans and demon beasts, while the yin side was ruled by the demon clan, also known as the demon realm. Though the yin and yang sides belonged to the same world, they were never on good terms. Both sought to devour the other, and great wars frequently erupted, continuing for countless ages. However, the ruling system of the demon realm was akin to that of the demon beasts, with but a single king. In contrast, the yang side's power structure was complex, jointly led by multiple strong experts, which often led to intrigue and deceit. Thus, in the protracted struggle against the demon realm, the yang side suffered repeated defeats. According to historical records, it seemed that an emperor finally sacrificed himself to completely separate the two realms. Only then did this long war finally come to an end. Although the conflict between the yang realm and the demon realm had ended, the demon realm's ambition to invade the yang realm never ceased. In the ensuing ages, demons would occasionally cross through spatial rifts into the yang realm. Especially after the disappearance of the yang realm's emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago, the seal that had once separated the two realms began to loosen, and more demons appeared in the yang realm. But Su Hongyuan never imagined that he would be so unlucky as to encounter a demon. At that moment, many in Bright Moon City sensed the figure in the sky. Feeling the loathsome aura emanating from him, many furrowed their brows. A demon cultivator. No, this is a demon, someone exclaimed in terror, their face filled with horror. Run quickly. A demon has appeared in Bright Moon City. This aura. It's over. I've heard that wherever demons appear, corpses litter the ground. Is Bright Moon City doomed as well? Instantly, chaos erupted throughout Bright Moon City. Beings from both the yin and yang realms could devour each other to cultivate, but this demon was clearly far too powerful. Su Hongyuan immediately bellowed, "Qing Tian, take the Su family and leave. They'll hold them off." As he spoke, golden light burst forth from his body, making him appear like a golden war god. However, he did not launch an attack, instead watching Zhao Jian with full vigilance. Against such a formidable foe, taking the offensive was clearly unwise. Zhao Jian's expression was peculiar. With a look of intoxication, he said, "Finally, no more pretending." As he spoke, he gazed toward Bright Moon City, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "None of you will escape today." Zhao Jian had no intention of letting word of today's events spread, or it would spell catastrophic danger for him. Entering the Yang realm was not overly difficult. Those below the Sage realm could cross over by paying a certain price. But returning was far from simple. Thus he had no retreat. The malevolent aura from Zhao Jian's body spread outward, and in moments it enveloped the entire Bright Moon City, completely isolating it from the inside out. His power was immense. The strongest in Bright Moon City were at the nascent soul stage, utterly incapable of penetrating the demonic qi. Having done this, Zhao Jian turned his gaze back to Su Hongyuan, his eyes dancing with excited light. A sacred body. What a nourishing feast. With that, he raised a hand and grasped, instantly slaying the half-step Unity Realm Elder of the Four Symbols sect. Sectmaster. The middle-aged man's face was filled with disbelief as his eyes widened in unwilling death. Faint essence drifted from his corpse, instantly absorbed by Zhao Jian. The middle-aged man turned into a desiccated husk, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. After absorbing it, Zhao Jian vanished in an instant. Su Hongyuan's nerves immediately tightened. He elevated his state to its peak, an oppressive pressure radiating in all directions. Golden patterns and such a formidable physique. You must be the legendary primordial sacred body, I presume. To devour such a powerful constitution, perhaps I too can glimpse the realm of a demon saint. Hee. The sinister laughter echoed incessantly enough to make one's skin crawl. Zhao Jian's figure suddenly appeared beside Su Hongyuan. He lunged, and the surrounding space began to collapse with chaotic void currents sweeping outward. Su Hongyuan's entire body tensed. Instinctively, he threw a punch to his side. Zhao Jian sneered coldly, a mere ant at the void refining stage. Even with the primordial sacred body, it's only at a minor achievement. Pitting yourself against me is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a slight exertion of force, Su Hongyuan was sent crashing to the ground, a mouthful of golden blood spewing forth. The blow dealt Su Hongyuan unimaginable damage. He felt as if his entire body were splitting apart, his limbs about to fall off as searing pain flooded his mind. The primordial sacred body could repair itself and heal its owner, but his injuries were severe. Even with the sacred Buddha's healing abilities operating at full capacity, he remained immobilized for the time being. Su Hongyuan's eyes were filled with shock. So this is the power of the Guiyuan realm. Since acquiring the sacred body, he had felt invincible, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. He could barely hold his own against a Unity Realm cultivator, but against a Guiyuan Realm expert, he was utterly powerless. Zhao Jian's figure floated in the air, his expression eerily sinister, like a ghost from the underworld. The primordial sacred body. Nothing special after all. Zhao Jian sneered, his face brimming with contempt. The next moment he appeared beside Su Hongyuan. A torrent of malevolent aura surged from his body, instantly enveloping Su Hongyuan entirely. On the verge of devouring a sacred body, his face twisted into a ferocious grin. Suddenly, a sharp, sword light shot forth from the distance. Bang! Zhao Jian casually raised a hand and caught the sword light with ease. He narrowed his eyes as he looked towards Su Qingtian, then revealed a look of pleasant surprise. There seems to be sacred power within you as well. Could you also be a sacred body? Ha ha ha, I never expected such luck, encountering two sacred bodies at once. Su Hongyuan's expression shifted. He roared, "Get out of here. Leave." Zhao Jian said coldly, "Neither of you is going anywhere today." He flicked his hand and a terrifying force struck Su Qingtian directly, instantly robbing him of his combat ability and leaving him collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Having done this, Zhao Jian turned back to Su Hongyuan, licking his lips. Time to enjoy this properly. With that, he prepared to devour Su Hongyuan directly. But suddenly Zhao Jian's heart tightened. He turned his head and gazed upward with extreme gravity. There, coiled within the clouds above, was a colossal creature. As the mist gradually dispersed, its true form was revealed, a massive divine dragon with 5 claws, green scales, and a green horn. What was that? Zhao Jian had no strong impression of such a being, but instinctively he knew that this demon beast was undoubtedly immensely powerful. He was a creature of the demon realm, where dragons were non-existent, so naturally, he could not recognize one. Half-step returned to origin stage. Zhao Jian frowned, his heartbeat quickening as he felt as though he were being watched by something terrifying. Yet this creature before him only radiated the aura of the half-step return to origin stage. Why did it make him feel this way? In Bright Moon City, nearly everyone witnessed the sudden appearance of this colossal being. What's happening? What kind of beast is this? Such a terrifying presence. The demon race is the common enemy of both humans and demons. Does this mean we might be saved? Exclamations erupted endlessly. At this moment, Bright Moon City was engulfed by Zhao Jian's demonic aura, trapping everyone within, powerless to escape, awaiting death in silence. They had already succumbed to despair, but now with the appearance of the Azure Stone Beast, hope was rekindled among the people of Bright Moon City. Something's off. Look at this beast's form. Doesn't it resemble the legendary dragon clan? It does seem so, and there appears to be someone sitting on its head. Could this be the mount of some human powerhouse? If one can tame such a fearsome beast, then we might all be saved today. Within Bright Moon City, a woman furrowed her brows. She had long married into the Jinghong Empire and had returned today specifically to pay respects to her parents, never expecting to encounter such an event. Subduing a dragon. Father once mentioned a Su family in Bright Moon City. Could it be the same Su family from Wanyan Mountain? Before she could ponder further, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the clouds. The Azure Stone Beast dove down, its massive form circling high above Bright Moon City. The Azure Stone Beast lowered its head, gazing at Zhao Jian. At the same moment, Zhao Jian's pupils contracted sharply, and his malevolent aura instinctively receded slightly. Of course, it was not due to the Azure Stone Beast, but rather the young man seated atop it, radiant and handsome, with an impeccable visage. Su Chen sat motionless, yet exuded an overwhelming pressure. A true powerhouse, at least at the Dao entry stage. Zhao Jian's eyes trembled. Such a formidable opponent was beyond his current capability to handle. His own strength was at the mid-return to origin stage, and beings from the Yin and Yang realms were generally comparable. Some demon prodigies could even battle Dao entry stage cultivators at the mid-return to origin stage. But he certainly could not. Zhao Jian's expression turned grim. He had researched all the holy lands of the Eastern Domain and found no connection between Su Hongyuan and any of them. Nor did they have ties to any holy land forces outside the Eastern Domain or even the top king-level powers within it. They were entirely free agents, sacred bodies without any formidable backing. Yet now a Dao entry stage powerhouse had suddenly appeared. What exactly is the Su family's background? Could it be the Su family of the Jing Empire? But didn't they only have a single return to origin stage cultivator? At this moment, countless thoughts raced through Zhao Jin's mind, but his foremost desire was to flee. The pressure of being stared down by the azure stone beast was immense. Just then, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, frowning slightly as he looked at Zhao Jin. Demon race. Observing the malevolent aura swirling within his opponent, he narrowed his eyes. This was Su Chen's first encounter with a demon. As a supreme saint, he easily saw through Zhao Jin's essence. Su Chen's expression showed surprise. Though the demon's aura was utterly vile, its essence was remarkably sweet and delectable, just as the records described. It seemed the demon realm and the Yang realm could devour each other. Did this mean that if a Yang realm cultivator devoured him, they could seize his essence and break through to the return to origin stage? The demon realm and the Yang realm originated from the same source, yet being polar opposites, mutual absorption could compensate for each other's flaws. A flicker of interest shone in Su Chen's eyes. The relationship between the demon realm and the Yang realm seemed quite intriguing. He was almost certain that the Yin and Yang realms were far more than mere enemies. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He reached out toward Zhao Jin, who immediately tried to flee, but before he could move, he was frozen in midair like a helpless chick. As Zhao Jin was restrained, the demonic aura shrouding Bright Moon City began to dissipate rapidly. Zhao Jin's eyes were filled with terror. Damn it! A saint. The moment Su Chen moved, Zhao Jin sensed that he was no mere Dao entry stage cultivator. He was at least a half-step saint. Demon realm beings had a strong sensitivity toward Yang realm creatures, and vice versa. It was easy for Yang realm beings to identify them as well. Zhao Jin had clearly sensed a faint saintly aura within Su Chen, a hallmark of a saint. Zhao Jin was utterly stunned. He wanted to cry. He had thought he struck gold by encountering two sacred bodies, never imagining it was a trap. Regret filled Zhao Jin's heart. Two sacred bodies. How could they lack a powerful guardian? Even with murderous intent, he should not have been so careless. He ought to have chosen the right moment to strike and then fled far away. That would have been the safest approach. Little Chen. In the distance, Su Yuanba's face was filled with joy and astonishment. Though the Su family knew Su Chen was immensely powerful, witnessing him effortlessly subdue Zhao Jin still left them in awe. Su Chen smiled and replied, "Fourth uncle." The collateral members of the Su family stepped forward one after another. "Greetings, young patriarch." Su Chen nodded to them, then raised his hand toward Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin fell on the spot, his form condensing into a black sphere the size of a basketball. This was the essence of Zhao Jin's being gathered by Su Chen. After dealing with Zhao Jin, they returned to the Su family estate. The four direct members of the Su family gathered in the inner courtyard. Su Hanyuan looked at his youngest grandson, unable to help but sigh. "Kid, your strength is just too formidable." The power Su Chen displayed had truly startled him. Zhao Jin, who was so powerful, had been dealt with so easily. The Su family members could see that Su Chen's strength was likely not limited to the return to origin stage. Yet they tactfully refrained from asking. Su Chen had his own secrets, and prying when he was unwilling to share would be pointless. Su Chen smiled, not dwelling on the matter. He took out Zhao Jin's essence and said, "Grandfather, this is the demon's essence. As you know, beings from the Yin and Yang realms can devour each other. This demon was at the return to origin stage. Devouring it can allow one to break through to the same stage without any side effects. I leave this to you to decide who should absorb and refine it." Hearing this, Su Hanyuan gazed at the black sphere in Su Chen's hand with burning eyes. Of course, he knew that the Yin and Yang realms could devour each other. Su Chen smiled, not dwelling on the matter. He took out Zhao Jin's essence and said, "Grandfather, this is the demon's essence. As you know, beings from the Yin and Yang realms can devour each other. As for who should refine the demonic origin, Su Qingtian and Su Yuanba unanimously agreed that Su Hanyuan should absorb it. The elder had contributed greatly to the family, and now that a benefit had arisen, it was only fitting that he be the first to enjoy it. Su Hanyuan was not one to hesitate. He soon secluded himself in Bright Moon City with the demonic origin to undergo closed-door cultivation. Su Qingtian returned to Cloud-Gazing Mountain, while Su Chen remained in Bright Moon City, awaiting the elder's breakthrough. In the region of the Jing Empire of the Eastern Domain, the only person with a dragon as a mount was Su Chen. Moreover, there were people from the Jing Empire present in Bright Moon City. Soon news spread that the Su family of Bright Moon City was the same as the Su family of Cloud-Gazing Mountain. Wait, what do you all mean by the Su family of Cloud-Gazing Mountain? What connection does that have with the Su family of Bright Moon City? Not long ago, the 8th prince ascended the throne. Everyone knows that, right? The 7th prince's ascension relied on a return to origin realm cultivator who was none other than Chen, the young patriarch of the Su family. I know about that too. Later, the imperial family granted the Su family a blessed land of caves and heavens, that is Cloud-Gazing Mountain. So you're saying that the disappearance of so many Su family members wasn't because they were fleeing, but because they found a better place and moved, eh? In Bright Moon City, many who learned of the Su family's deeds were filled with awe. No one had expected the Su family's strength to be so formidable. Thus, half a month passed, and Bright Moon City gradually grew quiet. For the residents of Bright Moon City, having a powerful Su family brought them joy instead. With such a strong force protecting the city, their sense of safety increased manifold. For instance, during the recent demon race invasion, had Bright Moon City lacked the Su family, they would likely have been doomed. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within the Su residents, surging outward beyond the city. The terrifying pressure caused panic among the people of Bright Moon City. Countless heads turned their faces filled with fear as they gazed toward the source of the pressure. Dreaming back half a month ago, the pressure that day was as terrifying as today's. This was a return to origin realm powerhouse. Soon the pressure retracted. In the inner courtyard of the Su residence, Su Hanyuan opened his eyes, his face barely concealing a wild joy. Return to origin realm. Is this the return to origin realm? At this moment, Su Hongyuan's aura was perfectly natural, his entire being exuding ethereality, as if returning to simplicity. The path of cultivation is divided into two directions. One is increasing one's cultivation base, and the other is purifying oneself, returning to simplicity. From birth, a person is filled with countless impurities and turbidity, requiring cultivation to achieve a state of complete purity. As cultivation grows stronger, one becomes cleaner and more translucent. The entry Dao realm crosses the heavenly stairway. The saint severs the three corpses. Only then is one considered perfectly pure and translucent. However, because Su Chen directly utilized his cultivation base, he bypassed these stages entirely and broke through. Su Chen's figure appeared, and he said with a smile, "Congratulations, Elder, on breaking through to the return to origin realm." Su Hanyuan nodded at him, but soon his expression began to sober. He focused intently on Su Chen, trying to see through his young grandson, yet ultimately found it impossible. Su Chen's entire body seemed shrouded in a layer of mist. No, it was as if there were countless layers. After peeling away one, another awaited him. No matter how many layers he peeled away, there was never an end, like an abyss, endless and infinite. Su Hongyuan's eyes revealed a solemnity. He had thought that after breaking through to the return to origin realm, he could at least roughly discern Su Chen's cultivation level. Yet upon reaching the return to origin realm, he realized that Su Chen was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Su Chen's strength was truly unfathomable. Regarding Su Chen, there were many points of doubt, such as how he had obtained this formidable strength and those heavenly treasures. Previously, Su Chen had claimed to have a mysterious master, but now it seemed that the mysterious master was none other than himself. Yet Su Hanyuan felt indifferent to all this. Su Chen's desire was for the Su family to prosper, and that was enough. No matter how many secrets he harbored, he would always be a member of the Su family. Su Hanyuan said with a smile, "Chainer, I plan to return to Cloud-Gazing Mountain. Will you come with me?" Su Chen shook his head. "No, I intend to travel around." Since entering this world, he had not had the chance to explore much, not even the outskirts of Bright Moon City. He had grown weary of Cloud-Gazing Mountain and thought a change of scenery would do him good. Su Hanyuan paused, then a knowing smile spread across his face. "Chainer, you're not getting any younger. How about I find you a suitable match?" Su Chen coughed lightly. "Better not. I have no such thoughts for now." Su Hanyuan smiled and did not press further. He turned and left the Su residence. Su Chen also left the Su residence, wandering through Bright Moon City. After a few hours, he departed the city and headed toward Pingyang City. In his memory, he had a childhood playmate from when he was about 10 years old. She had later followed her parents to Pingyang City, and this time Su Chen intended to visit her. In his recollections, this playmate had a good relationship with him and was one of the few friends Su Chen had during his childhood. Su Chen was in no hurry. After leaving Bright Moon City, he strolled leisurely toward Pingyang City, stopping and starting along the way. Whenever he encountered a scenic spot, he would pause to rest. Alone with mountains and rivers carefree in the setting sun, Su Chen cherished this quiet and comfortable life, quietly watching the sun rise and set, feeling the essence of all things in heaven and earth. Bright Moon City was extremely far from Pingyang City, and since he was not hurrying, it took him nearly 2 months to cover half the distance. One day, Chen was resting on a rock by a small stream when two figures emerged from the nearby woods. Both were dressed as Taoist priests. One was an elderly man in his 60s with a somewhat dazed expression and a dim glint of wisdom in his eyes. Beside him was a young Taoist priest about Chen's age. Though he appeared young, his face bore a weariness that belied his years. The moment he saw Chen, the young Taoist priest's expression tightened. In his divine sense, he had not detected a single person beside the stream. A formidable one. In an instant, the young Taoist priest knew that the person before him was no ordinary being. In the entire eastern domain, those who could evade his perception were few and far between. Just as he was about to leave, Chen sat up and asked with a smile, "May I ask the Taoist priest's name?" The young Taoist halted his steps, clasped his hands in salute, and said, "I am Master Ziyang from the Decaying Taoist temple. The one beside me is my humble disciple." Chen nodded, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. A Taoist bearing the title of master could only be a cultivator at the saint level. He never expected to encounter a saint in such a place. Chen also clasped his hands and said, "I am Chen." Chen. Master Ziyang was startled. Hailing from the Jing Empire, he was intimately familiar with this name. Chen was a celebrated figure in the Jing Empire, known to nearly everyone. Rumor had it that Chen was only at the return to origin realm, but judging from his own perception, he seemed far more formidable. As a mid-stage saint king himself, he found Chen unfathomable, a sign of terrifying power. Chen asked with interest, "Master, what brings you here?" Master Ziyang did not hide the truth. He glanced at the elderly man beside him and said helplessly, "My disciple has severed his middle corpse and lost his sanity. He keeps walking in this direction, and I have no choice but to follow." Middle corpse. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected this old man to be a cultivator on the verge of breaking through to sainthood. The three corpses are divided into the lower corpse, the middle corpse, and the upper corpse. The lower corpse is the corpse of desire, the middle corpse is the corpse of wisdom, and the upper corpse is the corpse of life and death. The ability to sever the middle corpse indicated that this old Taoist possessed considerable skill. If he could overcome this trial, he would have largely succeeded in severing the three corpses. The core of severing the three corpses lies in cutting away obsessions. This process is akin to seeking life through death, like a chrysalis transforming into a butterfly. In his case of severing the middle corpse, it meant losing all wisdom and becoming foolish. If he could not attain enlightenment and regain his wisdom, he would likely become permanently simple-minded. Each of the three corpses concerns life and death. The lower and middle corpses do not truly cause death, but failing to overcome the upper corpse leads to genuine demise. Master Zhang glanced at his disciple, who seemed to have no intention of continuing. He found a stone to sit on, gazing at the gently flowing stream ahead with a melancholic expression. The Heavenly Dao is merciless. Cultivation, a path fraught with peril at every step. Breaking through from the return to origin realm to enter the Dao requires surviving a heavenly tribulation. Failure means certain death. For cultivators at the Dao entry realm, striving to become saints, severing the three corpses is a terrifying ordeal. Throughout history, this process has thwarted countless cultivators. As if recalling his own experience of severing the three corpses, he became sentimental. Chen smiled and said, "Is this not a trial in itself? Without enduring hardships, how can one attain great power?" Master Zhang was taken aback by these words, then burst into laughter. "It seems I was too attached." He then looked back at the old Taoist, his expression calm. Severing the three corpses is inherently three tribulations. He could have chosen not to undergo them. Since he opted for this path, whatever the outcome, it is within reason. Having said this, he ceased to dwell on the matter. He believed that his disciple had made the choice to sever the three corpses, fully prepared for the worst possible outcome. Before long, the old Taoist again trudged forward blankly, stepping directly into the cold stream as if oblivious to his surroundings. The faint glimmer of wisdom in his eyes guided him onward. Master Zhang rose as well, bowed to Chen, and said, "I shall take my leave now." Chen nodded and made a gesture for him to proceed. He watched their departing figures, noting that their direction coincided with his own, both heading toward Pingyang City. However, Chen chose not to travel with them. Everyone must walk their own path. Thus, after another 3 months of travel, he finally arrived at Pingyang City. Among the 5 major cities, Pingyang was slightly less grand than Mingyue City. Following his memory, he made his way to the Ning residence. His childhood friend was a collateral member of the Ning family, having grown up managing business in Mingyue City before being recalled to the main family for other reasons. "Young master, whom do you seek?" The guards at the Ning residence gate, noting Chen's dignified appearance, inquired politely. Su Chen said, please inform Ning Yan that an old acquaintance wishes to see her. Ning Yan. The two guards' expressions darkened instantly. One of them asked, young master, what business do you have with Miss Ning Yan? Though a collateral member, Ning Yan held the status of a young lady in the Ning family, albeit not a very high one. Su Chen replied calmly, just tell her I'm from Mingyue City. Mingyue City. The guard's expressions relaxed, slightly relieved that it likely had nothing to do with the Su family. Please wait a moment, young master. With that, he turned and left, returning after a while. Young master, please follow me. Su Chen followed and soon arrived at the Ning family's reception hall. Inside sat a dignified woman dressed in a long azure robe. She had a gentle temperament with clear brows and eyes like a neighbor's younger sister. Upon seeing Su Chen, Ning Yan's face showed confusion. His extraordinary bearing and handsome features were unfamiliar to her. She was certain she had never met someone like him in Mingyue City. Seeing his childhood friend, Su Chen felt a wave of emotion. He hadn't expected that after so many years Ning Yan would have changed so much with hardly a trace of her former self. If not for knowing she was Ning Yan, he might have doubted whether he had mistaken her for someone else. A woman changes drastically as she grows up. Su Chen shook his head with a smile and said, why don't you recognize me? He then took out a pale purple stone engraved with the character Yan. This was something they had discovered while playing in Mingyue City. They had found the stone beautiful and split it in half, carving Chen on one piece and Yan on the other. Then they exchanged the halves, intending it as a token of affection. Su Chen had come partly to see an old friend and partly because he had once harbored feelings for Ning Yan. In his youth, he hadn't known how to express them. As he grew older, his family constantly faced threats from other clans in Mingyue City, so Su Chen set aside these emotions, focusing solely on improving his strength. Now that he had some leisure, Su Chen suddenly felt the urge to visit as a way to bring closure to that past sentiment. When Ning Yan saw the stone in Su Chen's hand, she first looked bewildered, but quickly realization dawned and her face lit up with joy. You are Su Chen. She then took the small purple stone from her waist and placed it on the table. Seeing Ning Yan's stone, Su Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected her to keep it after all these years. He had assumed she would have discarded it long ago. Su Chen nodded and said with a smile, it's been a long time. Looking at Su Chen's smile, Ning Yan felt tears welling up in her eyes. Especially when she thought of the fate that awaited her, a profound sorrow filled her heart. Yet she forced a smile and said, Su Chen, it's so good to see you again. Seeing Su Chen again, Ning Yan's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. The childhood playmate had now grown to a height she could never hope to reach. The Su family controlled 5 cities, and word from Mingyue City was that Su Chen himself was a powerful cultivator at the return to Origin Realm. Both in strength and status, he had left her far behind. Su Chen asked with a smile, so how have you been? I've been in Pingyang City all this time. Why didn't you come to Mingyue City to find me? Ning Yan gave a bitter laugh, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, ever since returning to the main family, her branch of the Ning clan had been struggling under constant oppression. It was the grand elder of the Ning family who had summoned them back. Ning Yan's father had managed the Mingyue City business so well that its scale had grown nearly tenfold. The direct line, perhaps coveting their achievements, sought to seize the fruits of their labor. Since returning to the Ning estate, he couldn't even leave the mansion without reporting it. How could he have found a chance to see Su Chen? Noticing her expression, Su Chen asked curiously, what's wrong? Have you been bullied? Ning Yan's heart trembled at his words. Back in Mingyue City, whenever her parents scolded her, she would go to Su Chen and cry on his shoulder. And every time Su Chen would ask the same question, have you been bullied? Even now, Ning Yan could vaguely recall his expression, a mix of anger and concern. For some reason, a warmth spread through Ning Yan's heart. She shook her head and said, no, everything's fine. Rising to her feet, she forced a smile. Wait for me a moment. They'll take you around Pingyang City later. We haven't seen each other in so long. Let's go get a good meal. Seeing she didn't want to talk about it, Su Chen didn't press further. He simply nodded. All right. Ning Yan left the reception hall and soon returned with a smile. Let's go, Su Chen. Su Chen rose, and the two prepared to leave the Ning estate. Before arriving, Su Chen had imagined how Ning Yan might treat him, with awe, fear, or sycophancy. But to his surprise, she showed none of that. Only happiness. He could clearly sense her genuine joy. Pure happiness. Just as they were about to step out of the Ning estate, a cold voice rang out. Ning Yan, stop right there. Ning Yan's face changed instantly. She turned toward the voice and saw a young man with an arrogant expression staring coldly at her. Ning Lin, the grand elder's son, likely acting on his father's orders, had bullied her relentlessly. He strode forward and barked, get back inside. Who said you could leave? Normally Ning Yan might have endured it. But with Su Chen there, she didn't want him to see her predicament. Anger flared in her heart. Third elder gave me permission to go out. What right do you have to stop me? Ning Lin's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward and raised his hand to strike her. You dare talk back? You're asking for a beating. But before the slap landed, Su Chen intercepted him. Enraged that Su Chen would dare interfere, Ning Lin snarled. Where did this bastard come from meddling in Ning family affairs? You're dead. With that, he unleashed his foundation establishment latest cultivation, trying to break free from Su Chen's grip. But he found it impossible. Su Chen's hand was like an iron vice locking him in place. Unable to break free, Ning Lin fumed. Damn it. Let me go or I'll kill you today. Su Chen gave a gentle shove, and Ning Lin flew backward like a broken kite, crashing to the ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth, his aura fading to near nothing. Get lost. Had it not been for Ning Lin being a member of Ning Yan's clan, Su Chen would have killed him on the spot. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from within the Ning estate, and a figure swiftly appeared before them. It was the grand elder of the Ning family, Ning Wei. Seeing him, Ning Lin shouted excitedly, Father, he hurt me. Kill him. Ning Wei glanced at his son, ordered a servant to take him for treatment, then turned his cold gaze to Su Chen. You dare to injure a direct descendant of the Ning family. Quite bold, aren't you? Then he looked at Ning Yan. Ning Yan, did you bring this man into the Ning estate? Facing Ning Wei, Ning Yan's eyes flickered with fear. She stammered, Grand Elder, he is my friend. And young Master Ning Lin attacked me first. He wouldn't let me leave the estate. How dare you? Ning Wei roared, his fury blazing. Seeing his son so gravely wounded drove him nearly mad. Had he not needed to keep up appearances for the sake of the entire branch, he would have struck Ning Yan down on the spot. Ning Lin is a direct descendant, and you are but a branch member. You do as you're told. Even if the third elder agreed, if Ning Lin says you cannot leave, then you cannot leave. Besides, you are to marry into the Su family. What is this business of mingling with other men? Your father, Ning Feng, is already locked in the dungeon. Do you want your mother to join him as well? Get back inside. In half a month you will obediently marry into the Su family. Hearing the grand elder's cold words, Ning Yan lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Ning Feng was her father. Half a year ago, Ning Wei had framed him, forcing her to agree to marry into the Su family. The Su family was a top power in Pingyang City, with 3 nascent soul cultivators. The 4th young master of the Su family had always admired her, so Ning Wei used her to curry favor with him. Ning Yan naturally didn't want to marry the 4th young master, but with her parents' safety at stake, she had no choice but to agree to the grand elder's demands. Thinking of all this, a wave of bitterness washed over Ning Yan. She had done nothing wrong, and neither had her branch, yet the grand elder targeted them at every turn. Ning Wei's tone brooked no argument, leaving Ning Yan no room to negotiate. Then he turned his gaze to Su Chen, his voice dripping with icy murder. Now, boy, it's your turn. You struck a direct descendant of the Ning family. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, you may enter these gates, but you will not leave them. Ning Wei stared at Su Chen, his eyes cold. Were it not for the fact that Su Chen's bearing suggested a powerful background, he would have already killed him. Su Chen glanced at him, a scornful smile curling at the corner of his lips. And what explanation do you expect from me? He said, turning his gaze to Ning Wei with keen interest, curious about his next move. Ning Wei's eyes darkened as he stared fixedly at Su Chen. Over the years, Ning Yan had rarely left the Ning family estate, and even when she did, it was never far. It was impossible for her to have a friend with such formidable backing. With that thought, Ning Wei's eyes turned icy cold. Boy, you're courting death. The next moment, he turned into a blur as he lunged at Su Chen, his momentum seemingly impressive. Yet Su Chen's eyes were filled with nothing but disdain. Merely an ant. As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped Ning Wei, forcibly pressing him to his knees on the ground. Ning Wei's face flushed crimson as he struggled to endure the knees pressed against the ground, emitting cracking sounds. Even his bones could not withstand the oppressive force and began to shatter. Impossible. At this moment, Ning Wei's heart was filled with sheer terror. If mere pressure alone could inflict such devastation, then if Su Chen were to strike, wouldn't he be obliterated in an instant? Ning Wei was seized by panic. He never imagined Ning Yan could have such a friend. Su Chen walked slowly toward him, his expression utterly indifferent. Demanding an explanation from me. Do you even deserve it? As Su Chen advanced, the pressure grew increasingly terrifying, causing Ning Wei to cry out in agony. Spare me, my lord. I was blind in my ignorance. Please forgive me. Ning Wei shouted, his words dripping with humility and supplication. Before Su Chen, he felt no different from a mere ant. If Su Chen wished to kill him, a flick of his finger would suffice. Such a terrifying, oppressive force had never been felt even from the nascent soul cultivators of Pingyang City. Could this be a powerhouse beyond the nascent soul stage? At this moment, fear gripped Ning Wei to the extreme. Just then a figure appeared nearby, stepping forward hurriedly to speak. "Please show mercy, young Master Su." The newcomer was Ning Huayu, the head of the Ning family. Having visited Moonlight City many times, he naturally recognized Su Chen. Yet he never imagined Ning Yin would be connected to him. This was Su Chen, the legendary great cultivator of the Return to Origin realm. Ning Huayu could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Had he known this earlier, he would never have allowed Ning Wei to oppress Ning Yan's family. If the Ning family could align with the Su family, it would be 10,000 times better than currying favor with the Su family. Su Chen glanced at Ning Huayu before turning his gaze away. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. Ning Wei immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his aura withering to the brink of death. This blow not only inflicted severe injuries, but also shattered Ning Wei's meridians, crippling his ability to advance further on the path of cultivation. Had Ning Wei not been a member of the Ning family, Su Chen would have killed him outright. He refrained mainly for Ning Yan's sake. Having done this, Su Chen turned and walked toward Ning Yin, a smile spreading across his face. "If anyone bullies you in the future, come find me at the Su family." Hearing these words, Ning Huayu's expression shifted dramatically. This was undoubtedly Su Chen throwing his weight behind Ning Yin. Watching the two depart, he quickly ordered his servants to release Ning Feng from the dungeon and treat Ning Yan's mother with kindness. Ning Huayu bore no personal grudge against Ning Yin or her family, nor had he actively targeted them. However, he had offered them no assistance. He had been aware when Ning Wei targeted Ning Feng, but he deemed the Ning Feng family unworthy of straining his relationship with the Great Elder, so he turned a blind eye and let the Great Elder act as he pleased. Now, however, the situation had changed. The Su family were the rulers of the 5 cities of Behemoth in the eyes of the Ning family. With Ning Yin connected to the Su family, she might not achieve meteoric success, but no one within the 5 cities would dare to trouble her anymore. Ignoring his excruciating pain, Ning Wei asked with difficulty, "Patriarch, that person was?" Ning Huayu gave him a cold glance and spoke in a flat, detached tone. "The Great Elder should have heard of the Su family's young master Su Chen." "What?" Ning Wei's eyes widened in shock. He deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing weakly to the ground. He could feel the patriarch's coldness toward him. Ning Wei could already imagine that his standing within the Ning family would suffer a severe blow. Compared to him, Ning Yin was clearly more worthy of investment. With her close ties to Su Chen, who would dare to touch the Ning family? Yet Ning Wei could not fathom why Ning Yin and Su Chen were on such good terms. Now only regret filled his heart. If only he had known this would happen. Had he not targeted and framed Ning Feng, there might still have been room for redemption. Ning Huayu said coldly, "Great Elder, since the marriage between Ning Yin and the Su family was your doing, you shall personally go and dissolve it." Ning Yin clearly shares an extraordinary bond with Su Chen. If Su Chen learns of this matter, whether you can keep your life is uncertain. Hearing this, Ning Wei's heart trembled. Normally, he would never dare to face the Su family to annul the engagement. But with Ning Yin connected to Su Chen, a mere mention of Su Chen's name would force the Su family to relent. At this thought, Ning Wei let out another bitter laugh. He had sacrificed great gains for small losses. Had he not oppressed Ning Feng's branch, he might have used Ning Yin to climb the Su family's ladder. Outside the Ning family estate, Ning Yin wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled again. "Su Chen, thank you." Su Chen shook his head. It was merely a small effort. In the following hours, Ning Yin took Su Chen sightseeing in Pingyang City, enjoying food and drink along the way. Ning Yin had intended to pay, but the Ning family had exploited her so ruthlessly that she had too few spirit stones. In the end, Su Chen covered the expenses. Su Chen did not mind. As they chatted, it felt like returning to their childhood days when they had been just like this. By Ning Yan's side, Su Chen felt a sense of ease and comfort, free from pressure. When they were together, there was no awkwardness over a lack of topics. Even a simple walk felt wonderfully pleasant. Suddenly, Ning Yin thought of something and could not help asking, "Su Chen, I remember when we parted in Moonlight City, you said you would tell me something when we met again. Do you still remember?" "Something." Su Chen recalled that it was indeed true. Back then, he had harbored feelings for Ning Yin. When they met again, he had planned to confess and marry her. But alas, times had changed. Su Chen turned to look at Ning Yin, her delicate fair face coming into view. Her eyes still held a glimmer of anticipation. "It's been too long. I can't quite remember." Hearing this, Ning Yin let out an "oh" and lowered her head, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Ning Yin sighed inwardly. The gap between her and Su Chen had always been vast, and now it was even wider. She truly was not worthy of him. She sighed softly and was about to speak when several figures suddenly blocked her path. Recognizing the people before her, Ning Yan's expression changed instantly. The newcomer was none other than Su Jingqi, the fourth young master of the Su family. Su Jingqi cast a gloomy glance at Ning Yan before turning his gaze towards Su Chen. After a moment, a smile crept across his face as he spoke. "Yin, won't you introduce this gentleman?" Ning Yan took a deep breath and replied frankly, "He's my friend." "A friend?" Su Jingqi stared coldly at Su Chen, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. "Boy, don't you know that Ning Yan is my betrothed concubine?" Hearing this, Ning Yan trembled, her eyes blazing with fury. She had never agreed to marry Su Jingqi. It was all forcefully arranged by her family. Moreover, Su Jingqi was nothing but a debauchee, spending his days in dissipation and pleasure. He had toyed with countless women, so how could Ning Yan ever wish to marry him? "Su Jingqi, when did I ever agree to marry you?" Su Jingqi turned to look at Ning Yan, a flicker of lust flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. "The Su family has already formed a marriage alliance with the Ning family. Now you, Ning Yan, are my concubine. This is common knowledge in Pingyang City." And Su Zhenqi's face turned icy. "You shameless woman, we are already betrothed, yet you still mingle with other men. Have you no sense of shame?" Since they were on the main street, many people immediately took notice. "Isn't that Su Jingqi, the fourth young master of the Su family? Who are those two? I've been watching for a while." The one opposite him is Ning Yan of the Ning family, who is betrothed to Su Jingqi. It seems she was caught with another man. How thrilling. This guy must have a death wish, daring to touch Su Zhenqi's woman. But he does look better than Su Jingqi, with superior looks and bearing. Murmurs arose, mostly unkind, with many condemning Ning Yan for her shamelessness. Many also shook their heads when they looked at Su Chen. Su Jingqi was ruthless and vengeful. Anyone who dared to touch his woman could easily guess their fate. Ning Yan's eyes blazed with anger. "Su Jingqi, when did I ever say I would marry you? I would never marry someone like you, even in death." Under normal circumstances, Ning Yan would never dare speak to Su Jingqi like that. But with Su Chen by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. With Su Chen present, Ning Yan's courage swelled. "You wretch!" Su Jingqi, enraged, bellowed. "I gave you face, but you refused it. You are merely a collateral branch of the Ning family. If I wanted to toy with you, I could simply have you captured. Why would I even bother taking you as a concubine? Since you're so ungrateful, fine. Men, seize Ning Yan and bring her to the Su residence. Today I'll show her what a real man is." As he spoke, a lecherous grin spread across Su Zhenqi's face. Under normal circumstances, he could have simply taken Ning Yan by force without any repercussions, and the Ning family would not have dared to object. However, around that time, the Su patriarch had ordered him to avoid trouble, and Ning Yan's beauty had genuinely captivated him. That was why he had agreed to let Ning Wei offer her as a concubine. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Ning Yan into the Su family, given her lowly status as a collateral member. "As you command." The servants besides Su Jingqi immediately surrounded Ning Yan, malicious grins spreading across their faces. The onlookers shook their heads. She had a good thing going as a concubine, but she had to be ungrateful. Now she's in for it. Indeed, even if she didn't want it, the Su family is so powerful. Would she really suffer by marrying into it? Now she'll lose both the chance to enter the Su family and her reputation. Losing her reputation is the least of it. You all know Su Zhenqi's methods. How many women taken into the Su residence have come out unscathed? I've heard the fourth young master has some twisted tastes. What a pity. Ning Yan was my goddess. Now she's about to be defiled by Su Jingqi. Ning Yan was considered quite attractive in Pingyang City, which was why the picky Su Jingqi had set his sights on her. She naturally had many admirers. Now seeing Ning Yan on the brink of disaster, many men around could only shake their heads and sigh. Yet no one stepped forward to help. The Su family's influence was too overwhelming. They were the undisputed tyrants of Pingyang City. Who would dare to provoke them? Su Chen watched from the side, utterly speechless. He had only wanted to enjoy a leisurely stroll, yet someone had to come seeking death. With a casual wave, a sword beam shot forth instantly, slaying the men advancing toward Ning Yan as blood gushed forth. This sudden turn of events left the crowd stunned. After a long moment, they came to their senses. He dared to kill members of the Su family. Is he not afraid of death? My God, he's finished. Laying a hand on the Su family changes everything. Amid the terrified gazes, Su Chen turned to Ning Yan with a warm smile. Why didn't you tell me about this? It's just the Su family. I could have handled it for you. Remember when we were kids? Whenever you faced a problem you couldn't solve, you'd come to me for help. Have we grown so distant now that we're older? Looking at Su Chen's expression, Ning Yan, who had been flustered, suddenly felt her heart steady. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she struggled to find the words to reply. Su Chen chuckled softly, then turned his gaze towards Su Jingqi. At that moment, Su Zhenqi's face was a mixture of panic and terror. Among his servants, there was one at the peak of the core formation stage. To have him instantly killed meant the attacker was at least at the nascent soul stage. Accustomed to bullying others, Su Zhenqi's face twisted with cruelty as he snarled, "You dare kill my servants. The Su family will never let you off." Su Chen remained expressionless. Without even moving, he released a surge of power that sent Su Zhenqi flying, ending his life on the spot. The man was too noisy and had soured his mood. Naturally, he could not be allowed to live. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd was filled with terror. He had even dared to kill Su Zhenqi. Did he not know this was the fourth young master of the Su family? Many began to retreat, quietly fearing they might be implicated. Killing Su Zhenqi meant the Su family would never forgive Su Chen. In their eyes, Su Chen was as good as dead. Su Chen smiled. "Since I have nothing better to do, I'll accompany you to the Su residence to break off the engagement." What audacity! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure from afar. Nascent soul stage. The bystanders who had been watching from a distance all retreated far away, their faces twisted in terror. In an instant, a figure materialized before Su Chen. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his face shrouded in gloom. His heaving chest made him seem like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The newcomer fixed a murderous glare on Su Chen. "You kill a member of the Su family and still dare to come and break off the engagement. Your audacity knows no bounds." The Su family's grand elder Su Hua, a cultivator at the late nascent soul stage. Ning Yin instinctively felt a surge of worry, but remembering that the person beside her was Su Chen, she gradually calmed down. Though the Su family reigned as the dominant power in Pingyang City, they were utterly insignificant before the Su family. Not to mention Su Chen himself, even an ordinary direct-line elder from the Su clan, was beyond the Su family's capacity to provoke. "It's over. Now that Su Hua has shown up, that kid is as good as dead. I can't fathom his thinking. He's clearly at the nascent soul stage. Why didn't he just flee? Su Zhenqi couldn't have caught him anyway. Why insist on clashing with the Su family? Now he's lost his life. He probably did it for Ning Yin, that woman. Beauty has always been a curse, and that holds true here." The Su family had long instilled fear, and in the Five Cities region, where formidable experts rarely appeared, Su Chen's unfamiliar face led almost no one to believe he possessed the capital to stand against the Su family. At that moment, Su Hua's eyes blazed with murderous intent. For Su Chen to kill a direct-line member of the Su family was no different from a direct provocation. If he failed to kill Su Chen today, the Su family's prestige would suffer a devastating blow. Su Hua spoke icily, "Boy, today I will teach you the cost of offending the Su family." With that, he raised his hand and struck a palm towards Su Chen, unleashing an immensely powerful force. He stood like a true master, his gaze filled with contempt and disdain. The aura emanating from Su Chen was unremarkable. Even if he had slain Su Zhenqi and his men, he was at most a nascent soul cultivator, utterly incapable of withstanding this blow. Su Chen glanced at Su Hua, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. "Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant your wish." Suddenly, a massive rift tore open in the sky, swallowing Su Hua whole. Amidst his agonized screams, he was annihilated within the void. The void could only be withstood by cultivators at the void refinement stage. Su Hua, merely at the nascent soul stage, had no hope of surviving within it. Su Chen tore through the void, with Ning Yin appearing above the Su family estate. Without hesitation, he struck down with a palm, unleashing a terrifying force that raised the entire Su compound to the ground. Watching the Su family's destruction, Su Chen's eyes held only indifference. He knew there were many innocents within, but that mattered little. The principle of uprooting the source of trouble was simple and clear to him. This would also spare the Su family future troubles. Besides, in this world, was it not simply a matter of the strong preying on the weak? When the weak fall to the strong, there are rarely many reasons. If Su Chen were ever slain by a greater power, it would only mean the Su family lacked the strength to prevail. Of course, whether anyone could actually accomplish that was another matter. A thunderous explosion echoed through Pingyang City, causing countless heads to turn toward its source, their eyes filled with terror. What had just happened? Meanwhile, back where Su Chen had stood, the crowd finally snapped out of their shock at Su Hua's death. He can tear the void. He is a void refinement expert. Only the Su family in the 5 cities has a void refinement cultivator. Could he be from the Su family? The Su family. By the heavens, now that you mention it, that young man does look familiar. He is Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. I caught a glimpse of him in Bright Moon City a few years ago. These words stirred an uproar, terror etched on every face. No one had imagined that the person beside Ning Yan was Su Chen himself. Recalling Su Zhenqi's earlier words to Su Chen, the crowd now felt that he had been practically courting death. If he had known he was facing Su Chen, he might have been scared out of his wits. In Pingyang City, everyone knew Su Zhenqi was a bully who cowered before the strong. Years ago, when a direct-line Su family member visited Pingyang City, Su Zhenqi had groveled like a lapdog to curry favor. Soon news of the Su family's annihilation spread from Pingyang City. All who heard it were struck with horror. The Su family. They were the undisputed overlords of Pingyang City. What kind of power could have wiped them out? Other nascent soul stage forces trembled with fear upon hearing this news. But quickly another rumor emerged: the Su family's fall was due to provoking Su Chen. Everyone was stunned. Were the Su family truly so reckless? They dared to provoke the Su family. Ning Wei, who was on his way to the Su family to call off an engagement, was so terrified upon hearing this that he nearly lost control of his bladder. A chill ran down his spine. Remembering his own earlier disrespect towards Su Chen, he felt deeply uneasy. If he were not Ning Yan's kin, Su Chen would likely have killed him already, wouldn't he? 2 hours after the turmoil. The Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon Pavilion. This was a renowned tavern in Pingyang City famed for its uniquely exquisite cuisine. Ning Yan and Su Chen sat in the top-floor private room. The table was laden with delicious dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, a feast for the eyes. Ning Yan gazed at the handsome man before her, ripples stirring in her beautiful eyes. Especially recalling Su Chen's terrifying power, she found herself utterly captivated. But she no longer agonized over her feelings for Su Chen. Ning Yan felt that their current relationship was fine as it was. After all, in this world few could stand so close to Su Chen. All she needed was to maintain the image she held in Su Chen's heart. If he could return to see her in his idle moments, she would be overjoyed. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Yan had become Su Chen's devoted admirer, blindly loyal. In the days that followed, the two roamed through Pingyang City and even ventured beyond its walls. 3 months passed in this leisurely manner. This was the most relaxed Su Chen had felt since arriving in this world. Upon returning to Pingyang City, he gave Ning Yan some resources and helped elevate her spiritual root to a celestial grade. To Su Chen, Ning Yan had become a friend with whom he could share his thoughts. As for what the future might hold, he would let nature take its course. On a small path not far from the Ning family estate, Ning Yan turned to look at Su Chen, tears glistening in her eyes. "Su Chen, will you come to see me again?" Su Chen smiled. "I will." Ning Yan took a deep breath. She did not know why, but she felt like crying, perhaps because she feared this separation might mean they would never meet again. "All right, I'll wait for you." Ning Yan forced a radiant smile, unwilling to leave Su Chen with the memory of a tearful girl. Little did she know the words she spoke that day would one day cost her a terrible price. In the end, they parted ways. That evening, the sunset was exceptionally beautiful, with crimson clouds spreading across the sky, dyeing the earth blood red. Su Chen was also ready to leave Pingyang City. To him, the city now held a different place in his heart. He would forever remember this city, and he would forever remember Ning Yan. Ning Yan's beauty was not truly breathtaking, even somewhat inferior to Lin Yiming's, yet she was the woman who left the deepest impression on Su Chen. And he firmly believed that they would meet again. Just as Su Chen was about to leave Pingyang City, a loud wailing sound came from afar, and a crowd had gathered around. He turned to look and raised an eyebrow. At the center of the crowd were the 2 Taoist masters he had encountered earlier, and the one crying loudly was the disciple of Master Jing. The disciple was like a petulant child, crying and rolling on the ground incessantly. Master Zhang's face was full of gravity. He sensed the Tao rhythm flowing within his disciple, indicating that he was at a critical moment of severing the middle corpse, otherwise such intense emotional fluctuations would not occur. Passers-by were somewhat stunned to see an old Taoist crying incessantly. However, such a spectacle was novel, and soon the crowd gradually dispersed. Su Chen slowly approached, and Master Zhang immediately noticed him. He slightly cupped his hands in greeting. "We meet again." Su Chen found a step a few meters away from Master Zhang and sat down, his expression calm as he looked at the old Taoist. Then he spoke. "To sever the middle corpse, one must find the deepest obsession in the heart. Your disciple stopped in Pingyang City, so it seems the key lies here." Hearing this, Master Zhang sighed helplessly. He glanced at the old Taoist, his face growing more troubled. "Unfortunately, it's difficult. Before my disciple joined my sect, he was just an ordinary person in Pingyang City. At that time, he fell in love with a woman, but she was a noble lady from a prominent family. Though they were deeply in love, they ultimately could not be together. In the end, the woman was forced by her family to marry another man." Su Chen frowned with curiosity. "And what happened to that woman?" "She died." Master Zhang shook his head and sighed. "Both that woman and the family behind her have perished." This happened 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years. Su Chen's brow furrowed. Did that mean Pingyang City had existed for 10,000 years? Was its history so long? Yet this was not unusual. In this world, 10,000 years was not an exceptionally long time. It was the same as an eternal empire with ever-changing dynasties. Compared to 10,000 years ago, the powers within Pingyang City had likely changed many times over. Master Ziyang said helplessly, "The one who tied the knot must untie it. My disciple has no one to untie the knot, so he cannot overcome this hurdle. This severing of the middle corpse is in grave danger." Su Chen fell silent after hearing this. Indeed, it seemed quite difficult. He looked at the old Taoist, whose Dao rhythm fluctuations had become intensely turbulent. Clearly, if things continued, he would surely fail. Master Ziyang slumped to the ground in exhaustion. He had invested much effort in this disciple, regarding him as his only family. Now, watching his disciple on the verge of death, his heart was heavy with sorrow. Failing to sever the middle corpse only resulted in the loss of all intelligence, turning one into a simpleton, but in reality, it was no different from death. Wouldn't that be like becoming a soulless husk? Time passed minute by minute. The old Taoist had stopped crying. He sat blankly on the ground, his expression wooden and vacant. If this continued, he would certainly be unable to sever the middle corpse. Master Zhang looked at the sky, his eyes also growing melancholic. In his countless years of cultivation, almost all of his friends, relatives, and clan members had died. This disciple was his only family in the world. And now he had to watch his close one die slowly. At that moment, an endless sorrow welled up in Master Ziyang's heart. Though he looked youthful, he felt like a feeble, powerless old man. Master Ziyang let out a bitter laugh and questioned his own soul. What is the purpose of cultivation? Su Chen remained silent. Cultivation had many purposes. Some simply enjoyed it, seeking greater power. But most were not so pure. For many, cultivation was for their families and loved ones, to protect them or to ensure their happiness and well-being. Neither path was wrong. However, the former often went further on the path of cultivation because their Dao heart was purer. Of course, there were exceptions. Sometimes the power of love was boundless, capable of unleashing astonishing force. So Su Chen believed both were essentially the same. From Master Ziyang's face, one could see great confusion. Clearly, he was not one who simply loved cultivation for its own sake. He leaned more toward the latter. A person cultivates for their family, but when their family is about to pass away, it was natural for him to feel lost. Su Chen slowly stood up and said calmly, meeting his fate, "Since that is so, I will grant you a blessing." As his words fell, the chaotic Dao rhythm around the old Taoist became condensed again, and his aura grew much stronger. Gradually, the old Taoist's eyes regained clarity, completely free of their previous dullness. The old Taoist looked around, his eyes full of confusion. What happened? Did I successfully sever the middle corpse? At that moment, Master Ziyang came to his senses. He abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. Impossible. Su Chen could forcibly interfere with the severing of the three corpses. The severing of the three corpses was a rule of the Heavenly Dao, inviolable by anyone, not even a saint sovereign. Could it be? He was at that realm. Above the saint sovereign, the ancient saint. Only this realm could interfere with the workings of the Heavenly Dao, and it was naturally not difficult to intervene in another severing of the three corpses. But cultivators who reached this realm were all formidable powers, not unknown figures. Why had he never heard the name Su Chen? Master Zhang turned to look at Su Chen, but he had already vanished without a trace, coming and going unseen. A supreme powerhouse. His expression was extremely solemn. This favor must be repaid. Taoists valued karma above all. Su Chen had saved his disciple. Such a great kindness must be repaid, even at the cost of his life. Jinghong City, the Su clan. After a moment's thought, Master Ziyang decided his next destination would be Wanyan Mountain. The Jiyun Taoist temple had only his master and disciple. A location made no difference. As far as he knew, the Su clan's strength was not great, not even possessing a Guiyuan realm cultivator. He might as well settle at Wanyan Mountain for the time being. His cultivation was not weak. He could protect the Su clan and help guide their cultivation as a form of repayment. Another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Chen remained on Wanyan Mountain, living a peaceful and tranquil life. In these 6 months, the Su family developed with remarkable speed, and Su Hongyuan had fully adapted to his strength at the return to Origin Realm. The old Jinghong king had exhausted every effort and was still in seclusion, striving to break through to this very realm. Yet Su Hongyuan had achieved it so effortlessly. One could only wonder what the old king would think if he ever learned of this. With the aid of vast resources, Su Qingtian also stepped into the Unity realm. Now the overall strength of the Su family had surpassed that of the Jinghong Empire. One day, two Taoist priests arrived at Wanyan Mountain. The purple sun Taoist appeared unchanged, but the elder beside him had become remarkably youthful, looking no older than 20 or so. This transformation was not due to a breakthrough, however, but because he was undergoing the severing of the upper corpse. Chen cast a glance, and then gave his orders: go inform the family head that if two Taoist priests arrive, he is to receive them with the utmost hospitality. Both of these men possessed formidable strength, and Chen had divined their fate. They were wanderers without a fixed abode. If he could recruit them into the Su family, their contribution would be immense. As you command. The servant acknowledged the order and departed. Before long, a small, modest Taoist temple appeared at the foot of Wanyan Mountain. Chen had never placed such great importance on anyone before, so Su Qingtian understood that these two were no ordinary visitors and treated them as honored guests. They offered to build a larger temple, but the purple sun true person declined. For a man like him, luxury and extravagance held no meaning. He preferred the low-key seclusion of a hidden life. Chen glanced at them only once before turning his attention back to Wanyan Mountain. He felt that something was still missing. Though the Su family had grown quickly, it seemed to him that their foundation was shallow. After a moment's thought, Chen went to the very peak of Wanyan Mountain, raised his hand, and a massive rift in the void appeared before him. The rift gradually stabilized, and the space within began to transform. Chen was creating a blessed cave heaven. In the Xiantian realm, nearly all major powers possessed such blessed cave heavens. It was the one thing the Su family lacked. After about half an hour, Chen successfully constructed one. He stepped inside. The spiritual energy within was incredibly dense, nearly 3 times that of the outside world. And by outside world, he meant Wanyan Mountain itself. Yet the space was extremely small, only about 100 square meters. Still not enough. Chen's eyes sharpened as he channeled his inner power, pouring it unceasingly into the cave heaven. Soon the cave heaven began to expand, and the spiritual energy grew even richer. After several more hours, Chen felt weary, having consumed most of his sacred power. The cave heaven had undergone a dramatic transformation. From a mere 100 square meters, it had expanded to 10,000, and the density of spiritual energy was now 15 times that of Wanyan Mountain. Yet problems remained. Although the spiritual energy was 15 times denser, the rate at which it was generated was only twice that of the outside world. In a blessed cave heaven, incomplete rules often meant slow spiritual energy generation. Chen quickly found a solution. He took a multicolored spirit stone from his system inventory. Immortal-grade, 3rd rank, Dao Source Crystal. This was a consumable item specifically used to perfect the rules of a cave heaven. As the Dao Source Crystal slowly dissolved, the entire space began to tremble continuously. Being an immortal-grade item, far surpassing the Emperor-grade, its effects were naturally beyond compare. Chen could clearly sense that the rate of spiritual energy generation within the cave heaven had increased to at least 30 times that of Wanyan Mountain. It was utterly astonishing. Most crucially, the Dao Source Crystal had reshaped the cave heaven, making it akin to a small world, self-contained, and capable of generating spiritual energy endlessly. Other blessed cave heavens were consumable in nature. Though they could produce pure spiritual energy, it came at a cost, requiring other treasures to serve as energy sources. Chen's cave heaven had no such issue, all thanks to the Dao Source Crystal. He glanced at his system inventory. Dao Source Crystal 315. Over 300 remaining. More than enough. The spiritual energy within the cave heaven was already sufficient for the Su family's needs, so there was no need for further enhancement for now. From now on, have the direct lineage of the Su family move here. As for the collateral branches, Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. He decided to leave such matters to Su Qingtian. But since this is a cave heaven, it needs a name. Let's call it Wanyan Cave Heaven. A name was merely a formality, so Chen chose it with casual indifference. With this Wanyan Cave Heaven, the Su family's development would surely accelerate. Chen began to look forward to the day the family would fully flourish. It felt like playing a simulation game, and it was rather amusing. Soon Su Qingtian was the first to enter the Wanyan Cave Heaven for a look. His jaw dropped in sheer amazement. What kind of heaven-defying skill was this? It was as if a small world had been created out of nothing. Good heavens! When the other direct descendants of the Su family heard the news, they rushed over, all wearing expressions of similar astonishment. Their faces were etched with shock. They hastily moved in, for this Wanyan Cave Heaven was arguably the finest blessed cave heaven in the entire Xiantian realm. Not even the cave heavens of the ancient imperial clans could compare to it. In the days that followed, the Jing Empire fell into a period of calm, with no major upheavals among the great powers. Thus 3 years passed. On this day, the old Jinghong king emerged from seclusion. His powerful aura was sensed throughout the entire Jinghong Empire. Many within the empire breathed a sigh of relief. The old Jinghong king was not only their ruler, but also their guardian. Without him, neighboring empires would surely invade. Thus, no one in the Jinghong Empire wished for the old king's breakthrough to fail. Fortunately, everything had come to a settled conclusion. The old Jinghong king had successfully broken through. In these 3 years, the Su family had undergone the greatest transformation. Among the direct lineage, Su Qingtian and several elders, except for the 5th elder Su Yunpeng, had all reached the Unity Realm. Among the younger generation, the strongest Su Yuza had also broken through to the late divine transformation stage. The collateral branches had advanced rapidly, as well, with many stewards reaching the void refining realm. The Su family was now unprecedentedly powerful. In particular, the Purple Sun Taoist would occasionally offer guidance on cultivation, greatly benefiting even Su Hongyuan and Su Qingtian, whose realms and strength had been significantly enhanced. Of course, the most stunned was the Purple Sun Taoist himself, who had begun to doubt his own judgment. Damn it! Every single member of the Su family possessed a sacred body. At first, he had only wanted to repay Su Chen's kindness by instructing the Su family. He noticed they cultivated very quickly. Initially, he thought little of it, but gradually he sensed something was amiss. He had encountered at least 20 sacred bodies among the Su family. The Purple Sun Taoist's heart grew heavy with realization. He knew all of this was connected to Su Chen. It seemed this man was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Since the establishment of the Wanyun Cave Heaven, the Su family's strength had surged once more. Within a year, all the elders of the Su family had broken through to the harmony stage. Now the Su family possessed 1 Guiyuan realm cultivator and 5 harmony stage experts. With countless resources and the blessing of the Wanyun Cave Heaven, the family grew wildly, their breakthrough speed astonishingly fast. Reporting to the young patriarch, Princess Lin Yiming has sent another message. Su Chen said directly, bring it in. Though much time had passed, Lin Yiming never ceased sending him letters, sometimes every few days, sometimes once every 10 days or half a month. But she never stopped. However, over the past year, he had barely read any of her letters, as their content was always the same, monotonous and repetitive. They were almost always about trivial matters of food and fun, or sharing her recent mood and what she had seen and heard. So later, Su Chen stopped reading them. At least for the past few months, he hadn't even opened the envelopes of the letters Lin Yiming had sent him. Thinking of this, Su Chen waved his hand and retrieved all the letters from his spatial ring, nearly 30 of them. This girl has truly fallen in love. Su Chen sighed helplessly. He opened the newly delivered envelope. Unlike before, this time, there was only a single sheet of paper. Su Chen looked down and lines of words came into view. Su Chen, if you receive this letter, it means I have already arrived at the Qinyu Empire. I still have so much I want to say to you, but I have no chance. After this departure, I fear I will never return to the Jinghong Empire. Su Chen, have you received my letters? Why do you never reply to me? I asked the messengers, and they said they delivered them personally to the Su family. Yiming doesn't know what she did wrong. Do you hate me so much? You won't even reply to my letters. Su Chen, farewell. This letter was different from the others. Previously, the contents were cheerful and happy, but now he could feel the sorrow embedded in every word Lin Yiming wrote. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. He hastily picked up the letters Lin Yiming had sent before and began to examine them. Young Master Su, I learned a new dish this morning. The palace people call it 7 stars turn. It tastes wonderful. Next time you come to Jinghong City, I must make it for you. It'll be delicious. Young Master Su, when can you come to Jinghong City? I've been so bored lately. Father keeps making me cultivate and am about to mold. Su Chen opened a few more envelopes, and their contents were similar to before. Yet when he opened another, the content gradually began to change. Young Master Su, the Qinyu Empire has been pressuring my father lately. He's almost worried to death. Perhaps because grandfather broke through to the Guiyuan realm, the Qinyu Empire wants to win him over, so they've been using both carrot and stick, threatening us constantly and putting pressure on the Jinghong Empire. After discussing with grandfather, my father decided to compromise with the Qinyu Empire and cede the 3 eastern prefectures of the Jinghong Empire. Today, the Qinyu Empire sent envoys again. They want a marriage alliance with the Jinghong Empire, and they specifically demanded that I be the bride. What should I do, Su Chen? I don't want to marry the Qinyu Empire's grand prince. The Qinyu Empire kept pressuring my father, and I was forced to agree to the marriage. In half a month, the Qinyu Empire's wedding procession will come to take me away. Su Chen, I don't want to marry him. Su Chen checked the letters one after another until he picked up the very last one, his hands trembling slightly. That letter contained only a few words, but they struck Su Chen deeply. Su Chen, can you take me away? After reading all the letters, Su Chen closed his eyes and let out a soft breath. From those letters, he could feel the despair and helplessness in Lin Yiming's heart. He had heard of the Qinyu Empire as well, a formidable power in the eastern domain guarded by an entry Dao realm cultivator. Staring at the table laden with letters, Su Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had long known that Lin Yiming liked him, but Su Chen did not want to taint her feelings. If it were merely a matter of sleeping with Lin Yiming, Su Chen thought he wouldn't refuse. After all, she was a beauty, and rejecting that would be unmanly. But he couldn't truly say he loved Lin Yiming. Even if they ended up together, he would likely treat her much like Ruashi, visiting her only when he remembered to nurture the connection. He knew his own heart very well, which was why he had never responded to her. He simply didn't want to betray Lin Yiming's affection. But now as Su Chen looked at the letters, every word seemed to radiate boundless love, leaving him feeling deeply conflicted. He gazed in the direction of the Qinyu Empire, and in the next moment, he vanished from Wanyan Mountain. The Qinyu Empire. Qitian City. This was the imperial capital of the Qinyu Empire, many times larger than Jinghong City, almost like a small world unto itself. Today, Qitian City was decked with lanterns and colorful banners, for their Grand Prince was to be wed. Much like the old situation in the Jinghong Empire, the Grand Prince was the most powerful among the Qinyu Empire's princes. However, there was one difference: this Grand Prince with his peerless strength had already been designated as the Crown Prince. I heard the Grand Prince is only marrying a concubine, and she's just a princess of the Jinghong Empire. Is such a grand spectacle really necessary? What does she have to do with it? Everyone knows our Grand Prince cares about face. How could it be because of that Lin Yiming? But I heard the Jinghong Empire refused to become a vassal of our Qinyu Empire. How utterly ungrateful, acting so arrogant just because they have a single Guiyuan realm cultivator. Many in the city were gossiping, but clearly no one took this wedding seriously. Though both the Jinghong Empire and the Qinyu Empire were king-level powers, the gap between them was immense. In the eyes of the Qinyu Empire, the Jinghong Empire was nothing more than a tiny, insignificant state. Previously, since the Jinghong Empire had no Guiyuan realm cultivator, there was no reason for the Qinyu Empire to pay it any heed. But with old King Jinghong's breakthrough to the Guiyuan realm, he naturally drew the Qinyu Empire's attention. They hoped he would pledge allegiance, but the Jinghong Empire refused. The price was severe. Not only did they lose 3 prefectures, but Lin Mu also had to offer his daughter to preserve the Jinghong Empire. Otherwise, the Qinyu Empire would likely have annihilated the Jinghong Empire. Such was the law of survival in this world. Even if you didn't wish to become a strong man's vassal, you still had to show submission. Within the imperial palace of the Qinyu Empire, Lin Yiming's gaze was dim. The room she occupied was awash in a sea of vivid red, appearing exceedingly festive. Yet her melancholic expression transformed this joy into something sorrowful and desolate. Soon, when the appointed hour arrived, she was to be wed to the great prince of the Qinyu Empire. At this thought, Lin Yiming's eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. She did not blame her father, for he too was left with no choice. When she departed the Jinghong Empire, the one most heartbroken was likely her father. But there was no alternative. The Jinghong Empire was powerless to oppose the Qinyu Empire, and this was their only recourse. Should they submit to the Qinyu Empire, the future of the Jinghong Empire would inevitably end in one way: complete assimilation, becoming a part of the Qinyu Empire. The Jinghong Empire would cease to exist as a power in this world. Thus, Lin Yiming took the initiative to accept the Qinyu Empire's demands. The thought of marrying someone she did not love filled Lin Yiming's heart with immense anguish. She wished for death, yet could not act upon it lest the Qinyu Empire vent its wrath upon the Jinghong Empire. Suddenly, Lin Yiming thought of the one who haunted her dreams, Su Chen. Ever since their parting in Jinghong City, Lin Yiming had become utterly infatuated with this man. She yearned to see Su Chen again at every moment, yet her wishes were never fulfilled. Finally, as she was about to marry into the Qinyu Empire, she wrote a letter expressing her desire to meet Su Chen once more, but received no reply. At this thought, Lin Yiming's heart was steeped in sorrow. Did he truly harbor no affection for her? Lin Yiming had long sensed that Su Chen might not be interested, yet she could not restrain herself from wanting to connect with him. In the end, Lin Yiming heaved a deep sigh and ceased to dwell on the matter. Her feelings had always been unrequited. If Su Chen offered no response, it was her own burden to bear. Yet even so, emotions surged within her like a tempest, and tears streamed unceasingly from the corners of her eyes. Grievance, helplessness, confusion, agony, a myriad of feelings intertwined. After a long while, a maidservant entered slowly, her tone cold as she spoke. "Your Highness, the prince has given orders. Please follow me." Having said this, Lin Yimeng remained frozen in place. The maidservant frowned, walked over, and hoisted her up, leading her outside. Lin Yimeng was called a princess in name, but in truth, she was merely a token of faith the great prince granted the Jing Empire. As a Guiyuan realm expert was considered a top-tier powerhouse in the eastern domain, the great prince wished to win him over and dared not offend him outright. Thus, he went through the motions of holding a wedding. Soon they entered a lavish hall filled with guests, each a formidable figure of the Qinyu Empire. Among them were 4 Guiyuan realm experts, all present to support the great prince, Zhou Mingyang. Within the hall there were no wedding facilities or rituals. Zhou Mingyang, clad in a red robe, sat in the seat of honor, chatting and laughing with the others, as if it were an ordinary gathering, not his wedding day. The Qinyu Empire had stood for eons, boasting many experts. Zhou Mingyang, the great prince, was himself a terrifying force, possessing strength at the late Guiyuan realm. The king of the Qinyu Empire was even more fearsome, rumored to have touched upon the saint level. Of course, these were but rumors. Today, Zhou Mingyang used the wedding as an excuse to gather the experts loyal to him, strengthening their bonds. Your Highness, the princess has arrived. A servant approached Zhou Mingyang and spoke in a low voice. Zhou Mingyang nodded and said indifferently, "Let her in." Soon Lin Yimeng entered slowly. The experts in the hall cast cold glances at her, yet none rose to greet her. This clearly demonstrated their contempt for Lin Yimeng. Biting her lip, she walked straight to Zhou Mingyang's side and quietly sat down. Zhou Mingyang frowned and barked coldly. "Who allowed you to sit? Do you not know your place? How dare you sit beside me? Get up and stand aside." To him, Lin Yimeng was but a lowly plaything. He had specifically demanded her hand in marriage only because the Jing king seemed to care for this daughter. This was to facilitate the future annexation of the Jing Empire. Had it not been for the need to use Lin Yimeng to coerce the Jing king and to win over that Guiyuan realm expert, he would not have bothered with a wedding at all. Hearing Zhou Mingyang's words, Lin Yimeng's gaze was filled with dejection. She could already foresee her fate. Perhaps she would end up even less esteemed than a servant. Lin Yimeng rose and silently walked to the spot where the attendants stood, joining the serving staff. Yet her body trembled slightly and her fists clenched, revealing the turmoil within. In the Jing Empire, she was at least a princess held in high esteem. Now she was reduced to the humbleness of a servant. How could anyone bear such treatment? Lin Yimeng's heart was filled with desolation. At this moment, she could no longer face her fate with equanimity. She wished to die. Crystal tears traced down her cheeks. "Forgive me, father. Your daughter cannot accept such a future." Initially, Lin Yimeng believed she could sacrifice herself for the Jing Empire, but upon arriving in the Qinyu Empire, she realized she could not. She could not accept this outcome. Even had Zhou Mingyang not humiliated her, Lin Yimeng had long harbored thoughts of death, only suppressing them for fear of retaliation against the Jing Empire. But this incident had caused those thoughts to erupt completely. Suddenly, Zhou Mingyang turned his head, saw Lin Yimeng sobbing quietly, and rose, his expression dark as he approached. A sharp, crisp sound rang out as Lin Yimeng was slapped to the ground, a vivid red mark blooming on her delicate cheek. Zhou Mingyang said coldly, "What are you crying about on this joyous day? I am the future crown prince of the Qinyu Empire. Marrying me is your immense fortune. Do you think yourself wronged?" He was deeply displeased by Lin Yimeng's demeanor. Had she been an ordinary woman, Zhou Mingyang might not have cared, but she possessed extraordinary beauty, rare even in the Qinyu Empire. She was a woman of quality. Yet her tearful appearance clearly indicated her unwillingness to marry him, which somewhat belittled him. He was a man who valued his pride, and with so many present, his self-esteem felt challenged. In truth, had Lin Yimeng been willing to humble herself and serve him, well, Zhou Mingyang might have granted her some status. But now that thought had vanished. She was nothing but an ungrateful plaything. The other experts in the hall also looked at Lin Yimeng with disdain. In their eyes, Zhou Mingyang was of exalted status, and marrying him to enjoy wealth and honor was a stroke of luck. To pretend to be wronged was nothing short of contemptible. Lin Yimeng lay on the ground, feeling the world spin, and her head throb with pain. Zhou Mingyang's slap was no light blow. Had she been an ordinary person, her head would have split open. Summoning an unknown courage, Lin Yimeng regained her composure and said coldly, "Wronged? I do not feel wronged. I only feel that compared to the man of my dreams, you fall far short. You are unworthy to be my husband." Lin Yimeng's words were exceedingly sharp, causing many in the hall to change expression. To speak thus of the great prince was to court death. Lin Yimeng had already resolved to die. If Zhou Mingyang killed her, it would fulfill her wish. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyang's face darkened like a storm cloud, his eyes blazing with icy, murderous intent. Zhou Mingyang observed her suicidal gaze and let out a cold laugh. "You want to die, eh?" With a wave of his hand, he directly placed a restriction on Lin Yiming, preventing her from taking her own life. Now that you're in the Qinyu Empire, do you truly believe you can leave this place? You vile wench dare to insult me. It'll make your life a living hell where death would seem a mercy. Zhou Mingyang's tone was icy, her contemptuous words ignited a fury within him. Naturally, he had no intention of killing Lin Yiming so easily. You refuse to marry me, do you? Then I shall humiliate you and make you taste the true meaning of despair. Zhou Mingyang cast her a frigid glance, sneered, and then turned his attention away. Just then the space within the great hall began to tremble violently, and a figure slowly emerged from the void. A terrifying aura instantly radiated outward, stirring the entire Qitian city. Countless people lifted their heads in shock, their faces etched with fear. What kind of formidable expert was this? Zhou Mingyang sprang to his feet, his eyes brimming with terror. Such a dreadful presence. This aura far surpassed even that of his imperial father. This was undoubtedly a powerhouse beyond the Daoentry realm. In that instant, Zhou Mingyang's heart quaked. A sage-level expert. After all, his father was a latest-stage Daoentry cultivator. For someone to vastly exceed him in power, they could only be a sage. What was more, Chen seemed to have a specific purpose in seeking him out. From the moment he entered the hall, his gaze had remained fixed on Zhou Mingyang. Greetings, senior. An aged voice rang out as the figure of the Qinyu king materialized. He looked towards Chen with an air of trepidation, his posture exceedingly humble. No one could have imagined that the supreme ruler of the Qinyu Empire, a latest-stage Daoentry cultivator, would behave with such deference. This time, Chen did not conceal his presence. He directly unleashed the full might of a sage. Seeing the Qinyu king so submissive, the others in the hall dared not remain seated. They rose one after another to bow before Chen, and Zhou Mingyang was no exception. At the same moment, Lin Yiming caught sight of Chen's figure, and her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Chen. Lin Yiming murmured softly, her gaze tinged with doubt. Was she hallucinating? She even wondered if the slap she had received had left her vision blurred. At that moment, Chen spoke calmly. What's wrong? Why are you frozen? I'm taking you home. His voice echoed serenely through the hall, leaving everyone else stunned. Hearing that familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Lin Yiming was momentarily stunned, but soon tears streamed down her face. Chen, is it really you? Chen did not reply. He simply raised his hand and slew Zhou Mingyang with a single gesture. The pupils of everyone present contracted sharply, yet they dared not voice their anger, instead lowering their heads in submission. This was a sage. Chen. Was that the name of this sage? Many wore expressions of terror. They all knew Lin Yiming's identity as the princess of the Jing Empire, but none had imagined she was connected to a sage. Zhou Mingyang had dared to covet the woman of a sage. The assembled experts in the hall were all followers of Zhou Mingyang, yet none would sacrifice themselves for him. In the next instant, Chen and Lin Yiming vanished from the spot. From beginning to end, Chen had not deigned to look at anyone else. Within the palace, the Qinyu king was visibly shaken. Only after Chen departed did his emotions settle somewhat. It seemed this sage had not come to destroy the Qinyu Empire. Though he lived deep within the palace, he was well aware of all that transpired in the outside world, including Zhou Mingyang's recent actions. That woman must be Lin Yiming of the Jing Empire, right? This fool dared to vie with a sage for a woman. He glanced at the lifeless Zhou Mingyang, his heart devoid of any thought of vengeance. With that thought, a flicker of anger stirred within the Qinyu king. He addressed Zhou Mingyang's corpse. You fool, you nearly brought catastrophic ruin upon the Qinyu Empire. Your death is well deserved. With that, he swept his gaze across the others in the hall, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Had Zhou Mingyang heard the Qinyu king's words, he would have felt profoundly wronged. Who could have known that an ordinary king-level power like the Jing Empire would have ties to a sage, even prompting the sage to act personally? Feeling the Qinyu king's icy stare, the others in the hall were gripped by fear. Wanyan Mountain. The figures of Chen and Lin Yiming slowly emerged from the void. Now only Chen's Wanyan courtyard remained at the summit of Wanyan Mountain. Everyone else had moved into the Wanyan cave heaven. The place seemed quiet and weeds had begun to overgrow the peak. Chen and Lin Yiming walked along the path, feeling the gentle breeze from the horizon. Neither spoke. Lin Yiming wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. After a long while, Chen handed her a jade pendant and said in a gentle voice, "This contains a strand of my aura. From now on I will know whenever you encounter trouble." Lin Yiming nodded and softly murmured her assent. She lifted her head, gazing at Chen's profile, and thought of the letter she had written to him some time ago. A flush crept onto her cheeks. Had he seen it? Or maybe not. For some reason, Lin Yiming now hoped that Chen hadn't read it. It was simply too embarrassing. It was practically no different from a confession. Su Chen said little more, and after a brief exchange they parted ways again. Lin Yimeng was arranged to stay in a guest room in the Su residence. But Lin Yimeng did not linger long. After 2 days in the Su residence, she set out to leave. Yet as she departed, she stood at the foot of Wanyun Mountain, turned to gaze at the summit, and her eyes blazed with determination. Su Chen, one day I will catch up to you. Lin Yimeng silently resolved in her heart. At present she indeed felt unworthy of Su Chen, so she vowed to cultivate diligently. Only when she could stand on equal footing with him would she boldly express her love. For now she truly lacked the confidence. But, can I ever catch up? Lin Yimeng posed the soul-searching question to herself. From the way Su Chen had rescued her from the Qinyu Empire, she could tell that his strength was absolutely terrifying. He was likely at the legendary sage realm, and she was merely at the late nascent soul stage. No, Lin Yimeng, you must not lose heart. Dreams are worth having. What if one day they come true? Lin Yimeng regained her confidence and set off toward Jinghong City. Su Chen sat on a cliff edge on Wanyun Mountain, the scenery below laid out before him. The blazing sun in the distance made the world seem filled with beauty. Cultivators feared neither cold nor heat, so the sun's rays did not affect Su Chen. Beside him stood a table, and a blanket was spread on the ground. Ruwashi knelt upon it, tirelessly pouring wine for Su Chen. The wine of this world, to be honest, somewhat strayed from the essence of true liquor. It lacked that authentic alcoholic sensation. Instead, it was smooth and fragrant like celestial nectar. Even Su Chen, who had never been a drinker, became enamored with it. Watching Lin Yimeng's departing figure in the distance, Su Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. This girl. He then averted his gaze, closed his eyes, and wore an expression of pure contentment. Seated atop the mountain peak, feeling the wind whisper past his ears, everything was profoundly serene. For someone like Su Chen, who cherished tranquility, this place was nothing short of a paradise on earth. Su Chen's sole desire at present was to watch himself grow, step by step, while setting aside for now all matters of love and sentiment. Moreover, the rewards he obtained through his daily sign-in system were far from invincible. Aside from the Su Shaokei summoning card, he possessed little else to bolster his confidence. Though he retained cultivation spanning 100 billion years, would such profound accumulation propel him to the absolute apex of this world? Not necessarily. Thus, Su Chen chose not to entangle himself further. His family, the Su clan, was burden enough. What if he encountered a sovereign whose power utterly eclipsed his own? His sign-in system grew stronger with time. The longer he signed in, the more extraordinary the rewards it yielded. He longed to witness what marvels it might bestow after another 1,000,000 years. After all, 1,000,000 years had already granted him the Su Shaokei summoning card. Might it not also summon others? Figures such as Xiao Yin or Yi Fan, for instance. Imagine gathering them all for a rousing game of mahjong. That alone sounded exhilarating. Granted, sustaining their presence for even 10 seconds posed a formidable challenge. Yet that hardly mattered. Oh, perhaps after several million years of sign-ins, he could summon them permanently. Such a possibility was not beyond reason. Yet what if these summoned beings wielded overwhelming strength, and he remained utterly incapable of commanding them? 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. During that span, Su Chen underwent little outward change, yet never lacked amusement. Fishing, listening to melodies, and pleasure quarters. Loneliness never touched him. In truth, this life paled not against his earliest days of transmigration, when he'd been confined for 1,000,000 years within the void space of his system. That endless solitude had imbued him with profound wonder toward even the most mundane things. Take fishing, for example. To any orthodox cultivator, it would seem dull beyond measure, but Su Chen found boundless joy in its quiet rhythm. Over those 3 decades, the Jinghong Empire underwent dramatic transformation. Su Hongyuan ascended to the pinnacle of the Return to Origins realm and now secluded himself in deep meditation, refining his foundation in preparation for breakthrough into the Dao integration realm. Su Qingtian too attained the initial stage of the Return to Origins realm, while the other elders reached only the zenith of the Union off-body realm. The Su clan over those 30 years gathered countless masters and warriors beneath its banner. When they first arrived at Wanyun Mountain, their numbers barely exceeded 1,000. Yet today, the Su clan numbered nearly 100,000 souls. Most were servants who had sworn fealty to the clan, true Su blood. Even collateral branches constituted but a small fraction. From the summit of Wanyun Mountain, one gazed down upon a sprawling expanse of dwellings clinging to its foothills, resembling a miniature metropolis. Yet not all 100,000 owed allegiance to the Su clan. Many were merely families settled at the mountain's base for safety and stability, accounting for the sheer magnitude of the population. Still, the mid-slopes and higher reaches of Wanyan Mountain remained sparsely inhabited, reserved exclusively for collateral branches and above. The Zixia mountain range, meanwhile, had been fully absorbed into the Su clan's domain, its borders sealed to all outsiders. For the past decade, the Jing Empire had presented lavish tributes to the Su clan each year, bearing all the hallmarks of vassalage. This was unsurprising. The Su clan's might was overwhelming. Should it choose to seize the Jing Empire outright, conquest would be effortless. Dingyang Commandery, Luoyan sect. This sect had been founded by Su Yuza of the Su clan. Bolstered by his formidable cultivation and the unshakable backing of his clan, its rise had been swift and unimpeded. Today, the Luoyan sect stood as a major power within Dingyang Commandery, its ranks swelling to nearly 3,000 disciples. Su Yuza himself had advanced to the threshold of the Yunyanov body realm. He was but one branch of the Su clan. As its core lineage continued to flourish across the land, the clan's influence expanded exponentially, far exceeding the 100,000 souls dwelling beneath Wanyan Mountain. This day, a group of figures appeared before the tranquil gates of Luoyun's sect, robed in black, their garments emblazoned with the character, radiating an aura of chilling, soul-deep cold. Master, this is Luoyun's sect. According to intelligence, Su Yuza is certainly within its walls at this very moment. At their fore stood a middle-aged man whose countenance was icy, his eyes glacial voids, cold and motionless like a creature severed from feeling itself. Yang Long gave a faint, indifferent nod. Now that the intelligence is confirmed, gather our forces. At the appointed hour, we shall erase Luoyun's sect from existence. The senior elder bowed instantly, his face alight with fervor. No one knows whom the Su clan has offended, but someone has issued a public bounty through the Dark Watch, 2 million high-grade spirit stones, and 3 earth-tier weapons for aiding in the slaying of a Su clan direct heir. Should we succeed in annihilating the entire Su clan, the Decaying sect shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At this, the second elder furrowed his brow deeply. Senior elder, proceed with caution. Though the Decaying sect commands 3 latest-stage return to origins realm experts, and our master stands at the cusp of Dao integration, the Su clan must not be underestimated. Their meteoric rise to dominance in so short a time suggests hidden depths far beyond mere numbers. The senior elder sneered. What is there to fear, second elder? Have you forgotten who placed this bounty with the Dark Watch? The second elder fell silent, lost in thought for a long moment. Indeed, the bounty issuer's power was staggering. With not a single Dao integration realm expert among them, the Su clan stood no chance against such a being. Their mission was not to destroy the Su clan themselves, but to lure its members into the open, leaving the decisive strike to the unseen patron while they served only as auxiliary hands. All Dark Watch bounties demanded full payment up front to the watch itself. Once accepted, the issuer was strictly forbidden from harming the bounty taker, a binding covenant. The Dark Watch enforced its decrees with ruthless precision. Violators faced relentless pursuit by its elite assassins. As a saint-level power feared across the eastern region, none dared provoke its wrath. Thus, they felt no trepidation, certain the issuer would honor the pact. Yang Long suddenly spoke. Enough. Our forces are assembled. It is time. At his words, cruel smiles spread across his companions' faces. In an instant, terrifying auras erupted, engulfing Luoyun's sect entirely. An oppressive, suffocating pressure descended upon the sect. Panic seized every disciple and elder. Some quick-witted seniors roared warnings across the mountain. Intruders! All hands prepare for battle. Before the final syllable left his lips, a distant blade light cleaved through the air and silenced him forever. Su Yuza shot forth from the sect's heart, his expression grave beyond measure. Who dares assail Luoyun's sect? Name yourselves. Even as he challenged them, he urgently dispatched a spiritual message to the Su clan. These assailants radiated overwhelming power, each at least a return to origins realm expert, beyond his capacity to confront. Yang Lung materialized before him in a flash and struck downward with a single palm. The force behind the blow shattered Su Yuza's frame as though it were brittle porcelain. He crashed into the sect's courtyard with a thunderous, bone-jarring impact, so visceral it made one's scalp crawl. The sound echoed like a body plummeting 5 stories to concrete. Yang Lung gazed down, his expression laced with contempt, a mere nascent soul realm insect. What right have you to know our names? Su Yuza, you are hailed across the Jing Empire as the prodigy sect master. Rumor says you breached the threshold of the Yunyanov body realm before your 60th year. Such speed rivals even the celestial geniuses of sacred sects. Alas, you lack their sacred lineage. A sardonic smile curled Yang Lung's lips. It is precisely such prodigies I delight in crushing. It's over. The sect leader has fallen. We're all doomed. Isn't the sect leader a member of the Su family? Can't they call upon the Su family for help? These people possess an aura so formidable, it has far surpassed the realm of refining void. Could they be in the divine union stage? No, this must be the returning origin realm. Panicked voices echoed within the falling cloud sect as all the disciples and elders trembled in fear. Fortunately, these assailants targeted only the powerful figures of the falling cloud sect, leaving the ordinary disciples largely untouched by the extreming sect. Yet even the residual shockwaves had claimed the lives of nearly 300 disciples. Yang Lung slowly descended from the air. Below, Su Yuza lay on the ground, his entire body racked with excruciating pain, devoid of even the strength to move. Returning origin realm. No, you're not in the returning origin realm. At least half step into the Dao realm. Why have you invaded my falling cloud sect? Su Yuza roared hoarsely, his voice deep and low like a dying yet furious lion. Although he hailed from the Su family, he never stirred up trouble, and the falling cloud sect had always developed steadily. He was certain he had never provoked a powerhouse of this caliber. So why were they attacking the falling cloud sect? Their attitude made it clear they intended to annihilate the sect entirely. Yang Lung sneered coldly. You are not worthy of knowing these things. Quickly send word to your Su family. Only they can save you. Send word to the Su family. Hearing this, Su Yuza's expression shifted. Were these people targeting the Su family? Summoning every ounce of his strength, Su Yuza reached for the Su family jade pendant at his waist, intending to send a message warning them not to come lest they fall into a trap. He was prepared to die. The sons of the Su family had never feared death. But if he brought disaster upon the Su family, he would be a sinner. Yet the moment he moved, a searing pain shot through his hand, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. "Ah!" A low, agonized cry escaped him. Su Yuza's eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted in fury as his entire arm was severed. Though for a cultivator at the refining void stage, losing an arm was not a fatal wound. It could be regrown. The pain was still excruciating. Yang Lung effortlessly drew the token into his grasp, a smile curling on his lips. It seems you've already contacted them. That saves us the trouble. With that, he strode forward, his face twisting into a sinister, wicked grin. Now the feast begins. What I enjoy most is dismantling geniuses like you and watching your horrified, panicked expressions. Ha ha. Geniuses. Rubbish. In my hands you are nothing more than pigs and dogs. As his words faded, Su Yuza suddenly lunged forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Yang Lung. Faint purple stripes appeared on his face. This was his sacred physique, the tri-element phantom spirit body. Caught off guard, Yang Lung was sent flying hundreds of meters. But Su Yuza did not give chase. Instead, he tore through the void to escape, only to find it sealed. Left with no choice, he fled into the distance. No sooner had he moved than a giant hand reached out to grab him. "Ain't this power of yours? I didn't expect it." Su Yuza's expression shifted as the purple stripes on his face darkened to an inky black. Simultaneously, his body swelled by nearly 30%. Boom! Yang Lung's palm struck Su Yuza once more, sending him flying. But this time Su Yuza was not gravely injured. Instead, he used the momentum to soar further away. The stripes on his body reverted to purple. This was the power of the tri-element phantom spirit body. It had three forms. The purple stripes represented a surge in speed and strength, black signified enhanced defense and recovery, and the final form, yellow, boosted spiritual energy and soul power. With Su Yuza's current mastery of the tri-element phantom spirit body, these enhancements were at least sevenfold. He could activate two forms simultaneously, or even all three, though doing so would diminish the amplification of each individual form. What? Yang Lung's face registered disbelief. Though he had held back, his previous strike possessed the power of a half-step returning origin cultivator. After taking that blow, Su Yuza could still move. His eyes were filled with solemnity. Earlier, when his first strike, at the divine union perfection level, had hit Su Yuza, the latter had still been able to speak, which had already surprised him. Now Yang Lung was certain that Su Yuza harbored some profound secret. After all, Su Yuza was only at half-step divine union. For someone at that stage to withstand an attack from a divine union perfection cultivator was already absurd, let alone one at half-step returning origin. It was a miracle he hadn't been killed outright. Yang Lung's eyes burned with fervor. No wonder the Su family was being targeted. They held a great secret. To possess strength comparable to half-step returning origin while still at half-step divine union was a feat achievable only by the most exceptional prodigies, even within the sacred lands. With that thought, his aura erupted. In the span of 2 breaths, Yang Lung caught up to Su Yuza and pinned him to the ground. Though Su Yu's defenses rivaled those of a half-step returning origin cultivator, Yang Long was at half-step into the Dao, a realm so far beyond that even the most gifted prodigy could not bridge such a gap. Su Yu's struggled desperately, only fueling Yang Long's excitement. Such formidable power, even a divine union perfection cultivator cannot compare. Your Su family holds many secrets. Yang Long's face twisted into a sinister smile. I can no longer bear to simply kill you. A body this powerful, if refined into a spirit puppet, it would serve quite well. Spirit puppet. Hearing that word, Su Yu's pupils contracted sharply and terror flooded his face. He had heard of spirit puppets, a ritual developed by a demonic sect eons ago. But because of its extreme evil, that sect had long been eradicated. A spirit puppet was not a true puppet. It involved a cultivator implanting a portion of their divine sense into another person, allowing that fragment to take control of the host's body. The host's original soul could only watch helplessly as its body acted against its will, powerless to intervene or change anything. This technique was typically used on geniuses, ensuring the puppet remained obedient while retaining its growth potential and a degree of sentience. Su Yu's expression turned frantic. He did not fear death, but being turned into a puppet was something he could not accept. You beast! If you have the guts, kill me. Faced with Su Yu's impotent rage, Yang Long maintained a contemptuous sneer. Provocation. Such petty tricks won't work on me. As he spoke, Yang Long began to channel his technique, preparing to perform a soul search on Su Yu. After all, whether this body could be preserved depended on that person's will. So he would first extract the soul's memories and uncover the Su family secrets. Just as he was about to act, a series of thunderous booms echoed from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Who dares to lay a hand on the Su family's territory? The formidable experts of the Su clan advanced together, their presence shaking heaven and earth. The surrounding powers, witnessing this, gazed toward the Falling Cloud sect with immense curiosity. These seemed to be members of the Su clan. Who provoked them? That direction, the Falling Cloud sect. Is someone still daring enough to make a move against them? Indeed, who doesn't know that this is a force founded by the direct lineage of the Su clan? Offending the Falling Cloud sect is akin to offending the Su clan itself. But the Su clan is truly formidable. The auras of those few individuals I just sensed all seemed to be at the nascent soul stage and above. At this moment, within the Falling Cloud sect, Su Hanyuan and his companions stood in the void, each exuding a powerful aura, their presence shaking heaven and earth. Even before they made a move, the space around them began to destabilize, unable to withstand the immense pressure. The members of the Extreme Een sect, sensing the disturbance, all ceased their slaughter of the Setting Sun sect's disciples, instead staring solemnly at the Su clan. Yet in that brief moment, aside from Su Yu and nearly all the other high-ranking members of the Setting Sun sect had perished, and only 30% of its inner disciples remained. Yang Long squinted coldly at Su Yu, raising a hand to seal him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Soul searching required a tranquil environment. With a great battle imminent, it was hardly suitable. Only after annihilating the Su clan could he proceed with the soul search. He slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the 6 figures high in the sky, his eyes filled with gravity. According to intelligence, these 6 should be the Su clan's strongest combatants. 1 at the perfected return to origin stage, 1 at the early return to origin stage, and 4 at the perfected unity stage. This Su clan was indeed extraordinary. He had heard that decades ago their strongest was merely at the void refinement stage. To have reached such a level in such a short time, they must have obtained some incredible fortune. At this thought, Yang Long's eyes burned with fervor. For that one to make a move against the Su clan, it certainly wasn't anything ordinary. His demands were not high. When the time came, the Extreme Een sect would just be content with some scraps. Su Yinxian watched Su Yu sealed on the ground, his eyes brimming with icy killing intent. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly bloomed between heaven and earth. This arc of lightning grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into a colossal pillar of lightning that struck toward Yang Long. No matter who you are, since you dare to harm a member of my Su clan, you shall not leave here today. Yang Long's eyes were filled with contempt. A mere unity stage cultivator dares to boast so shamelessly. He paid little heed to Su Yunqian's attack. The gap in strength between them was vast. As a cultivator at the Dao entry stage, why would he fear someone who hadn't even reached the return to origin stage? But soon his expression changed. Something was wrong. The lightning pillar contained not only violent lightning energy, but also a sword aura that annihilated everything. These sword auras were hidden within the pillar, and he had failed to detect them. Perhaps it was due to the distance and his underestimation. It wasn't until the lightning pillar was about 300 meters from him that he sensed the terrifying power within. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the falling cloud sect. Yanglong was blasted to the ground, the earth cracking open instantly. Even the ground could not withstand such terrifying force. In an instant, the entire falling cloud sect was reduced to rubble. Countless disciples witnessing this scene had faces brimming with exhilaration. Excellent. This is the Su clan behind our sect leader. With their help, our falling cloud sect can finally be saved. But my master and senior brothers are dead. These bastards must be killed. The Su clan's strength is immense. They can certainly do it. The power Su Yinxian displayed instantly filled the surviving disciples of the falling cloud sect with joy and encouragement. Around the falling cloud sect, many were observing in secret. After witnessing Su Yunqian's terrifying strength, fear crept into their hearts. This was far too powerful, completely surpassing the bounds of the unity stage, wasn't it? Daring to provoke the Su clan, these people truly have no fear of death. I think I recognize these people. They are the extreme sect of the Decaying Empire. But the Su clan's influence is only within the Jinghong Empire. How did they come to provoke the extreme sect? Some time ago, a task was posted in the shadow post targeting the Su clan with an exceedingly generous reward. I suspect this is related, though I've only heard rumors and don't know the specifics. Those conversing in secret were all cultivators at the void refinement stage or above, observing from afar with their divine sense. Hearing that someone had posted a mission to kill the Su clan in the shadow post, they all showed expressions of surprise. Although the Su clan had developed rapidly, they were known for their friendly and unassuming conduct, who would spare no expense to annihilate them. Within the Falling Cloud sect, the members of the Extreme sect, seeing Yanglong struck, wore expressions of disbelief. How could this be? The sect leader was a half-step Dao entry cultivator. Su Yinxian was merely at the perfected unity stage. With such a disparity in realms, could he actually injure the sect leader? Su Hongyuan did not merely spectate. His figure, like Mount Tai itself, came crashing down toward Yanglong with boundless momentum, a sight that was utterly terrifying. He himself possessed the perfected return to origin stage cultivation, and as a saint physique, he had no trouble fighting beyond his realm against those below the mid-Dao entry stage. Thus, even though Yanglong was a half-step Dao entry, Su Hongyuan was not the least bit afraid. Sky collapse. Su Hongyuan channeled all his power into his foot. This was a technique taught to him by Purple Sun Taoist, a fundamental skill for powerful body cultivators, focusing all one's strength into a single point. Such an ability was simple for those who used spiritual energy, but for body cultivators, their greatest strength lay not in spiritual energy, but in raw physical power. Focusing that power into a single point required impeccable control. Yanglong had just scrambled to his feet when he sensed Su Hongyuan charging at him again. This time he dared not underestimate his opponent and used every means to defend. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded. The entire ground where the Falling Cloud sect stood sank several meters. Such was the terror of a body cultivator. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yanglong's lips. His entire body felt as if it were falling apart, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. This was a perfected return to origin stage cultivator. Before Su Hongyuan, he had absolutely no power to resist, as if they were not even on the same level. Yet Su Hongyuan's aura clearly indicated only the perfected return to origin stage. Suddenly Yanglong thought of Su Yuza, whose combat prowess also far exceeded his own realm. Gazing at the formidable Su Hongyuan, Yanglong couldn't help but roar, "Senior, I have lured them here as you requested. Please make your move." The strength of the Su clan had exceeded his expectations, so Yanglong dared not fight alone any longer, or else he might well fall this very day. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyuan became highly alert, scanning his surroundings with a tense posture. The other Su clan members did the same. A person of such power, and one he addresses as senior, that would mean at least starting from the Dao entry stage, wouldn't it? After a long while with no response, Yanglong grew anxious. "Senior, all core members of the Su family are present. Please reveal yourself." He called out again, yet still received no reaction. At this moment, even the dullest person would have realized. They had been tricked. Not only him, but the other elders of the Extreme sect wore grim expressions. They had planned to use Su Yuzo as bait, but unexpectedly Su Yuzo was the lure, and they were also bait. Though the mission was complete, if they died, the reward would be returned to the issuer, with the hidden sentry taking a 20% commission. That person intended to sell them out. Yanglong's face darkened to the extreme. He struggled to his feet, his aura surging to its peak, his expression devoid of emotion. In such a dire situation, he had no choice but to accept reality. Although the Su family members were powerful, the extreme Yin sect was no pushover. They could still fight their way out. Yang Lung clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it. Being schemed against was unbearable, but circumstances demanded calm. He could not let anger cloud his judgment. The mission is complete. Let's flee. Yang Lung swallowed a pill, and his severely wounded body instantly revived, becoming even stronger. Violent Dragon Pill. This pill temporarily boosted strength, but had severe aftereffects, damaging one's foundation. He would not have used it unless forced. Su Hanyuan also realized they have no reinforcements. Kill them quickly, don't let them escape. He had heard of the extreme Yin sect. Letting any of them go would bring great trouble to the Su family. They were not afraid, but a powerful cultivator seeking assassination could easily target their younger generation. Su Qingshan's eyes blazed with killing intent as he lunged after the extreme Yin sect's Grand Elder. The extreme Yin sect had sent only 7 people, 3 at the returning origin realm, 1/2 step into the Dao, and 3 at the unity realm perfection, their top combatants. Under normal circumstances, the Su family's strength could not rival them. Yet in reality, the extreme Yin sect was being relentlessly pursued, and they were utterly defenseless. Though Su Qingtian was only at the early returning origin stage, he could defeat anyone below half-step Dao. Su Yinxian and the others, though at unity realm perfection, could fight those within the mid-returning origin realm. But this applied only to ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the extreme Yin sect's sect leader was being overwhelmed. Even if the remaining members could hold off Su Qingtian and his 5 companions who could withstand Su Hanyuan once Yang Lung fell. Witnessing the Su family's ferocity, the disciples of Falling Cloud sect were exhilarated. The Su family is incredibly strong. Is this the Su family? With such a powerful force protecting our sect, what do we have to worry about? Yang Lung thought the violent dragon pill would ensure his escape, but he found it impossible. Su Hanyuan was far too fast. He possessed at least mid-Dao entry strength. Despair filled Yang Lung's heart. In a desperate move, he turned to fight to the death, but Su Hanyuan absorbed the blow and crushed him with a single punch. Su Hanyuan was also severely injured, a gaping hole in his abdomen gushing blood, the result of Yang Lung's final counterattack. Yet the wound healed in an instant. With his primordial sacred body, any injury short of death would rapidly recover. Even fatal wounds were no exception. Su Hanyuan then turned to slay the remaining extreme Yin sect members. In that brief moment, only 3 elders survived. With Su Hongyuan's intervention, the last of the extreme Yin sect were helpless and quickly killed. Thus, all members of the extreme Yin sect had fallen. The hidden experts watching were awestruck. The Su family's strength was overwhelming. Why could they all fight beyond their realms? Su Yinxian hurried to Su Yuza, asking with concern, "Yuza, how are you?" Su Yuza forced a pale smile. "Father, I'm fine." Though he had lost an arm and suffered severe internal injuries, they were not fatal. A period of rest would suffice. After regaining some strength, Su Yuza activated his triple illusory spirit body, black patterns spreading across his form, and his flesh began to regenerate rapidly. Even the severed arm grew back swiftly. Within 5 or 6 breaths, it was completely restored. However, the newly grown arm was still fragile and could not be used in battle for a while. In terms of recovery alone, Su Yuza's triple illusory spirit body nearly rivaled the primordial sacred body, though there were significant differences. The triple illusory spirit body required active activation, while the primordial sacred body was innate. Its full recovery speed was about 3 times faster. Yet the triple illusory spirit body offered more diverse abilities. Su Yinxian marveled at Su Yuza's terrifying recovery, truly monstrous. Even his thunderous sword body could not compare. Su Yuza gazed at the ruins of Falling Cloud sect, his eyes filled with sorrow. He had invested much in this sect. Many elders and disciples had perished in the battle. Su Yuza clenched his fists. His strength was still insufficient. "I must become stronger." Su Yinxian sighed helplessly at his son's expression. Just then Su Hanyuan shuddered and addressed the void. "Which senior is there?" He had sensed an immensely powerful aura far surpassing anyone he had encountered before. The Su family members tensed, rising with solemn expressions. "Tisk tisk, I never expected the extreme Yin sect to be so weak, utterly defeated without resistance." A cold voice rang out as the sky rippled like water. Then a figure emerged, clad in white with hands behind his back, exuding extraordinary presence. His aura was concealed, revealing no depth, yet it sent chills down their spines. It was an instinct like a lamb encountering a tiger. Even without action, the lamb would still tremble in fear. The newcomer looked at Su Hanyuan with surprise, quite perceptive. "I only released a sliver of my aura, yet you detected it." The moment he saw the man, Su Hongyuan's entire body tensed up as if encountering his natural predator. A tremor shook Su Hongyuan's heart, his gaze filled with gravity. "Senior, why does the extreme Yin sect target the Falling Cloud sect?" The man let out a contemptuous sneer. "Are you questioning me?" With a wave of his hand, a terrifying force descended from the heavens in an instant. Su Hongyuan, possessing the primordial sacred body, was struck directly to the ground. Under this blow, his body nearly shattered, golden blood flowing incessantly. Su Hongyuan's face contorted in pain, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Dao entry realm. No, was this a cultivator beyond the Dao entry realm? A saint? He tried to restore his broken body, but found it impossible. Within him, a far more formidable force blocked his power, preventing his flesh from healing. Seeing this, Su Qingtian and several Su family elders immediately stepped forward, forming a protective circle around Su Hongyuan. The white-robed man gazed at Su Hongyuan's state, a hint of different color flickering in his eyes. Golden blood. This is the primordial sacred body, isn't it? The Su family members' expressions changed instantly. The sacred body had always been their family's secret. Such a matter must never be leaked, or the Su family would invite catastrophe. As their cultivation advanced, the Su family members understood how incredibly difficult it was to bestow a sacred body upon someone out of nowhere. Though Su Chen was immensely powerful, the world had its limits. There was always someone beyond his reach. What if someone coveted the Su family's secret, then? The white-robed man swept his gaze over the Su family, unleashing his vast divine sense. They stood before him like stripped garments, holding no secrets. "You?" The white-robed man's pupils contracted sharply. "All of you are sacred bodies." His voice carried shock and disbelief. In the Eastern domain, even a saint-level faction possessing one or two sacred bodies was exceedingly rare. Such constitutions were too fortuitous to encounter. Yet so many in this Su family were sacred bodies. Most crucially, they all originated from one faction. The probability of this was far too low. The white-robed man narrowed his eyes. "It seems your Su family harbors an extraordinary secret. My master ordered me to annihilate your clan. Decades ago, you were merely a minor force. To have grown to this extent, you must have obtained some heaven-defying fortune within these few decades, correct?" Decades ago, he had thoroughly investigated the Su family's intelligence. At that time, the entire clan lacked even a single top-grade spiritual root. Since the Su family was so weak, he casually posted a bounty in the shadows and paid them no further heed. Such a feeble force could never rise bound by its ceiling, so he hadn't paid much attention. Yet unexpectedly, in recent years, he heard the name Su family again, and they had grown terrifyingly. He purchased some intelligence on the Su family from the shadows, which claimed they might possess a saint. For this reason, he issued a bounty to test the Su family's depths. But he never expected the extreme Yin sect to be so useless. The white-robed man took a deep breath, his expression gradually calming, and he looked toward the Su family again, his eyes burning with fervor. "Sacred bodies, so many sacred bodies. If I could refine you all, my own sacred body might break through to the imperial body, right?" Devouring sacred bodies among themselves was a common practice. In this era, with fewer sacred bodies, all treasured by major factions, such incidents were rare. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, when great emperors still existed, such events occurred frequently. Hearing this, the Su family members' expressions changed drastically. The white-robed man's face grew increasingly savage from excitement, and he laughed loudly. "I never imagined your Su family would gift me such a grand present. And the secret of how you all became sacred bodies. These things shall all belong to me." Suddenly, he felt that his earlier choice to tell his master the Su family had been eliminated just to save trouble was the most correct decision of his life. Otherwise, the Su family's secret might not have been his. The white-robed man's saintly might erupted violently, an immensely terrifying pressure bearing down on the Su family. Everyone collapsed to the ground, unable to move. This was a saint. With mere presence, he rendered them immobile. Though separated by only one realm from the Dao entry realm, the gap was immense. Even peerless prodigies could not cross this chasm. Only one with the potential of a great emperor could defeat a saint at the Dao entry realm. Though the Su family members all possessed sacred bodies, they still fell short of such potential. Sacred bodies were numerous in the Xiantian realm, but those who became great emperors were few and far between. However, the potential for great emperorship was not measured by constitution. Throughout history, many great emperors rose from obscurity, growing from mortal bodies to become the mightiest under heaven. Fortune and timing, both were indispensable. The white-robed man looked at the Su family again and reached out to seize them. This giant hand was infused with saintly might and possessed a terrifying refining power. If caught, the Su family members would be completely refined in mere moments. The Su family could only lie prostrate watching the giant hand descend upon them. Despair and helplessness filled their hearts. This was the most powerful opponent they had ever faced. No, it wasn't the first time. Yi Qingling's clansmen had been just as formidable. Su Qingshan's face was full of unwillingness. He still had so much to do. He wanted to find Qingling to reunite his family. If he fell here, he would find no peace in the underworld. At the same time, he realized the true level of Yi Qingling's clan. They were definitely saints, and extremely powerful saints at that. Had it been the past, Su Qingtian might have despaired. But now his cultivation was advancing rapidly. Given time, breaking through to become a saint would be no challenge. But now everything was about to end. He refused to accept it. Su Qingtian exerted all his strength to break free from the pressure, but found himself utterly unable. Just as the giant hand was about to seize them, a breath-like spring breeze swept through, melting the hand away. At that moment, a gentle wind blew through heaven and earth, bringing immense refreshment. Before the giant hand, a middle-aged Taoist appeared. His face was composed, his eyes kind and benevolent. He spoke with a smile. "Taoist friend, could you spare the Su family and grant them a path to survival?" At the same time, the pressure looming over the Su family dissipated. They looked at the middle-aged Taoist and shuddered. "You are Master Yuhua." The Su family members were filled with disbelief. They had always known the two masters of the Nine-Cloud Taoist temple were extraordinary, but they never imagined they were saints. Yuhua Jinren nodded with a gentle smile, his presence like a spring breeze, putting everyone at ease. The white-robed man looked down at Yuhua Jinren, his eyes icy. "So you are the saint of the Su family? A mere newly ascended saint dares to block me. How utterly arrogant. Very well, I haven't fought in a long time. Today I shall slay a saint, and make the Eastern Domain remember the name of Guishu the Saint." As the words of the return to Void Saint fell, an immensely powerful aura erupted from within him. This aura shook heaven and earth, and the entire Jinghong Empire, along with several neighboring empires, sensed this terrifying presence. "Saintly might. This is saintly might," someone shouted in terror. "How many years has it been? For so long the Eastern Domain has not witnessed the aura of a saint. Who has provoked a saint? That direction. Let's go quickly. To witness a saint in action is worth even death." Many who feared nothing rushed toward the source of the aura, their eyes burning with fervor. In their eyes, saints were nothing short of mythical beings. Among those who came to watch were even several Daoentry realm powerhouses, hoping to glimpse a saint's actions and thereby comprehend the saintly path. Though the benefit might be slight, any deeper understanding of a saint was worthwhile. At that moment, within the falling cloud sect, Yuhua Jinren gazed calmly upward, his gentle eyes concealing a weight of solemnity and murderous intent. 10 years ago, he had successfully severed his upper corpse. For him, among the three corpses, the middle corpse was the hardest to overcome, while the upper corpse was relatively simpler. As a Taoist practitioner, he had cultivated his mind and nature since childhood, viewing matters of life and death with greater detachment. And because Su Chen had helped him sever the middle corpse, he owed the Su family a tremendous karmic debt, one worth even dying for. Thus, no matter what, he had to protect the Su family. Yuhua Jinren's aura also spread forth, confronting the return to Void Saint in the sky, though his expression was grim to the extreme. The Return to Void Saint. This title he had heard before. He was the ancestor of the Return to Void Sacred Land, a powerful cultivator at the late Saint King stage, even stronger than his own master. He had no confidence in defeating him. Around the Falling Cloud sect, many had gathered, mostly cultivators at the Return to Origin stage and above, including even the old Jinghong King. The commotion here was simply too great, and since this was still his territory, it would be inexcusable for him not to come. "This is the Su family." The old Jinghong King's expression was heavy with gravity. How had they provoked a saint? Two saints locked in battle. I have never witnessed such in my lifetime. Today I shall finally broaden my horizons. In the shadows, a cultivator who had just broken through to the Daoentry realm had eyes blazing with fervor. "That one is the old sacred master of the Return to Void Sacred Land. My Murong family is a vassal of that sacred land, and I once had the fortune to see him." "What? I heard that one has long since broken through to the Saint King realm. And look at that other saint. His aura is clearly much weaker. He is likely only at the saint realm and probably just recently broken through. It seems this battle is already decided. This newly ascended saint is surely doomed. But how did he come to offend the Return to Void Saint?" Many exchanged whispers in the shadows, their eyes filled with confusion. In just this short time, nearly 10 Daoentry realm cultivators had arrived, with more still approaching from afar, including many who had been in secluded cultivation. Who would not wish to witness a battle between saints? If one could glean even a fraction of insight, it might increase the chance of becoming a saint themselves. The return to void saint's eyes were icy cold. He raised his hand and waved, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. Then a colossal hand materialized in the sky, at least 10,000 zhang in diameter, brimming with infinite might, as if it could annihilate the world. From below, it seemed as though mortals were facing a deity. A mere saint dares to provoke me. The return to void saint's voice boomed like a great bell. Countless onlookers felt their scalps tingle at the sight of the giant hand. Though it descended slowly, they felt like ants before the heavens with nowhere to flee. Yuhua Zhenren's eyes were heavy with solemnity. This strike, though seemingly slow, he could not evade. He had to withstand it. He raised his whisk, pouring out his saintly power. To the return to void saint, this was merely a casual strike, but Yuhua Zhenren had to exert his full strength to block it, and even then he might not succeed. Though only a single realm separated a saint from a saint king at this level, every minor subrealm was a chasm. Moreover, they were separated by an entire major realm and several minor ones. In the next moment, a sword coalesced before Yuhua Zhenren. This sword was unlike any other. It was as gentle as a breeze, devoid of any sharpness, almost giving the impression that it could not harm anyone. The sword clashed with the giant hand, unleashing a torrent of saintly power. The already ruined Falling Cloud sect became even more devastated, nearly obliterated entirely. Fortunately, Yuhua Zhenren shielded those behind him, so the shockwaves did not affect the Su family. The disciples of Falling Cloud sect, being farther away, suffered no deaths, though many were injured. Yet Yuhua Zhenren's sword could not withstand the giant palm. It began to shatter inch by inch. The hidden observers shook their heads at this sight. It seems this newly ascended saint is about to fall. What a pity, to perish so soon after breakthrough. A mere newly ascended saint dares to challenge a saint king. Truly, he does not know his place. I thought it would be a great battle, but it's a one-sided slaughter. Dull. Many had come specifically to witness a battle between saints, only to find that the return to void saint had ended the fight with a single strike. This left many who had traveled far feeling deeply disappointed. Yuhua Zhenren stared at the giant hand in the sky, his expression extremely grim. That previous move was his full power strike. Even a mid-stage saint cultivator would struggle to withstand it, yet it was so easily shattered by his opponent. The gap between a saint and a saint king was simply too vast. Yuhua Zhenren smiled bitterly. "Master, I trouble you." As his words fell, a figure materialized beside him. The newcomer appeared as a young man, but his aura was ancient and his Dao resonance was formidable. Decaying Zhenren glanced up at the giant hand in the sky. He unleashed his full presence, raised his hand, and met it directly, dispersing the colossal palm. It was effortless and simple, unlike Yuhua Zhenren's earlier struggle. At this sight, everyone's pupils contracted. Another saint. No, a saint king. The return to void saint's eyes narrowed, his expression turning serious, shedding his earlier frivolity. Decaying Zhenren's saintly power was immense, nearly on par with his own. Did the Su family have such a powerhouse backing them? Soon the return to void saint's eyes blazed with fervor once more. Could it be that the Su family's current state was due to these two saints? Yet he felt this was unlikely. Though a saint king was formidable, they did not possess the ability to create a saintly body. However, even if they were not the creators, they were certainly connected to it. At the very least, they must know the truth. The Su clan members gazed upon the scene, their expressions brimming with uncontainable shock. They had already deemed Elder Yuhua sage, an astonishing revelation. Yet now this Decaying true one proved to be one as well. Could it be that the Su clan was guarded by not one, but two sages? Though guarding the gate sounded somewhat disrespectful, it was precisely the truth. Jiyun Daoist Temple lay nestled at the junction of mountainside and foothill on Wanyan Mountain. Directly below resided the core members of the Su clan, including both direct and collateral branches. Beneath them dwelled the Su clan's servants. Thus describing Jiyun Daoist Temple as their gatekeeper was no exaggeration. Decaying True One cast a serene, unfathomable glance toward Guishu Sage and spoke calmly, "Fellow Daoist, withdraw. Today the Su clan is beyond your reach." His voice remained placid, yet resonated with unwavering confidence. Though his cultivation rank lagged slightly behind, he held absolute conviction that should battle erupt, he could prevail over Guishu Sage. The reason was simple: his seniority dwarfed Guishu Sage's by an immense margin. Long before Guishu Holy Land even existed, he had already ascended to sagehood, albeit in quiet seclusion, shunning the limelight. Even within the eastern region, he remained an enigmatic figure, renowned yet unseen, leaving no trace upon the world's surface. Thus the two had never crossed paths. Over countless years, he had amassed an arsenal of profound techniques, and Ziyang True One possessed unshakable certainty that he could subdue Guishu Sage. Guishu Sage's gaze remained unchanged, cold, detached, unblinking, as he stared at Ziyang True One. Though the latter's aura radiated formidable power, not a flicker of fear stirred within Guishu Sage's eyes. A sovereign sage, daring to oppose me. With those words, a primordial chaotic aura surged forth from his body, transforming him into a ravenous beast, frenzied, untamed, utterly deranged. His aura swelled several-fold, wild, volatile, explosive. Even the Dao entered and returned to origin cultivators, observing from afar, felt their bodies ignite with searing heat merely from its passing ripple. This heat bore no relation to temperature. It stemmed from their blood, surging, their spiritual energy boiling violently within their meridians. What fortune! A duel between two sovereign sages. A spectator's face lit with exhilaration, eyes alight with fervent anticipation. Such a clash would not conclude swiftly, offering precious opportunity to witness and learn from true sovereign mastery. Yet peril loomed. Should they be caught in the cataclysmic aftershocks, annihilation would be instantaneous. Once I was a celestial prodigy of my era. Do you truly believe a mid-tier sovereign sage can overcome me? At Guishu Sage's contemptuous demeanor, Ziyang True One's expression hardened markedly, especially upon sensing that chilling, soul-stirring aura which tightened his heart like a vice. Ziyang True One had forgotten one crucial truth. His confidence rested largely upon assuming his opponent was an ordinary cultivator. But Guishu Sage was no common sovereign. He was a genius sovereign. When Ziyang True One first attained sagehood, Guishu Sage was still but a Dao-entered cultivator, merely beginning to rise to prominence across the eastern region. Now Ziyang True One stood at mid-tier sovereign sage, while Guishu Sage had already broken through to late-tier. Had Guishu Sage been an ordinary late-tier sovereign, Ziyang True One's accumulated trump cards might yet suffice. But a genius carried boundless karmic fortune, and their hidden reserves were equally vast. Yuhua, evacuate everyone now. Seeing Ziyang True One's grave expression, Elder Yuhua's face paled instantly. Yet without hesitation, he swiftly led the Su clan members away. As for the disciples of Luoyun's sect, he could not spare them, leaving their fate to heaven's will. Su Yuza watched, eyes burning with bitter resentment and fury. As sect master, abandoning his disciples was a betrayal his conscience could scarcely bear. Should Luoyun's sect's disciples perish, his anguish would deepen beyond measure. Think you can flee? Guishu Sage sneered coldly, then vanished from sight, tearing through the void like a ravenous beast lunging straight for Elder Yuhua. This strike held no restraint. Yuhua stood no chance of blocking it. Ziyang True One's expression shifted sharply. In an instant, he interposed himself, unleashing a torrent of sovereign spiritual force. Behind him emerged a colossal, ethereal figure, seated serenely atop a lotus of the Dao, eyes closed, form towering and majestic, faintly revealing the visage of a youthful immortal. Radiating infinite Dao resonance, he appeared as a transcendent deity, the Taoist Dharma body born from meditation upon an ancient supreme Taoist god, the true lineage of Jiyun Taoist temple. Who that primordial deity truly was, even Ziyang True One did not know. Only that two characters were inscribed upon the sacred artifact used in contemplation, Shangqing. Ziyang True One's Dharma body spanned hundreds of thousands of zhang, visible across the entire Dingyang prefecture. Countless citizens looked up, faces contorted in abject terror. What is happening? Should this battle fully erupt, Dingyang prefecture, and perhaps even the entire Jinghan Empire, would be reduced to ashes, all because of a sovereign sage's wrath. And as mere mortals, they could not even grasp the cause. Meanwhile, Guishu Sage's gaze burned with disdain, his aura swelling into even more savage turbulence, his fingers sharpening into bestial claws. This was his sovereign body, the feral beast's sovereign body, a rare physique ranking among the top 30 of all sovereign bodies, famed for overwhelming combat prowess. Boom! A deafening detonation shook the heavens. Gale force winds erupted outward, reducing a tenth of sand-meter radius to utter desolation, obliterated by sheer apocalyptic force. Just as Luoyun's sect's disciples teetered on the brink of annihilation by the blast's afterwave, their forms dissolved into nothingness, vanishing completely from the realm of existence. Their cultivation was weak. Guishu Sage paid them no heed, and thus remained oblivious to their disappearance. Crack, crack, crack. A sharp, brittle sound pierced the air. Ziyang True One's Dharma body had fractured. His face blanched in disbelief. Impossible. So this was a genius sovereign. It had been millennia since Ziyang True One last engaged in combat. This was only his second sovereign-level duel in 10,000 years, and one of the rare occasions he'd faced a genius. Yet the outcome mirrored past defeats. He found himself once again outmatched. Damn it! His face twisted with humiliation. Had he grasped the core of his sect's legacy, Guishu Sage could never have shattered his Dharma body so effortlessly. Indeed, he might have slain Guishu Sage outright. He sensed the boundless power latent within Jiyun Daoist Temple's transmission, but despite his efforts, true comprehension eluded him. Guishu Sage raised his hand once more and struck downward. A cataclysmic tremor convulsed the heavens, channeling devastating force directly toward Zhang True One. Zhang True One's expression darkened anew. He braced himself to meet the blow heaped. Yet Guishu Sage, having delivered the strike, made no further move, instead rending the void and vanishing, streaking forward at unimaginable speed to intercept Elder Yuhua ahead. In his view, prolonged engagement with Zhang True One was unnecessary. Though victory was certain, it would demand considerable effort. No sovereign sage reached such heights without being a formidable adversary. First, he would consume the Su clan's sovereign bodies, bolstering his strength. Only then would he return to settle accounts with this sovereign sage. Zhang True One witnessed the pursuit, but it was already too late. Disaster. He harbored no concern for the Su clan's safety, only bitter regret. Here was a chance to repay their kindness slipping irrevocably from his grasp. Saving them would have fully discharged his debt. Yet now that opportunity seemed lost forever. After deflecting Guishu Sage's assault, Zhang True One took no further action, merely fixed a glacial sardonic gaze upon the direction of Guishu Sage's departure. With him residing in the Su clan, do you truly imagine you can harm them? The outcome of today's contest remains undecided. Su Chun was a peerless master capable of severing the three fetters. Such a transcendental being could crush a sovereign sage as effortlessly as crushing an insect. It would be child's play. On the other side, Guishu Sage, wielding Boundless Might, reached out to seize Yuhua Jinren, his formidable power also enveloping the Su family members. Do you truly believe you can escape from my grasp? Guishu Sage's tone carried contempt and excitement. Soon he would devour the sacred bodies of the Su family. Once he ascended to a royal body, not only would his combat prowess greatly increase, but his cultivation ceiling would also rise significantly. He anticipated breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm in due time. Though the gap between Saint King and Saint Emperor was but a thin line, they represented entirely different concepts. Becoming a Saint Emperor would make him a formidable power across the entire Xiantian realm. In an instant, Guishu Sage seized everyone in his grasp, his towering figure resembling a titan, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. It seems this will end like this. Guishu Sage is far too powerful. No wonder he is the patriarch of Guishu Sacred Land. Indeed, the difference in strength between a Saint King with a sacred body and one without is immense. I advise you not to think that way. For someone to reach the Saint King realm without a sacred body speaks volumes of their cunning. If a fight broke out, that Taoist could likely escape, even if he couldn't win, and might even slay Guishu Sage. Whispers arose from the shadows, but only Daoentry realm cultivators communicated this time. The Guiyuan realm cultivators had long fled too afraid to observe. Though Zhang Jinren appeared to be at a disadvantage, no one underestimated him. How could any cultivator who reached the Saint King realm be simple? Guishu Sage held the group in his grasp, a cold smile curling on his lips, sending chills down spines. The Su family was utterly despairing. This enemy was far too formidable. Although the Su family still had their greatest trump card, they no longer wished for Su Chen to come. In their eyes, even if Su Chen arrived, he could not defeat Guishu Sage. The sheer power of Guishu Sage left them without an ounce of confidence. Guishu Sage paid no heed to the Su family. He turned to look behind him, his brow furrowing. Why hadn't that Saint King followed? Could it be that he knew he was outmatched and chose to flee? At this thought, Guishu Sage sneered, "At least you have some self-awareness." Then he scanned his surroundings, spotting numerous Daoentry realm cultivators, and further away, many Guiyuan realm cultivators cautiously observing. Guishu Sage narrowed his eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would have slain all who dared approach. But Daoentry realm cultivators often had backgrounds, perhaps as vassals of some sacred land. His primary goal was to devour the Su family's sacred bodies and uncover their secrets. Clashing with other saint-level forces would only invite unnecessary complications. After a moment's thought, Guishu Sage abandoned the idea of killing them. He turned his gaze to the Su family in his palm and sneered, "So many sacred bodies. How intriguing. The secret of the Su family is mine." Trapped in the giant hand, the Su family members were filled with despair. They could not move, nor could they circulate spiritual power. The gap in strength was insurmountable. Su Qingshan's eyes were laden with worry. If this man learned the Su family's secret, Su Chen would surely fall victim as well. Guishu Sage wasted no more time and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to move, a sudden, hair-raising sensation washed over him. His mind tensed, and he spoke solemnly to the sky above, which esteemed one is present. The onlookers who had yet to leave found this scene peculiar. Could there be another hidden powerhouse? At that moment, high in the endless sky, Su Chen sat cross-legged in the void. He slightly opened his eyes and looked down. He had arrived long ago, but had refrained from intervening. With his help, the Su family had enjoyed an unbroken path, facing little adversity. It was good for them to realize that there were always higher peaks. Thus, Su Chen had remained an observer, quietly protecting a group of Luo Yun's sect disciples. Now it seemed the time was right. After a moment, Su Chen slowly descended from the sky, his expression languid and serene. No aura emanated from him. He appeared as ordinary as a mortal. Su Chen. The Su family members were startled. Yet their hearts held little joy, only worry. Why had Su Chen come? As long as Su Chen survived, the Su family could still rise again. But if he fell, the family would truly be doomed. The Su family members could not speak, so they pleaded with their eyes, hoping Su Chen would leave at once. But Su Chen did not even glance at them. On the other side, Guishu Sage's expression grew extremely grave. He could not discern the depth of the newcomer's cultivation. This could only mean one of two things. Either Su Chen was an ordinary mortal with no cultivation, or he was a cultivator far superior to himself. Since Su Chen could fly, he could not be immortal. He must be far more powerful. With this realization, Guishu Sage's eyes filled with solemnity. He cupped his hands and said, "Esteemed Taoist, may I ask your purpose?" He had never encountered Su Chen before. In Guishu Sage's mind, the man must have noticed the sacred bodies of the Su family and come to claim a share. That was the only reason he could conceive. Guishu Sage began calculating how to divide the Su family's sacred bodies. With a cultivator stronger than himself involved, taking all the sacred bodies would prove difficult. Su Chen remained composed, seated in the void, propping his head on his hand as he asked with curiosity, "You must be the one who posted the bounty on the Su family in the dark post back then, correct? I recall it was 2 million high-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, Guishu Sage's expression drastically changed. What did this mean? Had he not come for the sacred bodies? Was he here for me? Su Chen made no mention of the sacred bodies, but directly referenced the assassination contract, unsettling Guishu Sage. Especially when facing an unknown powerhouse, his unease grew. Though inwardly tense, Guishu Sage maintained a stoic facade. What does the esteemed Taoist mean? The Su family members caught the wariness in Guishu Sage's voice and were astonished. Could Su Chen's strength truly rival that of a saint? Was his power so immense? In the distance, Yang Jinren breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Chen appear. He had feared his young disciple might be caught in the crossfire. What do I mean? Su Chen chuckled, his voice calm as still water. It's simple. You couldn't block my detection. You are far too weak. A worm cannot achieve such a feat. So the one who truly wants to annihilate the Su family is someone else, isn't it? At these words, Guishu Sage's pupils contracted sharply. His composure shattered and fear spread across his face. The next moment, he fully transformed into a beast, taking on the form of a wolf-like creature. Then, without looking back, Guishu Sage tore through the void and fled into the distance, moving even faster than when he had pursued Yuhua Jinren. Su Chen remained impassive. Did I permit you to leave?